Chapter 1 Encounter. Xiaoyu, wait for me, the young man exclaimed, panting heavily as he called out to the agile figure ahead. Upon hearing his voice, Xiaoyu turned back, playfully sticking out her tongue, and teasingly replied, "How high? Why are you so slow?" At that moment, they found themselves amidst an expansive, boundless expanse of snow, where the surroundings were bathed in a pristine whiteness, with the glistening snow reflecting an exceptionally dazzling light. This soul beast is incredibly formidable even with a martial spirit. We are at a loss. Xiaoyu furrowed her brow in complaint. No sooner had she spoken than the ferocious soul beast launched an unexpected attack. The young man swiftly raised his weapon, attempting to fend off its fierce assault, yet ultimately found himself outmatched. The soul beast leapt with a sudden ferocity, evading the young man's defense and pouncing upon him with blinding speed. Realizing the imminent danger, the young man wasted no time and fiercely thrust his weapon towards the soul beast. In an instant, a resounding thud echoed, followed by the emergence of a radiant light, a 100-year soul ring. Faced with such a rare opportunity, the young man unhesitatingly knelt down, dedicating himself to absorbing the immense power contained within the soul ring. Observing this, Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment. "How high, look? There's someone over there." How High followed the direction of her finger, puzzled as he queried, "Who would be out here on such a cold day?" Xiaoyu blinked and replied, "Look, he's absorbing the soul ring." How High nodded and stepped towards the focused young man. As he approached, How High scrutinized the newcomer and remarked, "He looks familiar. He must have just broken through his cultivation." At that moment, Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the long-deceased soul beast on the ground, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "How High, look!" How High stared in shock, struck dumb by the sight before him. Wow, 100 years soul beast. He actually killed it all by himself. And it's 100-year Qi Eugene Jia? The young man slowly lifted his heavy eyelids, his vision gradually sharpening, only to be surprised to find two strangers standing before him. Xiaoyu gently waved her hand and greeted him with a smile. "You're finally awake." The young man, looking bewildered, asked anxiously, "Who are you?" Xiaoyu quickly reassured him, "Don't be afraid, we are not bad people. I am Jinyu, and this is Jiang Hao. May I ask your name?" The young man relaxed slightly and replied, "I am Tang Xing." "So it's Tang Xing. How did you end up here alone?" Jiang Hao inquired with curiosity. Tang Xing took a deep breath and explained, "I just became a soul master and heard that there might be a suitable soul ring for me here, so I took the risk to come and seek it." Jiang Hao frowned with concern, saying, "But that's far too dangerous, isn't it? Aren't you worried about encountering any unforeseen events?" However, Tang Xing shook his head dismissively, resolutely stating, "It's all right, I believe I can handle any difficulties." Jinyu gazed at Tang Xing and suddenly asked softly, "What about your family? Do they know you are here?" A flicker of loneliness passed through Tang Xing's eyes as he quietly responded, "I have no family. I've lived alone since childhood." Hearing this, Jinyu felt a pang of sympathy and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up. I hope I didn't make you sad." Tang Xing gently wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, the crystalline droplets gliding down his rosy cheeks. Jinyu, witnessing this, felt a surge of compassion and comforted him with a tender voice. "Why are you crying? Don't cry, you're just a child. Here, I have some delicious candy. Have a piece, and it will surely lift your spirits." Jiang Hao, observing this scene from the side, felt a surge of affection welling up within him. He stepped forward and softly said to Jinyu, "Jinyu, let me comfort her." "Tang Xing, it must have been tough for you to come here alone. If that's the case, come along with us, we will take good care of you." Jinyu and Jiang Hao escorted Tang Xing to a small restaurant. Jinyu said, "You must be hungry. Boss, please bring us 3 servings of golden fragrant fish rice." "Certainly," replied the boss. Jiang Hao interjected, crossing his arms. "Jinyu, why don't you ask him what he wants to eat?" Tang Xing hurriedly waved his hand, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Anything is fine, I'm not picky." He then frowned slightly, adding, "But I don't have any money." Jinyu crossed her arms and smirked. "Well, look at you, acting all poor. He'll cover it." The boss approached with the meals, saying, "Here are your golden fragrant fish rices, enjoy." Jinyu smiled at Jiang Hao before turning to Tang Xing and gently asking, "By the way, Tang Xing, why did you hunt soul beasts alone? Even if you've just awakened, It's unwise to be so reckless in obtaining a soul ring. Did something happen? A flicker of pain crossed Tang Xing's gaze as he replied. 2 days ago, a group of villains broke into my home and killed everyone, including my mother. I am the sole survivor, and I vowed that once I become a soul master, I will avenge this bloodshed. Upon hearing this, Jinyu couldn't help but sigh. Alas, the dead cannot be resurrected. Please accept my condolences. Do not dwell in sorrow. I will give you something good. Let's eat first. After their meal, Jinyu led them to a small grove. Turning to Tang Xing, she said earnestly, "You are now homeless, aren't you?" Tang Xing silently nodded. Jinyu continued, "Then why not join the Yun family? This way, you will have a place to stay, and it will be beneficial for your growth. Moreover, you can learn the purple extreme demon eyes and the illusory soul phantom." Tang Xing listened to the conditions and beamed with joy, saying, "Sure, they'll join. I have nowhere else to go." Jinyu replied, "That's the spirit. Come on, Jiang Hao." She then called out loudly, "Aunt Jiang, are you there?" Jiang Yu cheerfully responded, "Oh, Jinyu has come. Please sit, please sit." "Jiang Hao, why didn't you give a heads up? Who is this?" Upon seeing Tang Xing, Jiang Yu thought to herself, "This young man bears a striking resemblance to brother Tang Yun." Jinyu explained, "Aunt Jiang, this is Tang Xing." You see, his home was Jiang Yu, upon hearing this, said with compassion, "Child, you may stay in my home from now on. Jiang Hao, you must take good care of Tang Xing, understood?" Jiang Hao patted his chest and assured her, "Mother, you can count on me." Jiang Yu kindly asked, "Tang Xing, would you like to attend school with Jiang Hao?" Tang Xing exclaimed in excitement, "Really? Can I?" Jiang Yu smiled and replied, "Of course. If you'd like, I will take you to school tomorrow. Also, if it's all right with you, I'd like to adopt you as my godson. What do you think?" Tang Xing was overwhelmed with emotion and knelt down, saying, "Thank you, godmother." Jiang Yu hurried to help him up, saying, "Get up, there's no need for such formality." Jiang Yu held Tang Xing's hand tightly, and suddenly, a mysterious yet familiar aura surged within her heart. She couldn't help but show a look of surprise, murmuring, "This aura feels so familiar, Tang Xing. What exactly is your martial spirit?" Tang Xing paused, observing Jiang Yu's puzzled expression, and calmly replied, "My martial spirit is the spirit eye." "Why? Is something wrong?" A hint of curiosity flickered in her clear eyes. Jiang Yu furrowed her brows, pondering, "Is it just the spirit eye? I can't shake the feeling that there is another power hidden within you." After saying this, she gazed intently at Tang Xing, attempting to uncover more clues about her. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing decided to demonstrate her true strength. With a slight lift of her right hand, a brilliant light suddenly erupted, followed by the appearance of a resplendent golden soul ring. Jiang Yu's eyes widened, fixated on the golden soul ring. In that moment, she felt as though she had transcended time, witnessing a familiar figure from the past who once wielded such a soul ring. A flicker of astonishment crossed her gaze as her voice trembled slightly. "Tang Xing, from now on, you must never casually display this soul ring in public, unless it is a matter of life and death." Tang Xing, bewildered, asked urgently why. Is there something special about this soul ring? She simply could not comprehend why Jiang Yu held this soul ring in such high regard. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu spoke slowly. "Now is not the time to reveal everything. When you eventually break through to the Soul Emperor realm, I will disclose the entire truth to you. Until then, focus solely on your cultivation." Her tone was grave, as if carrying a significant mission upon her shoulders. Although Tang Xing still had many questions swirling in her mind, she chose not to press further upon seeing Jiang Yu's seriousness. Nodding resolutely, she stated, "All right, I understand. I will strive to cultivate diligently and become a soul emperor as soon as possible." With that, she turned to leave, leaving Jiang Yu standing in place, lost in deep contemplation. After hearing Jiang Yu's words, Tang Xing felt a tumult of emotions surging within her, an unnameable fire igniting her restlessness. As night fell and the lights began to twinkle, Jiang Yu stood alone on the balcony, gazing out into the distant skyline with a perplexed and profound expression, the echoes of her conversation with Tang Xing reverberating in her mind. "Tang Xing, Tang Yin? She whispered softly, as if attempting to etch the name deeply into her heart. They both share the surname Tang. Could it merely be coincidence? Or perhaps there exists some intricate connection between them? Reflecting upon the moment when Jin Yu revealed to her the origins of Tang Xing, Jiang Yu could not help but furrow her brow, sinking into a profound contemplation. According to Jin Yu, Tang Xing was the sole survivor of a tragic massacre that annihilated her family. What secrets and narratives could possibly lie hidden behind such a harrowing fate? The more Jiang Yu pondered, the more she sensed the gravity of the situation, realizing that numerous undisclosed truths awaited discovery. She silently resolved to uncover the intricate connection between Tang Xing and the Tang family, as well as the true reasons behind that ghastly massacre. As dawn broke, the sun gradually ascended from the horizon, resembling a colossal golden disk suspended in the sky. The sunlight cascaded upon the earth, illuminating the entire world. In this splendid moment, Jin Yu embarked on a journey to the coastal city with Tang Xing by her side. Upon their arrival at the seaside, Tang Xing was awestruck by the boundless expanse of the ocean before her, and she could not help but exclaim, "Sister Jin Yu, are we truly going to travel by boat?" Jin Yu smiled gently, her voice imbued with warmth as she replied, "Indeed, we shall traverse the ocean aboard this shuttle boat, arriving at Ling Hai Academy." She gestured towards a uniquely designed vessel in the distance, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yet, lingering doubts clouded Tang Xing's mind, prompting her to inquire further. "But I recall it was Aunt Jiang Yu who was supposed to go to Ling Hai Academy, right? How has it come to be us instead?" Just as their conversation unfolded, a voice interjected unexpectedly. It was Jiang Hao, who approached to clarify. "The matter is thus. My mother initially intended to go herself, but unforeseen circumstances have arisen that prevent her from doing so. Therefore, she entrusted me with an important card, instructing me to deliver it to you." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing hastily waved her hands in refusal, exclaiming, "No, no, I cannot accept such a precious card." She was acutely aware of the significance and value of this gift, feeling unworthy of its bestowal. However, Jiang Hao's expression turned exceedingly serious as he earnestly stated, "If you do not accept this card, you will find it impossible to enter Ling Hai Academy smoothly. Furthermore, as long as you possess this card, even the principal will treat you with utmost respect." Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as she inquired, "Is it truly that powerful? Does that mean you hold a significant status within the school, to the extent that even the principal must show you respect?" Jin Yu, standing nearby, smiled and remarked, "Indeed, Jiang Hao is quite a renowned figure at the academy." Tang Xing blinked, her curiosity piqued, and asked Jin Yu, "Sister Jin Yu, what exactly is your relationship with brother Jiang Hao?" A faint blush graced Jin Yu's cheeks, her eyes sparkling with sweetness as she gently replied, "Jiang Hao and I are lovers." Upon hearing Jin Yu's words, Tang Xing instantly understood, her face lighting up with a knowing smile. Jin Yu smiled back and continued, "By the way, Tang Xing, this book contains the secrets of the purple extreme demon eye and the soul confusion mirage. You must take good care of it today as for the Yun family's techniques. Jiang Hao will personally teach you." "All right," Tang Xing nodded obediently to AT that moment. Jiang Hao spoke up, "Tang Xing, pay close attention." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Hao's hands began to move like phantoms, his motions alternating between light and graceful to powerful and fierce, dazzling to behold. His palms seemed to become transparent in an instant, as if they could traverse the air. As he demonstrated, he explained, "This is the invisible hand," that he then proceeded to showcase the Yun family's unique skill, the boundless fist, along with the 10 directions mysterious needle from the 100 resolutions technique. Each punch and palm strike he delivered was imbued with boundless power and transformation, flowing seamlessly like clouds and water, devoid of any sense of delay. Tang Xing's eyes were glued to Jiang Hao's every movement, as if she wished to engrave each subtle motion deep within her memory. Her gaze reflected an unprecedented focus and admiration, as if she harbored an insatiable yearning for Jiang Hao's prowess. As Jiang Hao's movements unfolded, Tang Xing did not hesitate to mimic him. Despite being on a boat, she harnessed her unique understanding to create an invisible yet powerful aura within the limited space. Surrounding tourists were taken aback by this sudden spectacle, some unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. Jin Yu observed the scene with satisfaction, nodding as she softly commented, "Not bad at all. Your talent is quite high. To learn so quickly in such a short time is indeed impressive." Hearing this, Tang Xing's cheeks flushed crimson as she bashfully scratched her head. Jin Yu, noticing her shyness, couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, you could be shy too." With a slight upward curve of her lips, Jin Yu displayed a gentle smile at this moment. Jiang Hao also spoke. "Excellent, Tang Xing, you have already grasped half of the techniques in such a short time. If you continue to work hard, you will surely surpass me in the future." Tang Xing excitedly grasped Jiang Hao's hand, gratefully exclaiming, "This is all thanks to you, brother Jiang Hao. Without your personal guidance, how could I possibly learn?" Jiang Hao replied with a smile. "No need for thanks." Just then, Jin Yu interjected, "Look, we are about to arrive at our destination." Chapter 2. Linghai Academy. Jin Yu gazed at the structure before them and softly remarked, "We have arrived. Tang Xing, you must have heard some things about Linghai Academy, right?" Tang Xing furrowed her brow slightly, pondering before responding, "Linghai Academy? I seem to have some recollection, but not very clearly." Jin Yu nodded with a smile and continued, "That's right. It is indeed that Linghai Academy.it is not merely an ordinary institution. It harbors many legendary tales, so, Tang Xing, are you interested in hearing more?" A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Tang Xing's eyes as she eagerly replied, "Of course, Sister Jin Yu, please tell me more." Jin Yu took a deep breath, her voice gradually lowering as if transporting her listeners to a distant era, at the inception of Linghai Academy. The conditions were quite arduous, and its funding was severely limited. Yet despite these challenges, they resolutely dispatched personnel to assist those afflicted by illness. However, no one anticipated that the turning point of fate would arise during that year's enrollment. Pausing momentarily for effect, Jin Yu left Tang Xing in suspense. Tang Xing, unable to contain her curiosity, pressed on. "And then? What happened?" Jin Yu, now satisfied, continued, "Among that year's new students was a gifted young man named Tang Yun. He led his class to bravely participate in a prestigious elite competition in that contest. They seemed to be favored by the gods of war, charging forward with unstoppable momentum. After numerous rounds of fierce competition, they ultimately claimed the championship of the elite contest. From that moment on, Linghai Academy underwent a complete transformation, gaining widespread renown. That senior, Tang, became a legendary figure in the Academy's history." Jin Yu's voice began to rise in pitch, her emotions becoming increasingly fervent as she continued. Yet, who could have foreseen that just as they reveled in their victorious joy, the 5 great families would send their subordinates to forcibly abduct Tang's girlfriend? Faced with such despicable acts, the esteemed mentors of Linghai Academy stood undaunted, resolutely stepping forward to engage in a breathtaking battle with those 5 families. Thus, Linghai Academy found itself embroiled with the formidable 5 families. The 5 families, harboring ulterior motives, sought to obliterate Linghai Academy. However, due to Linghai Academy's recent triumph and the respect it commanded from all, the 5 families hesitated, daunted by the Academy's newfound prestige, and ultimately refrained from rashly attacking. Yet, as time passed swiftly, when Tang and his companions completed their studies and stepped beyond the gates of the Academy, they scattered like stars across the sky, each embarking on their own journey. During this period, a mysterious power quietly arose. Spies from the 5 families. Where these agents originated from was unknown, yet they successfully incited a fierce conflict between the Lingdo Empire and the Tianjin Empire. This thrilling war swept in like a tempest, leaving both powerful empires severely wounded and their vitality greatly diminished. Just as the situation became deadlocked, the 5 families audaciously launched a surprise attack. In this moment of peril, the brave Tang, without hesitation, led 7 exceptionally skilled spiritualists into battle. They struck like a lightning bolt cleaving the sky, shattering the enemy's defenses with overwhelming force. They shone like a radiant sun, casting endless light upon the darkness and dispelling the shadows cast by the 5 families. Tragically, during that life-and-death struggle, Tang's beloved girlfriend fell in the fray, leaving this world forever. The lingering smoke of war between the 2 empires gradually dissipated due to Tang's relentless efforts. Ultimately, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, they succeeded in unifying the realms, establishing a vast and powerful empire, now known as the illustrious Tianling Empire. Grieving the loss of his beloved, Tang ultimately chose to follow her into the afterlife, concluding his magnificent life in a tragic manner. His remarkable achievements shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, forever etched in history. Linghai Academy's present glory is owed entirely to the quiet dedication and selfless contributions of Senior Tang Yun in years gone by. Jin Yu inquired, "What do you think, Tang Xing?" Tang Xing replied, "I have also heard tales of Senior Tang Yun's legendary exploits." Jin Yu then said, "Jiang Hao, please take Tang Xing to register." Jiang Hao nodded and led Tang Xing to the registration hall, where the students, upon seeing Jiang Hao, respectfully bowed their heads and said, "Senior Jiang, what brings you here?" Jiang Hao responded, "I brought my junior brother to register." The students replied, "Understood, Senior Jiang, please wait a moment." Jiang Hao then added, "Tang Xing, let's go. Your dormitory is in Building 2, Room 202, remember that. Here is the key. Take good care of it." Tang Xing accepted the key and said, "Thank you very much, Brother Jiang." Jiang Hao replied, "No need for formality. We are like family. There is no need for such distance." Jin Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Junior brother, your homeroom teacher is actually Su Qi, that stern old lady." "Little Xing, I feel for you." Tang Xing asked, "Why is that?" Jin Yu explained, "Su Qi is the most severe teacher in the other classes. It is said that none of her students have achieved good results. Just wish for the best." Little Tang Xing arriving at the dormitory door. Tang Xing saw an old man shielding his face with a fan. She quickly approached him and asked, "Hello, sir. Could you please tell me how to get to room 202 in Building 2? The old man lowered his fan, revealing his aged visage, and replied, "Just go right and up the stairs." Tang Xing thanked him, saying, "Thank you, sir." Upon entering the dormitory, Tang Xing observed that it was quite spaciously arranged, exclaiming, "Two large beds and an independent bathroom. Wow, is every room like this?" As her roommate had yet to arrive, she decided to tidy up first. With that, Tang Xing began to clean, ensuring that every corner was spotless. Afterward, Tang Xing began to cultivate his soul power, murmuring to himself, "Under the activation of the purple extreme demon eye, my soul power seems to show signs of a breakthrough. I truly must thank Sister Jin Yu." However, at that moment, he was ravenously hungry and decided it was time to head to the dining hall. The instant Tang Xing stepped into the dining hall, the sight before him left him utterly astonished. The spacious and brightly lit hall featured rows of neatly arranged tables and chairs, resembling a grand banquet hall. Magnificent chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a soft glow that illuminated the entire space. Exquisite murals adorned the walls, vividly depicting scenes that made one feel as though they had entered an artistic sanctuary. This dining hall is simply as vast as a palace, Tang Xing exclaimed in awe. He was overwhelmed by the grandeur of the place, silently marveling at the school's emphasis on and care for student life. Subsequently, Tang Xing approached the ordering window and said to the lady inside, "Auntie, could I please have 2 servings of chicken feet?" The auntie smiled gently, carefully retrieving 2 perfectly cooked chicken legs from the warming box. The chicken legs, golden brown and aromatic, appeared incredibly tempting. Her movements were tender and graceful, as if she were presenting 2 precious pearls, and she gently placed them before Tang Xing, gazing at the delectable food before him. Tang Xing felt his mouth water as he expressed his gratitude to the auntie and eagerly picked up 1 chicken leg to devour it. The meat was succulent and juicy, with an exquisite flavor that lingered on his palate. Tang Xing carried his meal to a table and feasted upon it with the ferocity of a starving tiger. After finishing his meal, he strolled leisurely through the college park before returning to the dormitory. Upon entering the dormitory, he noticed the lights were shining brightly, akin to dazzling stars, and remarked, "My roommate has arrived." He hastened to the dormitory door, only to be astonished to find that his roommate was a girl, his jaw nearly dropping in surprise as he stammered, "Did you take a wrong turn?" The girl replied calmly, "Did you not know that the dormitory accommodates both a male and a female?" A look of bewilderment spread across Tang Xing's face as he mumbled, "Ah, is it really like that?" The girl did not pause due to his confusion and continued, speaking nonchalantly, Listen carefully. I have 3 conditions if you wish to reside in this dormitory. You must agree to all of them. First, no pets are allowed inside the dorm. Those little animals would only mess up our living space. Second, it is strictly forbidden to be undressed in the dorm. Otherwise, I will regard you as a rogue without hesitation. Lastly, all cleaning duties will be your responsibility from now on. That should be acceptable, right? After hearing this, Tang Xing instinctively scratched his head and retorted, "What if I am unwilling to accept these terms?" What then? At that moment, the girl's expression shifted dramatically. Her previously gentle gaze turned sharp and fierce, akin to a ferocious tiger. She glared at Tang Xing, her tone filled with menace as she said, "What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied, or do you wish to provoke me? Or are you genuinely considering a fight?" Faced with such a fierce inquiry, Tang Xing showed no sign of fear. On the contrary, he straightened his neck and retorted defiantly, "If a fight is what you want, then bring it on. I want to be afraid of you." The two stood outside the dormitory, locked in a tense standoff. The atmosphere thick with anticipation, as if a storm were about to break. Eventually, the call to battle was sounded, and they engaged in a thrilling confrontation. Lan Xiu's gaze was resolute, exuding immense confidence and determination. Her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a lark in song. "Before we begin, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Lan Xiu, a level 23 Assault Soul Master." Tang Xing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Maintaining his composure and exuding an air of tranquility, he then stated in a deep and resonant voice, "I am Tang Xing, currently a level 12 Control Soul Master." Upon hearing Tang Xing's level, Lan Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment as she exclaimed, "What? You have already reached level 12. However, before her astonishment could fully register, Lan Xiu launched her attack without hesitation. Her movements were as swift as lightning. Her punches fierce and formidable, carrying an unparalleled force as she charged at Tang Xing, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught. Tang Xing found himself reeling as Lan Xiu's fists rained down like a torrential storm, each punch laden with tremendous power. The sheer force of her assault sent him staggering backward, his body involuntarily propelled away. At the entrance of the dormitory, an elderly man with white hair and a gentle demeanor sat quietly in a dilapidated chair. Observing the unfolding scene, he murmured to himself, "This child's physical condition is remarkably poor. However, the Yun sex technique, the soul illusion, is indeed quite intriguing." Tang Xing was acutely aware that engaging in close combat with his opponent was highly disadvantageous. After careful contemplation, he resolutely decided to alter his combat strategy. As Lan Xiu lunged at him like a ferocious tiger, Tang Xing did not hesitate to unleash his most powerful skill, mental gaze. Unexpectedly, Lan Xiu was able to effortlessly counter Tang Xing's mental assault. She swiftly harnessed the formidable power of her martial soul, easily deflecting the overwhelming wave of mental energy he generated. That a wave of intense frustration and despondency washed over Tang Xing. Could this encounter truly end in defeat? Absolutely not. I must give it my all, rise up in retaliation, and cannot afford to concede. Surrendering would strip me of all dignity. Just then, a miracle occurred. A brilliant golden light suddenly radiated from his forehead, and a mysterious yet powerful eye began to manifest. Simultaneously, his already formidable spirit, martial soul, erupted with unprecedented energy fluctuations, creating a suffocating and terrifying visual impact. This sudden and indomitable force surged toward Lan Xiu like an unstoppable tide, leaving her defenseless as she was forcefully pushed back against the dormitory wall. The unexpected intensity of the moment caused Lan Xiu to stumble, her balance faltering, her entire being swaying as if she might fall at any moment. In that critical instant, Tang Xing did not hesitate to extend his hands, using all his strength to firmly grasp Lan Xiu's frail and helpless hand. I could see that moment. Time seemed to stand still, and everything around them grew eerily silent. Lan Xiu gasped, "Why did you save me?" Tang Xing's gaze was resolute as he replied, "We are classmates, not enemies. I can agree to your 3 conditions. Please respect me, as we are both students, and mutual respect is the foundation of our coexistence." Upon hearing Tang Xing's words, Lan Xiu experienced an epiphany. her temper gradually subsiding as she softly said, "All right, I was in the wrong earlier. I apologize." Seeing Lan Xiu acknowledge her mistake, Tang Xing chose not to say more, silently returning to the dormitory and collapsing into bed. The next day, the dormitory alarm rang. It's 7 o'clock. There is only 1 hour until class starts. It wasn't until just before class that Tang Xing dashed toward the classroom, immediately sitting down in his designated seat upon arrival. That moment. A slender figure with a cool demeanor approached the podium, announcing, "I am your homeroom teacher, Su Yi. Those who fought, please stand up." Only 2 students rose in response, prompting her to ask, "Only 2? The rest of you? Go run 100 laps on the playground." At that moment, a confused male student inquired, "Teacher, why must we run if we didn't fight?" "Su Yi replied assertively, "Because in my class, I am in charge." With that, a series of soul rings began to shimmer around Su Yi, revealing her to be a soul sage with a 10,000-year black soul ring. The classroom erupted in gasps of astonishment, and the students hurriedly filed out. Su Yi called Tang Xing and Lan Xiu over to inquire about the reason for their altercation. Tang Xing explained, "Teacher, we are roommates, and we ended up fighting over a minor disagreement." Upon hearing this, Su Yi remarked, "Roommates fighting? How delightful. Now, go run." Lan Xiu intended to confront her, but Tang Xing pulled her away. "What are you doing?" Lan Xiu asked, puzzled. Tang Xing advised, "Do you really think you can take her on after having encountered her?" Lan Xiu pondered for a moment and conceded, "You're right. I was too reckless." She then added, "In the future, if anyone bullies you, just mention my name. Few at the same level can match me." Tang Xing chuckled, "But you just lost to me not long ago." Unable to counter, Lan Xiu sprinted ahead. Gradually, the pace of the classmates slowed, and Lan Xiu was no exception. Tang Xing found himself unable to keep up with their speed, at which point the Jade Heart technique within him began to take effect, and he felt his stamina replenishing. Suddenly, however, Tang Xing stumbled, losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground. The sudden turn of events left all the students present utterly astonished and bewildered. However, Tang Xing did not succumb to despair or surrender. Instead, he swiftly rose from the ground with remarkable tenacity and determination, gritting his teeth and continuing to run forward with fervor, just as Tang Xing was on the verge of falling once more. Lan Xiu, quick on her feet, reached out to support him, firmly stating, "Fear not, I shall accompany you. Together we shall forge ahead." Gratefully, Tang Xing nodded, walking alongside Lan Xiu. Inspired by Tang Xing's indomitable spirit, the other students mustered their courage, following them to complete the remaining distance. As time passed, and moments slipped away, some students, lacking in stamina, were still exerting themselves to catch up with the group ahead. Just when Tang Xing felt completely drained and on the brink of collapse, Lan Xiu, without hesitation, activated her martial soul and grasped his arm tightly, providing him with strength and support. Witnessing this, Su Yi revealed a satisfied smile, softly exclaiming, "Indeed, the mightiest golden dragon of this continent lives up to its illustrious reputation." Subsequently, Su Yi eliminated several lagging students. Upon entering the classroom, she approached Tang Xing, her tone serious as she commanded, "Stand up and report your soul power level." Obeying, Tang Xing stood tall, his voice resonant as he replied, "Yes, teacher, my soul power is at level 12. Chapter 3. Fever Su Yi spoke gravely. "Indeed, though he's a specially enrolled student, he will still be eliminated if he fails to pass my assessment. Do you understand?" Class dismissed. As the bell rang, students vacated their seats and exited the classroom. Tang Xing silently followed Su Yi to her office. Upon entering, Su Yi gestured for Tang Xing to sit and then said, "Tang Xing, release your martial soul." Nodding, he closed his eyes, focusing intently. Suddenly, his eyes shifted from their original blackish brown to a brilliant blue gold, emanating a powerful aura. However, at that moment, Tang Xing felt as though his martial soul was being suppressed by an unseen force, igniting an impulse within him to worship. Alarmed, he pondered the implications of this peculiar sensation. Su Yi observed Tang Xing's transformation with keen interest, quickly sensing the anomaly in the aura. Then, a dazzling yellow light radiated from her, and a yellow soul ring materialized before her. Gazing at the soul ring, Su Yi thought to herself, This century-old soul ring seems far from ordinary. The power it contains greatly surpasses that of a typical soul ring. Could it be that Tang Xing's martial soul possesses a unique ability capable of eliciting such a strong reaction? With this thought, she resolved to investigate further. Taking a deep breath, she gently instructed Tang Xing. Try to control your martial soul and see if you can resonate with this soul ring. Heeding her words, Tang Xing endeavored to stabilize his mind, attempting to connect with the yellow soul ring. Moments later, a look of surprise crossed his face as he discovered that, upon contact, his martial soul and the soul ring indeed produced a remarkable resonance. This resonance filled him with a potent energy, suggesting that with the slightest guidance, he could unleash formidable power. But a glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Yi's eyes as she realized that Tang Xing's martial soul likely harbored immense potential. Perhaps, through careful nurturing and training, he could become an exceptional soul master in the future. Well done, Tang Xing, Su Yi affirmed, nodding with satisfaction. From today onward, you must exert yourself diligently in your training to enhance your prowess. I believe you will undoubtedly become a source of pride for the academy. Hearing Su Yi's words, Tang Xing's heart brimmed with determination. He understood the weight of the responsibility he bore and recognized that only through relentless effort could he realize his aspirations. Henceforth, Tang Xing dedicated himself to rigorous training, consistently surpassing his limits. Sue, in turn, devoted greater effort to guiding him in harnessing the power of his martial soul and mastering various combat techniques. Through their joint endeavors, Tang Xing's abilities flourished, and he gradually emerged as a distinguished figure within the academy, drawing considerable attention. All of this was made possible by Su Yi's discerning eye and her devoted mentorship. In the days to come, Tang Xing would continue to forge ahead. Aspiring to reach greater heights, he eagerly anticipated the day when he could stand atop the pinnacle, showcasing his true brilliance, despite its yellow hue. There was a faint glimmer of pure gold. Could it be? Tang Xing, your martial soul is quite extraordinary. It must be a variant martial soul, and your spiritual eyes are not singular. Tang Xing exclaimed in shock. Not singular? Could it be dual? Su Yi replied, indeed, spiritual eyes are already rare, especially considering your constitution is not particularly robust. Tang Xing asserted, Teacher Su, I will strive to improve. Su Yi further instructed, do not disclose this matter to anyone just yet. Understood? Tang Xing replied with a slight nod. Understood. Tang Xing mused to himself. Class is over. I should find Lan Xiao to play to tea that moment. Chang'an approached Lan Xiao with a grin, saying, Hey, beautiful, could I have her contact information? Lan Xiao shot him a glare that could kill. I see in her response. Get lost. Seeing her demeanor, Chang'an persisted, wanting to engage her further, when suddenly a male figure appeared before Lan Xiao. She remarked, You finally showed up? What did the teacher want with you? Tang Xing recalled Su Yi's words. Do not tell anyone about this matter for now. He snapped back to reality, saying, The teacher just mentioned some class committee elections. Lan Xiao, disappointed, replied, Oh, just that? I thought it was something exciting. Tang Xing scrutinized Lan Xiao from head to toe, and she, noticing his gaze, teased, You don't have any thoughts about me, do you? With a calm demeanor, Tang Xing replied, What thoughts could I possibly have? Lan Xiao chuckled lightly, saying, You truly are a simpleton. No, you should be called a blockhead, huh? Her tone carried a hint of playful teasing and affection. However, Chang'an could no longer tolerate the unfolding scene. He bellowed, Hey kid, who do you think you are? How dare you touch my woman? Do you wish to meet your end? Upon hearing this, Tang Xing scoffed coldly. He turned to Chang'an, locking eyes with him, a fierce light igniting in his gaze as he demanded, Your woman? Lan Xiao, tell me, when did you become his? Lan Xiao, startled by Tang Xing's inquiry, hurriedly waved her hands in denial, explaining, Tang Xing, don't misunderstand. I don't know him at all. He's spouting nonsense. You must believe me. Chang'an, infuriated by Lan Xiao's lack of support, shouted again, Kid, you truly have a death wish. Do you know who I am? As he spoke, he advanced toward Tang Xing. Seemingly ready to fight, a commanding aura emanated from Tang Xing, rendering Chang'an's martial soul powerless. Chang'an, astonished, exclaimed, Why can't I activate my martial soul? After leaving the classroom with Lan Xiao, Tang Xing inquired, Why is the dormitory configured with one male and one female? Lan Xiao explained, the academy is divided into inner and outer doors. The outer dormitories pair one male and one female, while the inner door has male-male and female-female arrangements. You should be grateful. Tang Xing pondered for a moment before asking. Since the academy is divided into inner and outer doors, there must be many experts. How did you learn about this? Lan Xiao, taken aback, replied, I heard it from senior students. Tang Xing continued, are there specific requirements to enter the inner door? Lan Xiao responded, you must become a Soul Emperor by the age of 20 and achieve the rank of Soul Master by 13. By the way, how old are you? Tang Xing replied, I am 9. And upon hearing his age, Lan Xiao proudly revealed her soul ring, stating, I am 10, 1 year older than you, and I'm already a 23rd rank Great Soul Master. Besides soul power, there are other conditions. You must obtain core disciple status in the outer door and win a freshman tournament to enjoy special privileges. Your time is limited, so hurry and train hard to enter the inner academy together. By the way, there is a theory class tonight. Would you like to attend? Tang Xing nodded in agreement and proceeded to train. Suddenly, Tang Xing's spiritual sea expanded like a balloon, and he felt an intense heat in his head. As though it were about to ignite, he bore the scorching sensation, gritting his teeth to endure. Lan Xiao, sensing the abnormal temperature in the dormitory, rushed to Tang Xing's side. Observing him in meditation, she realized the situation was dire. She reached out to touch his forehead and gasped, why is it so hot? This guy is always making me worry. I have no choice but to inconvenience myself. Without hesitation, Lan Xiao immobilized Tang Xing and carefully carried him back to bed. Contemplating her options, she thought, if I go to class now, who will take care of him? Resolutely, she muttered to herself, it's just one class. As a genius like me, missing one team mattered that I should first help this kid cool down. Hastily, Lan Xiao dashed into the yard and approached the well. She lowered the bamboo basket into the well to fetch water. When she felt strength in her hands, she effortlessly pulled the basket up. Then, with hurried steps, she made her way back to the dormitory. Just then, a voice interrupted. Lan Xiao, what are you doing? Lan Xiao responded with a hint of helplessness. Do I need to report to you about everything I do? The man hurriedly replied, I don't care what you're doing. Have you forgotten about tonight's theory class? Lan Xiao looked at him unperturbed and said, I have other matters to attend to. Tonight will have to be skipped. He was taken aback and exclaimed, skipped? How dare you stand up my master? Today, I will teach you a lesson, with unwavering confidence. Lan Xiao retorted, dare to teach me a lesson? Even if your master were present, he would have to give me some respect. You are not worthy. Before I lose my temper, you should swiftly leave. Wow, how arrogant. Then I shall test how formidable you truly are tonight. Martial spirit, manifest, he shouted in anger. Lan Xiao merely scoffed. Isn't that courting death? As she spoke, she conjured a spear in her hand and thrust it towards him. A tremendous explosion echoed, capturing the attention of everyone in the academy. He gazed at the weapon in Lan Xiao's hand, astonished. That's the golden dragon spear. No wonder. Huatixin, having heard the commotion, rushed over and said, Miss Lan, I sincerely apologize that it is my lack of discipline. Please have mercy and do not hold this against him. The rebellious disciple interjected respectfully, I'm sorry, I acted impulsively just now. Please forgive me. Lan Xiao looked at Tang Xing's handsome yet pale face, shook her head in resignation, and softly said, All right, let us put an end to this matter. With that, she picked up a bamboo basket filled with various herbs and ingredients and made her way to the dormitory. Upon reaching her room, she gently placed the basket on the ground. Then, she carefully extracted a soft handkerchief from within and immersed it in a basin of clean water for a while. Once the handkerchief was thoroughly soaked, Lan Xiao gently lifted it and cautiously pressed it against Tang Xing's forehead. She quietly sat by the bedside, vigilantly watching over him, her eyes betraying a hint of worry and concern. She murmured softly, Tang Xing, you truly know how to bring trouble upon me. You always leave me so anxious. But I understand you are also bound by circumstances that I hope you recover swiftly this time. Her voice was barely above a whisper, as if only she could hear it. Her gaze remained fixed on Tang Xing's face, as if trying to decipher the thoughts hidden deep within. Time ticked by, and Lan Xiao sat still, her heart silently praying for Tang Xing's prompt recovery. However, He truly seemed like a solitary figure. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. How could he possibly be of his lineage? She had heard the teacher mention that the mental control system was extraordinary and that its mental power was exceedingly high. This fellow's martial spirit must be remarkable. That night, when I activated my martial spirit, he managed to push me back several meters. And why martial spirit is the golden dragon? What martial spirit could possibly intimidate a dragon-type spirit? It shouldn't be the case. He is so young. How could he be a deity? This fellow certainly possesses many secrets. Never mind, pondering 1T help. I should check on his recovery instead. Gripping the white handkerchief in her right hand, Lan Xiao gently pressed it to her own forehead, but upon contact, she quickly recoiled, exclaiming, "So hot! Why is the temperature rising?" Frowning, she muttered to herself, "This 1T do. I must quickly head to the inner courtyard to consult the teacher." With that, she rose, her steps somewhat unsteady as she made her way to the inner courtyard. With each step, her head felt heavy, as if the entire world were spinning. Yet, she summoned her strength and quickened her pace. Finally, at the entrance to the inner courtyard, she spotted her busy teacher. "Lin Qing, what brings you here tonight?" A woman clad in a red dress with an oval face and icy eyes inquired. Lin Qing replied, "Is it so surprising for me to be here? Yi Yusin, don't always wear such a stern face." Just as they were about to converse further, a voice suddenly called out. "Teacher, please help my friend," Lan Xiao implored urgently. Lin Qing stepped forward to examine the situation, asking, "So hot? What exactly is going on with Lan Xiao?" Lan Xiao recounted the entire ordeal to Lin Qing, who pondered for a moment before stating, "This seems to be a result of excessive cultivation. However, he will need to stay here for a while for observation." With that, Lin Qing summoned her soul ring to treat him. Lin Qing was taken aback, realizing, no. Is he absorbing my soul power? Indeed, a mysterious force seemed to be drawing her energy, leaving her unable to reclaim it. Lin Qing swiftly unleashed her martial spirit, attempting to break free from this unseen binding. But the enigmatic force remained tightly entwined around her. What a formidable technique! Lin Qing marveled, unable to contain her astonishment. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. Even with my strength, I cannot easily escape his control. He must possess an extraordinary background or an exceptional encounter that I cannot remain passive. I must devise a way to counterattack. With this thought, Lin Qing focused her mind, channeling all her soul power in preparation for an intense confrontation. Chapter 4. Rescue. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Yusin's eyes brightened, and she suggested, "How about we place him in the Spirit Sea Lake to try?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qing reacted as if ignited by explosives, passionately retorting, "What? You intend to throw him into the Spirit Sea Lake? Have you lost your mind? Until we clarify the situation, we absolutely cannot jump to conclusions." Yi Yusin, undeterred by Lin Qing's reaction, calmly turned to the nearby Lan Xiao and asked, "Lan Xiao, you should return to school for now. Also, help your classmate request a leave from the teacher that, if necessary, I can personally visit your class. By the way, who is your homeroom teacher?" Lan Xiao replied softly, "It's teacher Su Yi." Upon hearing this name, Yi Yusin's face broke into a relaxed smile, nodding in satisfaction. "Ah, so it's teacher Su Yi. That makes things much easier." Clearly, Yi Yusin had some degree of familiarity and trust in this Su Yi. Perhaps it was her understanding of Su Yi's character that allowed her to so confidently send Lan Xiao back to request a leave. Lin Qing, with a resigned expression, remarked, "He truly is a peculiar creature. I am so curious about how he cultivates. He has pushed me to the point of needing assistance." Yi Yusin inquired in surprise, "How many people have you called?" "Who are they?" Lin Qing responded with a mysterious smile. "Hee, I won't tell you just yet. You'll find out soon enough." Before long, two figures slowly approached, ultimately stopping where Lin Qing stood. They then entered the room together. When Yi Yusin recognized the visitors, she gasped in surprise. "The ones arriving here are from the Spirit Sea Pavilion. It's Elder Shu and Sister Ling." Lin Qing, noticing this, hurriedly called out, "Teacher, please come and take a look at this young man." Hearing Lin Qing's call, Elder Shu swiftly walked to her side and promptly unleashed his soul power to examine Tang Xing's condition. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Tang Xing began absorbing Elder Shu's soul power. Elder Shu immediately sensed the anomaly, exclaiming, "This kid is still absorbing my soul power. He is truly remarkable." Consequently, Elder Shu decisively halted the release of his soul power, and Tang Xing ceased his absorption as well. Lin Qing, anxious, asked, "Teacher, what happened? What is going on?" Elder Shu, maintaining a calm demeanor, explained this young man is not ordinary. His condition stems from an overly agitated mental state during cultivation, akin to being scorched by fire, which has caused his body to generate excess heat, leading to his unconsciousness. However, subconsciously, to protect himself, he could only fall into a state of coma. In simpler terms, he has overcultivated, but since I have encountered him, I naturally have a way to resolve this. Elder Shu continued, "Qinger, prepare to place him in the Spirit Sea Lake." Everyone was taken aback by this proclamation, and Ling Shi voiced her concern. "Elder Shu, is this truly advisable?" Elder Shu responded resolutely, "I have made my decision." The group made their way to the Spirit Sea Lake, where Elder Shu instructed, "Place him upon the surface." Yusin gently laid Tang Xing onto the lake. And the waters of the Spirit Sea Lake seemed to sense the presence of prey, surging towards him like a hungry tiger pouncing on its meal. Lin Qing stood bewildered, asking, "Elder Shu, what is happening?" Elder Shu, equally perplexed, replied, "I do not know. I have not activated any formation." The waters of the lake enveloped Tang Xing gently, akin to a mother-esque caress, cleansing his body bit by bit. Yusin was astonished to notice that Tang Xing's soul power was rising, exclaiming, "His soul power is increasing. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Has it stopped at level 18. Following this, the ancient spirit gold tree above the lake awakened like a slumbering giant dragon, its life force surging forth, continuously nurturing Tang Xing. Elder Shu could no longer remain idle, excitedly stating, "The spirit gold tree has intervened. This individual must be cultivated with great care." Upon returning to her class, Lan Xiu noticed the absence of a student and addressed the room. "Lan Xiu, where has Tang Xing gone?" Lan Xiu stood and replied, "Teacher Su, Tang Xing has fallen ill and went to the inner courtyard for treatment." As soon as the words left his mouth, the department head strode into the classroom and announced loudly, "Teacher Su, your student Tang Xing is currently receiving treatment in the inner courtyard, and I have come specifically to inform you. Additionally, the esteemed director has decided to grant him the status of core disciple ahead of schedule." Upon hearing this, the previously quiet classroom erupted into a flurry of excited chatter. Core disciple. Isn't that akin to the core disciples from the outer academy? One student exclaimed in astonishment. "What? How can this be?" Another student sighed in disbelief. Suddenly, the department head unleashed a formidable aura, akin to a mountain pressing down on an egg, rendering the noisy students speechless. They gasped in astonishment. "7 rings, soul sage." The department head remarked, "I know what you are all thinking, and Tang Xing has been personally chosen by Elder Shu. I trust you all know who Elder Shu is." The attendees were left utterly astounded, with even Su Yi rendered speechless. She inquired, "Chendong, what is going on?" "Elder Shu personally selected him, but didn't Tang Xing fall ill?" Lan Xiu interjected, clarifying, "That day, I waited until Tang Xing returned to the dormitory before he began his cultivation, and I want to take a shower. When I finished, he was still cultivating, so I sat on the bed for a while. Suddenly, the whole dormitory felt like a giant steamer, with the temperature rising rapidly. I sensed something was amiss, so I touched his forehead and found he had a fever, and it was quite severe. I initially thought to use cold water to bring down his temperature, but to my dismay, it only exacerbated his fever. I had no choice but to rush into the inner courtyard to seek help. As fate would have it, I happened to encounter teacher Lin Qing, and then I returned to Su. He listened intently, astonished that someone could fall ill due to cultivation. In all her years, this was a first. Even the department head, Chun Dong, wore an expression of surprise at the tea that moment. Tang Xing was absorbing the life fruit of the spirit gold ancient tree when a brilliant light suddenly flickered from his forehead, resembling a dazzling star that a peculiar soul bone gradually manifested, seemingly sprouting from Tang Xing's forehead. Elder Shu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the soul bone atop Tang Xing's head, muttering, "A soul bone? How is this possible? He is only 10 years old." The soul bone appeared to possess life, swiftly merging with Tang Xing's body. Witnessing this scene, Elder Shu was profoundly shocked. Even as a super Douluo, he found himself momentarily lost, unsure of how to respond. Elder Shu's astonishment was echoed by an elder wielding a feather fan and holding a gourd, who remarked, "It is indeed a rare occurrence to find someone unmanageable." Elder Shu respectfully acknowledged, "You have arrived." Elder Xu his surprise. This young lad possesses a soul bone, and that familiar aura seems reminiscent of something I have encountered before, but never mind. Elder Su tossed the gourd above Tang Yun's head, and 3 drops of water dripped from it, nourishing Tang Xing's entire being like a precious elixir. Tang Xing felt the scorching sensation within him receding like a tide. Now it was time to see what fortune awaited him. Elder Su stated in a calm tone, as Tang Xing seamlessly merged with the soul bone. He felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. "You have been coming to see him for nearly 4 days now." Elder Shu remarked. Lan Xiu replied, "I was merely worried about him." Elder Shu, seeing through her concern, chuckled. Little Lan Xiu has grown up and learned to care for others, and I think this lad would make a suitable son-in-law for me." Lan Xiu immediately understood, her face flushing like a ripe apple as she retorted, "Grandpa Shu, you are insufferable. I only have feelings for him." Elder Shu continued to tease, "Then why not be with him? Rest assured, I, your grandfather, will support you, along with the people from the Spirit Sea Pavilion." Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy erupted, akin to a volcanic explosion, sending waves across the lake as a figure emerged from the waters. Lan Xiu squinted and exclaimed, "Tang Xing." As Tang Xing emerged from the Spirit Sea Lake, Lan Xiu immediately embraced him tightly like a koala bear. Elder Shu, witnessing this, could not help but jest. Youngsters these days, truly playful. Tang Xing turned to the elder and politely greeted, "Hello, Grandpa." Lan Xiu playfully chided, "Lan Xiu, what is wrong with you? You made it seem as if I were about to perish." Lan Xiu, pouting, replied, "Isn't it your fault? Who told you to act like a lunatic while cultivating and end up with a fever?" Tang Xing suddenly recalled, "Right, when I was cultivating, my head felt as if it were on fire, making me quite uncomfortable." Just then, a commotion erupted outside the Spirit Sea Lake, prompting Tang Yunxing and Lan Xiu to investigate. Jiang Hao furiously shouted, "Step aside, or I will cause a ruckus at the Spirit Sea Pavilion." The guard responded, "No one is permitted to enter the Spirit Sea Lake without Elder Shu's command." As Jiang Hao prepared to take action, Tang Xing and Lan Xiu emerged just in time. Seeing Tang Xing, Jiang Hao exclaimed, "Tang Shidi, it is wonderful to see you unharmed. If anything had happened to you, I would have caused a stir at the Spirit Sea." Jinyu added, "It's a relief to know you are fine." "This means you can participate in the freshman competition." Tang Xing inquired, "What is the freshman competition?" Chapter 5. Su Yan's appearance. Jinyu replied, "The freshman competition is specifically organized for newcomers. This time, it will also serve as the entrance examination for the outer sect. Those who perform well will have the opportunity to become core disciples of the outer academy." Tang Xing respectfully responded, "Thank you, Sister Jinyu." Jinyu smiled, "You are most welcome. I hope you all achieve excellent results in the freshman competition. By the way, Jiang Hao might receive a disciplinary notice today. Goodbye." Tang Xing and Lan Xiu returned to the classroom, where Su Yi was conducting a lesson. Tang Xing called out, interrupting her. Su Yi glanced at Tang Xing and said, "Sit down quickly. The freshman competition will commence in a few days. Tang Xing, be prepared. And you too?" Lan Xiu, "I have 3 spots available here. Anyone who wishes to try may do so. As long as you pass my test, the spots will be yours." At that moment, a girl stood up and declared, "Teacher Su, I want to give it a try." Su Yi regarded her determined expression and replied, "Very well, but I must remind you that you only have 1 chance." The girl affirmed, "I understand, Teacher Su." Su Yi promptly led the girl into the simulation chamber, stating, "This time, I will project the visuals onto the screen for the class to see. Su Yin, you must think carefully." Su Yin flicked her hair and dashed toward the first challenge. As she approached the entrance, she stepped inside and slightly closed her eyes, attuning herself to the flow of air. Suddenly, a flurry of flying knives assailed her like a tempest, with a swift and agile turn. Su Yin effortlessly evaded the attack. Tang Xing marveled at Su Yan's lightning-fast reflexes displayed on the screen. Following this, an onslaught of flying knives rained down upon her, yet Su Yin immediately showcased her exquisite footwork, gracefully dodging all the attacks like a phantom. Suddenly, a prompt sounded, indicating she had passed the first challenge. Tang Xing, observing Su Yan's movements, exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the illusory phantom?" "No, it is a soul skill." How formidable she is, seamlessly integrating her soul skill into her footwork. Su Yin proceeded to the second challenge, where a small ball flitted about like a sprite in the air. Her gaze sharpened as she focused on the test. She leaped toward the ball, only for it to nimbly evade her grasp. The time on the wall raced by like a fleeting shuttle. When it reached the halfway mark, Su Yin calmed herself and attentively perceived the ball's trajectory. Like a hunter, she pivoted with keen precision, successfully capturing the ball and advancing past the second challenge. In the third challenge, Su Yin charged forward with determination. However, upon entering, she sensed something was amiss. She attempted to break through the obstacles, but her efforts repeatedly met with failure. Realizing something was wrong, she settled her mind and meticulously observed her surroundings. Su Yi remarked, "Indeed, a talent worth nurturing, though a bit too impetuous." Without hesitation, Su Yin summoned her martial soul and began to weave melodies. Her notes sliced through the surrounding energy forms like a sword, gradually revealing the exit. The classmates gasped. She has passed all 3 challenges. How incredible! Emerging unscathed, Su Yin was greeted by Su Yi's smile. "Congratulations, Su Yin. You have successfully passed the test. This spot belongs to you." Su Yin, Lan Xiao, and Tang Xing will represent Class 1 in the competition. Victory is the only acceptable outcome. Understood? Tang Xing will serve as the team leader. Take this opportunity to familiarize yourselves with one another. Class dismissed. Su Yin approached Tang Xing, joyfully stating, "Hello, I am Su Yin, soul power level 21, and my martial soul is the Emerald Jade Harp." Tang Xing, hearing her soul power, chuckled, "Hello, I am Tang Xing. My martial soul is the Spirit Eye, and my soul power is around level 18." Su Yin gasped, "18? Tang Xing continued, "Indeed, I just broke through yesterday." Su Yin pondered. Teacher Su, that formidable individual, must have her reasons for appointing an 18-level Tang Xing as team leader. "I shall see your prowess." Tang Xing curiously inquired, "What are your first and second soul skills?" Su Yin obediently replied, "My first soul skill is Emerald Melody, which enhances the frequency of my string plucking while boosting my teammates' attack power. My second soul skill is Emerald Soul Melody, which also enhances my attributes and doubles the effect for my teammates." Tang Xing praised, "Your soul skills are excellent and will greatly assist Lan Qiu. My role will be to control the battlefield. Tomorrow, we will prepare accordingly and strategize." Su Yin remarked, "I didn't expect you to have so many ideas." Tang Xing, "So this is where you are?" Jin Yu's voice interrupted, prompting Tang Xing's surprise as he exclaimed, "Sister Jin Yu, what brings you here?" Jin Yu remarked, "I am aware that you are scheduled for the new student assessment tomorrow. I have specially brought the combat attire that Aunt Jiang made for you. Make sure to perform well, as Aunt Jiang will be watching your competition. Give it your all. By the way, Tang Xing, have you ever considered earning some money?" Tang Xing hesitated for a moment before replying, "I have thought about it, but I'm unsure of how to go about it." Jin Yu encouraged him, "Well, think about what skills you possess." Tang Xing reminisced about his childhood when his mother taught him how to roast chicken legs and asked, "Can roasting chicken legs be profitable?" Upon hearing this, Jin Yu exclaimed with excitement, "Of course it can. The assessments are all scheduled for the morning, so how about you accompany me to sell chicken legs in the afternoon?" Tang Xing, delighted by the idea, responded, "That sounds like a great plan." Jin Yu inquired further, "Tang Xing, since you can roast chicken legs, why not give us a demonstration first? That way, we can ensure a good price." Tang Xing agreed, saying, "All right, Jin Yu, I will prepare the ingredients. However, I still lack the necessary tools." With a wave of her hand, Jin Yu dismissed his concern. "No problem. You handle the ingredients, and we can leave the tools to Jiang Hao." Jiang Hao, shaking his head in resignation, turned to prepare the ingredients and tools. Jin Yu then turned to Lan Xiao and Su Yin with a smile. "Hello. You must be classmates and teammates of Tang Xing." "My name is Jin Yu." Lan Xiao quickly replied, "Hello. Not only are we classmates with Tang Xing, but we are also roommates." Jin Yu responded, "I am aware." The dormitories in the Foreign Studies department are arranged with one male and one female roommate. The boy who was walking behind me earlier is my boyfriend. Rest assured, I have no intention of competing for a man, especially since Tang Xing is my little brother. As soon as she finished speaking, a blush crept onto Lan Xiao's face. Jin Yu, noticing her shyness, teased, I didn't expect you to be so easily flustered. They could tea that moment. Jiang Hao set up the roasting rack, and Tang Xing returned with the ingredients. Tang Xing placed the chicken legs on the roasting rack, and soon, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Jin Yu, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly asked, Wow, that smells amazing. Tang Xing, are they almost ready? Tang Xing replied. Just about, Jin Yu. He then presented the roasted chicken legs to the four of them, saying, All right, everyone, give it a try. Jin Yu unceremoniously took two for herself and handed one to Jiang Hao. Tang Xing glanced at Lan Xiao, who, feeling a bit bashful, took one to Su Yin, however, bit into hers without hesitation, exclaiming, This is incredibly delicious. Jin Yu took a bite and echoed her enthusiasm. Wow, is this really chicken? How can it taste so good? It's not greasy at all. And the flavor is just perfect. Tang Xing, with your skills, you're sure to sell these at a great price. Jiang Hao chimed in, Tang Xing, that sounds too formal. Let us just call you Tang Xing or little brother. Jin Yu concurred, that's only fitting. Tang Xing responded, No matter how you address me, I will always be your Tang Xing now. Let us prepare for our grand opening tomorrow. Suddenly, Su Yin stood up and declared, Class president, I must confess something. I possess a twin martial soul. The others gasped in astonishment, and Tang Xing shouted, What? A twin martial soul? Indeed, my second martial soul is the amethyst illusion butterfly. Chapter 6. New Student Assessment. Tang Xing thought to himself, A twin martial soul is a rarity on the continent. The esteemed senior Tang Yun was also a twin martial soul. Who would have thought Su Yin possessed one too? Her future is boundless, he said to Su Yin. There's nothing to feel guilty about. You have a twin martial soul, so be cautious about revealing it during the assessment. By the way, does your second martial soul have any offensive capabilities? Su Yin replied, My second martial soul, the amethyst illusion butterfly, does possess offensive skills. Agility and attack are not an issue. Tang Xing joyfully exclaimed, With Su Yan's twin martial soul, we are one step closer to victory. Before long, the dawn of the next day arrived, and the Academy's announcement rang out. All candidates, please report to the designated assessment area. Tang Xing led Lan Xiao and Su Yin to the venue, where a teacher stood at the center of the assessment area. Hello, students. I will be your assessment instructor for the next 2 days. You have been assigned to Group 13, which consists of 6 teams in total. Since everyone is present, I will explain the rules. The assessment will be conducted in groups of 3. And new students are not permitted to use customized soul-guided devices. Other weapons are unrestricted. Although all candidates are expected to give their all, malicious harm is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, even if you defeat your opponent, you will be deemed the loser. Is that clear? In unison, the students responded, Understood. The assessment instructor continued. Now the assessment officially begins. For the first round, we have Team Tang Xing, Lan Xiao, and Su Yin from Class 1 against Team Huang Chun, Meng Yi, and Tong Ge from Class 3. Step forward. As Tang Xing and his team approached the stage, the instructor called, Begin. The atmosphere became electric as Tang Xing activated his yellow soul ring, unleashing his spirit, martial soul. Lan Xiao also revealed her 200-year soul rings, summoning a dragon's phantom, while Su Yin displayed her 200-year soul rings, conjuring her martial soul, the emerald jade harp. Huang Chun and Meng Yi exhibited their 200-year soul rings, releasing the silver wind blade, while Tonggu summoned a martial soul that surprisingly resembled a cake. Huang Chun and Meng Yi devoured the cake and charged towards Lan Xiao. Quickly, Su Yin unleashed her first soul skill, Emerald Melody. Recognizing Su Yan's intent, Tang Xing activated his first soul skill, Mental Detection, sharing that he swiftly tracked Huang Chun and Meng Yi's movements. Lan Xiao deftly evaded their attack with a spin and unleashed her first soul skill, Golden Dragon Claw. Huang Chun retorted, You think this is over? First soul skill, Windless Blade. Tang Xing unleashed the full power of his spirit eye, rendering Huang Chun unconscious, while Lan Xiu's Golden Dragon Claw forced Meng, Yi, and Tong Gu out of bounds. The assessment instructor announced, winners, Team Tang Xing. After leaving the assessment area, Jinyu awaited Tang Xing outside. Jiang Hao approached, saying, so this is where you've been. I had a hard time finding you. Tang Xing replied, Jiang Hao, what brings you here? Jiang Hao smiled, I came to find Jinyu, and yet aren't you both selling chicken legs? I can protect you. Tang Xing respectfully responded, thank you, Jiang Hao. Together, Tang Xing and Jinyu pushed their cart to a prime location. And Tang Xing began roasting chicken legs. Jinyu, along with Jiang Hao, started distributing flyers. When Jinyu took out a megaphone and tried it, it produced no sound. She shook it, adjusted it, and finally elicited a beep. Without hesitation, she tossed it aside and placed the price tag in front of the grill. As time passed, Jinyu gradually reduced the price by 1 copper coin at a time, ultimately offering free samples. Just then, Lan Xiu, out for a stroll with Su Yin, spotted Tang Xing setting up his stall and approached, asking, what's wrong? It looks like you haven't sold anything yet. I have an idea. Tang Xing watched the performance as Lan Xiu took a bite of the chicken leg. Behind her, a well-dressed man observed her savoring the chicken leg and inquired, excuse me, miss, is this chicken leg delicious? Lan Xiu replied, absolutely. This chicken leg is incomparable to others, sir. You should definitely give it a try. It's a sampling session, and if you miss today, you get another chance. Hurry while there aren't too many people around. Tang Xing chuckled quietly from the corner. The man, unable to resist Lan Xiu's charm, picked up a chicken leg and took a bite, his eyes lighting up. He exclaimed, this is amazing, boss. I'll take 10 portions. Tang Xing was taken aback and quickly said, all right, please hold on. Nearby students were drawn in by the man's enthusiasm. One student, upon seeing the free samples, picked one up and scrutinized it, remarking, isn't this just an ordinary chicken leg? Let me give it a try. After taking a bite, he was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, this flavor is incredible. He rushed to the man, saying, boss, I'll take 2 portions, as more students flocked to taste the chicken legs. They formed a line, eagerly awaiting their turn. Lan Xiu assisted Tang Xing while Jinyu and Jiang Hao returned, quickly helping him until every last chicken leg was sold. Finally, Lan Xiu complained, we worked hard to win the first round this morning, and now we have to sell chicken legs. This hardly seems fair. Jiang Hao remarked, I heard from Tang Xing that you won the first round, and then he went to buy supplies. Tang Xing arrived at the shop. Where the first customer, the man, said, what a coincidence. He tossed Tang Xing something, which he opened to reveal a golden coin. When Tang Xing looked up, the man had vanished without a trace. Tang Xing returned to his stall. Seeing Lan Xiu and saying, you've worked hard today, please sit and rest for a while. He then heated the remaining chicken legs and served them at the table, saying, enjoy them while they're hot. Tang Xing placed a large plate in front of Lan Xiu, saying, this is for you. As Jinyu and Jiang Hao watched Tang Xing, Jinyu couldn't help but comment, it seems, Tang Xing, that you need to find us a sister-in-law. Lan Xiu blushed and replied, Jinyu, Jiang Hao, we're still young and not ready for that yet. We all understand. Jinyu stated, while Jiang Hao added, I heard you passed the first round of assessments today, so let us raise a glass in celebration of Tang Xing and the team, wishing you all continued success. Tang Xing stood up, saying, thank you, Jiang Hao, for your blessings. I truly appreciate it. Tang Xing raised his cup and downed it in one go. That evening, Tang Xing and his companions were enjoying their meal with great merriment when Su Yin suddenly recalled, by the way, I just happened to level up my soul power today. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing exclaimed, that's wonderful. This gives us a better chance. Jinyu inquired, Su Yin, what level are you currently at? Su Yin replied, I am at level 22. Jiang Hao then asked, Tang Xing, what about you, junior brother? Tang Xing responded, well, I am only at level 18. As Jinyu prepared to eat a chicken leg, she overheard Tang Xing and remarked, what, in such a short time, you've leveled up 6 times? How enviable. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao said, I find it a bit awkward to call you that. I think I will stick with junior brother. Tang Xing reassured him, it's fine. No matter how you address me, you will always be my brother Jiang Hao. Jin Xiu clapped her hands and cheered, excellent. Well said. Lan Xiu stood up and headed toward the dormitory. Seeing her leave, Tang Xing turned to Jiang Hao and Jinyu, saying, "Brother Jianghao, Sister Jinyu, I am heading back." After speaking, he hurried to catch up with Lan Xiao, calling out, "Lan Xiao, wait." However, Lan Xiao paid him no mind and swiftly returned to the dormitory. Chapter 7. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tang Xing asked with concern, "Lan Xiao, what's wrong?" She replied nonchalantly, "I'm fine, just go to sleep. We have assessments tomorrow." Tang Xing wanted to inquire further, but, after a moment of contemplation, decided against it and went to bed. The next day, after enduring 5 rounds of intense competition, the announcement echoed through the broadcast. In the previous 5 rounds, Tang Xing's team achieved the most outstanding results in this region. Thus, they will represent the region as the seed team, participating first in the 6th round's opening match. In Area 13. During the first match of the 6th round, Tang Xing's team from Class 1 faced off against the Tianlun team from Class 9. As Tianlun emerged, he unleashed bolts of lightning, announcing, "I am Tianlun, a level 22 soul master." Bai Ji followed suit, showcasing her soul ring and her martial soul. The swan to Tang Xing's astonishment. Bai Yi's martial soul was also a swan. He thought to himself, "Twins? This could be quite challenging." Maintaining his composure, Tang Xing introduced himself. "Class 1, Tang Xing, Lan Xiao. Suyan, I look forward to your guidance." As the assessment commenced, the instructor noted that both sides were ready. Bai Ji swiftly released her martial soul, initiating an interference attack with her first soul skill, Sonic Wave. This powerful sound wave significantly affected Tang Xing's team. "We must interrupt her. Su Yin," Tang Xing decisively commanded. Su Yin immediately summoned her Emerald Jade Harp and invoked her first soul skill, Emerald Sound. Her soul skill was on par with Bai Ji's, and she confidently stated, "My Emerald Sound not only enhances attack power, but also has an absolute counter against sound-based soul skills." Seeing her sister at a disadvantage, Bai Yi quickly interjected, "Sister, let me help you." First soul skill, Sonic Wave. Instantly, sound waves filled the arena, with neither side yielding. Su Yin unleashed her second soul skill, Emerald Melody. The overwhelming force of her sudden attacks surged like a tidal wave, pushing back the Bai sisters. In this heart-stopping moment, Su Yi gazed at Su Yan's performance, exclaiming, "Her martial soul must be extraordinary." Tianlun charged forward with the momentum of a raging storm, determined to defeat Su Yan. Tang Xing swiftly activated his spirit eye to restrict Tianlun's movements. Meanwhile, Lan Xiao prepared to deliver a decisive blow. At a critical moment, Bai Yi transformed to shield Tianlun from Lan Xiao's attack. Bai Ji then activated her second soul skill, White Feather. "Protect Su Yin," Tang Xing shouted, as countless feathers soared towards him. Lan Xiao instantly unleashed her second soul skill, Golden Dragon Body, declaring, "Is that all?" Tang Xing marveled at how effortlessly Lan Xiao neutralized the attack, praising, as expected of the Golden Dragon, truly formidable at that moment. A bolt of lightning from Tianlun was also successfully deflected. "Behold my first soul skill, Thunderblast," Tianlun proclaimed. However, the immense dragon might released by Jin Lan Xiao sent Tianlun staggering back several meters. "By Tianlun, let us use our martial soul fusion," Bai Yi urged. Tianlun replied, "All right, assemble." In an instant, their formations shifted dramatically, and Tang Xing sensed that something was amiss. "This is not good." The trio unleashed their martial soul fusion, leaving the audience in shock. They're only at the second ring, yet they can perform a Trinity fusion technique. Su Yi gasped in astonishment. This is going to be quite troublesome. Tang Xing recognized the urgency of the situation and commanded, "Focus all support on Lan Xiao." Su Yin promptly began to play her harp, softly chanting. First soul skill, Emerald Sound. Second soul skill, Emerald Melody. To at that moment, the fusion summoned by Tianlun manifested as a lightning swan, darting toward Lan Xiao like a bolt of lightning. "She must not succeed," Tang Xing shouted, channeling the power of his spirit to materialize it in opposition to the lightning swan. However, the relentless onslaught of the lightning swan inflicted unbearable pain on Tang Xing, and his spirit materialization began to shatter. He clutched his mouth and coughed up blood. As the lightning swan prepared another powerful strike, it was met with a sudden blow from a massive dragon tail. sending it reeling several meters back. A golden dragon shadow materialized, emitting a deep roar that startled the lightning swan into a cacophony of honks. Seeing Tang Xing covered in blood, Lan Xiao was filled with rage. How dare you harm Tang Xing? You are courting death. She conjured a spear in her hand and instantaneously transformed into a golden dragon spear, then into a golden dragon. The golden dragon, exuding an overwhelming presence, charged toward the lightning swan like a war god descending upon the battlefield. The lightning swan, sensing the threat, summoned a tempest of thunder. In an instant, dark clouds gathered overhead, and bolts of lightning struck the golden dragon like silver serpents. The golden dragon roared mightily, shaking the heavens. As the lightning gradually dissipated, seizing the moment, the golden dragon lunged at the lightning swan with incredible speed, resulting in a violent explosion that left Tianlin and the Bai sisters lying unconscious on the ground. At this juncture, the assessment instructor announced loudly, "The victors are Tang Xing's team." Su Yi rushed to the scene to assess the students' injuries. Su Yin anxiously asked, "Teacher, how is everyone?" After examining, Su Yi replied, "Tang Xing is mostly unscathed, but Lan Xiao has exhausted her strength and will require some time to recover." Su Yin pondered, "What will happen with the subsequent matches?" Tang Xing stood up and declared, "Su Yin, this time we must rely on ourselves." As Tang Xing and Su Yin prepared for the next match, Su Yin suggested, "Should I activate my second martial soul?" Tang Xing quickly replied, "No, it's too early to reveal that. It will make the later matches much more difficult. However, I have a plan." After Tang Xing revealed his strategy, Su Yin listened intently. In the following 4 rounds, Tang Xing and Su Yin coordinated seamlessly. In the final match, Tang Xing utilized the Yun family martial arts to triumph over their opponent, leading their team to a 10-match winning streak. The announcement echoed through the area. "Congratulations to Tang Xing's team for winning the championship of Area 13, Su Yin exclaimed. "Today's battle was exhilarating." "Class leader, you owe me a grand feast." "Certainly," Tang Xing replied. Noticing that Lan Xiao had remained silent, he inquired, "Lan Xiao, what's on your mind?" Lan Xiao replied, "I was reflecting on the first round of matches this morning. Their Trinity fusion technique, even if I had timely channeled the dragon aura within me, would not have yielded such explosive power. That strike could rival a Soul King. Could have been Su Yan's enhancement." Tang Xing responded thoughtfully, "Perhaps." Lan Xiao continued, "It must be." Hearing this, Su Yin remarked, "If only the 3 of us could perform a martial soul fusion." Tang Xing, struck by inspiration, suggested, "Yes, why don't you both give it a try?" "You might succeed," Su Yin clarified. "I mean a Trinity martial soul fusion." Tang Xing paused, saying, "The martial soul fusion technique requires an exceptionally high degree of compatibility, and the level of tacit understanding must also be significant. It is not so easily achieved." However, Su Yin remained undeterred, insisting, "How would we know the outcome if we don't try?" Tang Xing and Lan Xiao nodded in agreement. The 3 of them sat down cross-legged, beginning to channel their soul power. Tang Xing employed the Jade Heavenly technique to mobilize their energies. Suddenly, their martial souls manifested, and the 3 distinct souls began to fuse, gradually forming a vague silhouette that flickered in and out of visibility. Tang Xing opened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "We did it!" Su Yin and Lan Xiao also opened their eyes, both gazing at Tang Xing, their cheeks inadvertently flushing with a rosy hue. Su Yin felt a powerful surge of energy within her and remarked, "I sense a formidable force surging within me." Tang Xing affirmed, "This must be the power of martial soul fusion. We can use it to accelerate our cultivation." "Doesn't that mean our martial soul fusion will be even easier?" Su Yin exclaimed with excitement. Tang Xing nodded in agreement, and Su Yin urged, "Lan Xiao, let us give it a shot," taking a deep breath. Su Yin and Lan Xiao cautiously began to channel their soul power, attempting to merge and consolidate their energies. However, as time ticked away, they found themselves unable to feel the anticipated merging power. Su Yin furrowed her brow in confusion, glancing at Lan Xiao and asking, "Tang Xing, what is happening? Why can't our soul powers fuse smoothly?" Her voice carried a hint of anxiety and bewilderment. Lan Xiao, equally perplexed, frowned in deep thought. After a brief moment, he shook his head and replied, "I'm not entirely certain either." Logically speaking, our soul force attributes should complement each other. However, the current situation is rather perplexing. Su Yin pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled having heard some reason for the failure of soul force fusion. She remarked, could it be that our mental states are not sufficiently aligned? Or perhaps some external factors are interfering with our soul force? Lan Xiao nodded in agreement with Su Yan's conjecture, stating, that is plausible, but we must investigate further to ascertain the specific reasons. Perhaps we could attempt to adjust our mindsets and try once more. Thus, Su Yan and Lan Xiao closed their eyes, casting aside all distractions, striving to attain a tranquil state of mind. They once again summoned their soul forces, sensing the subtle connection between them. This time, they distinctly felt the flow of soul force becoming significantly smoother. Yet at a critical juncture, an unseen force seemed to obstruct their further fusion. Su Yin and Lan Xiao exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment in the other's eyes. Su Yin, with a hint of resignation, said, very well, Tang Xing, let us give it a try. Tang Xing grasped Su Yan's hand and initiated the martial soul fusion. Suddenly, their martial souls manifested behind them. As Tang Xing's spirit martial soul and Su Yan's amethyst illusion butterfly martial soul slowly approached one another, as if destined to meet, and successfully fused together. This martial soul resembled a butterfly awakening, emanating a mysterious luminescence. Once they disengaged from the martial soul fusion form, Lan Xiao walked over slowly and suggested, Tang Xing, let us also give it a shot. They clasped hands and commenced the martial soul fusion once more. Lan Xiao's golden dragon martial soul instantly revealed itself, while Tang Xing's spirit martial soul darted to the forehead of the golden dragon with the speed of lightning. The golden dragon's eyes and the spirit eye on its forehead activated their skills in unison, creating a breathtaking spectacle that left Lan Xiao in astonishment. He promptly disintegrated under the awe. Lan Xiao supported Tang Xing, who waved her hand and said, I am fine, Lan Xiao. Let us name this martial soul fusion technique Golden Might. Lan Xiao nodded in agreement, while Su Yin teased, what about the three of us? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xing replied, let us call it Amethyst Spirit Butterfly Dragon Transformation. Chapter 8. Assessment Advancement. Tang Xing exclaimed joyfully, this is fantastic. We now possess 3 martial soul fusion techniques. Our 3 trump cards. Su Yin nodded in concurrence. Lan Xiao regarded Tang Xing, seemingly having made a decision. The following day, the announcement in the freshman evaluation area rang out. Class 1 of Year 1. Please enter. The elimination round is about to commence. Contestants, remember, friendship comes first, competition second. Class 1 would face Class 8. Both sides were summoned to the stage. Tang Xing stepped forward first, proclaiming loudly, Class 1 of Year 1. Tang Xing, Level 18 Control System Battle Spirit Master. Lan Xiao followed suit, stating, Class 1 of Year 1. Lan Xiao, Level 23 Assault System Weapon Master. Su Yin then chimed in, Class 1 of Year 1. Su Yin, Level 22 Support System Weapon Master. I look forward to your guidance. Qi Ming, undeterred, responded, Class 8 of Year 1. Qi Ming, Level 25 Assault System Weapon Master. The other 2 members of Class 8 introduced themselves. Class 8 of Year 1. Jian, Level 24 Defense System Weapon Master. Class 8 of Year 1. Ning Shui, Level 31 Support System Weapon Master. The match commenced. With a whistle from the referee, Ning Shui immediately unleashed her martial soul. A magnificent, tiered glazed tower appeared before everyone. The class instructor, Su Yi, observed Ning Shui and commented, Ning Shui hails from an extraordinary lineage. She possesses the 7 treasures glazed tower, the premier support weapon martial soul of Douluo continent. Indeed, Su Yi, care for a wager? A sharp voice interjected. Su Yi coldly retorted, Zhu Hong, what do you wish to wager? A soul bone, Zhu Hong replied. Qi Ming surged toward Lan Xiao, who met him head-on with a golden dragon spear. While Guan charged toward Tang Xing, Su Yin activated her martial soul to block Guan's advance. The onlookers were left in awe by Su Yan's display, including Su Yi and Zhu Hong, who were equally astonished. Zhu Hong exclaimed, how is this possible? Wasn't her martial soul the emerald jade harp? How could it transform into a goose? Lin Qing, bored in the infirmary, decided to take a stroll and fortuitously arrived at Tang Xing's assessment venue. exclaiming, "Oh, isn't this the little fellow? This girl's martial soul seems reminiscent of my sister's." The next moment, Lin Xing uttered a phrase, and Lin Xing manifested. Lin Lu remarked, "No, her martial soul is quite unique. Even my martial soul." The Azure Wave Swan feels somewhat suppressed. Lin Xing inquires, "Sister, are you returning today?" Lin Lu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I returned just today, and I intend to claim that girl." Su Yin unleashed her first soul skill, Emerald Guardian. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Xing activated the Purple Extreme Demon Eye and Spirit Eyes attack, immobilizing Gu in an instant. Subsequently, Tang Xing employed the Yun family technique to send Guin flying. Fortunately, Guin's defensive capabilities prevented him from being sent sprawling. Witnessing Su Yan's martial soul, Tang Xing expressed astonishment. Is she not a twin martial soul? Could she possibly possess a triple martial soul? First soul skill, Starfall. Qi Ming elegantly wielded his Star Wheel spear, shouting, "Second soul skill, Golden Dragon Body." Upon witnessing this, Lancio immediately released his skill to counter. Lancio activated his second martial soul. Prompting a smirk from Qi Ming, "Are you finally going to get serious?" First soul skill, Golden Dragon Thrust. Qi Ming concluded his statement with a playful remark, "Just as I wished." First soul skill, Starfall. First soul skill, Heavenly Shield Formation, Guin shouted. Ning Shui chuckled lightly. "Let us end this. 7 treasures Glazed Tower. 1 is power, 2 is speed, 3 is soul." In an instant, Qi Ming's soul force surged dramatically, propelling him to push Lan Xiu back. Qi Ming remarked, "Lan Xiu, you are formidable, but this is where it ends." Second soul skill, Starfall Heavenly Slash. Lan Xiu, having sustained some losses, shouted defiantly, "Do you think I lack teammates?" Second soul skill, Emerald Light. Second soul skill, Emerald Soul Melody. Su Yin exerted her strength, shattering Gu and shield formation in one fell swoop. Second soul skill, Golden Dragon's Wrath. Lan Xiu swiftly struck, directly nullifying Qi Ming's second soul skill. Jiyu promptly reacted. Second soul skill, Heavenly Shield. Following a series of explosions, Guin suffered injuries and yelled, "Qi Ming, utilize that move." Qi Ming and Guin commenced fusion, and Tang Xing instantly comprehended. They were about to employ their martial soul fusion technique. Lan Xiu, quickly, "Let us use it too." Second soul skill, Emerald Soul Melody. Su Yin swiftly unleashed her soul skill, while Ning Shui rapidly recited, "3 is soul." Both sides completed their fusion at a remarkable pace. Zhu Hong was astonished to witness Class 1's martial soul fusion technique, exclaiming, "Wow, your class actually possesses a martial soul fusion technique." However, when discussing the quality of martial souls, Qi Ming's Star Will Spear was indeed the heir of the legendary dust of the Nine Ning family Star Spear, renowned for its excellence, while Guin's Heavenly Shield was also a legacy from a millennia-old shield. Do you really believe that a mere juvenile golden dragon can withstand this? Su Yi paid no heed to her comments. Instead, she turned to the core area and addressed Qi Ming and Guin. Martial Soul Fusion, Spear and Shield Strike. Tang Xing and Lan Xiu proclaimed in unison, "Martial Soul Fusion, Golden Might." The two martial soul fusion techniques collided as the golden dragon's eyes activated their skills, glowing with golden light. Instantly, they immobilized the opposing martial soul fusion technique, with Ning Shui being no exception. The host teacher announced, "Congratulations to Class 1 of Year 1, Tang Xing's team, for winning." Tang Xing urged, "Let us quickly restore our soul force. We have another fierce battle this afternoon." Su Yin nodded, and Lan Xiu suggested, "Shall we try harnessing the power of our martial soul fusion and training?" Tang Xing contemplated and replied, "Let us call it the celestial spirit power." Lan Xiu instinctively touched his abdomen and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the three of them began to sit cross-legged, restoring their soul force. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. The referee Ding Xin's clear voice resonated across the playground. Class 1 of Year 1, Tang Xing's team, versus Class 6 of Year 1, Sun Xiaokong's team. Please have both sides members take the stage. Upon hearing this, Ding Xin, standing to the side, furrowed her brow in concern and said to Sun Xiaokong, "Brother Xiaokong, the opponents do not seem easy to handle." However, Sun Xiaokong merely smiled slightly, exuding confidence as he comfortingly patted Ding Xian's shoulder, stating, "Do not worry, I will handle Lan Xiao, and the rest is up to you all. Trust me, we will surely win." With that, a glimmer of determination and confidence flickered in his eyes. He took a deep breath and encouraged everyone. "All right, comrades, it is our turn to take the stage and showcase our skills. Let's give it our all for the glory of our class." After speaking, he led his teammates onto the stage with a vigorous stride. As both sides took the stage, Tang Xing, Class 1 of Year 1, Level 18 Control System Battle Spirit Master; Lan Xiao, Class 1 of Year 1, Level 23 Assault System Weapon Master; and Su Yan, Class 1 of Year 1, Level 22 Support System Weapon Master, introduced themselves. Tang Xing then announced, Class 6 of Year 1, Sun Xiaokong, Level 24 Assault System Weapon Master; Class 6 of Year 1, Ling Feng, Level 25 Assault System Weapon Master; Class 6 of Year 1, Ding Xian, Level 23 Support System Weapon Master. The assessment commenced. The assessment teacher stated as Ding Xian stepped forth from the crowd, taking a deep breath and softly reciting an incantation. First soul skill, 7 stars power. As her words fell, a powerful wave of soul force surged forth from her. Empowered by this surge of strength, Sun Xiaokong immediately summoned his martial soul and, without hesitation, launched an assault on Lan Xiao. Perceiving the imminent danger, Lan Xiao did not dare to slacken his efforts. He brandished his long spear and engaged in fierce combat with Sun Xiaokong. The two exchanged blows with relentless fervor, neither side yielding, resulting in a stalemate. Sun Xiaokong understood he was confronted by a formidable adversary, yet he did not falter. Instead, he bellowed, "Truly impressive, Lan Xiao, but to think you could defeat me solely with that golden dragon spear is a mere delusion." He then proclaimed, "Prepare to receive my first soul skill, Purple Gold Frenzy." With that, Sun Xiaokong swung his staff with the ferocity of a tempest, advancing relentlessly towards Lan Xiao. However, in the face of such a fierce onslaught, Lan Xiao did not flinch. Instead, he utilized his second soul skill, Golden Dragon Body. In an instant, a radiant golden aura enveloped Lan Xiao, making him appear as a war god descending upon the world. Each of Sun Xiaokong's strikes, though immensely powerful, were deftly evaded by Lan Xiao. Sun Xiaokong pondered in confusion. Why is it that my ferocious attacks are always evaded with such precision? Just as he was lost in thought, he caught sight of Tang Xing, who was signaling to Ling Feng from the sidelines. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Sun Xiaokong. With a soft command, Ling Feng summoned his martial soul, revealing a sword emanating a fierce aura. Su Yi gasped in astonishment. "It's the Heavenly Spirit Sword. This individual must possess an extraordinary background." As Ling Feng recited an incantation, he unleashed his first soul skill, Spirit Sword Strike. The Heavenly Spirit Sword transformed into a dazzling beam of light, hurtling towards Tang Yun. Faced with such a formidable attack, Tang Yun dared not slacken his guard and immediately activated his first soul skill. Emerald Shield, the verdant barrier materialized, providing him with steadfast protection. Nevertheless, Ling Feng sneered, "You may have been lucky, but I wonder if you can evade my next strike." As he spoke, he channeled his soul power once more, employing his second soul skill, Spirit Sword Barrage. In an instant, countless sword beams cascaded like raindrops, their concentrated assault instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Tang Xing swiftly activated his purple extreme demon eye, his eyes shimmering with violet light. As potent mental energy surged forth through his spiritual gaze, manifesting a mysterious skill that accurately struck Ling Feng. The impact of this strike caused Ling Feng's attacks to veer off course, causing several of his sword strikes to miss Tang Yun completely. Meanwhile, Su Yan, witnessing the tense situation, could no longer contain her mounting fury and resolutely unleashed her second soul skill, Emerald Radiance. A dense green light erupted from her, resembling a resplendent emerald moon, crashing with unparalleled might towards Ling Feng. Caught off guard, Ling Feng was violently pushed back several meters. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Xiaokong swung his staff with great force, striking Lan Xiao and forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Following this, he abruptly flicked his wrist, launching his staff like a javelin, aimed directly at Tang Xing's back. Chapter 9. Semi-finals of the assessment. Suddenly, Lan Xiao shouted, Tang Xing, watch out. Tang Xing reacted swiftly, dodging the attack with a quick sidestep. However, the staff pursued him relentlessly, as if harboring a particular vendetta against him. Tang Xing's mind raced, devising a plan. He intentionally led the staff in pursuit of him, sprinting directly towards Ding Exen. Observing this, Ding Exen regarded Tang Xing with disdain, silently contemplating what trick could you possibly be attempting. At that moment, Tang Xing mischievously made a face at Ding Exen and then turned to flee. Ding Exen, relieved, thought Tang Xing was merely bluffing. Yet to her astonishment, the staff abruptly altered its course and shot directly towards her. Just as the staff was about to strike Ding Exen, Ling Feng decisively intervened, blocking the lethal blow with his sword. Simultaneously, Sun Xiaokong hastily retrieved his staff. Enraged, Ding Exen resolved to take matters into her own hands. Summoning all her strength, she unleashed her second soul skill, 7-star blessing. Along with her first soul skill, 7-star powered, in an instant, both Sun Xiaokong and Ling Feng felt their soul power and attribute surge, their strength multiplying exponentially. Undeterred by such formidable foes, Su Yin and Lan Xiao displayed remarkable synergy, activating their martial soul fusion technique, Swan Dragon Transformation. This formidable move surged forth with unparalleled momentum towards Sun Xiaokong and his companions. Ultimately, this astonishing attack successfully sent Sun Xiaokong's group flying out of the arena. Victory belonged to their brave and fearless team. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience, celebrating Tang Xing's successful advancement to the semi-finals. Tang Xing exclaimed, "Well done. Let us go. Tonight we feast on roasted chicken legs to celebrate." He led Lan Xiao and Su Yin to his small stall. Upon arrival, Tang Xing recognized two familiar figures and approached, calling out, "Brother Jianghao, Sister Jinyu, you're here." Jianghao responded, "Sister Jinyu, and I came to congratulate you on reaching the semi-finals. Little junior brother, my mother will be coming to watch you in the semi-finals, so make sure to perform well." Jinyu added, "Tang Xing, be cautious in the semi-finals that I've heard that Sidiyu, Xie Qian, and Li Fei from your cohort are quite formidable, and they've also advanced to the semi-finals. You must be wary, especially of Li Fei and Xie Qian." Tang Xing replied, "Understood. I'll keep that in mind. Sister Jinyu, since you're here, let us enjoy a chicken leg before you leave." Jinyu cheerfully bounced, exclaiming, "Wonderful! I can finally taste the culinary skills of little junior brother." Tang Xing busied himself at the grill, preparing roasted chicken legs. They joyously shared a meal together. As dawn broke, the semi-finals commenced as a woman clad in a red dress approached the competition stage. Suddenly, a single sheep appeared, prompting all the spectators to perform a respectful gesture. "There is no need for such formality. Please continue." Her voice echoed, reaching everyone in the left arena. As she completed her transformation, Tang Xing immediately recognized her. The woman in red greeted, "Hello, I am Yi Yusin, the Dean of Linghai Academy. The talents of this year's new students are remarkable, and I will be observing your matches that I hope you will surprise me." The draw commenced. Tang Xing wondered, why is the dean giving my godmother such importance? Could it be that my godmother is... The competition screen began to rotate, eventually halting on Tang Xing's team to face Sidiyu's team, Yi Yusin remarked. As Sidiyu stepped forward, Tang Xing felt an eerie familiarity with his figure. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It was the Sida family, led by Sida Feng, who had once slaughtered the Tang family. This enmity must be avenged. The match began. The assessment teacher announced, Class 1, Sidiyu, Level 25 Assault Weapon Soul Master. Class 1, Mengya, Level 23 Control Type Soul Master. Class 1, Xie Qian, Level 24 Agility Type Soul Master. Class 1, Tang Xing, Level 18 Control Type Soul Master. Class 1, Lan Xiao, Level 23 Assault Type Soul Master. Class 1, Su Yin, Level 22 Support Type Soul Master. With a command from Sidiyu, Mengya surged forward, declaring, First Soul Skill. Foxtail. That a massive foxtail materialized, successfully blocking Tang Xing and his allies. Lan Xiao scoffed. Isn't that merely a tail swipe? Watch me. Lan Xiao prepare to unleash his soul skill. In the next moment, the tail collided with the barrier. Sidiyu's soul skill immediately flew towards Tang Xing and Lan Xiao, prompting Su Yin to activate her first soul skill, Emerald Shield. Faced with a relentless onslaught from their opponents, at that moment of shielding, Lan Xiao swiftly lunged forward with a spear aimed at Sityu. Upon seeing the spear approaching, Sityu quickly retracted his soul skill. Skillfully evading the attack, Sityu remarked, "Lan Xiao, don't think I won't act against you just because you have backing. This is an assessment, and I will show no mercy." First soul skill, Raining Blades. Unfazed by Sityu's first soul skill, Lan Xiao countered with his own first soul skill, Golden Dragon Thrust. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. Mengya then charged at Su Yan, declaring second soul skill, Bewitch. After being struck by the bewitchment, Su Yan fell into a stupor, and Xie Qian seized a moment, activating his first soul skill, Multi-Ring, followed by his second soul skill, Locking Ring. Effectively ensnaring Su Yan, Mengyo attempted to cast her bewitchment on Tang Xing, but Tang Xing activated his spiritual martial soul, unleashing the purple extreme demon eye, which reflected Mengyo's bewitchment back at her, leaving her dazed and sprawled on the ground. Xie Qian's soul skill was deftly dodged by Tang Xing. In that instant, an unsettling image of the purple extreme demon light surged into Tang Xing's mind. He quickly comprehended the formidable nature of Xie Qian's soul skill, capable of directly locking onto Lan Xiao. Meanwhile, Sityu, executing a swift sidekick, initiated his second soul skill, Circular Slash, as Lan Xiao realized he could not evade. A wave of despair washed over him. However, at this critical juncture, Tang Xing dashed forth without hesitation. Positioning himself in front of Lan Xiao, he swiftly activated his invisible hand and employed the unique techniques of the Yun family, striving to neutralize this lethal blow. Sityu, observing the scene, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes, yet he feigned a smirk, declaring "You possess some skill. Prepare to face my first soul skill, Raining Blades." Second soul skill, Circular Slash. In an instant, a multitude of sharp blades descended like a torrential storm, accompanied by the formidable Circular Slash. Hurtling towards Tang Xing confronted with such a ferocious assault, Tang Xing summoned all his strength. Employing the Yun family's techniques to deflect each attack one by one, however, despite his formidable strength, Tang Xing found himself unable to withstand the overwhelming barrage of flying blades unleashed by his opponent. As time passed, his body was relentlessly sliced by these blades, each injury compounding his suffering and enlarging his wounds. Blood stained his garments, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Ultimately, he could bear the pressure no longer, and his first soul ring suddenly blazed with brilliance. Accompanied by a dazzling light, an extraordinarily powerful force erupted from within him. In that moment, a mysterious figure materialized around him. Jiangyu, witnessing the spectacle, felt an exhilarating rush, murmuring to herself, could it truly be him? In that instant, she glimpsed a familiar silhouette she had long anticipated. Lan Xiao stared wide-eyed at the ghastly wounds adorning Tang Xing, her heart swelling with a mix of fury and sorrow. She could scarcely fathom the agony he had endured to reach this point. Just then, Sityu coldly declared, "Enough, it is time for this to end." Second soul skill, Circular Slash. The crowd gasped, fully aware of the immense power behind this move. Tang Xing would likely struggle to withstand Tio the side, Xie Qian ominously asserted. With this strike, Tang Xing will either be gravely injured or perish. Yet, just as Sityu prepared to unleash his attack, a mysterious and formidable golden dragon suddenly appeared before Xie Qian. The dragon roared with a thunderous ferocity, shaking the very ground beneath them. Its roar reverberated like a mighty thunderclap, leaving all present in stunned silence, especially Sityu, whose ears buzzed, nearly rendering him deaf. Observing the scene, Lan Xiao wasted no time in activating her long-dormant ultimate light power. Unleashing her ultimate move, Golden Dragon Domain, with a fierce shout, an earth-shattering wave of energy erupted forth. This force swept like a tempest, sending both Sityu and Xie Qian hurtling backward, their bodies battered and bruised. Witnessing this, Lan Xiao immediately reverted to her normal state and rushed to Tang Xing's side, carefully helping him to his feet. At that moment, Tang Xing lay unconscious, though thankfully still breathing. The examination instructor stepped forward to announce, "Tang Xing's team has emerged victorious. Upon hearing this news, Lan Xiao finally exhaled in relief, her eyes sparkling with joy. Though the battle had been brutal, they had ultimately triumphed. Nearby, Li Fei concluded his match as well, with Ziyin commenting, "They actually defeated Situ Yu, but he is gravely injured." Li Fei remarked, "They are indeed remarkable, worthy opponents." Lan Xiao, her face etched with concern, implored the dean, "Please, dean, we urgently need a moment's delay. One of our teammates is gravely injured, and the situation is dire. I beg you." The dean, witnessing the earnest plea from his beloved disciple, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, just as he was about to respond. Jiang Yu interjected, "Dean, if I recall correctly, there is usually a half-hour break reserved during the finals. Let us grant them this time, and I shall attend to the injured this." Lin Lu chimed in, "Perhaps I should accompany you." Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, and together they made their way to the resting area. Inside the resting room, the formidable 99th level super Douluo Jiang Yu and the 97th level peak Douluo Lin Lu joined forces, channeling their soul power to heal the grievously injured Tang Yu in an astonishing turn of events. Tang Yun's severe wounds miraculously healed. As he slowly opened his eyes and beheld Jiang Yu before him, he instinctively exclaimed, "Godmother." His voice resonated with profound warmth and gratitude. Chapter 10. The finals of the assessment. Lin Lu was taken aback upon hearing Tang Xing refer to Jiang Yu as Godmother. Jiang Yu gently urged, "Rest and recover your soul power. There is another match ahead. By the way, why did you endure such pain when you clearly could not hold on?" Tang Xing replied, "Because the situation was critical. I had no choice." Jiang Yu affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, "You must always prioritize your own safety. Only by protecting yourself can you safeguard others, understand?" Tang Xing nodded, "I understand." Jiang Yu offered him a bottle of water, saying, "Drink this. It will not only mend your injuries, but also restore your soul power swiftly." At that moment, the dean entered the resting area and approached Lan Xiao, observing her recovery without interrupting. He then turned to Lin Lu, inquiring, "How is his condition?" The voice of Dean Yi Yusin conveyed genuine concern. Lin Lu responded, "Dean, Tang Xing's injuries have been fully healed. Time is also running short." Dean Yi Yusin stated. "Very well." Tang Xing opened his eyes and replied, "Understood." Dean. He made his way back to the competition arena, where Li Fei remarked, "Brother Tang, it seems your injuries have nearly healed. That I hope you can bring your full strength to our match. However, I value friendship more than competition." He introduced himself. "I am Li Fei from Class 1, Level 25 Agility Type Weapon Soul Master." Wang Yang added, "Wang Yang, Class 1, Level 25 Power Type Weapon Soul Master." Then Ziyin introduced herself. "Ziyin, Class 1, Level 31 Control Type Weapon Soul Grandmaster." Tang Xing was taken aback, silently thinking, "What? Level 31? Ningxue was also level 31. I cannot underestimate them." He introduced himself and his teammates. Class 1, Tang Xing, Level 18 Control Type Battle Soul Master. Class 1, Su Yin, Level 22 Support Type Weapon Soul Master. Class 1, Lu Ming, Level 23 Power Type Weapon Soul Master. The match commenced with the instructor's command. Tang Xing immediately unleashed his first soul skill, Mental Detection Sharing. Li Fei gasped in astonishment. Using a soul skill right at the start, Tang Xing felt a surge of pride, thinking, this soul skill is extraordinary." Li Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Ziyin, who promptly activated her martial soul and soul skill. First soul skill, Starlit Binding. The surrounding starlight shot toward them like arrows, yet they effortlessly evaded the attack. Wang Yang charged forward with his blade, shouting, "First soul skill, Fiery Slash." Lan Xiao responded fiercely, proclaiming, "First soul skill, Golden Dragon Stab." The two sides exchanged blows, creating a lively spectacle. At that moment, Li Fei vanished and reappeared behind Tang Xing, his eyes glinting with cunning as he quietly amassed soul power to launch a surprise attack. However, Su Yan had already sensed Li Fei's intentions. Without hesitation, she activated her second martial soul. In an instant, a powerful aura surged from her, akin to a brilliant sun rising. Li Fei felt the pressure emanating from Su Yan. Yet he did not falter. Instead, a smirk spread across his face, revealing his surprise. "Twin martial souls? I never expected you to have such a trump card. But fear not, we have one too. With that, Li Fei shouted, summoning forth his long-hidden, second, martial soul. This soul radiated a mysterious and potent light, seemingly harboring boundless power. He then chanted an incantation and unleashed his second soul skill, Radiant Storm. Shadow Moon Tempest. As his words fell, two terrifying energy whirlwinds erupted from his two martial souls. The radiant storm shot upward like a resplendent beam of light, illuminating the entire battlefield. Conversely, the Shadow Moon Tempest spread like a dark shadow, expanding rapidly with an all-consuming might. These two opposing forces collided in a breathtaking tempest point. Two razor-sharp emerald soul blades hurtled towards Su Yan, accompanied by fierce winds, as though they sought to tear her apart. Yet, facing such a fierce onslaught, Su Yan exhibited no fear. She inhaled deeply, her soul power surging within her. Second soul skill, Purple Butterfly Light, Emerald Light. As Su Yan called out, a formidable aura erupted from her. The dazzling purple luminescence and the vibrant emerald light intertwined, shining as brightly as the most brilliant stars in the night sky. The two powerful waves of soul energy surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves, crashing against the emerald soul blades with tremendous force. In an instant, the heavens shifted, and the space was enveloped by violent energy fluctuations. Yet Li Fei's soul skill crumbled before this terrifying power, obliterated in an instant. Seeing the dire situation, Ziyin realized he could no longer conceal his strength. With a thought, he decisively activated his second martial soul that a mysterious and profound red light erupted from within him, as radiant and fierce as a blazing flame. First soul skill, Rain of Red Leaves Healing. Ziyin called out, swiftly forming hand seals. Countless blood-red maple leaves descended from above, cascading upon his teammates. These leaves, infused with a potent life force, rapidly healed their injuries and revitalized their spirits. Tang Xing and the others were left in awe, astonished to discover that this team possessed not one, but two twin martial souls. It is a rare occurrence to possess dual martial souls. Each individual endowed with such a gift is an exceptionally rare genius. Yet the sight before me reveals a team that astonishingly boasts two such prodigies, an incredulity that is hard to fathom. However, Su Yan is not daunted by the prowess of her opponents. Instead, it ignites within her an even fiercer resolve. She gazes coldly at her adversaries and grits her teeth, declaring, "What of two dual martial souls? Let us fight. Behold my second soul skill, Emerald Melody." No sooner had she spoken than Su Yan summoned her soul power, and a rousing, soaring melody of the Emerald Melody erupted forth. This enchanting tune resonated like a divine symphony. It was laced with boundless murderous intent and might, instilling fear into the hearts of those who heard it. Lan Xiao, sensing the surge of power, was preparing to give her all when she was startled to observe Wang Yang suddenly retreating. With a puzzled expression, she turned to Tang Xing and inquired, "What on earth are they up to?" Tang Xing shook his head, his own face reflecting uncertainty, indicating that he too was in a state of confusion. He immediately called out to Lan Xiao and Su Yan, rushing to their side. "We must execute the martial soul fusion technique at once." This declaration struck the ears of all present like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Good heavens! Are they not merely mortals? How can they perform such an extraordinary technique as the triad martial soul fusion? At this moment, Su Yi was filled with joy and relief. She exclaimed in excitement, "This is truly marvelous. You have successfully executed the triad martial soul fusion technique. You are indeed exemplary students of mine." Her eyes sparkled with pride and satisfaction. Following this, Tang Xing, Su Yan, and Lan Xiao collaborated closely to initiate the martial soul fusion process. They focused intently on channeling their soul power, their synergy palpable as if they shared a deep, unspoken connection. As time progressed, the three powerful martial souls began to intertwine, coalescing into a force of cataclysmic proportions. Meanwhile, Ziyan's demeanor grew serious as she recited an incantation. First soul skill, Rain of Red Leaves Healing. A cascade of red light emanated from her, showering down upon her teammates like gentle raindrops. She then invoked her next skill, second soul skill, blooming rain of red leaves. More red light flared forth, resembling a blooming flower, illuminating the entire battlefield. Finally, Ziyin unleashed her ultimate move, third soul skill, embodiment of the rain of red leaves. Her body intertwined with those of her teammates, allowing their soul power to flow with exceptional ease. Li Fei and Wang Yang were simultaneously gathering strength. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing suddenly realized, shouting, "This is bad. They are performing a martial soul fusion. We must act quickly." The onlookers, witnessing this astonishing scene, gasped in awe. The triad martial soul fusion technique. Such a formidable skill astounds everyone. Tang Xing and Li Fei were poised for action. Their presence as imposing as mountains, as if boundless power was on the verge of erupting forth. At this critical juncture, Tang Xing bellowed, "Martial soul fusion. Transformation of the purple spirit butterfly dragon." His voice resonated like thunder, deafening and filled with unparalleled might. In contrast, Li Fei appeared somewhat flustered, yet he gritted his teeth and proclaimed his martial soul fusion technique. Martial soul fusion, radiant shadow moon. As their declarations echoed, two immense waves of soul power surged forth, colliding with the force of meteorites. In an instant, the heavens and the earth shifted, the winds howled, and the very fabric of space seemed to tear asunder. A deafening explosion reverberated, unleashing a blinding shockwave of energy. This shockwave surged like a tidal wave, its terrifying force beyond imagination, striking Li Fei and the others, who were caught off guard and hurled out of the arena. After Tang Xing and his companions released their powerful martial soul fusion, they knelt upon the ground, their bodies swaying as if they had expended every ounce of their strength. Yet, amidst this, Tang Xing stood resolutely at the center, his gaze unwavering and confident. That moment, the Academy's principal approached, beaming with satisfaction and admiration, that he announced in a solemn and resounding voice, "Congratulations. The Tang Xing team of Class 1 has achieved outstanding performance and secured the championship of this year's freshman assessment." This announcement reverberated throughout the campus, and soon the school's broadcasting system echoed with jubilant accolades. "Congratulations, Class 1. Tang Xing's team has triumphantly claimed the title of champions in the freshman assessment through remarkable strength and teamwork." The entire faculty and student body were captivated by this exhilarating moment, erupting into applause and cheers. Tang Xing felt an overwhelming sense of pride and joy as he absorbed the fervent atmosphere around him. He understood that this victory was not merely a personal triumph, but a testament to the collective efforts of his team. Amidst the cheers, Tang Xing cast a grateful glance at his teammates. Together, they had endured countless training sessions and challenges, building trust and support for one another, culminating in this hard-won victory. In this moment, they shared the fruits of their labor and reaffirmed their resolve to pursue even greater heights in the future. The principal, with a serious demeanor, summoned all participants of the assessment and declared, "I hereby announce that the freshman assessment has concluded successfully. The reward for the first-place team is an invaluable soul bone. Please follow me to claim your well-deserved honor." That he then extended heartfelt congratulations to the Tang Xing team once more. Subsequently, the principal began to announce the list of core disciples from the external academy. They were Lan Xiao, Su Yin, Sitiyu, Mengya, Xieqian, Li Fei, Wang Yang, Ziyin, Sun Xiaokong, Ling Feng, Ding Exen, Qi Ming, Ning Shui, and Guan.as. For those who did not make the core disciple list, you may still enjoy the privileges of a core disciple for the time being. Hearing this, Tang Xing felt a surge of intense dissatisfaction and disdain. He mused to himself, "Why should this be? I participated in the assessment as well, yet I am relegated to a temporary core disciple status. Perhaps it is due to the uniqueness of my martial soul." Just as Tang Xing was lost in contemplation, the principal added, "Regarding the temporary core disciple status, it will last until the end of this academic year." At this moment, Lan Xiao was perplexed by the principal's earlier special approval of Tang Xing as a core disciple. She did not understand why such a change occurred, so she gently tugged at Tang Xing's sleeve. Seeing this, Su Yin quickly reached out to grasp Tang Xing's arm, hoping to alleviate his spirits. Next came the thrilling class assignment segment. The homeroom teacher for Class 1 is Ms. Wu Xian Hong, and the student roster includes Tang Xing, Su Yin, Lan Xiao, Li Fei, Wang Yang, Ziyin, Sitayu, Mingya, Xie Qi Ming, Ning Shui, Guan, Sun Xiaokong, Ling Feng, and Ding Xian. Alright, everyone should return to the teaching building in an orderly manner under the guidance of your respective homeroom teachers according to the latest class assignments. Tang Xing, you three, come here, the principal called out personally. Thus, Tang Xing and his companions followed the principal to his office. Upon entering, the principal retrieved a soul bone from his drawer and addressed them. Children, this is a special reward prepared for you. Behold, this is the soul bone of the left leg of the clear light. You three may discuss amongst yourselves how to allocate IT to AT that moment. Tang Xing spoke up. Principal, I would like to take a leave of absence to go out. Now that I have reached level 20, I must obtain a soul ring. The principal nodded in agreement. Very well. However, I believe it would be prudent to arrange for a teacher to accompany you. Yet, Tang Xing quickly waved his hand in refusal. No need, principal. I have already made arrangements for someone to accompany me. Rest assured. Hearing this, the principal did not press further. Meanwhile, Lan Xiao pondered quietly. I suspect Tang Xing must be going with Jiang Hao and Jinyu. After matters were settled, Lan Xiao returned alone to her class. At that moment, Su Yin was eager to enhance her strength with the soul bone, so she unhesitatingly claimed it for herself. Tang Xing stepped out of the academy gates, venturing alone into the soul hunting forest. Just a few steps into his journey, he noticed a soul beast lying on the ground, its breath faint. Without hesitation, he struck it down and sat down to absorb the soul ring. Simultaneously, in the dormitory, Lan Xiao was suddenly overcome by an inexplicable sense of unease. She rushed to inquire of Jiang Hao and Jinyu. Did Tang Xing accompany you to hunt soul beasts? Jiang Hao replied. Not all. Upon hearing this, Lan Xiao's mind spiraled into chaos, and she anxiously exclaimed, Tang Xing is already level 20. Logically, he should be out training. But he mentioned a commitment, and I assumed it was with you. Could it be that he is venturing out alone? Jiang Hao, in a moment of decisive clarity, resolved to seek his mother's aid, while Jinyu took the initiative to accompany Lan Xiao in searching for Tang Xing's whereabouts. After successfully absorbing the soul ring, a mysterious figure suddenly emerged, clinging to Tang Xing with an iron grip, and malevolently demanded, You insolent brat, how dare you absorb my soul beast without permission? You are courting death. Before the words had fully left his lips, the figure unleashed an exceedingly sinister force into Tang Xing's body. Overwhelmed by agony, Tang Xing could not suppress his cries of distress. That moment. Tang Yun sensed the unusual turmoil and rushed over with great speed. Lan Xiao also arrived on the scene, just in time to witness the mysterious figure abandon Tang Xing, leaving behind a chilling remark, Prepare to clean up this brat's mess. He won't survive for long. With that, he departed with an air of disdain. Chapter 11. The spirit martial soul witnessing Tang Xing's pitiable state. Lan Xiao felt her vision blur, as if the very world were spinning around her. She fixated on the figure responsible for this devastation, etching it deeply into her memory. Simultaneously, Jinyu became aware of the unfolding events, and Jiang Yu and Jiang Hao quickly caught up. Jiang Yu immediately spotted the unconscious Tang Xing on the ground and unhesitatingly lifted him up. With astonishing speed, she returned to her family's garden. Upon entering the garden, Jiang Yu carefully placed Tang Xing into the pond, then promptly summoned her soul power, channeling it continuously into Tang Xing's body. She murmured once again, This vile aura. It is utterly repugnant. Just then, Lan Xiao, Jinyu, and Jiang Hao arrived at the garden. Jiang Hao, filled with anxiety, inquired, Mom, what has happened to Tang Xing? Jiang Yu reassured him, Do not worry. Children, you should return to your classes. That I will take care of Tang Xing, however. Upon witnessing Tang Xing's current expression, Jiang Hao felt a mixture of tears and laughter bubbling within him. He exerted all his strength to infuse Tang Xing with soul power, hoping to lend him assistance. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow and remarked, Indeed, it is this malevolent aura. Logically, such a presence should have been eradicated by Brother Tang long ago. How could it reappear? Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to awaken Tang Xing. Without the assistance of the ultimate radiance, recovery might be somewhat slower. Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from Tang Xing's head, and a translucent soul bone gradually emerged. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Incredible! It is a soul bone, and 100,000-year soul bone at that. How is this possible? How could a mere child possess such a precious treasure? Could he be a reincarnated soul beast?" Contemplating this, Jiang Yu resolved to investigate further. She immediately utilized her unique skill, the yin-yang eye, focusing her gaze on Tang Xing to scrutinize his bodily structure. After a thorough examination, Jiang Yu frowned and said, "It truly isn't the reincarnation of a soul beast, but from whence did this soul bone originate? This child harbors too many mysteries." Engulfed in contemplation, Jiang Yu pondered. Could it be that Tang Xing possesses a unique heritage or has encountered extraordinary fortuity? Or perhaps a formidable force is guarding him? Regardless, this secret held immense allure for her. Clearly, unveiling this enigma would require further observation and exploration. Suddenly, as if provoked by something, Tang Xing's body began to tremble violently. And he cried out, "It hurts! Mom, my eyes hurt so much." Witnessing this, Jiang Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and in a state of urgency, she shouted, "Tang Xing, do not fear. Mother is here. Such a trivial amount of malevolent power dares to be so audacious." Before her words had faded, Jiang Yu unhesitatingly unleashed her most formidable technique, the Tai Chi True Body, hoping to subdue the rampant evil force within Tang Xing. However, unexpectedly, that malevolent force proved to be extraordinarily cunning, skillfully evading Jiang Yu's attacks and refusing to reveal itself easily. Just as the evil force prepared to invade the depths of Tang Xing's body once more, an astonishing transformation occurred. A surge of immensely powerful and terrifying energy erupted from within Tang Xing. Akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, in the next instant, Tang Xing's entire form radiated a dazzling light, as if a burning sun had ignited within him, forcibly expelling all the malevolent energies lurking within. Those forces steeped in darkness and evil seemingly met their nemesis, dissipating into nothingness under the resplendent golden light emitted by Tang Xing. This mysterious and potent golden radiance streamed forth from Tang Xing's being. Swiftly converging around him, as time passed, the golden light gradually coalesced into a unique shape that resembled a magnificent suit of armor, shimmering with a captivating brilliance. It also appeared as a lively creature, brimming with vitality and spirit. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as she gasped, "Could this truly be the legendary martial soul? My heavens, is an exceedingly rare dual martial soul. From its appearance and aura, it seems to be a type of spirit martial soul I have never encountered before." A wave of indescribable shock and exhilaration surged within her, as what lay before her was utterly unfathomable. Far beyond her previous understanding, Tang Xing opened his eyes, golden light shimmering within them. He gratefully expressed, "Mom, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have perished." Jiang Yu gently stroked Tang Xing's head, soothingly saying, There, no need to cry. Everything is all right now, my dear." Jiang Yu produced a soul power sphere and said, "You have just awakened your martial soul. Come, let us measure your soul power." Placing his hand upon the sphere, an astonishing number, 33, appeared. Tang Xing was taken aback. 33? Could there be an error? Jiang Yu encouraged him. "Try releasing your spirit martial soul. Activate it, and see if you can summon a soul ring." Tang Xing swiftly unleashed his spirit martial soul, and within a heartbeat, the soul ring manifested with a configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Tang Xing, puzzled, queried, "Mom, is it unusual to have a soul ring right after awakening my martial soul?" Jiang Yu chuckled. "For ordinary individuals, it might be a bit unusual, but you are different. You recall the first time you demonstrated a soul ring to me. That was not an ordinary soul ring, but one unique to spirits. In other words, when you awakened your spirit, martial soul, it appeared. You may wonder why it did not manifest earlier. That is because it existed in an energy form without a vessel. Once you obtained a soul ring, it materialized in that form. Therefore, you are already born with full soul power, and combined with the soul power you have cultivated, you have reached level 33 today. There's no need for surprise." Also, your spirit martial soul does not require special training. It will automatically add soul rings. You should focus on cultivating your spirit eye. Now, let us go. Mother will take you to hunt for your soul ring. Jiang Yu led Tang Xing to the southern part of the soul-hunting forest. The moment they set foot in this realm, Tang Xing was engulfed by an indescribable sense of familiarity. He gazed around, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Where is this? Could it be the day of destruction? The sensation was unsettling. He distinctly recalled arriving here with his mother, yet now he found himself alone. Could it be? With this thought, Tang Xing dared not linger, immediately employing his ultimate skill, the purple extreme magic eye, to perceive everything in his surroundings. After careful scrutiny, he suddenly realized, indeed, this place is the result of a powerful illusion. Now that I understand the truth, I must find a way to break this predicament. Just as Tang Xing contemplated how to unravel the current dilemma, he was struck by a heart-wrenching sight. His mother was suffering at the hands of an enemy. In that instant, anger and sorrow intertwined, overwhelming Tang Xing's restraint, and he rushed towards his mother trapped within the illusion without a moment's hesitation. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch anything within the illusion. Witnessing his mother endure torment before his eyes, powerless to intervene, Tang Xing finally snapped, plunging into a state of madness. Fueled by rage, he resolved to shatter this illusory barrier at all costs, using his own strength to combat the abhorrent illusion. Thus, Tang Xing unleashed a frenzied assault upon the illusion, striking with fists and feet, pouring all his might into the endeavor. But each blow landed as if upon thin air, yielding no effect. Nevertheless, he persisted, continuing to vent his fury, as if only in this way could he alleviate a fraction of his anguish. That very moment, Jiang Yu also found herself ensnared within an illusory realm. Before her materialized the figure she longed for, the one who haunted her thoughts, Lan Tian. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, "Lan Tian, I miss you so much." The illusionary Lan Tian responded gently, "I miss you too, Jiang Yu. Come, let us depart together, shall we?" Thus, Jiang Yu unhesitatingly followed Lan Tian and took a seat on the swaying swing. As she sat there, filled with deep affection, Jiang Yu inquired of Lan Tian, "Lan Tian, how have you fared these past days?" Upon hearing this, Lan Tian's face betrayed a hint of confusion as he retorted, "Jiang Yu, why do you ask such a question?" Jiang Yu let out a gentle sigh and explained, "After all, with my heart tethered to you, it is only natural that I worry about your well-dash." And no sooner had her words fallen than a sharp gasp pierced the air, emanating from Lan Tian's astonished countenance. It turned out that Jiang Yu had already risen from the swing, declaring with righteous fervor, "Do you think you can confine me with this mere illusion?" The corners of Lan Tian's mouth curved upwards slightly as he chuckled softly. "I did not anticipate you would see through me, but no matter, since that is the case, you may enjoy your twilight years here." However, undeterred by Lan Tian's provocation and threats, Jiang Yu exuded an unparalleled aura of power, the very essence of a title Douluo. In an instant, the once mighty spirit beast crumbled beneath this formidable pressure, easily captured by Jiang Yu. Without hesitation, she waved her hand, effortlessly shattering the illusion. When she regained her awareness of the surroundings, she found Tang Xing staring at her with wide, furious eyes, an expression of indignation etched on his face. Observing this, Jiang Yu stepped forward and gently stroked Tang Xing's head. Remarkably, his anger dissipated in an instant, replaced by tranquility and calm. With a piercing gaze fixed upon the spirit beast before her, Jiang Yu coldly stated, "You have two choices. Either perish immediately or become his spirit ring." The spirit beast seemed to comprehend Jiang Yu's words, bowing repeatedly in submission, indicating its willingness to become Tang Xing's spirit ring. Witnessing this, Tang Xing promptly sat cross-legged to absorb the spirit ring. As time passed by, Tang Xing successfully completed the absorption. Subsequently, Jiang Yu inquired, "What is your third spirit ability?" Tang Xing smiled faintly as he responded, "My third spirit ability is called Eye of Data. It can accurately analyze the weaknesses, skills, and personality traits of every individual." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu nodded in understanding, praising, "I see. No wonder you were able to simulate so vividly within the illusion." However, Tang Xing appeared somewhat puzzled by Jiang Yu's commendation. yet he refrained from questioning further, waiting for her to continue. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu returned to the main topic and earnestly asked Tang Xing, Tang Xing, now that you have acquired a spirit ring, may I venture to ask you a few questions? Tang Xing nodded gently in agreement. With loving eyes and a soft voice, Jiang Yu said, Child, how could you venture alone to hunt for a spirit ring? Are you not aware of the dangers posed by spirit beasts? Have you suffered any grievances at the academy? Tang Xing lowered his head and replied softly, Indeed, there were some issues during the freshman assessment. Due to my own circumstances, I was ultimately not selected as an external disciple. Feeling somewhat downcast, I wanted to find a moment of solitude, and I happened upon this forest, hoping to also acquire a spirit ring. Jiang Yu gently caressed Tang Xing's hair, comforting him, Little Tang Xing. It is all right. Not being selected this time means nothing. We can continue to strive and improve that if there are future opportunities to hunt for spirit rings, be sure to inform your mother. Tang Xing looked up at Jiang Yu, curiosity gleaming in his eyes, and asked, Mother, what is your current cultivation level? Jiang Yu smiled and replied with a question of her own, Me? Tang Xing nodded vigorously, eager to know the answer. Thus, Jiang Yu decided to demonstrate her prowess. Slowly releasing her spirit rings, 4 black spirit rings and 5 red spirit rings radiated magnificently, leaving Tang Xing utterly astonished. Subsequently, Jiang Yu proudly declared, I'm a level 99, peerless Douluo. Tang Xing was left speechless, his jaw agape in surprise, and after a long moment, he murmured, Mother is actually a peerless Douluo, and oh wonder, even the dean holds you in such high esteem. So this is the terrifying power you possess. Jiang Yu gazed at Tang Xing in amazement, praising, to reach the level 33 Spirit Master realm at merely 10 years old. You are truly a prodigy. Jiang Yu observed Tang Xing, and after a moment's contemplation, he said, Well, Mother, I must go to the academy now. Jiang Yu responded, I shall accompany you. She led Tang Xing to Linghai City and then said, Come, let us buy something. Approaching a small stall, Jiang Yu asked, Boss, how much for this lucky bag? The vendor replied, Not expensive, 10 copper spirit coins each. After paying, Jiang Yu handed the lucky bag to Tang Xing and then took him to Ling High School to IET that moment. The dean spotted Jiang Yu's arrival and immediately approached with great respect, saying, Elder, you have arrived. Jiang Yu spoke, I bring my son to school. Is that acceptable? The dean quickly waved his hands, assuring her, no problem at all. Jiang Yu smiled at Tang Xing, saying, Make sure to attend class diligently. Tang Xing nodded and replied, All right. Upon reaching the classroom, Tang Xing called out, reporting that Wu Xinheng softly responded, Come in. Once Tang Xing was seated, Wu Xinheng began introducing himself. Hello, classmates. My name is Wu Xinheng. Before we proceed, I must establish a rule. Anyone I recognize must be acknowledged by all. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. In Chapter 12, the core Inner Academy disciples, Wu Xinheng, with a smile, wrote on the blackboard the names of the candidates for class leader. Lan Xiu, Tang Xing, Sitiyu, and Li Fei. However, when Sitiyu caught sight of Tang Xing's name on the list, a wave of confusion and dissatisfaction surged within him that he glared at Wu Xinheng, not concealing his skepticism. Teacher, what are you thinking? Why should Tang Xing be eligible to run for class leader? Before he could finish, Lan Xiu immediately slammed the table in anger, questioning, Sitiyu, what do you mean by that? Her gaze burned fiercely as she fixed it on Sitiyu, as if attempting to see through him. Following suit, Qi Ming chimed in, Exactly, what is Tang Xing even worth? He is merely a spirit master with a single ring that if you have the ability, let's fight and see who is stronger. With that, he waved his fist in a show of bravado to Wu Xinheng, shouted angrily, Silence, Tang Xing. How do you propose we handle this matter? Tang Xing abruptly stood up, his eyes resolute as he declared, Teacher, I am willing to accept his challenge. Subsequently, Tang Xing and Qi Ming proceeded to the battle arena. When they arrived, all members of Class 1 had already gathered. Qi Ming loudly proclaimed, Level 25 Assault-type Weapon Spirit Master. However, in the face of his provocation, Tang Xing remained unfazed. Noticing this, Qi Ming asked in bewilderment, Why haven't you activated your martial spirit? A hint of confidence graced Tang Xing's lips as he replied with an imposing tone, I need not resort to my martial spirit to deal with you. No sooner had he spoken than Qi Ming lunged at Tang Xing with a spear, moving like a bolt of lightning. At that critical moment, Tang Xing swiftly conjured a uniquely designed firearm from his hand. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded, and Qi Ming gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Star Wheel gun? His martial spirit is clearly not spirit eye. How is this possible?" A smirk of disdain crossed Tang Xing's face as he retorted, "What is so impossible about this? Prepare yourself." Grasping the spear, he moved with a grace akin to flowing clouds. Each thrust imbued with a fierce momentum, targeting Qi Ming's limbs with precision. In response to Tang Xing's assault, a flash of anger flickered in Qi Ming's eyes as he bellowed, "Humph, you foolish wretch. If that is the case, do not blame me for being merciless." Second spirit ability. Starfall Heaven Slash. With his words, a colossal spear shadow materialized, bearing down on Tang Xing with unparalleled force, as if it could rend the very fabric of space. Exuding an overwhelming pressure. Yet, Tang Xing merely glanced at it, coolly scoffing, "Do not get too cocky. The final victor remains to be seen." In the next moment, an astonishing occurrence transpired. Tang Xing's previously ordinary Star Wheel gun suddenly erupted with dazzling light, transforming into a mysterious weapon that shimmered with golden radiance, resembling a spear. With a gentle flourish of the golden spear, Tang Xing effortlessly dismantled Qi Ming's second spirit ability. Qi Ming, taken aback, felt a surge of alarm. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he raised his spear and charged at Tang Xing once more. The two became enmeshed in a whirlwind of combat, neither yielding an inch. This moment, Qi Ming was filled with rage, gritting his teeth as he shouted at Tang Xing, "Tang Xing, do not be so smug. My background is not something you can compare to. You are merely a weakling." In response to Qi Ming's taunts, Tang Xing refrained from further banter. With his eyes slightly closed, he began to chant an ancient and mystical incantation. As the incantation echoed, a dazzling radiance suddenly emanated from Tang Xing, and a colossal phantom materialized behind him. This specter resembled a formidable war deity, exuding an awe-inspiring might that deterred any direct gaze. That moment, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Tang Xing, surging towards Qi Ming like an unstoppable tide. Faced with such terrifying force, Qi Ming found himself utterly powerless, instantly subdued, his body rendered rigid, unable even to twitch a finger. What is happening? Why can I not move at all, as if a pair of invisible giant eyes are fixated upon me? Qi Ming exclaimed in sheer terror, his voice laced with desperation and confusion. In that instant, he realized that the seemingly unremarkable youth before him was far beyond his imagination. Just as Tang Xing prepared to dispatch Qi Ming, the latter suddenly bellowed, "How can you, a mere level 18, hope to defeat me, a level 25 powerhouse? I simply cannot comprehend." Upon hearing this, a smirk curled at the corners of Tang Xing's mouth, revealing a hint of disdain. "Humph, it is a pity that I am no longer that insignificant level 18 character. I shall inform you. After diligent training, I have successfully ascended to level 33. As soon as the words left his lips, Tang Xing's eyes flew open, emanating a piercing gaze. Simultaneously, he unhesitatingly unleashed all his soul rings. In an instant, the arena was illuminated by the resplendent display of vibrant soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. This extravagant configuration left all present in stunned silence, whispering among themselves, "Wasn't he just level 18? How has he suddenly transformed into a formidable soul sovereign? This is simply inconceivable. Could he have been concealing his true power all along?" Standing nearby, Su Yin, who had been observing for some time, was equally astonished. With wide eyes, she murmured to Lan Xiao, "Look, our class leader has actually achieved the rank of Soul Sovereign. How impressive!" In light of the collective astonishment and skepticism, Tang Xing paid little heed. He stepped forward, his form darting towards Qi Ming like a wraith. Raising his right arm, he delivered a devastating palm strike, conjuring a tempestuous gust. With a resounding thud, Qi Ming was sent hurtling backward, screaming before crashing to the ground, unconscious from the brutal impact. Clearly, he had succumbed to the blow and was now in a state of insensibility. Wu Xinheng, with a countenance as somber as still water, ushered the class back, then solemnly declared, I have previously emphasized that the selections made by the teacher are beyond questioning. Now, I officially announce that the class leader is Lan Xiao, and the vice class leader shall be Tang Xing. Upon hearing this, Sityu was the first to voice his discontent, his eyes wide with disbelief. Teacher, on what basis have you made this arrangement? Why is Lan Xiao the class leader? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Xie Qian chimed in. Yes, teacher, we failed to grasp your reasoning. Following suit, Guan joined in, declaring, and what of that Tang Xing? What merit does he possess to become the vice class leader? What is this based upon? In an instant, the classroom erupted in chatter, all eyes fixated upon Wu Xinheng, awaiting a reasonable explanation. However, Wu Xinheng merely gazed silently at the students before him, seemingly in contemplation. Suddenly, a whip materialized beside Sityu, striking him mercilessly, producing a sharp sound. Xie Qian and Gu suffered the same fate. Contorting in agony, yet daring not to resist, Wu Xinheng stood impassively, his gaze as frigid as ice. As if capable of freezing the very world, he coldly proclaimed, You have two choices. Either leave class one of your own accord, or await my hand in expulsion. Sityu gritted his teeth against the pain, angrily retorting, This is corporal punishment. How can a teacher treat students in such a manner? Yet, Wu Xinheng simply replied with indifference, It seems you wish for me to take action personally. Hearing this, Sityu panicked. Aware that this teacher was not to be trifled with, he hastily amended his words. Fine, we shall leave class one at once. Just then, Wu Xinheng turned his gaze toward Qiming, coldly stating, Qiming, you should also leave class when not Ning Shui. Your two brothers have departed. Do you believe you can remain here? Ning Shui bit her lip tightly, tears brimming in her eyes. Silently, she rose, her steps heavy as she made her way out of the classroom, each stride akin to treading upon her heart. Yet she resolutely departed from class 1. Wu Xinheng stood, his voice booming. Excellent. I wish to reiterate, should anyone dare to clash with the class leader or vice class leader, you will be opposing me, and I shall not show mercy. Understand this clearly. The entire class echoed in unison. Understood. Subsequently, Wu Xinheng sat down, casually stating, Class dismissed. He then began to pack his belongings in preparation to leave. Lan Xiao regarded Tang Xing with a curious smile, softly stating, Did you know? Teacher Wu just had your back. But speaking of which, how did you suddenly become a sole sovereign? Do tell us. Su Yin quickly added her agreement. Yes, class leader, do not keep us in suspense. Hurry and share. Faced with their eager inquiries, Tang Xing took a deep breath and began to recount his extraordinary journey. In truth, after the new student assessment concluded, I discovered my soul power had reached level 20. Thus, I resolved to venture into the forest in search of a suitable soul ring. Upon entering that mysterious domain, I unexpectedly encountered a soul beast on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Without a second thought, I absorbed it into my body. However, at that moment, a soul master radiating malevolent energy appeared, swiftly overpowering me and beginning to corrupt my body with that sinister power. As he recounted this, Tang Xing's voice grew somber, as if revisiting a painful memory. He continued, Fortunately, at a critical juncture, my godmother arrived just in time to save me. Moreover, she employed a special method to enhance my soul power, thus enabling my current status. However, there's a secret to this matter that I hope you can keep to yourselves. Lan Xiao and Su Yin exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, affirming, Rest assured, class leader, we shall keep your secret safe. With their promise, Tang Xing finally exhaled, lowering his voice to reveal the secret he had long harbored. Tang Xing took a deep breath, pondering momentarily before stating, The reason I was able to become a soul sovereign is significantly attributed to my possession of a second martial soul. Furthermore, it is worth noting that I possess a unique twin martial soul. This is of great importance, and currently, only the three of us are aware of it, so I implore you to keep this under wraps. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly regained her composure, thumping her chest and assuring, Do not worry. My lips are tightly sealed. I will not leak a word. Beside her, Lan Xiao eagerly echoed her sentiments. Promising to keep Tang Xing's affairs confidential, Wu Xinheng approached Tang Xing with a smile, saying, Tang Xing, come here for a moment. The other students may return to the classroom. Tang Xing, puzzled, obediently followed Wu Xinheng into the office. Upon entering, Wu Xinheng straightened, his expression grave as he addressed Tang Xing. Tang Xing, following our observations and evaluations, I now officially declare in my capacity as both class teacher and spirit sea master that you have been selected as a core disciple of the Inner Academy. From this day forth, I shall personally mentor you. No one shall dare to bully you again. At that moment, Tang Xing felt a profound warmth emanating from Wu Xinheng, silently reflecting. So, Teacher Wu possesses such a gentle side. He is not always so stern. Curiously, Tang Xing inquired. However, I have yet to enter the Inner Academy. How have I suddenly become a core disciple? Wu Xinheng smiled slightly, explaining, this is because once you pass the advancement assessment, you will naturally become a core disciple of the Inner Academy. It is noteworthy that even within the Inner Academy, many students have yet to be selected as core disciples. This precious opportunity is determined through a consensus among the elders of the Spirit Sea Pavilion. Therefore, you must exert yourself and train diligently. Tang Xing nodded in understanding, then pressed on. Can Lan Xiao and Su Yin join me in the Inner Academy? Wu Xinheng replied. That is certainly feasible, provided they meet the corresponding requirements. Tang Xing, filled with skepticism, asked, Teacher Wu, what conditions must be fulfilled? Wu Xinheng slightly furrowed her brows, responding with a grave tone. According to the regulations set by the External Academy, your cultivation must reach level 20 by the next semester. To her surprise, these children had indeed managed to achieve this, yet it still fell far short of her expectations. After speaking, Wu Xinheng gently waved her hand, signaling Tang Xing to proceed to class first. While she lingered momentarily before following, Tang Xing observed her gesture. Although numerous questions lingered in her mind, she could only comply and depart. Watching Tang Xing's retreating figure, Wu Xinheng sighed inwardly, a wave of anxiety and concern surging within her. Tang Xing slowly entered the classroom, casting her gaze around before finally settling on an empty seat and making her way towards it. Once seated, she noticed that her companion was none other than Lan Xiao. Sensing Tang Xing's arrival, Lan Xiao turned her head, her eyes filled with curiosity as she inquired, What did Teacher Wu want with us? In response to Lan Xiao's question, Tang Xing's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of mystery gracing her expression, yet she refrained from answering directly, playfully teasing, Hey, don't rush. I'll tell you later. At that moment, Wu Xinheng entered the classroom with steady strides, making her way directly to the podium. Once she was positioned, she spoke in a serious tone. Students, the end of the semester is approaching. During this break, I expect each of you to elevate your soul power to level 20. Should anyone fail to meet this requirement, you need not return to this class thereafter. Additionally, Lan Xiao, Su Yin, please visit my office after class. With that, she signaled the commencement of the lesson as Wu Xinheng's words echoed. A palpable tension enveloped the classroom. Nevertheless, two students, Li Fei and Ziyin, exhibited exceptional diligence, fully engrossed in the lecture, frequently jotting down notes, as if striving to etch every word spoken by the teacher into their memories. Meanwhile, Su Yi, who observed from the shadows, took note of Li Fei and Ziyan's hard work and dedication, nodding subtly in appreciation. Finally, when the class concluded, Lan Xiao and Su Yin were summoned to the office. Upon entering, Wu Xinheng regarded them with a serious expression, stating, You both must elevate your soul power to level 30 during this break. This is no mere suggestion, but an essential assignment that I will monitor regularly. Do you understand? Faced with Wu Xinheng's stringent inquiry, Lan Xiao and Su Yin dared not show any signs of negligence. Responding in unison, we understand. With that, the two exited the office. At this moment, Tang Xing had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon seeing them emerge, she hurriedly approached and asked, What did Teacher Wu say to you? Lan Xiao replied candidly, Teacher Wu requires Su Yin and me to cultivate our soul power to level 30 during the break. Hearing this, Tang Xing reassured her with a pat on the back. Don't worry, we can utilize the power of Xingqiu to expedite our training. I'm confident we'll achieve our goals swiftly. Just then, Li Fei rushed over, saying, Tang Xing, let's have a friendly match after the break. Tang Xing contemplated for a moment before responding, Sure, I'm in for the long haul. I intend to enhance my soul power to level 30 to engage in a fair competition with you. Li Fei replied with unwavering confidence. Lan Xiao then inquired, What are your plans for the break? If you have nowhere to go, feel free to come home with me. Tang Xing quickly interjected, No need. I'm heading to Zhang Hao's house, so don't worry. Su Yin remarked, You two, class monitor and vice monitor, see you next semester. After bidding farewell to Su Yin, Tang Xing and Lan Xiao made their way to the station. With reluctance, Lan Xiao said, I'm leaving now. After boarding the vehicle and waving goodbye to Tang Xing, she quietly shed tears. Chapter 13. The auction house in the early hours of dawn before the sun had risen. Its rays filtered through the windows of the 18th floor of a building. Lan Xiao slowly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by a rumble from her stomach. She promptly got up and dashed towards the kitchen. Upon entering, her eyes fell upon a cake resting on the dining table. Unable to contain her eagerness, she seized the cake and began to devour it voraciously. After satisfying her hunger, she meandered around the house, astonished to find it completely empty, and decided to seize this opportunity to commence her training. However, as Lan Xiao immersed herself in her practice, a sudden, intense pain gripped her abdomen. She was forced to halt her training. Clutching her stomach tightly in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort, it hurts so much. Why is it so painful? Could it be the cake? Lan Xiao groaned in agony, her hands continuously caressing her belly in hopes of easing the pain. Just then Yusin, rushing back, heard the commotion and hurried to Lan Xiao's side, asking, Lan Xiao, what happened? Why do you look this way? Struggling against the pain, Lan Xiao managed to reply, My stomach hurts terribly. Yusin. With a puzzled expression, pressed further, How could you suddenly be in such agony? A thought of the expired cake flashed through her mind, prompting her to exclaim, Could it be that you actually consumed that cake? Lan Xiao nodded slightly in affirmation, and at that moment, a mysterious and peculiar green energy surged into her abdomen like lightning. In an instant, the pain subsided significantly, and she began to feel a sense of relief. Lan Xiao then saw a familiar figure materializing before her. Hey, little Lan Xiao, we meet again. Lin Qing waved. Lan Xiao, delighted, exclaimed, Sister Lin Qing, what brings you here? Lin Qing smiled and replied, Your master asked me to accompany her to the Tianling auction house. Would you like to join? After a moment's thought, Lan Xiao responded, I would like to go. She glanced at Yi Yusin, who resignedly said, Go ahead. It's not that I'm stopping you. Meanwhile, within the training simulation chamber of Jiang Yu's residence, Tang Xing was fully immersed in her practice. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within her, akin to a volcanic eruption, leaving a profound impact. As this energy surged, an ancient and mysterious divine spear insignia appeared on Tang Xing's forehead. The spear gradually became clearer until it was fully revealed, showcasing its resplendent golden exterior and unparalleled majestic form. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Yu was filled with astonishment and confusion. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the unfolding scene. A flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. The divine spirit, holy spear. Could it be that he truly is a descendant of Brother Tang? And could he be his biological son? If my memory serves me right, it must be so, unless I can break through to the divine realm and become a divine king. Perhaps then I might uncover the secrets he harbors. Jiang Yu's excitement escalated as curiosity and anticipation swelled within him regarding Tang Xing's origins. This sudden revelation made him realize that Tang Xing concealed immense potential and unknown power. To unravel this mystery, he knew he must diligently enhance his own strength and strive towards the divine realm. At this moment, Jiang Yu resolved to invest greater effort into nurturing Tang Xing, assisting her in uncovering her potential and exploring the enigma of her mysterious lineage. Simultaneously, he secretly yearned for the day he would ascend to the status of divine king, enabling him to truly comprehend the secrets embedded within Tang Xing. As time flowed by, after roughly the duration of a tea session, Tang Xing finally completed this arduous and significant training journey. At that moment, Jiang Yu gracefully approached and gently inquired, Star, would you care to accompany me to the Tianling marketplace? Without hesitation, Tang Xing nodded in agreement, expressing her eagerness to join. Immediately, Tang Xing smiled and replied, "Perfect timing, as I was just contemplating that I wish to procure some items for future needs. Additionally, I also intend to purchase a communication device for you. This way, our communication will be much more convenient." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu felt a warm surge of gratitude for Tang Xing's thoughtful consideration. Thus, the two set off hand in hand toward the Tianling marketplace, engaging in cheerful conversation as they envisioned a bright future ahead. Upon arriving at the Tianling marketplace, Jiang Yu first scrutinized Tang Xing before stepping into a boutique. Addressing the shopkeeper, "Excuse me, do you have any suitable small-size garments for him?" While speaking, Jiang Yu pointed towards Tang Xing. The shopkeeper promptly understood and retrieved a small-sized outfit from the shelf, gesturing for Tang Xing to try it on in the fitting room. Tang Xing accepted the clothing and entered the fitting room to change. Before long, Jiang Yu selected 5 or 6 different styles of clothing and shoes for Tang Xing to try on one by one. After each fitting, Jiang Yu attentively observed and provided his opinions. Ultimately, when Tang Xing donned a blue and white jacket, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up with satisfaction as he nodded approvingly, saying, "This one is perfect. Please package it along with the other she tried on." The shopkeeper smiled and responded, "Certainly, madam. The total for these garments comes to 300 gold spirit coins." Jiang Yu casually retrieved a red card, handing it over while stating nonchalantly, "Please charge this." The shopkeeper, upon receiving the card, was immediately struck with excitement, stuttering, "Teach, this is the supreme red card. In the entire Celestial Empire, there are no more than 3 individuals who possess such a card. Could it be that you are that person? I shall fetch the manager at once." With that, the shopkeeper hurried off to find the manager. Before long, a well-dressed gentleman approached briskly, his face beaming with a smile as he addressed Jiang Yu. "Esteemed lady, greetings, it is a tremendous honor to meet you. Since you have utilized the Supreme Red Card, we are obliged to consult our superiors. Kindly bear with us for a moment." Jiang Yu responded with an air of indifference. "No trouble at all." She appeared unfazed by this minor interruption, continuing to await patiently that moment. The manager was fully engrossed in attending to his distinguished guest. "Chen Lao," he said with a broad smile, "what a pleasant surprise to see you today. Please allow me to offer you some of my finest tea that I have long treasured." Just then, a loud and hurried voice shattered the tranquility. "Manager Wang! Manager Wang!" A server was calling out excitedly. The manager's expression soured instantly, and he turned angrily to the server, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing? Do you not see that I am attending to an important guest? How utterly lacking in decorum." Seeing this, Chen Lao quickly interjected with a smile. "No need for concern. Let her speak." The server, visibly relieved, hurriedly explained, "A lady with a supreme red card has just arrived at our establishment." Upon hearing those words, both Manager Wang and Chen Lao were left dumbfounded. Manager Wang could scarcely believe his ears and eagerly inquired, "Are you absolutely certain?" The server nodded without hesitation. "I assure you, there is no mistake." This moment, Chen Lao's expression turned grave. He spoke slowly. "If this is true, then this lady must indeed be the one, for she has lived for nearly 30,000 years. He stood up, adding, "Let us go meet her." With that, Chen Lao rose and, alongside Manager Wang, made his way towards the shop. The server followed closely behind, guiding them to the mysterious lady's location. The atmosphere was intensely quiet, as if time itself had frozen, with curiosity and anticipation filling everyone's hearts. "Mom, I'm so hungry. How much longer do we have to wait here?" Tang Xing lamented, rubbing his already grumbling stomach and looking up at his mother. Jiang Yu, with a pitiful expression, charmed by Tang Xing's adorable demeanor, chuckled softly and gently ruffled his hair, replying, "Just a little longer, dear, and if your hunger becomes unbearable, you may go nearby to buy something to eat. But do not stray too far, understood?" At that moment, an elderly gentleman approached slowly. As he drew nearer, everyone could see his face clearly. The old man looked at Jiang Yu and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is you. I am Chan Xen, a descendant of Chun Ming. It is a rare fortune to meet our ancestor today." Upon hearing this, everyone present was struck with astonishment. Chen Xian was renowned for his esteemed character and was one of the largest shareholders in the business world. Even the lord of the celestial palace treated him with utmost respect. The fact that such a distinguished figure referred to Jiang Yu as ancestor spoke volumes of her eminent status and formidable power. In that moment, everyone began to speculate about Jiang Yu's true identity, realizing she was undeniably a formidable and unfathomable presence. But a subtle smile graced Jiang Yu's lips as she remarked, "Chen Exin, are you truly a descendant of Chen Ming?" Chen Exin trembled slightly, his voice quavering as he responded, "Indeed, he is my grandfather." Jiang Yu smiled gently, reassuring him, "Do not be anxious, I merely came here to select a few garments. But it seems my card will not work. What do you think we should do now?" Chen Exin wore an awkward smile, then softly stated, "Esteemed lady, there is no need for concern. Manager Wang, please immediately grant this esteemed guest a black level card, ensuring she enjoys a 50% discount during all her future visits to our establishment. Allow me to treat her this time. There is no need for you to incur any expense." Jiang Yu, with an icy demeanor, replied to Chen Exin, "Then I shall rely on you, Mr. Chen, and I would appreciate your assistance in purchasing a communication device for my son." Chen Exin affirmed this, indicating it would be no trouble. Shortly thereafter, all the items Jiang Yu required were procured. Manager Wang handed over the items, saying, "This model is the pinnacle of communication devices this year. Please do accept it graciously." Jiang Yu examined the device closely and immediately recognized it as an exceptional product, thus accepting it with pleasure. She then suggested, "Let us proceed to the auction house now." Chen Exin nodded and personally escorted Jiang Yu and Tang Xing to the auction venue. Along the way, Tang Xing curiously asked, "Mom, why are we going to the auction house?" Jiang Yu smiled and explained, "Today is the day for auctioning rare treasures. And the place we are headed to is the largest auction house in the Celestial Empire, known as the Celestial Auction House." Before long, Chen Exin reminded them, "Ms. Jiang, we have arrived at our destination." Chen Exin smiled and stated, "I have arranged a VIP room for you. Please follow me." With an elegant gesture, he guided Jiang Yu and Tang Xing towards the VIP chamber. At that moment, Lan Xiu could not help but be captivated by the little boy in the VIP room. She stared at him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint the source of this feeling. Next to her, Yi Yusin noticed Lan Xiu's unusual demeanor and turned to her with concern, asking, "What is the matter, Lan Xiu? Do you know that little boy?" Lan Xiu shook her head slightly and whispered, "It's nothing. Perhaps just my imagination." However, her gaze remained fixed on the boy, as if she were striving to uncover some elusive answer. Seeing this, Yi Yusin refrained from further inquiries, silently accompanying Lan Xiu as they entered the VIP room. "Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the auction event. I am your host, Meow Meow, and it is my honor to stand before you today to preside over this splendid auction. Now, presenting before you is our first item for auction, the 9-star lantern. This exquisite lamp is crafted by a level 6 artificer. It is said to possess remarkable detection capabilities, capable of dispelling fog within a 100-meter range and revealing hidden objects. Additionally, it serves as a delightful decorative piece for your enjoyment. The starting price is set at a reasonable 1,000 golden spirit coins. Of course, each subsequent bid cannot be less than 100 golden spirit coins. Now, esteemed guests, please begin bidding. 1. 500 golden spirit coins. 1. 600 golden spirit coins. 1,700 golden spirit coins. 3,000 golden spirit coins. When this figure was announced by a certain buyer, the auction house fell into an immediate hush. All eyes were fixed upon this extravagant bidder. 3,000 golden spirit coins. Once, 3,000 golden spirit coins twice. 3,000 golden spirit coins thrice. As the auctioneer's gavel came down with a decisive thud, the transaction was deemed successful. The display platform slowly elevated to reveal another item, and the auctioneer's voice rang out. "The next treasure we present is the Heavenly Water Pill. This elixir offers immense benefits to soul masters. Even ordinary individuals can experience enhanced physical strength from its consumption. For soul masters, it can elevate one's soul power by 1 to 2 levels. Furthermore, it possesses the miraculous property of purifying the body and soul, allowing for rebirth. Such a divine item is priced at 5,000 golden spirit coins, with each bid not to be lower than 500 golden spirit coins. Esteemed guests, please commence bidding. As the auctioneer introduced the item, the crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement. Everyone was captivated by the heavenly water pill's extraordinary effects, eager to participate. Bidding commenced fervently, with prices soaring. Amidst the fierce competition, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire ultimately secured the heavenly water pill at a high price. His face radiated pride, as if envisioning an imminent surge in his own strength. Meanwhile, other participants exhibited envious expressions, sighing silently at their own lack of financial means to compete. The atmosphere of the auction grew increasingly vibrant, with each item capturing the audience's keen interest. Yet beneath the surface lay countless stories and intrigues. 5,500 golden spirit coins, 6,000 golden spirit coins, 500 golden spirit coins, 7,000 golden spirit coins. Jiang Yu marveled. That is indeed a remarkable item. I must have it, Uncle Yang. The mysterious man's tone was resolute as Uncle Yang raised the stone plaque and announced, 9,000. The crowd fell into a profound silence once more, until the figure of 20,000 reverberated through the auction hall like a thunderclap. Uncle Yang glanced at the man again and continued, 25. 000, 30 000, 35 000, 40 000, 45 000, 80 000. The man, filled with indignation, suddenly reconsidered and said, Interesting, Uncle Yang, let us not compete any longer. Let be as .8000 gold spirit coins once, 80,000 gold spirit coins twice, 80,000 gold spirit coins thrice. Sold. The host brought down the gavel with the authority of a judge. And Yi Yusin sweetly said, Senior. Jiang Yu had anticipated their arrival and softly remarked, Please, take a seat. As Jiang Yu observed the next item, her brows knitted tightly, like twisted dough. Chapter 14. Soul Core Dan Yi Yusin and Lin Qing slowly approached the private room where Jiang Yu was located. Just as they were nearing the door, two burly security guards stepped forward to block their path. You cannot enter, one guard stated expressionlessly. Yi Yusin furrowed her brows slightly, yet she remained composed. Calmly, she retrieved a token from her bosom and presented it to the guard. Upon seeing the token, the guard's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Exchanging glances with his companion, they silently cleared the way, allowing Yi Yusin and Lin Qing to pass. Once inside the private room, Yi Yusin respectfully bowed to Jiang Yu, whispering, Senior. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted from the teacup in her hand to Yi Yusin, her tone mild and gentle. Now that you are here, please sit. Today, within this space, I am no longer the unparalleled Douluo, nor the foremost individual of millennia. At this moment, I am merely an ordinary mother. There is no need for you to be so formal. Yusin, next to be presented, is the most precious item of this auction. This item is a divine artifact, personally appraised by the Vice President of the Heavenly Spear Association, known as the Seven-Color Divine Spear. Its value reaches an astounding 80 million gold spirit coins. Each bid must not be lower than 10,000 gold spirit coins. Meow Meow elaborated on the artifact displayed on the screen. However, not a single person in attendance chose to participate in the bidding. Just then, the announcement of closure echoed through the venue like a thunderous clap, leaving everyone in shock. The one who uttered this proclamation was none other than Jiang Yu, seated in the VIP area. The staff hurriedly informed the host of this development, and upon hearing it, the host cleared his throat and announced, Ladies and gentlemen, this item has been closed for bidding. Our auction concludes here. We welcome you to join us again next time. As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Whispers filled the air as people speculated why Jiang Yu had suddenly halted the auction of this divine artifact. Some believed she found the price excessive, while others conjectured she had a unique purpose for the item. Yet, many were filled with curiosity about this enigmatic Jiang Yu, pondering her identity and the immense power and wealth she possessed to directly terminate the auction of such a rare artifact. As the crowd gradually dispersed, this extraordinarily lively auction drew to a close. Nevertheless, the tale of the seven-color divine spear and Jiang Yu became a cherished topic of conversation among the attendees. Perhaps, in the near future, these mysteries will be unveiled. Having concluded her remarks, The host took the auction item to the VIP area. The host hurriedly approached the VIP section, and before Miao Miao could speak, Jiang Yu interjected, "Where did you acquire the seven-colored divine spear? I implore you to answer truthfully." Suddenly, a man clad in black appeared before Jiang Yu and stated, "Respectful ma'am, she is unaware of the circumstances. I shall answer any questions you have." Jiang Yu pointed to the screen, inquiring, "Where did the seven-colored divine spear originate?" This was the first time Tang Xing had witnessed her godmother in such a fiery state, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. The manager, trembling, stammered, "This seven-colored divine spear was unexpectedly obtained from the ruins." "Ruins? Are you referring to the southern wilderness?" Jiang Yu's eyes brightened as she pressed for more information. The manager, sensing her urgency, nodded fervently. "Indeed, it is the enigmatic southern wilderness." Then, seemingly eager to appease Jiang Yu, he added, "If you wish for this divine artifact, I would gladly bestow it upon you." However, Jiang Yu's expression darkened with fury. Her aura surging dramatically, she shouted, "Bestow? Humph! A millennium ago, the seven-colored Douluo and the Taiji were united in matrimony, and later, the seven-colored Douluo ascended to the divine realm with the seven-colored divine spear. I am the Taiji Douluo of that time." As she spoke, Jiang Yu unleashed her martial spirit, unabashedly exuding an overwhelming presence. In an instant, the attendees were nearly rendered breathless by the sheer force of her aura. Faced with Jiang Yu's inquiry, the manager's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he stammered, "Ma'am, please calm your anger. It is only right that it be returned to you." Suddenly, the president of the auction association rushed over, a look of utmost respect on his face. "Ma'am, please do not be angry. This seven-colored divine spear was fortuitously discovered in the southern wilderness, and before we could properly handle it, it was taken for auction without permission. We shall impose strict penalties for this matter. It is truly fortunate that we can return this divine artifact to its rightful owner. To express our apologies, I offer you 2 soul core dawn, a bottle containing 10 heavenly water dawn, and this piece of the ultimate light's left arm bone. These are all personal treasures of mine. I hope you will graciously accept them." Jiang Yu contemplated, realizing that Lan Xiao had yet to fully integrate that if this piece of the ultimate light's left arm bone were given to Tang Xing's spirit martial soul, it would be most fitting. Thus, she replied, "Very well, I accept." With that, Jiang Yu effortlessly took possession of the seven-colored divine spear. Jiang Yu gazed at the 2 soul core dawn in her hand, her expression resolute as she turned to Yi Yusin and said, "Yusin, please give these 2 soul core dawn to Lan Xiao and Su Yin. They will need them. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Yi Yusin snapped back to reality, astonished. So these 2 soul core dawn were specifically prepared for Lan Xiao by you. A wave of gratitude surged within her. That moment, Tang Xing, sensing her mother's emotional shift, quickly chimed in, "Mommy, don't be sad. We will be just fine." Jiang Yu smiled, gently ruffling Tang Xing's hair. "Yes, my little Tang Xing is the most understanding." However, just as they were about to depart, a voice suddenly called out, "Please wait." Jiang Yu's heart tightened, sensing hostility in the air. She furrowed her brow and gravely inquired, "What business do you have?" A mysterious man appeared before them, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The man spoke slowly. "Are you interested in the seven-colored divine spear? If you wish to learn more about it, follow me." Jiang Yu, though skeptical, was driven by curiosity regarding the seven-colored divine spear and decided to accompany the man. The man in black, noticing Jiang Yu's decision to follow, revealed a glimmer of surprise and admiration in his eyes. Quite impressive. You are indeed remarkable, worthy of being his wife. Now, listen closely. I must share something of utmost importance. The divine realm no longer exists, but the seven-colored divine, in order to protect this continent, bravely entered the temporal chaos alongside the Dark Legion. However, his divine spear has been left behind on this continent. I have been entrusted with the duty of safeguarding this place on his behalf. By lineage. Perhaps I should refer to you as Ninth Aunt. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's heart trembled as she stammered. Who are you? The man in black slowly removed his hat, revealing a familiar face as he turned to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. and she exclaimed, "My goodness, it's you. Jinlin, you rascal. It has been ages. I can hardly believe how tall you've grown." Her voice brimmed with surprise and nostalgia. Jinlin, grinning, replied warmly, "Aunt Jiang, it seems inappropriate for us to stand here chatting. Shall we find a more suitable place for a detailed conversation?" Before he could finish, Jiang Yu flickered away, instantly teleporting to her home. Jinlin surveyed the surroundings and then asked, "Aunt Jiang, how has my sister been doing lately?" Jiang Yu smiled slightly and responded, "Rest assured, Jin Yu is currently studying alongside my son at the Zhuang Linghai Academy." Upon hearing this, Jinlin nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "My sister has always gotten along splendidly with your son. They have played together wonderfully. By the way, who is this?" With that, Jinlin cast his gaze toward the boy beside Jiang Yu. Following his line of sight, Jiang Yu looked at the boy and smiled, explaining, "Oh, he is my newly adopted son." Jinlin was taken aback, exclaiming, "Aunt Jiang, you have even adopted a son." However, before he could finish, he was met with Jiang Yu's sharp gaze, which made him hastily close his mouth. Afraid to utter another word, Tang Xing, gazing curiously at the unfamiliar man, inquired, "Mommy, who is he? How do you know him?" Jiang Yue smiled gently as she stroked Tang Xing's head, explaining, "My dear, I truly know him. His name is Jinlin, and he is the child of my fourth brother. Moreover, he is indeed an extraordinary powerhouse." Upon hearing this, a spark of curiosity ignited in Tang Xing's eyes at that moment. Lan Xiao was wholly engrossed in merging the power of the Golden Dragon Spear, appearing as if isolated from the outside world. Suddenly, Yi Yusin entered, her gaze landing on Lin Qing as she softly stated, "Lin Qing, I need to step out for a moment. Could you please keep an eye on Lan Xiao and ensure his safety until I return?" As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Yusin turned and swiftly sped away, her figure vanishing from sight in an instant. Lin Qing nodded, signaling her understanding of the task at hand. She quietly approached Lan Xiao, silently guarding him while monitoring the progress of his fusion with the power of the Golden Dragon Spear. Time passed slowly, and the surrounding atmosphere grew remarkably tranquil, with only the faint energy fluctuations emanating from Lan Xiao's body indicating that she was engaged in a significant mission. Meanwhile, Su Yan was seated quietly at home, fully concentrating on stabilizing her cultivation level. Just then, a subtle yet rhythmic knocking sound echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing the noise, Su Ting rose without hesitation, swiftly making his way to the door and opening it. When he recognized the visitor, a look of surprise crossed his face, followed by a warm greeting. "Ah, it is an honor to welcome the dean to my humble abode. Please, come in." However, Yi Yusin quickly waved her hand in refusal, saying, "No need for that. I merely stopped by to deliver the Soul Core pill." With that, she gently handed the Soul Core pill she was holding to Su Ting and turned to leave. Su Ting stared at the Soul Core pill in his hand, his heart a tumult of emotions. He took a deep breath and then walked over to sit beside his sister, Su Yan. Curiously, Su Yan looked at her brother and softly inquired, "Brother, who just came by?" Su Ting snapped back to reality, smiling as he replied, "It was the dean from your academy who brought the Soul Core pill. Perhaps it can help you merge those two martial souls." Upon hearing this, excitement sparkled in Su Yan's eyes as she eagerly asked, "Really? Does this Soul Core pill possess such miraculous effects?" Su Ting affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, encouraging her, "Yes, indeed. However, the actual results will require you to try it yourself. I believe with your talent and effort, you will certainly succeed in merging these two martial souls at this critical moment." Su Yan promptly swallowed the Soul Core pill. Instantly, she felt a surge of energy swelling within her, as if it were striving to break free from her body's confines. She immediately summoned her martial soul powers, attempting to calm the tumultuous energy. However, just then, a powerful energy erupted suddenly, catching Su Yan off guard. Her consciousness began to blur, as if she were being swept into an unknown realm. Simultaneously, Tang Xing sensed his own will gradually detaching from his body, drifting toward a mysterious destination. When Tang Xing regained his bearings, he found himself in an extraordinary space. The sight before him left him astounded, yet there was no time for contemplation as he noticed Su Yan was in peril. Without hesitation, Tang Xing rushed forward, exerting all his strength to assist Su Yin in soothing her soul power. With Tang Xing's help, Su Yin gradually calmed down, her once turbulent soul power stabilizing. Slowly, she opened her eyes, exclaiming in delight, "Brother, it seems I have broken through to the soul master level." Upon hearing this news, Su Ting was overwhelmed with joy, unable to contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "That's fantastic, sister! You have finally overcome the bottleneck. Now, let me take you to find the third soul ring that suits you best." As he spoke, he grasped Su Yan's hand tightly. However, Su Yan appeared somewhat hesitant, her tone laced with uncertainty as she said, "Brother, there's really no need that I feel as though this third soul ring is somehow being bestowed upon me by my martial soul." Su Ting fell into a moment of perplexity upon hearing this, but soon regained his composure, abruptly realizing, how could I be so foolish? Your martial soul must have already merged with the Emerald Jade Harp, so what level of cultivation does this third soul ring possess? Su Yin immediately unleashed her soul ring, revealing a dazzling combination of 2 yellow and 1 purple rings. Su Ting quickly followed up with another question. Then, what is the skill associated with your third soul ring? Su Yin promptly replied, "It is the Emerald Protection." Su Ting, astonished, remarked, "You can actually directly attach a soul skill to another martial soul." Chapter 15. The friendly competition. After uttering that statement, Su Ting found himself momentarily stunned, realizing the implications of his words, which suggested a terrifying existence beyond imagination. Just then, Su Ting recalled something else and hurriedly added, "Oh, right. Tomorrow marks the first day of your school, so remember to prepare well." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yin silently rose and slowly walked toward her room, as if the entire world had been reduced to her solitary figure. The following morning, sunlight poured down at the entrance of Linghai Academy. With students gradually entering the campus in Dormitory 2, Room 202, Lan Xiao had already arrived, quietly sitting on the bed in meditation. Time slipped by unnoticed until Lan Xiao slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the door as if anticipating someone's arrival. She wondered to herself, how strange, why hasn't Tang Xing come yet? Just then, a crisp knock echoed through the air. Lan Xiao eagerly rushed to open the door, only to be surprised to see Su Yin standing there. "Su Yin, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed. Su Yin pouted in complaint. "What's wrong? Am I not welcome? You didn't even let me in to sit for a while." Lan Xiao quickly welcomed her, saying, "Oh, Su Yin, please come in and make yourself comfortable." Noticing Lan Xiao's somewhat distracted demeanor, Su Yin couldn't resist teasing her, asking with a smile, "What's the matter, my dear class president? Are you missing the vice president?" Lan Xiao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she shyly retorted, "I am not." Just as Su Yin was about to continue her playful banter, another knock interrupted her. Without hesitation, Lan Xiao walked to the door and swiftly opened it, immediately spotting Tang Xing standing outside. "Lan Xiao, I'm back," he said with a smile. Eagerly, Lan Xiao pulled Tang Xing into the dormitory. Upon entering, Tang Xing noticed another person present and asked in surprise, "Su Yin, what are you doing here?" Su Yin smiled slightly and casually replied, "What? Am I not allowed to come?" Tang Xing, with an indifferent expression, looked at Lan Xiao and pulled out a radiant right arm bone from his pocket, urging Lan Xiao quickly accept and absorb this right arm bone. Gratefully, Lan Xiao took the soul bone and murmured, "Thank you," before promptly beginning the absorption process. It wasn't long before Lan Xiao successfully absorbed the soul bone completely. Seeing this, Su Yin immediately pouted and muttered, "I'm so jealous." Tang Xing chuckled and reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll find a suitable soul bone for you next time." Su Yin remained persistent, insisting, "Let us go eat now. I'm starving." Tang Xing turned to Lan Xiao, asking, "What do you think? Are you hungry?" Lan Xiao touched her belly and honestly replied, "Yes, I'm a bit hungry." Thus, Tang Xing firmly took Lan Xiao's hand, and together they strolled toward the cafeteria. Su Yin shook her head helplessly, but quickly followed suit, and the three of them made their way to the cafeteria to enjoy a delicious meal. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Tang Xing handed the menu to Su Yin and Lan Xiao. Lan Xiao took the menu, carefully browsing the dishes before selecting a few of her favorites, while Su Yin eagerly ordered several home-cooked dishes. Clearly interested in them, observing their ordering habits, Tang Xing smiled to herself, feeling relieved. Good thing I brought my mom's card. Otherwise, today would have been quite costly. That moment, Tang Li's gaze fell upon them, revealing a hint of contemplation in his eyes, as if he had recalled something significant. Before long, the waiter began to serve the ordered dishes one by one. The three of them gathered around, starting to savor this sumptuous lunch, with Tang Xing enjoying her meal alongside them. However, just as they were relishing their food, a sudden flash of cold light streaked through the air, and a sharp flying blade hurtled toward Tang Xing. Quick on her feet, Tang Xing immediately reached out to deflect the flying blade. That a figure then entered through the door. It was Li Fei approached, looking at Tang Xing as he said, "Tang Xing, do you remember the matter we discussed earlier?" His tone bore a seriousness that instantly heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Tang Xing met Li Fei's gaze, her eyes resolute as she replied, "Of course I haven't forgotten. Yes, soon as they finish eating, we will take immediate action." Li Fei responded without a hint of hesitation. "All right, then I shall indulge in the exquisite delicacies first." At that moment, Lan Xiu gently tugged at Tang Xing's hand, inquiring curiously, "So, what shall we do next?" With a smile, Tang Xing replied, "In a little while, we shall engage in a fierce duel. You remember, is the match we agreed upon last semester. The three of us against the three of Li Fei." Lan Xiu, with an air of pride, lifted her chin confidently and declared, "In this competition, victory is surely within our grasp. After all, the quality of your second martial soul far surpasses his dual martial souls. I once read in an ancient book that the elf is a martial soul unique to the elf clan, yet those who manage to awaken the elf martial soul are exceedingly rare. Remarkably, over 30,000 years ago, Senior Tang exhibited a similar elven bloodline. Furthermore, Senior Tang has maximized this unique lineage, ultimately ascending to the divine realm." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing could not help but express his admiration. "I have indeed heard tales of Senior Tang's exploits. However, each time you mention it, I remain utterly astonished." Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a figure appeared before them. It was Li Fei, who, with a serious expression, called out, "Tang Xing." Tang Xing looked up and nodded slightly at Li Fei, indicating he was prepared. Subsequently, the two companions behind Li Fei joined Tang Xing's allies as they made their way to the center of the battle arena. Once they had settled, Li Fei cleared his throat and stated, "Tang Xing, in today's battle, I hope you will give it your all. Let me tell you, during the summer break, I trained relentlessly and have successfully elevated my soul power to level 30. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Tang Xing's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure as he responded, "Very well. In that case, I promise to fight with all my might. However, to ensure fairness, how about we both refrain from using our martial soul fusion techniques?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Fei. "What do you mean? Are you looking down on me?" Tang Xing immediately understood and quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant if you find it inappropriate." "Then let's do this. We can both use our martial soul fusion skills, but on my side, we will refrain from using the three-person fusion technique. Would that be acceptable?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Fei finally nodded in agreement. With his assent, a transparent defensive shield rose around the battle arena, enveloping everyone within it. Li Fei took the lead, declaring, "I am Li Fei, a level 32 agility-type battle spirit master. And I am Zen, a level 34 control-type weapon spirit master." Zi Yin promptly added. Wang Yang chimed in, "And I, too, am a level 31 power-type battle spirit master." Upon hearing this, the other students surged forward in excitement. Lan Xiu, instantly comprehending Tang Xing's intention, announced loudly, "Lan Xiu is here, a level 32 power-type battle spirit master." Su Yin, not to be outdone, unleashed her martial soul and proclaimed, "Su Yin, level 32 agility-type battle spirit master, reporting for duty." At this moment, a subtle smile graced Tang Xing's lips, and he spoke with a calm and confident tone. "Tang Xing is here, a level 36 control-type battle spirit master, ready to fight alongside all of you." The crowd was taken aback, especially as they witnessed Ziyan unleash his formidable third soul skill, Starry Skymark, provoking gasps of awe. Tang Xing, understanding Ziyan's intent, promptly activated his first soul skill. Mental probe sharing. Just then, a shadow darted towards Su Yin like a phantom, targeting her directly. It was none other than Li Fei. Su Yin, unfazed, swiftly released her second martial soul, preparing for an intense confrontation with Li Fei. However, the battle took an unexpected turn as Su Yin and Li Fei were embroiled in a fierce clash. A chain suddenly ensnared Su Yin like a venomous serpent, rendering her unable to move. Meanwhile, Ziyin seized the opportunity to charge towards Lan Xiao. Upon seeing this, Lan Xiao immediately summoned her golden dragon spear and thrust it fiercely at Ziyin. Yet, to her astonishment, just as the spear was about to strike him, his body inexplicably vanished. It was then that Lan Xiao realized she had fallen into a trap. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Tang Xing. It was Wang Yang. With a thunderous roar, Wang Yang shouted, "Third soul skill. Blazing flame slash." As his voice echoed, a wave of scorching energy surged forth, igniting the very air around them. However, at that moment, Tang Xing's eyes shimmered with a purple glow, resembling two mysterious gems radiating brilliance in the dark. In the next instant, a blue flame shot towards Wang Yang like lightning. Wang Yang's expression turned incredulous as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? How do you possess my soul skill?" He widened his eyes, attempting to comprehend the unfolding scene, but the blue flame approached too swiftly for him to evade. That moment, time seemed to freeze, and the world around them fell silent. Tang Xing and Wang Yang exchanged glances, both filled with confusion and astonishment. They realized that this battle had surpassed their expectations, and the outcome would determine the course of their fates. Tang Xing smiled slightly and said softly, "This is because I have activated my second and third soul skills." As he spoke, Lan Xiao, spear in hand, lunged towards Wang Yang at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, she unleashed her first soul skill, Golden Dragon Thrust. Wang Yang, undeterred, swung his flame blade, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Lan Xiao's Golden Dragon Spear. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Tang Xing silently gathered energy, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Wang Yang. However, just as Tang Xing's attack was about to land behind Wang Yang, Li Fei suddenly appeared, swiftly blocking Tang Xing's offensive. A smile graced Li Fei's face as he called out to Tang Xing, "Tang Xing, let us settle this once and for all." Utilizing his unique dual martial souls, Li Fei instantaneously divided the battlefield into two segments. At this moment, Tang Xing found himself in a predicament and had no choice but to summon his second martial soul. Upon sensing Tang Xing's change in martial soul, Li Fei unleashed an overwhelming aura that bore down on Tang Xing like a mountain. Tang Xing, not daring to delay, quickly condensed a dazzling sphere of light and hurled it towards Li Fei. However, Li Fei's reaction speed was beyond imagination. He almost instantaneously devised a countermeasure and unleashed his first soul skill, Radiant Slash. This skill was immensely powerful, emanating a fierce momentum and brilliant light, akin to an unparalleled sword. Hurtling towards Tang Xing. Faced with such a ferocious assault, Tang Xing could not afford to underestimate it and summoned every ounce of energy within him, subsequently releasing second soul skill, Elven Dominance. Simultaneously, Li Fei, unwilling to fall behind, fully aware of Tang Xing's formidable prowess, also unleashed his second soul skill, Radiant Storm. This technique surged forth like a tempest, carrying boundless might and destructive force, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. In an instant, Li Fei's face turned pale with fear as he shouted hoarsely, "Ziyin, quickly enhance my abilities." Without a moment's hesitation, Ziyin activated her third soul skill, Rain of Red Leaves, followed by her second soul skill, Blooming Red Leaves. Empowered by this significant boost, Li Fei swiftly initiated his martial soul fusion technique. Witnessing this scene, Lan Xiao felt a surge of urgency and cried out, "Hurry, Tang Xing, we must activate our martial soul fusion immediately." Tang Xing, not daring to waste a moment, promptly unleashed his first soul skill, Elven Holy Light Wave. This powerful radiance instantly shattered Su Yan's restraints. Tang Xing then shouted, "Grant me an enhancement." Su Yan understood immediately and activated her third soul skill, Emerald Light, followed by her second soul skill, Emerald Soul Melody. The very same moment, Tang Xing began to unleash his third soul skill, Elven Divine Transformation at this juncture. The atmosphere on the battlefield reached a peak of tension, as if the very air had solidified. Both sides exerted their utmost strength, striving for victory in this intense confrontation. Chapter 16. The culprit Tang Xing recalled Jiang Yu's words to him. Mom, what level of cultivation can I match against? Jiang Yu scrutinized Tang Xing and slowly replied. With your current strength, you can easily handle opponents within level 30. Your cultivation is now sufficient to contend with a Soul King, of course. If you encounter special circumstances, you need not fear and can engage with full force. If faced with formidable foes such as a Soul Emperor, you also possess the strength to fight. Therefore, your limit for challenging higher levels is the Soul King. Moreover, if the opponent is merely an ordinary Soul King, they will not be your match. However, should you encounter a talented Soul King, you must exercise caution, understand? After Tang Xing acquired a formidable enhancement, Li Fei had also completed his accumulation of strength and unleashed his ultimate move towards Tang Xing, Radiant Shadow Moon. Unyielding, Tang Xing retaliated with her own powerful attack, Elven Holy Light Wave. Under the weight of such a potent assault from Tang Xing, even Li Fei found it impossible to endure, leading to the dissolution of his martial soul fusion. Observing this turn of events, Tang Xing promptly retracted her soul skills. At that moment, Li Fei profoundly recognized the disparity in power between himself and Tang Xing. He rose to his feet and sincerely proposed. Class leader, from this day forth, let us interact as friends. You shall be the leader, and I will be your subordinate, following your lead from now on. Tang Xing accepted this proposition with delight, responding very well. It is settled, then. Li Fei regarded Tang Xing thoughtfully, as if grasping some deeper understanding. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, By the way, boss, how are you preparing for the entrance examination? Tang Xing confidently replied. As for me, I'm already assured of victory. Li Fei hesitated again before speaking. However, Lin Xian and Huang Quan from Class 2 are truly formidable adversaries. Yet, Tang Xing wore a cheerful smile as she replied. Understood, Li Fei. Please gather detailed information about both of them for me. Nodding in response, Li Fei immediately turned to prepare the necessary materials. Standing nearby, Lan Xiao was filled with confusion, unable to fathom Tang Xing's motives. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Tang Xing, what exactly are you planning? Instead of answering Lan Xiao directly, Tang Xing smiled and took her hand, leading her into the CF adjacent to the dining hall. Once inside, Tang Xing found a vacant seat for Lan Xiao and gently reassured her, Do not rush. Sit down and remain calm. After saying this, she seated herself across from Lan Qiu as time passed. After a period of reflection and accumulation, Li Fei finally completed the detailed information on Lin Xian and Huang Quan, personally handing it to Tang Xing upon receiving the documents. Tang Xing swiftly perused them, while Li Fei elaborated on the two individuals' circumstances. Lin Xian, merely 13 years of age, had already attained a remarkable level of a 33rd level defense-type Soul Master, showcasing extraordinary prowess that he hailed from a mysterious hidden sect with a profound background. Meanwhile, Huang Quan, at the age of 12, possessed the cultivation of a 32nd level support-type Soul Master. Li Fei informed Tang Xing. Listening to Li Fei's introduction, Tang Xing felt a flicker of doubt arise within her. She frowned and asked, However, I do not recall encountering them during the previous freshman assessments. What is the explanation for this? Li Fei quickly clarified. The situation is as follows. Within our Linghai Academy's outer campus, there exists a genius ranking. At that time, the third position was occupied by Sitiyu, with Lin Xian in 4th and Huang Quan in 5th, while a person named Xieqian ranked 6th. In the final elimination round of the freshman assessment, Sitiyu happened to cross paths with Lin Xian and Huang Quan. However, Sitiyu is known for his ruthless nature and extremely cruel methods. He even injured Lin Xian and Huang Quan's sister, leading to a deep-seated enmity between them. As he spoke, a tone of regret and helplessness filled Li Fei's voice. Tang Xing appeared to comprehend Li Fei's words, her mind racing as she swiftly formulated a plan. I have a way, she declared. Lan Xiao, you all should return to rest. I will be back shortly. Meanwhile, Lin Qian was with Yi Xian that he gently asked her, "Does it still hurt?" Yi Xian shook her head and replied, "It doesn't hurt, brother Lin Qian." He tenderly caressed her head in a gesture of comfort. Just then, Tang Xing arrived at their location. Huang Quan stepped forward, scrutinizing Tang Xing with curiosity before asking, "What brings the champion of the freshman assessment to our presence? Speak plainly. What do you seek?" Tang Xing smiled brightly and responded, "I did not expect you to recognize me. I shall not beat around the bush. I have heard that your sister has fallen victim to Situyu's poison, and despite your extensive search, you have yet to find a remedy." Huang Quan scoffed with disdain, coldly retorting, "Do you think you have a solution?" Tang Xing confidently affirmed, "Indeed, I do." Before she could finish, Lin Qian suddenly dashed forward, urgently asking, "Is what you say true?" Tang Xing assured him, "Of course, if you do not believe me. I shall take my leave." At that moment, Yi Xian slowly emerged from within, calling out, "Wait a moment." When Tang Xing turned to face Yi Xian, his mind went blank, astonished by her appearance. Wow, her eyes are so large, and her face is round. She resembles my childhood companion. However, as Yi Xian gazed at Tang Xing, a sharp pain erupted in her head. Lin Qian and Huang Quan rushed to support her. Lin Qian turned to Tang Xing, urging, "All right, come inside." Seeing Yi Xian in distress, Tang Xing was filled with concern and urgency. Without hesitation, he began to softly sing a familiar song, hoping to alleviate her suffering through the power of music. As Yi Xian listened to Tang Xing's voice, her taut nerves gradually relaxed. The enchanting melody flowed like a gentle spring, soothing her pain. With the continuation of the song, the torment in Yi Xian's head seemed to dissipate, and she slowly closed her eyes, entering a tranquil and comfortable state, ultimately drifting into a peaceful slumber. Lin Qian and Huang Quan, witnessing this scene, felt genuine admiration and awe for Tang Xing's abilities. The talent and kindness Tang Xing exhibited deeply impressed them. Without pausing, Tang Xing swiftly retrieved his precious elixir, carefully administering it to Yi Xian. He then summoned his powerful martial soul, channeling a continuous stream of soul power into Yi Xian to expedite her recovery process. Tang Xing unleashed his unique skill, Ultimate Light. Brilliant beams of dazzling light radiated from him, akin to the first rays of dawn, warm and full of vitality. These luminous rays coalesced into a potent energy flow, penetrating Yi Xian's body and expelling every remnant of poison. Under the illumination of ultimate light, the toxins within Yi Xian's body were rendered powerless, expelled as minuscule particles that gradually vanished into the air as if they had never existed. Tang Xing's efforts bore significant fruit. Yi Xian's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and her breathing became steady and rhythmic. Watching Yi Xian's recovery unfold, Tang Xing felt a surge of relief and satisfaction. He knew his efforts had not been in vain. Yi Xian would soon embrace health and vitality once more. As Tang Xing slowly opened his weary eyes and took a deep breath, he softly remarked, "Now she requires a period of quiet recovery. I should take my leave." However, just as Tang Xing turned to depart, Huang Quan swiftly extended his arm, blocking his path that, in his hand, Huang Quan carefully cradled a large, enticing meat dumpling, smiling as he offered it to Tang Xing, saying, "You have expended so much soul power. You should eat this that it will replenish your energy instantly." Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xing accepted the aromatic dumpling, biting into it without delay. Instantly, a rich, savory flavor enveloped his palate, intoxicating him with delight. With each chew, Tang Xing felt a powerful surge of energy flowing into his body, his previously depleted soul power replenishing at an astonishing rate. Tang Xing's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Huang Quan, incredulous as he exclaimed, "Your ability is truly extraordinary. It rivals the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda." Huang Quan, basking in Tang Xing's praise, couldn't help but smile with pride, responding, "Of course." Lin Qian slowly rose, gazing steadfastly at Tang Xing, and asked, "Tang Xing, feel free to state your conditions. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I will do my utmost to fulfill them." Tang Xing smiled slightly, his tone casual yet earnest. "There is nothing particularly extraordinary I seek. I merely hope for you to join my team. As you are likely aware, The rules for the entrance examination dictate that each team must consist of 7 members. Currently, Li Fei has already joined my team. Upon hearing Li Fei's name, Lin Xian's eyes flickered with surprise. He was well aware of who Li Fei was, the individual ranked second on the genius list. This meant that their team would possess formidable strength. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian readily replied, "Very well, I am willing to join. Let us reconvene at that time." He understood in his heart that this would be an exceedingly challenging opportunity, yet simultaneously a splendid chance to enhance his own abilities. Huang Quan opened his mouth and spoke slowly. "So, what should Xianer do? Are we really to leave her here all alone?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xian furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before responding, "How about this? I will call Uncle Chun and ask him to come take care of Xianer." After a brief pause, Lin Xian turned and departed to make the call. Huang Quan remained in place, lost in thought. After a while, he mused to himself, having Uncle Chun come is indeed a good idea. He then turned his gaze towards one and said, "Since he has agreed, I shall join as well. However, the benefits must not be lacking." A smile graced Wen's lips as he readily replied, "Rest assured, with me around, your share is guaranteed. We shall split it evenly." Tang Xing, exuding confidence, patted his chest in assurance. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently behind Tang Xing, sensing a disturbance. Tang Xing whirled around only to find an elderly man with a weathered face and weary expression gazing at him intently. Tang Xing felt a flicker of surprise as he scrutinized the mysterious elder, yet his mind held no recollection of him. However, Uncle Chen's eyes revealed an indescribable familiarity, as if they had encountered one another at a specific moment in the past. Uncle Chen murmured softly, "Have we met somewhere before? This feeling is quite strange." His voice laced with confusion and curiosity. Tang Xing, bewildered, shook his head and replied, "I don't think so. I believe I have never seen you before." He truly could not recall any prior interaction with this elder. Uncle Chun furrowed his brow, seemingly striving to recall something. He murmured to himself, "But this feeling is undeniably strong, as if there is some connection between us." Tang Xing felt a tinge of confusion, beginning to wonder if the elder had mistaken him for someone else or was experiencing a hallucination. Yet, judging by Uncle Chen's sincere expression, he did not appear to be jesting or rambling. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, bringing a slight chill. Tang Xing involuntarily shivered, accompanied by a surge of unease. Who exactly was this unfamiliar elder? Why did he evoke such a peculiar sensation? Tang Xing resolved to remain calm and attempt to extract more information from Uncle Chun. He smiled and inquired, "Sir, what is your name? Perhaps we can find some clues from there." Uncle Chun nodded slightly and replied gently, "My surname is Chun. You may call me Uncle Chun as for other matters. I cannot recall the moment." Tang Xing nodded in understanding. He thought to himself that perhaps this was merely a chance encounter, and Uncle Chun might have seen someone resembling him in a different place, leading to this illusion. However, just as Tang Xing prepared to leave, Uncle Chun suddenly called out to him, "Wait a moment, young man. Although I do not know if we have truly met, I feel a sense of warmth from you that if we have the opportunity to meet again, I hope we can have a good conversation." Tang Xing paused, glanced back at Uncle Chun, and smiled as he replied, "Certainly, Uncle Chun, if fate allows, I will make sure to chat with you more." With that, he turned to depart, leaving Uncle Chun standing alone. His gaze still fixed on Tang Xing's receding figure, the lingering questions in his heart refusing to dissipate. Lin Xian called out loudly, "Uncle Chun, over here!" Upon hearing Lin Xian's call, Uncle Chun responded, "All right, I will head over now." Tang Xing inclined his head slightly in agreement. He felt a strange sensation, unable to pinpoint what exactly felt amiss. Lin Xian led Uncle Chun into Yi Xian's room and lowered his voice, saying, "Uncle Chun, I entrust Yi Xian to your care." Uncle Chun looked puzzled and asked, "And where are you going?" Lin Xian replied, "I must hurry to the entrance examination with Huang Quan." Before he could finish, Tang Xing suddenly rushed into the room as if remembering something. Lin Xian quickly added, "Moreover, you have raised Xianer since she was little, so you are far more experienced in taking care of her than I am." Tang Xing looked at Uncle Chun and tentatively called out, "Chun Butler?" That single phrase struck Uncle Chun like a bolt of lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief. For in this world, only 4 individuals would address him in such a manner: the late master, the deceased mistress, Yi Xian, and the 4th was none other than Tang Xing. Uncle Chun trembled, his hands shaking as he scrutinized the young man before him. His gaze was filled with confusion and astonishment, as if he sought to confirm whether he was hallucinating. When he finally recognized Tang Xing's features, he suddenly became animated, his voice quivering as he exclaimed, "You are Xing, young Master Tang Xing?" Hearing this, Tang Xing could no longer contain his tears, which streamed forth like a flood released from a dam. Choking back his emotions, he asked, "It is I, Uncle Chun. Who was the one that murdered my family?" Each word struck like a knife, piercing deeply into Tang Xing's heart. His eyes were filled with anguish and fury, a desperate yearning for the truth. Uncle Chun took a deep breath, seemingly striving to calm the tempest within. Gritting his teeth, he spoke slowly and deliberately. "It was the Situ family and the Qianfeng family. How could they be so cruel as to slaughter the master, the mistress, and over 100 members of our family?" Uncle Chun wept bitterly, his grief overwhelming him. Upon hearing this news, Tang Xing stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, the flames of wrath erupting within him like a volcano. He could not accept this cruel reality. His beloved parents and so many innocent kin had perished at the hands of their enemies. The intertwining emotions of anger and sorrow caused his body to tremble uncontrollably, and when he learned that the culprits were the Situ family, a figure instantly surfaced in his mind. Situ Yu. Tang Xing harbored a deep-seated hatred for Situ Yu, fully aware of his treacherous and sinister nature. They had clashed numerous times in the past, and now both old grudges and new animosities surged forth. Tang Xing silently vowed to make Situ Yu pay dearly for the loss of his loved ones and kin. At this moment, an inferno of hatred and determination burned in Tang Xing's eyes. The fierce flames, seemingly capable of incinerating his enemies to ashes, leaving them in pieces, would hardly quench the fury in his heart. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qian was equally astonished and shaken. He slowly stepped forward, cautiously placing a hand on Tang Xing's shoulder, his voice low yet resolute as he comforted, "Tang Xing, as the saying goes, a gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is not too late. We must remain patient and await the opportune moment to ensure that those despicable individuals face the consequences of their actions. I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you, striving for justice for our departed loved ones." Lin Qian's words, akin to a gentle breeze, offered a modicum of relief to the pain and anger swirling within Tang Xing's heart. Tang Xing turned to look at Lin Qian, gratitude shining in his eyes, their gazes meeting, conveying trust and support. In that moment, they were as close as brothers, united in their vow to fight for justice. Tang Xing expressed his gratitude to Lin Qian with a glance, but his heart was already consumed by the flames of vengeance. Clenching his teeth, he declared firmly, "Thank you, Lin Qian. However, this blood feud, I must avenge myself. I will personally send those scoundrels to hell." With that, he tightened his fists, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. Tang Xing seemed to have unearthed the truth about Yi Xian's identity. When Huang Quan learned of this revelation, he too was taken aback. Tang Xing turned to Lin Qian and said, "Then let us meet at the rendezvous point tomorrow." Lin Qian nodded in agreement, then departed with Huang Quan to rest. Tang Xing returned to the CF, where he found only Lan Xiu waiting alone. He inquired, "Where has everyone gone?" Lan Xiu looked up at Tang Xing's return and replied, "They have already left." Tang Xing keenly sensed that Lan Xiu had been waiting for quite some time and asked with concern, "Lan Xiu, are you hungry?" Lan Xiu nodded gently in response, and Tang Xing immediately understood. He took her hand and led her to his food stall, preparing to cook a generous meal to ensure Lan Xiu would be well fed. After a while, a subtle aroma wafted into Lan Xiu's nostrils. The scent was not overpowering, yet it was immensely tantalizing, as though an invisible hand was gently tugging at her heartstrings. Curiosity piqued, Lan Xiu rose and followed the direction of the fragrance. She saw Tang Xing approaching with a bowl of food, wearing a gentle smile on his face. When Tang Xing reached Lan Xiu, he carefully placed the meal on her table. Lan Xiu peered into the bowl and saw it brimming with fluffy white rice, adorned with golden scrambled eggs and several fragrant chicken feet. The food appeared utterly delectable, making it impossible to resist salivating. Lan Xiu silently marveled. The presentation is truly exquisite. He could vividly imagine the sensation and flavor of that first bite. With great care, Lan Xiao delicately picked up the dish and brought it to his mouth. But after just a few chews, he found himself momentarily frozen. Tang Xing, noticing Lan Xiao's sudden stillness, gently shook her shoulder with a hint of concern. It was only then that Lan Xiao snapped back to reality, hastily explaining, "I'm perfectly fine. It's just that your culinary creation is so delectable that it momentarily distracted me." "I sincerely apologize." Tang Xing, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of comfort in her heart and smiled, saying, "I'm glad you like it. Take your time and be careful not to choke." However, it seemed that Lan Xiao did not register Tang Xing's words. As if under a spell, he swiftly devoured the food on the table with remarkable speed. After finishing, Lan Xiao scarcely had time to exchange further words with Tang Xing before he hurried back to his dormitory. Collapsing onto his bed, sinking into a deep slumber, ready to welcome the dawn of a new day. The following morning, a light mist enveloped the sky, resembling a gossamer veil draping the earth. A warm ray of sunlight streamed through the window, cascading onto Tang Xing's bed like golden strings of a harp. Slowly, Tang Xing opened her eyes, her gaze drawn to the sun that had just risen outside. That radiant orb appeared to be the most resplendent gem in the universe, emanating boundless light and vigor. As she gazed at it, a profound sense of urgency surged within her. She understood all too well how swiftly time flows like water, and that without seizing the moment to enhance herself, her aspirations would remain unattainable. Thus, without hesitation, Tang Xing rolled out of bed, her movements swift and decisive. She took her place on the elevated platform beside her bed, her eyes steadfast and focused. "I nearly missed the training time for the purple extreme demon eye," she murmured to herself. "Now, I have uncovered the connection between the family of the culprit responsible for my parents' deaths and the mysterious Qianfeng family. Yet, I currently lack the strength to exact revenge. But one day, I shall become immensely powerful and ensure they pay dearly for their transgressions." Tang Xing's voice conveyed unwavering resolve, akin to a sharp blade cleaving through the thorns and obstacles ahead. She recognized that achieving her goals would not be a simple endeavor. Yet she possessed the courage and determination to confront every challenge. In this world brimming with trials and opportunities, only through relentless effort and self-transcendence could one ascend to the pinnacle and survey all beings below. Taking a deep breath and adjusting her mindset, Tang Xing devoted herself wholeheartedly to the training of the purple extreme demon EY. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Yet her gaze grew increasingly resolute and sharp. Last, Tang Xing completed her training for the day. She stood, stretching her somewhat stiff limbs, and without a moment's hesitation, descended the stairs, preparing to participate in the entrance assessment. In her heart, she knew that only through continual enhancement of her abilities could she achieve her goal of avenging her parents. This entrance assessment was a crucial step toward reaching a higher realm. As Tang Xing reached the square, she spotted Lan Xiao, Su Yin, and Li Fei. "Lin Xian," a voice called out to Li Fei. Turning around, Li Fei realized something and remarked, "You're here to find Tang Xing, aren't you?" Just then, Tang Xing appeared, prompting Li Fei to feel somewhat embarrassed, exclaiming, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Tang Xing shot Li Fei a glare, and he immediately fell silent. Suddenly, the director's deep and authoritative voice resonated. Silence, like a clap of thunder, it pierced through the clamor of the estate. In an instant, everyone fell silent, as if enchanted, their gazes converging on the director. That moment, Yi Yusin stood quietly in the center of the arena, her voice clear and resolute as she announced, "The entrance assessment is about to commence. That I urge all class supervisors to diligently fulfill their responsibilities. Now, I would like to invite the overall coordinator of this assessment to elaborate on the specifics." As Yi Yusin concluded her words, the coordinator approached with a solemn demeanor. Clearing his throat, he began, "The location for this assessment is set in the Death Desert. You will need to search for various grades of ores, including low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade ores. The higher the grade of ore you find, the higher the score you will receive. Therefore, everyone should strive to locate the highest grade ores possible. Now, please form groups of 7, allowing for free combinations between different classes." As his words faded, the venue erupted into animated discussions. Students eagerly exchanged ideas, strategizing on how to assemble the most formidable teams to excel in the assessment. After exchanging glances with Li Fei and the others, Tang Xing began to position herself. The director, observing that the students had formed their teams, called out, "Class supervisors, please escort your students to the designated location." Once there, class supervisors should refrain from intervening and leave the area. As transportation awaits outside, Wu Xinheng, with a serious expression, addressed Tang Xing. "Tang Xing, the Death Desert is fraught with hidden dangers. Each step can be perilous. Once you enter, exercise utmost caution and remember to protect yourselves." "Understood," Tang Xing, with determination in her eyes, replied. "Rest assured, Teacher Wu, I will safeguard myself. Please trust me." After leading Tang Xing and her companions onto the vehicle, Wu Xinheng encouraged them to rest. "Li Fei, come take a look." Zian suddenly exclaimed in excitement, having spotted a breathtaking view outside the window. Following Zian's pointing finger, Li Fei's jaw dropped at the sight. Born into a wealthy family, he had never had the opportunity to witness such beauty before. "Wow, Zian, look at those butterflies. They seem to be dancing," he exclaimed in exhilaration. Throughout the journey, Li Fei and Zian reveled in the spectacular scenery, gradually succumbing to drowsiness, and before long, both fell asleep, with Zian nestled quietly in Li Fei's embrace. Enveloping the vehicle in an unusual tranquility, as Tang Xing's meditation concluded, the vehicle arrived at their destination. Upon disembarking, Wu Xinheng advised them, "Be vigilant once inside. I will wait here for your return." Suddenly, a large spaceship appeared above Wu Xinheng, landing smoothly on the ground. The rear hatch opened, revealing a stream of students disembarking, who then proceeded into the Death Desert. Observing the influx of students, Tang Xing called out, "We should head in as well." She waved to Teacher Wu, who smiled gently in response. As Tang Xing approached, she felt a familiar surge of energy ripple through her. This sensation stirred an unusual feeling within her. Yet she refrained from displaying it, merely furrowing her brow. Noticing Tang Xing's change in expression, Lan Xiao couldn't help but voice her concern. "Tang Xing, what's wrong? Have you sensed something amiss?" Tang Xing quickly shook her head, reassuring her, "I'm fine. I merely believe there may be some rare ores in this area." "Everyone, please remain vigilant." That moment, Lin Xian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "My Rock Dragon Shield martial spirit has a sensitivity to special ores. Perhaps it can assist us in locating them." Filled with excitement and exhilaration at this revelation, Tang Xing turned her gaze towards Lin Xian, admiration evident in her eyes. "That is fantastic. Then please use your martial spirit to help us locate those ores." "Lin Xian," she replied enthusiastically. Then, turning to Li Fei and the others, she issued commands. "Li Fei, you, and the rest must keep a close watch on the sides for any approaching soul beasts. Should you detect any danger or anomalies, signal immediately without hesitation." Simultaneously, she turned her attention to Zian, instructing, "Zian, stay close behind Lin Xian. As soon as any special ores are detected, commence excavation without delay. Remember, act swiftly. We cannot afford to miss any opportunities." After detailing these plans, Tang Xing took a deep breath, fully concentrating on the surrounding environment, ready to respond to any eventualities. Hearing Tang Xing's arrangements, the group nodded in understanding. At that moment, Huang Quan queried, "What about me? What should I do?" After pondering briefly, Tang Xing replied, "Huang Quan, your role is to provide support, ensuring everyone's safety and the supply of resources if anyone is injured or requires assistance. You must respond promptly." Upon hearing Tang Xing's directives, Lan Xiao couldn't help but interject, "Tang Xing, what about me? I want to help with something too." Tang Xing smiled at Lan Xiao, saying, "You can stay by my side. Your healing martial spirit can offer support to everyone, just in case. Moreover, should danger arise, you will be able to protect yourself immediately." With the tasks assigned, the group sprang into action. Lin Xian took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stood still, quietly beginning to unleash his martial soul. His martial soul manifested as a petite and exquisite squirrel, shimmering with a faint glow as he released his martial spirit. Lin Xian cautiously extended his hands, gently placing his palms on the ground to attentively sense the aura of the surrounding ores. His expression was intensely focused, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just him and the hidden minerals beneath the earth. Meanwhile, the other team members remained vigilant. Armed with their weapons, they maintained a heightened state of alert, keenly observing every movement around them. The slightest disturbance, they would react instantly, ensuring the safety of Lin Xian and their fellow teammates. Tang Xing and Lan Xiao closely followed behind Lin Xian, ready to provide support at any moment. Both were seasoned warriors, their gazes sharp and steady, emanating a powerful confidence to end the perilous mining cave. They needed to concentrate fully to ensure the successful completion of their mission. Tang Xing carefully caressed her soft hands and softly said, "You and I shall proceed to the left ahead," clearing the path for everyone. However, Su Yin displayed a look of disdain, clicking her tongue at them. Huang Quan responded with a wry smile, saying, "I seem to smell the sour scent of dumplings, and I am indeed feeling a bit sour." Tang Xing let out an exasperated sigh and said, "Enough of that. Stop dawdling and let us move." As Tang Xing stepped into the outskirts of the deadly desert, Lin Xian suddenly halted, alertly exclaiming, "Wait, it seems there is something here." Upon hearing this, Ziyin and Huang Quan immediately began to dig. Halfway through, a pile of glimmering ores gradually came into view. Tang Xing focused her gaze and exclaimed in astonishment, "It's intermediate ore! Hurry, keep digging." Before long, all the minerals on the ground were fully exposed. Tang Xing swiftly took out her storage device, carefully collecting these precious ores. Meanwhile, Huang Quan had unearthed an object resembling a claw. Seeing it was immovable, he quickly entered the claw's interior. Suddenly, the claw snapped the iron shovel in two, and a scorpion sprang out of the sand. Tang Xing shouted, "Quick, get out of the pit!" The scorpion leaped out of the pit in pursuit of Tang Xing and the others. Tang Xing assessed the creature. Its cultivation should be around 6,000. We can engage it. Unleash your martial souls. Prepare for battle. The first soul skill, Radiant Slash. With Li Fei's furious shout, he swung his sword fiercely but missed his mark. Observing this, Ziyin immediately unleashed her second soul skill, Rain of Red Leaves. In an instant, countless red leaves fell like raindrops, granting Li Fei a significant boost. Empowered, Li Fei dashed toward the scorpion like an arrow released from a bow, while Ziyin swiftly unleashed her first soul skill, Starry Binding. Following that, she executed her second soul skill, The Other Side of the Starry Sky. Tang Xing exclaimed in surprise, "This is the first time I've seen her use her second soul skill." At that moment, Lan Xiao seized the opportunity, stealthily firing a shot at the scorpion from behind, inflicting great pain upon it. However, the scorpion reacted swiftly, using its massive pincers to tightly grip Lan Xiao's red umbrella and violently fling it away. As the scorpion prepared to strike with its tail towards Li Fei, Lin Xian intervened just in time, casting the Rock Dragon Shield and chanting, "First soul skill, Copper Wall Barrier." The Rock Dragon Shield radiated a powerful light, forcing the scorpion's tail back. The unwilling scorpion readied to launch its poisonous stinger again, targeting Tang Xing. Tang Xing cried out in terror. "No!" Chapter 18. Crisis. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared, blocking Tang Xing's path. The azure needle shot forth like lightning, instantly piercing Lan Xiao's body. Seeing this, Tang Xing leaped forward without hesitation, rushing ahead. Concurrently, Su Yin activated her third soul skill, Emerald Light, alongside her second soul equipment, Emerald Soul Melody. Unexpectedly, another surge of powerful energy flowed into Tang Xing's body at that moment. Sensing the surge, Tang Xing immediately tapped into his potential. He unleashed his third soul skill, Starry Mark, quickly followed by his second soul skill, Rain of Red Leaves. Countless red leaves blossomed in the air, creating a vibrant spectacle. Following this, Tang Xing unleashed his light elements with all his might, employing his third soul skill, Elven Divine Transformation, as well as his third soul skill, Elven Sacred Wave. The dazzling light shone like stars, illuminating the entire space. At that moment, Tang Xing's power was fully manifested. Under Tang Xing's relentless assault, the scorpion was finally vanquished. Tang Xing tightly embraced Lan Xiao, while Huang Quan quickly prepared a detoxifying shrimp dumpling. Without hesitation, Tang Xing summoned his ultimate light, Channeling all his energy to heal Lan Xiu's wounds, as Tang Xing focused intently on the healing. The sky began to grow murky, darkening ominously, as if something dreadful was about to unfold. Su Yin keenly sensed the anomaly and warned, "The surrounding air seems off. Everyone be cautious." Just then, Lan Xiu suddenly coughed twice and slowly opened her eyes, when she realized she was lying in Tang Xing's warm embrace. Her cheeks flushed with a shy hue. Despite feeling a bit embarrassed, Lan Xiu chose to remain quietly nestled in Tang Xing's arms. Meanwhile, Su Yin remained vigilant, attentively observing the surroundings. However, unexpected events often strike suddenly. Just as everyone was distracted, Li Fei silently appeared behind Su Yin and gently called, "Su Yin." Upon hearing the voice, Su Yin turned around and immediately grasped his intent. Thus, she understood and returned to the ground for a brief respite. Li Fei sat quietly on a large rock, his thoughts seemingly drifting far away. That moment, a crisp voice rang out from behind him. Li Fei. He turned to see it was Ziyin. His face bore no hint of surprise, as if he had anticipated her arrival. He smiled and gestured for her to take a seat beside him. Yin quickly sat down, eagerly saying, "Li Fei." Today was truly perilous. Her tone carried a hint of relief and reflection. Li Fei nodded silently, gently stroking his hands as he pondered. Indeed, thankfully everyone is safe. Reflecting on the earlier events, Ziyin suddenly recalled something important and raised her head to look at Li Fei. Curiously asking, "Li Fei, do you remember what you said in front of my parents?" Her eyes revealed a mix of anticipation and doubt. Li Fei smiled slightly, answering without hesitation, "Of course I remember. I will uphold my words." His gaze was firm and confident, inspiring trust in those around him. However, just as they were conversing, Li Fei's gaze suddenly focused ahead, his expression growing serious. He then shouted loudly, "Don't sleep. A sandstorm is coming." His voice echoed through the air, waking those nearby, still resting. Lin Xian dared not hesitate, immediately raising his shield high, forming a solid fortress. With a serious expression, he called to everyone, "This fortress can only withstand for 2 hours at most." Yet before he could finish, the sandstorm struck unannounced, unleashing a metallic tempest. The metallic storm surged forth like a tidal wave, mercilessly battering the barrier Lin Xian had painstakingly constructed. Amidst this heart-stopping impact, the fortress began to creak ominously, the once sturdy walls showing signs of cracking. Each fissure resembled a ghastly wound, instilling fear in all. As time passed, the cracks widened, threatening to collapse and expose those within to danger. Lin Xian's eyes widened as he fixated on the precarious barrier, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Inside the spaceship, Director Chun and Yi Yusin closely monitored Tang Xing and the others through the surveillance screens. Director Chen's eyes widened with shock as he exclaimed, "Two types of storms." Yi Yusin immediately began to explain to Director Chun. The reason the Deadly Desert is called so is due to the presence of various types of storms, along with exceedingly terrifying soul beasts. These soul beasts possess great power. They do not need to strike, as the mere threat they pose is enough to instill dread. However, this is an opportune moment to let Tang Xing and their team experience the importance of teamwork, honing their ability to respond in extreme environments. Director Chen nodded, agreeing with Yi Yusin's perspective. He understood that under such harsh conditions, only a united and cooperative team could survive. Whether Tang Xing and the others could successfully overcome the challenges would depend on their team spirit. At this moment, both Director Chun and Yi Yusin eagerly anticipated that Tang Xing's group would emerge from this trial even stronger. Tang Xing addressed Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, can your martial soul really dig?" Upon hearing Tang Xing's words, Lin Xian himself was not entirely certain. Yet he ventured to respond, "I shall give it a TR." And oh, sooner had he spoken than he initiated an assault on the ground beneath his feet. With the rock dragon shield activated, it seemed to sense its master's intent and immediately commenced its excavation work. Observing this, Lin Xian exclaimed with excitement, "Haha, it actually worked. Just give me a moment." Before long, Lin Xian shouted once more, "3 people can come down now." Tang Xing turned to the 3 girls behind him and said, "Lan Xiu, Su Yin, and Ziyin, you may go down first." Upon hearing this, Ziyin immediately protested. Why should we go down first? Don't underestimate us. However, Tang Xing did not afford her the chance to finish her sentence, decisively interjecting, "That is an order. If you refuse to follow my arrangement, then I shall not concern myself with you." Yin was taken aback by Tang Xing's authoritative tone, and reluctantly, she complied and began to climb down the rope. Next, Tang Xing directed his gaze toward Huang Quan, stating, "Huang Quan, it's your turn." Huang Quan, enduring the painful assault of the wind and sand against his face, nodded in acknowledgement. "All right." At that moment, Lin Xian called out again, "One more person," before the words had fully escaped his lips. Huang Quan leapt without hesitation into the swirling vortex below. Meanwhile, Li Fei turned to Tang Xing and anxiously suggested, "Boss, why don't you go down first? I feel my soul skill might have some effect on this storm." Tang Xing replied loudly, "No, that would be far too dangerous. Absolutely not. Hurry and go down." Frustrated, he thought to himself that he would have to resort to the spirit light transformation, just as Li Fei prepared to jump. Tang Xing's transformation unexpectedly dissipated, causing him to wobble precariously, on the verge of collapsing in a moment of urgency. Lan Xiu swiftly stepped in, catching Tang Xing and preventing him from falling. Suddenly, a deep and commanding voice echoed, "Light and shadow storm." This voice boomed like thunder, reverberating in their ears. Immediately, a powerful wave of energy surged forth like a torrent, colliding violently with the metallic storm. In an instant, a myriad of dazzling sparks erupted, reminiscent of fireworks exploding in the night sky, mesmerizing all who beheld. That moment, Huang Quan unhesitatingly unleashed his ultimate technique, Thunderstorm Slash. The weapon in his hand shimmered with radiant lightning, embodying a devastating force as it struck down upon the Jin army. The Jin army was sent reeling backward, caught off guard, and in disarray. Tang Xing's face was etched with concern as he widened his eyes, fixated on the battle ahead. Suddenly, a massive desert storm appeared without warning behind Han Fei. The storm approached with such rapidity that it took everyone by surprise, as Han Fei was about to be swept away by the storm. Ziyin dashed forward without hesitation. Summoning all her strength, she forcefully pushed Li Fei out of the storm's range. As for herself, she resolutely faced the terrifying desert storm head dash on. Fei watched in horror as Yin put herself in peril to protect him. An indescribable sorrow swelling within him, but he cried out in despair, "No!" The sound was filled with hopelessness and helplessness, as if it could tear the very fabric of the world asunder. Just as Ziyin felt herself being drawn into that mysterious force, Tang Xing unflinchingly reached out, forcefully pushing Ziyin toward Li Fei. While he himself was engulfed by the storm, Li Fei had not anticipated that it would be Tang Xing who ultimately got caught in the storm. And neither had Ziyin expected that the one she thought was destined for demise would be the very person she had just been bickering with. In that moment, Chongyin finally understood Tang Xing's intention. Seeing Tang Xing being swept away, Lan Xiu was consumed by urgency and was about to plunge into the mysterious force. Su Yin, witnessing this, quickly intervened, anxiously saying, "Lan Xiu, calm down and listen to me. Among us, aside from me, no one else possesses flying skills. Therefore, I will go to rescue Tang Xing, while you stay here to recuperate, all right?" Though Lan Xiu felt a deep reluctance, she could only helplessly nod in agreement. Su Yin unfurled her wings and sped toward the desert storm. That moment, Tang Xing sensed someone approaching and shouted, "Su Yin, fly counterclockwise. We shall execute a pincer attack." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yin flapped her wings, utilizing the power of the clockwise rotation to gain momentum. This juncture, Ziyin realized she must take action. She swiftly unleashed her third soul skill, Rain of Red Leaves Possession. Following that, she activated her second soul skill, Blooming Power of the Rain of Red Leaves. Finally, she executed her first soul skill, Healing of the Rain of Red Leaves. With this series of soul skills unleashed, Su Yan's attributes were significantly enhanced. Suddenly, she realized the source of this overwhelming power. Without hesitation, Su Yan accelerated, dashing toward the heart of the storm like a bolt of lightning. Inside, Tang Xing began to release his own light elemental energy, Spirit Holy Light Wave. Launching a full-force attack, A brilliant beam of light shot straight toward the storm's center. Suyin immediately followed suit, deploying her third soul skill, Purple Butterfly Shield, forming a solid defense. Then she activated her first soul skill once more, Wing Blade Butterfly Spiral, unleashing countless sharp butterfly wings that swirled forth like a tempest. Through the combined efforts of Tang Xing and Su Yin, they ultimately eradicated the colossal storm. Exhausted from the exertion, Tang Xing collapsed onto the ground. Su Yin, witnessing this, hurriedly flew over, supporting Tang Xing and bringing him to safety. Seeing this, Lan Xiu rushed toward Tang Xing, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Tang Xing, feeling Lan Xiu's warmth and tears, gently lifted his hand to wipe her cheek, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I shall be fine." Meanwhile, Ziyin sprang into action, employing her unique healing techniques to tend to Tang Xing's injuries, while Huang Quan resolutely unleashed his powerful soul skill, Super Recovery Big Meat Dumpling. This soul skill transformed into a dazzling light that flew directly into Tang Xing's mouth. With their combined healing efforts, Tang Xing's vitality gradually returned. At last, he slowly opened his eyes, awakening to the world. The others, seeing this, felt a weight lift from their hearts, their faces lighting up with joy. On the ship, Director Chen witnessed the remarkable display from Tang Xing and Su Yin, his eyes widening in astonishment. Murmuring to himself, "A team can be used like this? This is beyond my imagination." Standing beside him, Yi Yusin, having observed the entire event, felt a surge of admiration swell within her. She finally understood why the esteemed elders of Linghai Pavilion unanimously recommended Tang Xing as a core disciple of the Inner Academy. This young man was not only extraordinarily gifted but also possessed a keen intellect and remarkable wit. He was destined to become a formidable leader, steering the tides of the cultivation world. Upon awakening, Tang Xing rubbed his eyes, still drowsy, and asked, "How long have I been asleep?" Lan Xiu gently replied, "Just half an hour." Lin Xian glanced into his bag, having gathered resources for quite some time, and remarked, "Tang Xing, we are still halfway to our goal." Tang Xing's gaze fell upon the deep pit, as if he had discovered a treasure, exclaiming, "There seems to be ore in that pit. Let us take a look." Eagerly, Lin Xian stepped into the pit, shouting in excitement, "So much! All high-grade ore!" Su Yin and Li Fei descended to commence mining, while Huang Quan and Ziyin were tasked with transporting and collecting. "My soul power has yet to recover," Tang Xing began, but before he could finish, Ziyin quickly interjected, "You and Sister Lan Xiu should rest well. We'll handle the rest." Tang Xing noted the change in Ziyin's demeanor and smiled, nodding in agreement. This time, Ziyin proactively suggested to Huang Quan, "I will handle the transporting. You focus on collecting." Huang Quan understood Ziyin's intentions and nodded with a smile, refraining from any argument. Throughout this endeavor, Ziyin contributed the most effort, prompting Tang Xing to reflect, what a tenacious and endearing young girl. Upon returning to the ship, Tang Xing addressed Director Chen. "Director Chen, we are here to report our mission." Subsequently, Tang Xing laid out all the mine stones. Director Chen, upon seeing the haul, was left in shock, his mouth agape in astonishment, exclaiming, "So much!" Afterward, all the classmates submitted their tasks, receiving corresponding evaluations, the students akin to hungry chicks. Eagerly awaited Tang Xing's results. Just as Director Chen was about to declare that Tang Xing would not be graded, the assembled classmates expressed their confusion over his statement. Chapter 19. Class 1. The students chattered animatedly about Director Chen, who maintained an impassive expression and stated, "Since you are so eager to know, I shall let you witness it clearly." With that, Director Chen activated the playback, showcasing the metallic clash that ensued after the metallic storm collided with the fortress. "Li Fei, hurry down. It's bad. My transformation time is about to end." In the cave, Lan Xiu had already dissolved into tears, choking out, "We cannot lose him." Tang Xing gazed at the unfolding scene, a profound sense of comfort swelling within him. However, the other students felt a bitter pang of sorrow rising within them. Immediately thereafter, an unexpected event transpired. The individuals within the cave suddenly soared into the air. Li Fei shouted, "No matter what, let's fight back." Martial Soul Fusion, Light and Shadow Storm. Simultaneously, Huang Quan unleashed a powerful move. Thunderstorm Slash. At last, through their combined efforts, the metallic tempest was successfully dispersed. However, none could have anticipated that in the next moment, a sandstorm would suddenly strike from behind Li Fei in a critical moment. Ziyin swiftly propelled Li Fei out of harm's way, as the storm threatened to engulf Ziyin. Tang Xing unhesitatingly pushed her out and signaled Su Yin to initiate a rescue operation. Ultimately, through their seamless cooperation, the desert storm was effectively quelled at that moment. The students fell into deep contemplation. From these two harrowing incidents, they profoundly understood why Tang Xing and her companions refrained from assigning scores. Had anyone else been in their place, it would have been nearly impossible to escape the grim fate of losing their lives. Yet, Tang Xing managed to ensure the safety of each individual, a responsibility and ability that commanded the utmost respect from all. Sun Xiaokong quietly approached Tang Xing, sincerely stating, "Class leader, we were in the wrong. We should not have doubted you, that I hope you can show magnanimity and not hold our previous mistakes against us. And welcome me back." His words were imbued with earnestness and contrition. Tang Xing met Sun Xiaokong's gaze, her expression resolute as she replied, "Very well. Let us strive together, but you must first apologize to Director Chun." Her statement struck the gathering like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone astonished. Taking a deep breath, Sun Xiaokong slowly approached Director Chun. His steps weighted yet full of determination and courage, standing before Director Chun. He lifted his head and, with sincerity in his eyes, said, "Director Chun, I sincerely apologize. I realize I was wrong. Please forgive my impulsiveness and ignorance." This declaration was like a gentle spring breeze, diffusing the tense atmosphere. In unison, the classmates echoed, "Director Chun, we are sorry." Their voices resonated throughout the space, seemingly banishing any lingering misunderstandings and discomfort. Director Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Tang Xing would so steadfastly support Sun Xiaokong and lead the students in apologizing. At that moment, a wave of indescribable emotion surged within him. Subsequently, Director Chun smiled and patted Sun Xiaokong on the shoulder, indicating his acceptance of the apology. He then led the students aboard the spacecraft. Preparing to return to school, the spacecraft traversed the cosmos, carrying this group of young scholars on their journey home. On board, the students animatedly exchanged thoughts about the recent events. They admired Tang Xing's actions and gained a deeper understanding of their camaraderie. This experience not only taught them the courage to admit their mistakes, but also illuminated the power of unity. After witnessing the actions of Tang Xing and her companions, Wu Xinheng felt an irresistible urge swell within him. He resolved to personally visit Class 2 to uncover the secrets that lay hidden there. Thus, he hastily exited his office. Heading towards Class 2, upon reaching the entrance, he fortuitously encountered the class teacher. Jilan quickly called out to her with a hint of urgency. "Teacher Jilan, please hold on." Jilan halted, her lustrous black hair cascading down. Turning her head in curiosity, she inquired, "What is it?" "Teacher Wu, is there something you need?" As Wu Xinheng beheld Jilan's captivating features and her clear, water-like gaze, he felt a sudden flutter of nervousness, his heart racing involuntarily. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he articulated, "Well, Teacher Jilan, I have a matter I would like to discuss with you. Could you accompany me to my office?" Jilan nodded slightly in agreement. Wu Xinheng promptly opened the door to his office and politely invited her inside. Once they both entered, he swiftly closed the door, and the room fell into a tranquil silence. In a flurry, Wu Xinheng fetched a chair for Jilan, who graciously seated herself, promptly asking, "Teacher Wu, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Wu Xinheng got straight to the point, stating plainly, "I hope to transfer Lin Xian and Huang Quan from your class to mine. Would that be possible?" Upon hearing this, Jilan's brow furrowed slightly as she queried, "Could you provide me with a reasonable explanation?" Anticipating her question, Wu Xinheng answered with composure, "The reason is quite simple. They are both exceptionally talented students. Given today's live broadcast, I'm sure you are already aware of their capabilities. I assure you, I will not leverage my position to suppress others. So I hope you will consider my request carefully, Teacher Jilan." Understanding Wu Xinheng's intentions, Jilan firmly stated her condition. "Very well. But I have one stipulation. I need you to request Director Chun to establish a special class. This way, we can bypass the merging process. Furthermore, when we reach the third year, there will be no need for merging again. After all, we will have to merge eventually. It is better to resolve this sooner rather than later. You understand my point? Wu Xinheng immediately grasped Jilan's intent and readily responded. No problem. I will handle it and speak with the director. With a light step, Wu Xinheng approached Director Chen's office and gently knocked on the door. Come in. A deep yet gentle voice beckoned from behind the door. Wu Xinheng entered to find Director Chen seated at his desk, engrossed in grading a paper. Upon noticing Wu Xinheng's arrival, he smiled and asked, "Ah, Teacher Wu, what brings you here?" Wu Xinheng hesitated slightly at the sight of Director Chen's busy demeanor, but mustered his courage to say, "Director Chen, I wish to apply for a position in the special class. This." Director Chen abruptly halted his pen, astonished, questioning whether he had misheard. He paused his work and scrutinized Wu Xinheng, asking, "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Wu Xinheng clearly reiterated, "I wish to apply to join the special class." A flicker of surprise and confusion crossed Director Chen's face. He set down his pen, leaned back, and scrutinized Wu Xinheng, seemingly pondering the rationale behind this request. After a moment, he slowly inquired, "Teacher Wu, what has prompted this thought? Could you provide me with a detailed explanation?" Upon hearing Wu Xinheng's words, Director Chen suddenly felt his legs weaken, trembling as he exclaimed, "Wu Xinheng, are you truly certain you haven't lost your mind? Do you realize what qualifications are needed to become a teacher in the special class? It requires an excellent teaching credential. Do you possess one?" In the face of Director Chen's skepticism, Wu Xinheng remained composed. He leisurely retrieved a document from his pocket and handed it to Director Chen. Upon examining the document, Director Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Where on earth did you get this?" However, Wu Xinheng merely replied nonchalantly, "No need to ask too many questions. The fact that I have it is what matters." Director Chen shook his head in resignation, stating, "Even if you possess this certificate, what of it? The students in the special class must be exceptionally talented prodigies. Even if your classmates have such qualifications, they must undergo a series of rigorous assessments before applying for the special class." Wu Xinheng nodded slightly, his tone resolute as he declared, "No problem. Tomorrow I will bring my classmates to participate in the testing. And Teacher Jilan's class will join as well." Director Chen instantly deduced Wu Xinheng's motives for applying for the special class. He mused to himself, "Without a doubt, this must be the ill-conceived idea of that little girl Jilan." His expression darkened as he delivered a stern ultimatum. "Very well. Tomorrow proceed to the advanced testing platform for the talent assessment." Wu Xinheng responded defiantly, agreed. With that, he decisively turned and strode away, leaving behind an aura of determination. Upon returning to his office, Wu Xinheng joyfully informed Jilan, "Fantastic! We did it! Tomorrow we will participate in the assessment. I must hurry and notify our classmates." Upon receiving the news from Teacher Wu, Tang Xing wasted no time and sprang into action, instructing everyone to gather quickly in the classroom. Standing at the podium, she commanded with utmost seriousness, ensuring that each individual was settled in their seat before proceeding. She surveyed the room to confirm that no one was overlooked, then raised her voice, "Everyone, please settle down and take your seats. Teacher Wu will be here shortly." Before long, Wu Xinheng burst into the classroom with great enthusiasm. His face radiated with excitement and anticipation as he entered the room, unable to contain himself as he announced, "Classmates, tomorrow we will be utilizing the advanced testing platform for your aptitude assessments. This test is of paramount importance, as it will determine your eligibility to enter a specific class. It is a rare opportunity and a true evaluation of your capabilities. Therefore, I hope each of you will give your utmost effort and showcase your best selves." Upon hearing these words, the previously tranquil classroom erupted into a flurry of whispers and chatter. "Silence!" Wu Xinheng's voice suddenly pierced through the commotion like a clap of thunder overhead. The once chaotic noise vanished without a trace, and the students promptly sealed their lips, refraining from uttering another sound. Wu Xinheng surveyed the now quiet class, nodding in satisfaction before continuing, "I understand that everyone has been under considerable academic pressure lately. So, I am granting you a day off today to properly adjust your state of mind. Upon receiving this news, the students' faces immediately lit up with joy. They exchanged glances filled with excitement and anticipation. Some tea helped but cheer, and the entire classroom was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere. Wu Xinheng smiled at his students, fully aware of how rare this break was for them. He hoped they would make the most of this day, relax, and rejuvenate their spirits to face the upcoming academic challenges with renewed vigor. Lan Xiao cautiously inquired, "Tang Xing, are you free right now?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xing replied, "Of course. What is up?" Lan Xiao, slightly shy, invited, "How about we go out and have some fun tonight?" At that moment, Ma Guan suddenly interjected, "Hey, were you two planning to go without me?" Lan Xiao glanced at him somewhat helplessly and said, "I'll take you along, but I just haven't decided where we're going yet." As everyone pondered their options, Su Yin proposed, "Why don't we go to Linghai City?" Tang Xing nodded eagerly in agreement, exclaiming, "That sounds like a splendid idea." Lan Xiao quickly responded, "Great, then it's settled. See you tonight." Later that evening, the trio arrived at Linghai City. As they stepped into the area, Su Yin enthusiastically remarked, "By the way, do you know the history of Linghai City?" Lan Xiao replied, "I know a bit, but not everything." Su Yin cleared her throat and said, "Listen closely. Linghai City was an independent entity 30,000 years ago. However, with the shifting of the continent, a new land emerged in the Douluo continent, known as the Stardust Continent, which is now the Stardust Empire. The Stardust Empire attempted to unify the continent, but a powerful force drove the invaders back. The war that concluded here led to the reconstruction of Linghai Academy, which became the property and territory of Linghai School. Thus, this region belongs to Linghai Academy." Tang Xing pondered this information, then slowly remarked, "So, does that mean the entirety of Linghai belongs to Linghai Academy?" Just then, Lan Xiao returned with some snacks, looking gently at Tang Xing as she softly said, "Tang Xing, you take the first bite." Taken aback, Tang Xing opened her mouth, allowing Lan Xiao to feed her. Su Yin, witnessing this, felt a twinge of envy and huffed, "You two really are something." At that moment, Huang Quan and Lin Qian happened to stroll down the same street. Huang Quan spotted Tang Xing and excitedly shouted, "Tang Xing, what a coincidence." Tang Xing was not surprised and smiled at Huang Quan, saying, "Huang Quan, I have a task for you." Huang Quan's expression shifted to one of reluctance as he muttered, "Seriously, you're giving me a task the moment we meet? You're impossible." Tang Xing anticipated his reaction, but continued, "Just hear me out first. Your task is to ensure Su Yin gets to know you well." Tang Xing's gaze was resolute and sharp, as if she foresaw some potential in the future. She understood that this task would not be easy for him, yet it was the only way to truly assist Su Yin. As time progressed, Tang Xing elaborated on her thoughts and plans, hoping for his understanding and support. Chapter 20. Night market. Su Yin and Huang Quan were both left in stunned silence, with Huang Quan unable to contain himself, exclaiming, "Wait, are you serious?" Meanwhile, Su Yin's face flushed crimson as she shyly scolded, "Tang Xing, how can you say such outrageous things?" Yet, Tang Xing merely chuckled, nonchalantly continuing, "I'm not joking. Su Yin, don't you think Huang Quan is quite handsome?" Her words ignited a fire within Su Yin, making her cheeks burn even hotter, rendering her increasingly bashful. The atmosphere was thick with an ambiguous tension, leaving them somewhat flustered. Huang Quan wore a subtle smile, akin to an elegant leopard, as he leaned closer to Su Yin and softly introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Huang Quan. If it's convenient for you, you may call me Brother Huang." When Su Yin met his gaze, an inexplicable nervousness surged within her, yet she bravely reached out to grasp his hand, as if it were her last lifeline, taking a deep breath, as if infusing herself with a fresh stream of clarity. Su Yin firmly held Huang Quan's hand and, with a slightly trembling voice, said, "Hello, I'm Su Yin. The moonlight tonight resembles a crystal-clear spring flowing through the night sky, and the breeze is as gentle as silk. Would you care to join me in admiring this beautiful night scene?" Huang Quan smiled faintly, nodding in agreement. Thus they strolled hand in hand toward the tranquil and picturesque landscape. They walked along the path, with moonlight shimmering on the ground like silver frost. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft whisper, as if nature were orchestrating a concert for them. Su Yin felt the warmth of Huang Quan's palm, gradually relaxing as she began to share her insights on life and her dreams with him. Huang Quan listened intently, interjecting occasionally, making the conversation flow more naturally. But on this splendid night, they reveled in the starlit sky. The diamonds of stars twinkling like gems, the moon shining as bright as a silver plate, and the surrounding beauty. Their hearts seemed to draw closer in this moment, an unspoken understanding blossoming between them. As time passed, their dialogue deepened, covering a broader array of topics. Unbeknownst to them, the night grew late, yet they remained oblivious, completely immersed in each other's company and conversation. This night would become an unforgettable memory for Su Yin and Huang Quan, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, forever shining in their hearts. Tang Xing and Lin Qian coincidentally found themselves outside a restaurant's patio, upon spotting the woman beside Lin Qian. Tang Xing anxiously inquired, "How is your injury?" Yi Xian casually replied, "I'm nearly healed. Thank you for your help, Brother Tang Xing." The term Brother Tang Xing struck Tang Xing like a bolt from the blue, piercing through his mind. In that instant, he reminisced about the past. It's been a long time. That phrase, struck like a sword in Yi Xian's heart, as she vividly recalled that only one person could address her in such a manner, Tang Xing. Realization dawned upon Yi Xian as she recognized the individual before her was none other than the Tang Xing who had once played with her. Tang Xing smiled and nodded affirmatively. Yi Xian began to scrutinize Tang Xing closely, noting that his appearance had scarcely changed since their childhood. "Brother Tang Xing, I never expected to see you again after all this time," Yi Xian exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling with excitement, reminiscent of brilliant stars in the night sky. She eagerly inquired about Tang Xing's experiences over the years and how he came to attend Linghai Academy. Tang Xing wore a beaming smile and urged, "Dear sister, let us not dwell on my story. Please share yours. Tell me, how did you survive that calamity? How did you end up at Linghai Academy? And how did you meet Lin Qian and the others?" At that moment, the restaurant staff fluttered in like butterflies, asking, "Hello, may I take your order?" Tang Xing gazed at the staff, his starry eyes shimmering with light as he softly requested, "Please bring us the menu." The staff's eyes shifted to a nearby table where the menu was resting securely. She gracefully approached, retrieving it like a butterfly in flight, and presented it to Tang Xing. Tang Xing accepted the menu, casually glancing over it before asking, "Lan Xiu, what would you like to eat?" Lan Xiu, feeling at ease, smoothly ordered 4 dishes from the menu. Tang Xing then passed the menu to Lin Qian and the others, saying, "You may order as well." Lin Qian took the menu, casually selecting a few dishes before tossing it back to the staff like a frisbee, urging, "Hurry up." Tang Xing gazed at Yi Xian with eager anticipation, his eyes resembling those of a treasure seeker, fervently yearning to uncover the secrets of her past years. His heart brimmed with curiosity and concern, akin to a ravenous wolf yearning to hear a captivating tale from her lips. Before long, the staff presented all the dishes with utmost reverence, politely urging, "Please enjoy your meal." Lan Xiu beheld the sumptuous spread before her, nearly salivating with desire. Observing her gluttonous demeanor, Tang Xing jested, as a young lady, "Might you not exhibit a bit of restraint?" Lan Xiu, unfazed, retorted, "What need is there for restraint when dining?" Humph. Noticing her devouring the food voraciously, Tang Xing advised, "Take your time. Fortunately, Su Yan, that glutton, is not here, otherwise this entire table would have been swept clean." At that moment, Su Yan let out a series of sneezes, prompting Huang Quan to inquire with concern, "Are you coming down with a cold?" Su Yan shook her head, mumbling, "No, someone must be speaking ill of me behind my back." Yi Xian took a deep breath, as if attempting to calm the tempest within her soul, yet her eyes still shimmered with anguish and fury. She spoke slowly. "On that fateful day, my entire family endured a horrific massacre. And I, fortunate enough to survive in my mother's warm embrace, I could see that moment. Butler Chun risked his life to extract me from her arms. The gruesome scene remains vivid in my memory. Each detail, every drop of blood, is etched deep within me, forming an indelible wound." Her voice grew increasingly impassioned, trembling with emotion as if she were reliving that dreadful nightmare. Yet, beside her, Lin Qian offered immense comfort and support. Silently grasping her hand, transmitting warmth and strength, providing Yi Xian with a semblance of solace. Once she regained her composure, Yi Xian inhaled deeply and continued. What transpired next still sends shivers down my spine. During my escort, Butler Chun unfortunately encountered members of the Sidhu family. He held me tightly as he ran in a frenzy, but alas, we were quickly surrounded by their overwhelming numbers to protect me. Butler Chun did not hesitate to unleash his 8 most formidable attacks, attempting to break through their encirclement and escape their pursuit. At that critical juncture, Lin Xian happened to descend the mountain and fortuitously pass by. Seeing this, Butler Chun fled with me for a considerable distance. Only when they ceased their pursuit did he breathe a sigh of relief, seeking a safe place for us to rest briefly. However, we never anticipated the sudden appearance of a powerful soul beast. Having already expended a significant amount of soul power in the preceding battle, Butler Chin found himself unable to resist and could only watch helplessly as the soul beast lunged at me. Just as the situation seemed dire, Lin Xian and Huang Quan arrived just in time to save us. Since then, I have lived and grown within the sect where Lin Xian resides. As for how I came to Ling High Academy afterward, it was merely a matter of accompanying them. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's face reflected boundless sorrow, and he could only sigh quietly. His thoughts drifted to another pressing matter, murmuring to himself, "Tomorrow I must go to the advanced inspection station." Just then, Su Yin and Huang Quan approached, smiling as they remarked, "I told you, not a shadow in sight." Spotting Su Yin's inquiry, Tang Xing quickly asked, "Su Yin, do you know anything about Class A?" Su Yin raised her chin confidently and replied, "Ah, you've asked the right person. Listen closely. The history of Class A can be traced back over 30,000 years to Ling High Academy. It is said to have been established specifically to cultivate outstanding talents, essentially akin to a second inner court. Once admitted to Class A, students are trained according to the requirements of the inner court." Tang Xing, upon hearing this, slightly curled his lips into a dismissive smile, casually responding, "What is so frightening about that?" He seemed to regard this so-called Class A with disdain, as if he were already prepared to face any challenge. With unwavering confidence, he declared, "Fear not. As long as you follow my lead, I shall shoulder any challenges that arise. By this time, the day had gradually darkened, prompting Tang Xing to propose that everyone return to rest. Su Yin nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Very well. Let us admire the lanterns for a while before heading back." Upon hearing the mention of lanterns, Tang Xing sighed. "It has been ages since I last beheld lanterns." At this moment, Lan Xiu gently grasped Tang Xing's hand, tenderly urging, "In that case, let's go take a look. After all, today we should afford ourselves some proper rest and not overexert." Tang Xing nodded slightly in agreement and followed them to the bridge. At that moment, a wondrous sight unfolded as the lanterns upon the water began to rise slowly. Su Yin grasped Huang Quan's hand tightly, urging him forward with little steps. "Hurry, hurry. If we delay any longer, it will be too late." Meanwhile, Tang Xing and Lan Xiu ambled leisurely among the myriad of lanterns, which seemed almost alive. As they brushed past, it felt as though the lanterns intentionally formed an invisible barrier between them. However, as time passed, the lanterns gradually shifted, widening their view. Lan Xiu gazed quietly at Tang Xing, the scene evoking the warmth and beauty reminiscent of a newlywed couple just married. Su Yin looked at the two, her eyes brimming with envy. Tang Xing appeared somewhat bewildered, unsure of what to say. After a moment, he finally found his voice, softly saying, "Lan Xiu, you truly are beautiful." This declaration took Lan Xiu by surprise, as it was the first time she had ever heard Tang Xing compliment her so directly. A faint blush crept across her cheeks as she lowered her gaze, too shy to meet his eyes. Just then, Yi Xian rushed over like a whirlwind, exclaiming, "Brother, so this is where you are." Her arrival shattered the previously awkward atmosphere, bringing a lively energy to the scene. Hearing her, Tang Xing immediately stepped back from Lan Xiu, prompting Yi Xian to smirk playfully and say, "Brother, I shall take my leave now. You enjoy your time with Sister Lan Xiu." Watching Yi Xian depart, Tang Xing let out a resigned sigh and turned to Lan Xiu, saying, "We should return now. We need to rise early for the advanced inspection station tomorrow." Lan Xiu nodded gently in agreement. The two walked side by side on their way back, the atmosphere subtly charged. After a moment of silence, Lan Xiao suddenly posed a question. Tang Xing, if one day at the Linghai Lake matchmaking event, you had to choose a partner to accompany you for life, who would you choose? This unexpected query caught Tang Xing off guard, bringing him to a halt as he pondered the question. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. Well, regarding that, I'm not quite sure. However, if I had to choose a lifelong partner, I would wish to find someone who could genuinely trust me, respect me, and be a kind and lovely girl, of course. This is just my current thought. It is still rather early to discuss such matters, as my primary focus is on diligently cultivating and improving myself. Upon hearing Tang Xing's contemplative response, Lan Xiao nodded thoughtfully, as if making a decision in her heart. Before long, Tang Xing and Lan Xiao returned to their dormitory. Without uttering a word, they lay down on their beds and swiftly drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting its golden rays upon the earth as Wu Exinheng led the students of Class 1 towards the inspection area. Meanwhile, Jilan guided the students of Class 2 to the same location. Wu Exinheng surveyed the vibrant students before him, a surge of responsibility swelling within him. He turned his head, meeting Jilan's gaze. Jilan approached with a smile, whispering, "Teacher Wu, the inspection area will first assess their basic data and personal profiles before commencing the formal proceedings." Wu Exinheng nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that at that moment, Jilan retrieved a small, exquisite gift from her storage device and presented it to Wu Exinheng, saying, "This is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Wu Exinheng gazed at Jilan, her skin as delicate and flawless as jade, her sincere eyes stirring something within him. Faced with such a Jilan, the usually aloof Wu Exinheng found himself somewhat moved. Accepting the gift, he smiled and replied, "Thank you, Teacher Ji. I appreciate your efforts." Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding seemed to linger in the air. The surrounding students watched curiously, but did not dare to disrupt the tranquil moment. In that instant, time appeared to freeze, leaving only the exchange between Wu Exinheng and Jilan, akin to the first ray of sunlight in the morning. Warm and gentle, Wu Exinheng offered Jilan a slight smile, while she, feeling her heart race, thought to herself, "Did he really smile at me? He is usually so distant. Could it be?" Jilan quickly chastised herself. "Jilan, what are you thinking? How could you have feelings for Wu Exinheng?" "No, absolutely not at this moment," a young boy holding a dark fan remarked. "Teacher Jilan, to have affection for someone is as natural as cherishing the blossoms of spring, that if you like someone, pursue them boldly. Do not wait until they are lost before you learn to treasure them." A woman, adorned with a gourd at her waist, added, "Brother, you speak the truth. Teacher Jilan, rest assured, I will speak with my grandfather. You need not worry about matters on your end." The boy with the fan was undergoing an assessment by Tang Xing. He pondered aloud while gazing at Tang Xing's evaluation report. Is this the demeanor of a champion in the freshman competition? Quite intriguing. Chapter 21. Siblings reunited. Tang Xing stood at a height of 1.67 meters, weighing 52 kilograms, with all other metrics reflecting normalcy. Once the physical data for all students in classes 1 and 2 had been compiled, Wu Xinheng led the students of Class 1 towards the advanced testing platform. Upon encountering such sophisticated equipment, the students displayed expressions of astonishment. These devices were not only visually striking, but also exuded an aura of futuristic technology. As if they had descended from another realm, they stood silently, emanating a mysterious and formidable presence, instilling a sense of anticipation for the impending evaluations. Wu Xinheng called out loudly, "Everyone, gather round, form an orderly line, and approach the testing one by one. Teacher Jilan, please hold on a moment. Let my class complete the test first, and then your class may follow." He added, as his words fell, he gestured for Xian to come over promptly. Xian, as if awakening from a dream, hurried to position herself before the testing apparatus. Yes, she took her place. The machine activated, initiating a comprehensive assessment of her. Moments later, the screen displayed a series of data. Name, Xian, soul power level, 34. Martial spirit, Wu Tong staff, Starry Sky staff, martial spirit quality. Intermediate, congratulations, you meet the criteria to enter this special class. Upon seeing this result, Xian's heart swelled with joy, She understood that qualifying for the special class signified a more advanced learning environment and stricter training requirements. But it also heralded greater opportunities and challenges ahead. That Wu Xinheng was equally pleased with Xian's performance, recognizing the strength and potential she had demonstrated, which warranted enhanced mentorship and attention. The announcement from the machine left everyone astounded. Entering the special class was indeed a matter of great curiosity. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while the boy from Class 2, holding a folding fan, murmured to himself, "It seems that while entering the inner courtyard may be relatively straightforward, gaining entrance to the special class is no simple feat. My grandfather has mentioned that this special class was proposed by the second elder of Linghai Academy. Truly, the wisdom of the immortal is unparalleled." In the next moment, Sun Shaokong stepped forward, and the machine chimed again. Name, Sun Shaokong. Soul power level, 32, martial spirit, purple gold staff, martial spirit quality. Intermediate. Following closely, Ding Xian approached, and the machine announced. Ding Xian, soul power level, 29, martial spirit, 7-star flower, martial spirit quality. Intermediate, barely qualifying for the special class. Just then, two figures hurried towards them, panting heavily. Suddenly, Jiang Hao appeared before everyone, stating, "There are indeed conditions to enter the special class." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Tang Xing immediately turned and rushed towards its source. Upon reaching Jiang Hao, he was so overwhelmed with excitement and joy that he found himself slightly breathless. Yet his face radiated a brilliant smile. "Brother Jiang Hao, it has been such a long time," Tang Xing exclaimed, his voice brimming with the joy of reunion. Jiang Hao, seeing Tang Xing, also expressed delight, responding, "Haha, it has indeed been a while, little brother." Tang Xing's gaze then fell upon the individual beside Jiang Hao, and he recognized her as Jinyu, greeting her with a smile. "Hello, sister." However, Jinyu seemed oblivious to Tang Xing's salutation, displaying no reaction. Jiang Hao noticed the awkwardness and quickly intervened, explaining, "Your sister is not in the best of spirits today. Tang Xing, look over there at that student. He is a living example. His soul power is merely at level 22, and his martial spirit quality is quite low. Such a situation will undoubtedly lead to elimination." Subsequently, with a mix of trepidation and anticipation, the students began to test their eligibility for the special class one after another. Each student hoped to pass smoothly, yet the reality proved to be quite harsh. After numerous rounds of screening and elimination, many students were left to depart in disappointment. Nevertheless, despite the fierce competition, about 10 outstanding individuals successfully navigated this arduous trial. At this juncture, only 4 students remained from Class 1. Li Fei, Su Yin, Lan Xiao, and Tang Xing. They stood resolutely, their eyes filled with confidence as if they were ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. They understood that the coming days would present further difficulties and pressures, but it also signified greater growth and opportunities awaiting their exploration and seizing. Without uttering a word, Su Yin swiftly dashed to the testing platform, akin to a bird in flight. As she ascended, the massive and enigmatic testing device began to emit a low hum, followed by a clear announcement. Su Yin, soul power level, 32, martial spirit, emerald jade harp, amethyst illusion butterfly, martial spirit quality, intermediate. At this moment, Li Fei, too, was swept up in the atmosphere, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He leapt forth like a bolt of lightning to the testing platform. Upon standing still, the machine activated, commencing a thorough scan and evaluation. Moments later, a shocking revelation occurred as the machine announced. Li Fei, soul power level, 32, martial spirit, radiant dagger, shadow moon dagger, martial spirit quality, high. The word high resonated like thunder, leaving all present profoundly shaken, even causing the seasoned staff members to display expressions of astonishment. It is known that ordinary individuals who awaken their martial spirits typically possess only intermediate quality. Even the rare occurrence of dual martial spirits is often classified as intermediate. After all, the testing device is designed to accommodate only subdivine martial spirits. In other words, those who awaken divine martial spirits are destined to become godlike beings in the future. One staff member, trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "This is nothing short of a miracle. Such a high martial spirit quality surpasses our previous understanding. It not only signifies immense power, but also foretells endless possibilities for this young lad. Another staff member approached, stating, moreover, this high martial spirit quality has reached the standards of divine martial spirits, making it exceedingly rare and precious. Such talent is indeed a rare sight, a man dressed in splendid attire, standing tall like a pine tree, surveyed the magnificent Linghai Academy from a height, his eyes reflecting contemplation. He murmured softly, "Is this the academy where my father once studied? Indeed, it possesses an extraordinary aura. Since I am here, I might as well pay a visit to my sister." And oh, sooner had he spoken than he vanished in a flash, like a streak of golden lightning, soaring into the skies above the inner courtyard of Linghai Academy. However, just as Jean Lin prepared to descend, he suddenly noticed a figure blocking his path. His expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained composure, offering a smile and bowing courteously. "Might I ask you to halt?" "Esteemed sir, I humbly greet you." The figure before him was Xia Ming, who floated serenely in the air, his gaze calm as still water. He regarded Jean Lin and spoke slowly. "May I inquire as to your purpose for visiting our academy?" Xia Ming pondered inwardly. What a formidable presence! This individual is a divine-level martial artist, and his cultivation appears to exceed my own significantly. How curious that he chooses to suppress his own power. In response to Xia Ming's inquiry, Jean Lin displayed great respect, slightly bowing, and earnestly replied, "I have come to your esteemed academy to visit friends and family. I will be immensely grateful if you could facilitate my request. Furthermore, if it is not too much trouble, may I inquire about your esteemed name?" Xia Ming introduced himself. "I am Xia Ming, the head of the Linghai Pavilion. If you're here to find someone, then please follow me." Jean Lin followed Xia Ming back to the ground, where Xia Ming inquired, "Whom are you looking for? I can guide you to their exact location." Jean Lin, momentarily caught off guard, blurted out, "Jin Yu." Upon hearing this, Xia Ming promptly dispatched someone to gather the relevant information. Before long, the Vice Pavilion Master, Bo Xian, approached and stated, "Jin Yu is at the advanced testing platform." Jean Lin responded, "Then, could you kindly escort me there?" Thus, the Vice Pavilion Master personally led him to the testing platform. Along the way, Jean Lin mused, "It seems that this Linghai Pavilion harbors many secrets. And why is Jin Yu here? I cannot help but feel an overwhelming curiosity and anticipation for our upcoming reunion at long last." They arrived at the location of the advanced testing platform that moment. Lan Xiao stood quietly within the detector, and with a crisp sound, an announcement reverberated throughout the square. Lan Xiao, level 32, martial soul, golden dragon, martial soul quality. Hi. Upon hearing this announcement, the crowd collectively questioned whether their ears had betrayed them. For this marked the second instance of a high-quality martial soul they had encountered that day. Instantly, gasps of astonishment and murmurs of discussion erupted, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly boisterous. Meanwhile, Jean Lin hastily approached the edge of the testing platform and whispered to Pu Xian beside him, "Please bring her out." The keen-eyed staff, upon noticing Pu Xian's arrival, immediately greeted him with respect. "Vice Pavilion Master." Subsequently, Pu Xian nodded slightly in acknowledgement before turning to command, "Go fetch Jin Yu to as soon as he finished speaking." The staff member dashed into the testing room like an arrow, loudly inquiring, "Is there a Jin Yu here?" Upon hearing her name called, Jin Yu raised her hand without hesitation to respond. Soon after, the staff located Jin Yu and escorted her out of the testing room. The moment Jin Yu stepped out, she caught sight of the man before her. For reasons unknown, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washed over her, prompting Jin Yu to softly ask, "Have we met before?" Jean Lin regarded the young woman before him with a calm demeanor and slowly replied, "Your name is Jin Yu, correct? You share the surname Jin. And so do I. Do you consider this merely a coincidence? However, the truth is far more complex than this moment. You should feel the phoenix power within you stirring restlessly, causing you considerable discomfort. But fret not, for I shall assist you in calming this force." His voice was tranquil yet resolute, as if everything lay within his control. With that, Jean Lin commenced channeling his entire energy, continuously infusing the phoenix power into Jin Yu's body. Simultaneously, he gently urged, "Do not resist this power. endeavor to embrace it. Trust in yourself and do not fear, for your brother will always be by your side. As the phoenix power flowed in, Jinyu distinctly felt a potent and pure energy coursing through her. Gradually, her previously tumultuous aura began to stabilize, and miraculously, she recalled fragments of forgotten memories. Jinyu slowly opened her eyes, rising from the ground, her gaze shimmering with surprise and emotion. She softly addressed Jinlin. "Brother, it has been so long." Though her voice was faint, it was imbued with sincere feeling. Jinlin, witnessing his sister's return to her former self, displayed an expression of overwhelming joy, nodding vigorously in response. He then approached the control panel to examine Tang Xing's data. Tang Xing, Soul Power Level 36, Martial Soul, Spirit Eye, Fairy, Martial Soul Quality, Super. The entire assembly fell into a state of confusion and shock, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the implications of this super classification. That moment, a staff member suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Super! It is indeed super! This signifies the mysterious power he is developing. This lad is nothing short of a prodigy." It is worth noting that high is already the threshold for divine-level martial souls, while super denotes an existence that surpasses even divine-level martial souls. This astonishing revelation sent the crowd into an uproar, with whispers of admiration for Tang Xing's talent and potential echoing throughout. Who could have imagined that such immense energy and promise lay hidden within this seemingly ordinary youth? The attendees were left speechless, and the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Just then, it was time for the second class to step forward for testing. Su he confidently approached, embarking on his testing journey. Su Lu, Soul Power Level 44. His martial soul is a healing gourd and is of high quality. The tester proclaimed with enthusiasm. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, another student named Su Chuan stepped forward for his test. Su Chuan, with a remarkable soul power level of 45. His martial soul is a wind bell fan, and it too boasts high quality. The tester's voice rang out again, seemingly meant to convey this astounding news to everyone present. However, at that moment, no one could maintain their composure any longer. Everyone was profoundly shaken by the unfolding events. Filled with admiration and envy for these two prodigious youths, Jiang Hao also approached the detector, and as a beam of light flashed, the device announced, "Jiang Hao, Soul Power Level 46, Martial Soul, Rainbow Spirit Horse. Martial Soul Quality, High." Hearing this result, Su Chuan felt a pang of bitterness, privately lamenting, truly deserving of being the top of the outer academy. That moment, Jinyu gradually approached the detector and stood before it. Moments later, the device chimed again. "Jinyu, Soul Power Level 45, Martial Soul, Fire Phoenix, Martial Soul Quality, High." Upon seeing this outcome, Jinlin stepped in for a closer look, a satisfied smile gracing his face. However, all of this did not escape the watchful eye of the Vice Pavilion Master. He promptly turned and dashed away, heading straight for the Pavilion Master. Upon encountering the Pavilion Master, the Vice Pavilion Master spoke rapidly. "Pavilion Master, we cannot allow Jinyu to leave the academy. She is an exceptionally rare talent, and we must ensure her retention and proper cultivation." His tone was urgent, as if fearing the Pavilion Master would overlook this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 22. Who is your father? Upon hearing this, the Pavilion Master furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning, "Why? Is there some hidden truth behind this?" The Vice Pavilion Master hastily clarified, "Jinyu's brother is a divine-level powerhouse. We absolutely cannot let her slip away. We must devise a way to keep Jinyu here. Only then might we leverage her brother's strength to elevate our pavilion's power." However, before he could finish, a figure appeared as if conjured from the shadows. Upon closer inspection, it was Jiangyu. He spoke bluntly, "Vice Pavilion Master, I suggest you spare yourself the trouble. You will not be able to retain her. Moreover, if we were to consider lineage, he is not merely your junior. To put it bluntly, he could be regarded as your ancestor. Remember, he is under my protection, and no one should entertain any ulterior motives." Jiang Yu's declaration resonated like thunder in the ears of the two Pavilion Masters. The atmosphere grew eerily silent as both Pavilion Masters stood in stunned disbelief. Xiao Ming recalled something and said, Pu Xian, go summon the pavilion elder and the other members for a meeting. Pu Xian immediately set off to gather them. Jiang Yu interjected once more, Xiao Ming, I know you're meticulous, but your matters with her are also delicate. Xiao Ming appeared innocent, replying, I, too, wish to expedite our wedding arrangements, but she is sulking and has gone to the outer academy to become the chief physician, pursuing her ideals. Jiang Yu teased him. Who told you not to placate her? At the testing platform, Wu Exinheng had completed the application process for Class 1 and successfully obtained the qualification to serve as the class's head teacher. As anticipated, Jilan also became the vice head teacher of this class. Subsequently, Wu Exinheng personally led them to their new classroom. The vice pavilion master summoned everyone to the meeting hall in the inner courtyard, with Xiao Ming seated at the center, initiating the discussion. I've called you all here for a particular matter. The vice pavilion master opened the files of all the members of Class 1, and upon reviewing them, everyone was astonished. Elder Shu spoke up, since they have become Class 1, we should enforce the training regimen for inner courtyard disciples upon them, such as sending them to challenge the Linghai Tower. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded in agreement. If that is the case, let us proceed as Elder Shu suggests. I wonder if anyone else has any other recommendations? If not, we shall proceed accordingly. Just as he finished speaking, Wu Exinheng hurriedly entered, holding a recently received superior directive. His expression grave, he cast a glance at the crowd before swiftly approaching Xiao Ming and handing him the directive. Xiao Ming took the document and began to read it carefully. As time passed, his brow gradually furrowed, and a hint of concern appeared on his face. Wu Exinheng solemnly addressed the students. Attention, everyone! The higher-ups of the academy request that you challenge the Linghai Tower. Yes, as soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted into chaos, with students displaying expressions of shock. Lan Xiao and Li Fei exchanged glances, both wondering, is the academy trying to exert pressure on us? However, amid the myriad astonished gazes, only Tang Xing appeared exceptionally composed. He suddenly raised his hand, prompting Wu Exinheng to nod in acknowledgement. Signaling him to speak, Tang Xing stood, directly asking, Teacher Wu, may I inquire about the purpose of the Linghai Tower? Tang Xing's question pierced through the previously noisy atmosphere like a sharp blade, plunging the entire class into silence. All eyes turned to Wu Exinheng, eagerly awaiting his response. Yet, in the face of their scrutiny, Wu Exinheng maintained an unflustered demeanor. He slowly began to explain. The Linghai Tower is a significant trial ground for our Linghai Academy. Having undergone countless generations of inheritance, boasting a history of over 10,000 years. Now let us proceed there together. With that, he was the first to step out of the classroom, guiding the students towards the direction of the Linghai Tower. Wu Xinheng led them to the exterior of the tower, his expression grave as he reiterated. Once inside, you must exercise utmost caution at every turn. It is filled with unknowns and dangers. You must remain vigilant at all times and allow no room for complacency. Remember, safeguarding yourselves is of paramount importance. Subsequently, they began to search for their respective Linghai towers. However, Tang Xing found himself standing before the legendary tower that had been passed down through the ages. This sight filled Wu Xinheng with deep concern, and even the onlookers from Linghai Pavilion, who were hidden in the shadows, were taken aback. Zhang Ring's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, he actually chose to challenge that tower. The one that has been handed down through generations. Does he not realize the peril involved? This is sheer madness. Her voice was laced with shock and confusion. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming quietly observed Tang Xing's figure, his gaze revealing a hint of contemplation. He seemed to be pondering something, yet he did not exhibit the same level of astonishment as Zhang Ring. Perhaps he harbored different expectations or perspectives regarding Tang Xing. Tang Xing cautiously stepped into the first layer of the tower, and suddenly, the environment around him began to undergo strange transformations. His senses immediately sharpened, and he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. That moment, a voice echoed in his ear. Do not be alarmed. I am the guardian of the first layer of this tower. As the words fell, a woman adorned in resplendent, crystal-like purple attire appeared before Tang Xing. Her flowing hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, complementing her alluring figure. However, when the guardian beheld Tang Xing's face, her astonishment was palpable as she exclaimed, How could it be you? Her eyes brimmed with incredulity and shock, as if she had encountered an unexpected figure. Tang Xing was taken aback by her sudden reaction, yet he sensed that this guardian held a unique recognition or connection to him. He endeavored to glean more clues from her expression and tone. Simultaneously filled with curiosity about this enigmatic place, Tang Xing looked at the woman before him, perplexed, and inquired, "Sister, have we met before? I seem to have no recollection." The guardian gazed intently at Tang Xing. Her brow furrowed as she struggled to recall. Internally, she pondered. How strange, this child bears an uncanny resemblance to Tang Yun in his youth. Could there be some familial connection? Tang Xing, intrigued, continued to press. "Sister Guardian, how do you intend to assess me?" The guardian replied somewhat impatiently. "My name is Su Mo. As for the assessment, it is quite simple. If you can defeat me, I will allow you to proceed to the next layer." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing wasted no time and immediately activated his martial spirit. However, Su Mo suddenly sensed something amiss and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, your martial spirit should be elemental or the Ling Yuan sword. Why is it the Lingmo?" Tang Xing was bewildered by the question and retorted, "Why would my martial spirit be any of those?" "I am equally perplexed." Su Mo's eyes widened in confusion as she asked, "Who exactly is your father?" Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face before he firmly replied, "My father is undoubtedly Tang Zhong." "What is there to doubt?" Su Mo shook her head in disbelief, her tone resolute as she stated, "That is impossible. You two look so alike. How could Tang Zhong be your father? Could it be that you were adopted?" Tang Xing's expression darkened slightly. She bit her lip, striving to suppress her emotions. After taking a deep breath, she said, "Senior, please refrain from making baseless assumptions that it may simply be a coincidence. We merely happen to resemble each other a bit. If you must find a reason to explain, then it should not be the absurd notion of adoption." Her voice carried a hint of indignation. Though she endeavored to maintain her composure, Su Mo, seemingly oblivious to Tang Xing's displeasure, pressed on, "Then can you provide me with a reasonable explanation? Why is there such an astonishing resemblance between you two?" Tang Xing furrowed her brow tightly, feeling a surge of helplessness, thinking how stubborn this person was. Yet, she managed to suppress her rising anger and coldly responded, "Senior, I have made myself quite clear that I am the child of Tang Zhong. That is an indisputable fact. If you insist on pursuing this matter, then let us see how it unfolds. I am ready for whatever comes next." With that, she resolutely resolved not to let the other party succeed. Su Mo, feeling vexed, declared loudly, "Very well. If that is your wish, then let it be so. Starshine transcends the sea." As her words echoed, a brilliant array of colors burst forth beneath Tang Xing's feet, illuminating the entire space with an endless radiance. Standing amidst this vast sea of stars, Tang Xing closed her eyes, interlocking her hands as a powerful energy surged from within her, in the blink of an eye. A dazzling golden orb coalesced between her hands, radiating a blinding light that exuded an exhilarating aura. That moment, a mysterious and indistinct figure materialized behind Tang Xing, though only a vague outline of a human shape was discernible. Su Mo instantly recognized it as Tang Yun. Without hesitation, Tang Xing hurled the golden orb forward. In an instant, the orb shot forth a searing beam of light, piercing through Su Mo's starshine, transcends the sea like the dawn of a new day. Su Mo sighed inwardly, fully aware that she could not withstand this formidable force, and decisively said, "I concede. You should leave quickly." With that, she waved her hand, opening a passage to the outside world. Tang Xing, seeing this, wasted no time and transformed into a streak of light. Racing toward the passage, in the blink of an eye, her figure vanished at the passage's end, leaving Su Mo standing quietly, gazing thoughtfully in the direction of her departure. Su Mo reflected deeply, then resolutely stated, "There is absolutely no possibility of error." After uttering this, Tang Xing cautiously approached the second layer. The moment she entered, she was met with an overwhelming wave of dark energy. As if she were plunged into an endless night, her heart tightened, and she promptly activated her martial spirit, attempting to utilize its power to discern the movements around her. Just then, A pair of colossal black hands emerged from the shadows, lunging towards Tang Xing with blinding speed. Tang Xing reacted with remarkable agility, swiftly sidestepping to evade the attack. However, to her astonishment, the owner of those hands turned out to be a formidable adversary, known as Mo Tan. Realizing his strike had missed, Mo Tan immediately unleashed his second soul skill, Abyssal Maw. In an instant, a black vortex appeared before Tang Xing, emanating an ominous aura. Faced with such a powerful skill, Tang Xing did not dare to be complacent. Without hesitation, she activated her first soul skill, Elven Sacred Light Wave. A radiant light erupted from Tang Xing, and a brilliant beam shot forth like a meteor, crashing directly into the black vortex. The collision produced a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the area. The power of Tang Xing's Elven Sacred Light Wave was astounding, forcefully blasting Mo Tan, who had been lurking in the shadows. Into view, Mo Tan bellowed like a clap of thunder. "You little rascal, you truly show no mercy." Tang Xing regarded Mo Tan with cold indifference, a smirk of disdain playing at her lips as she replied, "Show no mercy. It seems to me that it is you who hides in the shadows to harm others. Is this what you call the demeanor of a master?" And Mo Tan's countenance shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and cleared his throat, saying, "I am Mo Tan, the guardian of this second layer. Young one, I advise you to rest for a while. Those above are not to be trifled with. In your current state, pressing onward will only lead to self-inflicted suffering." Tang Xing listened to Mo Tan's words, furrowing her brow slightly as she contemplated. She understood that what Mo Tan said was true. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, her stamina and spiritual energy were significantly depleted. If she were to force her way through at this moment, she could indeed find herself in grave danger. After careful consideration, Tang Xing resolved to heed Mo Tan's advice and chose to rest and recuperate in place. She found a relatively safe spot to sit down, closed her eyes, and began to circulate her energy. As time passed, her breathing gradually steadied, and her spiritual energy slowly began to recover. Suddenly, a figure emerged from within the tower, and upon closer inspection, it was Su He. From the shadows, Su Lao shook his head, saying, "Sulu, this child is still too impetuous." Soon after, Su Chuan also flew out, and Sulu immediately caught him, asking, "Brother, are you all right?" Xiaobin suddenly turned to Zhou Tian and said, "Zhou Tian, shall we place a bet?" Zhou Tian inquired, "On what?" Xiaobin pondered for a moment before declaring, "That legendary tower. I bet he won't last past the fourth layer." Zhou Tian then asked, "If he does last, what will you do?" Xiaobin confidently replied, "If he makes it through, I'll serve as his bodyguard for a day. Otherwise, the same applies to him. Deal." Zhou Tian readily acquiesced to Xiaobin's request. One by one, others from Linghai Tower emerged, including Jiang Hao, Jinyu, Siyuan Qian, Huang Quan, Zian, Yi Xian, and others. Su Chuan turned to Jiang Hao and remarked, "You two have emerged from the fifth level." With a smile gracing his face, Jiang Hao replied, "Indeed, it was quite challenging." Meanwhile, Lan Xiu was engaged in a fierce battle on the fourth level, completely unprepared for the formidable strength of the Tower Guardian. As he thrust his weapon, he was unexpectedly struck by a soul technique, sending him hurtling out of the tower. Suyin immediately caught Lan Xiu and inquired, "Are you all right?" Lan Xiu nodded in response. I could see that moment. Li Fei found himself in dire straits as well, having been knocked out by the Guardian of the fourth level. Now, only Tang Xing remained. Upon awakening, Tang Xing discovered he was already on the third level, where the Guardian, known as Ting Feng, greeted him with, "You have finally awoken. Fear not. I am Ting Feng, the Guardian of the third level." Tang Xing introduced himself. "I am Tang Xing. I humbly seek your guidance." Ting Feng conjured several tornadoes and respectfully stated, "It is simple. If you can withstand them for a while, I shall allow you to pass." As the tornadoes lunged at Tang Xing, he absorbed them effortlessly with his soul technique, leaving Ting Feng astonished. Chapter 23. The familiar long halberd. Ting Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You can wield the soul technique of Mo Tan." Tang Xing smirked, offering a mysterious smile to Ting Feng, whispering, "That's a secret, Shu." Ting Feng, intrigued by Tang Xing, waved his hands, unleashing a furious tempest that surged toward Tang Xing like a ravenous beast. Remaining calm, Tang Xing once again invoked the abyssal mouth, a black vortex that effortlessly devoured the tornadoes. Observing this, Ting Feng felt a pang of regret and decided to unleash his ultimate technique. Wind Shadow, Celestial Calamity, his soul power surged. A formidable energy coalesced into a storm in his hands. Hurtling toward Tang Xing, yet Tang Xing merely smiled, knowing that the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Just as Wind Shadow, Celestial Calamity, was about to strike him, Tang Yun, standing beside him, decisively unleashed his first soul technique, Elven Holy Light Wave. This resplendent radiance illuminated the entire space like the dawn breaking at daybreak. The two forces collided with a thunderous roar, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. At that moment, Tang Xing and Tang Yun exchanged a glance, a flicker of barely perceptible amusement in their eyes. They had successfully neutralized Ting Feng's attack and showcased their strength. Ahead lay even greater challenges. Yet they were thoroughly prepared. Under Tang Xing's relentless assault, Ting Feng's attacks vanished without a trace. Just as Tang Xing's fierce onslaught was about to land, he astonishingly halted his attack with remarkable speed. Ting Feng, feeling a rush of humility, admitted, "This time, I have indeed lost." He silently opened the passage to the fourth level. Tang Xing took a deep breath and dashed toward the fourth level at full speed. Upon entering, he was awestruck by the sight before him. Wow, this truly broadens my horizons. The interior of the tower is completely different from the exterior, he marveled. The area was filled with dense woods, as if he were immersed in a vast forest. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The trees were unnaturally lush, evoking a sense of unease. Tang Xing resolved to employ his first soul technique, detection. With a surge of soul power, he released his perception, only to be astounded by the vastness of the fourth level. Why detection skill seems incapable of reaching its limits, he pondered. Just then, a voice announced, "Welcome to the fourth level. I am the Tower Guardian, Jin Yuan." Tang Xing turned sharply to see a golden giant ape smiling at him. Introducing itself, Jin Yuan mercilessly interrupted Tang Xing's thoughts, swinging his golden staff like a gale. Closing in on Tang Xing swiftly evaded, but Jin Yuan relentlessly pursued, intensifying his assault. Recognizing that this approach was futile, Tang Xing decisively unleashed his prized skill, Ting Feng's Wind Shadow, Celestial Calamity. A fierce wind erupted around Tang Xing, forming a powerful cyclone to hinder Jin Yuan's pursuit. Jin Yuan, seeing this, smirked slightly, effortlessly dispersing Tang Xing's soul technique with a swing of his staff. With a mocking laugh, he declared, "Kid, you have some merit, but that's still far from enough. Behold, first soul technique, transforming wood." As he spoke, the surrounding trees appeared to be enchanted, rapidly growing and morphing into numerous thick vines that ensnared Tang Xing like serpents. Tang Xing found himself trapped and struggled to escape. Just as Jin Yuan believed Tang Xing was powerless to resist, he noticed a glint of cunning in Tang Xing's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xing chanted incantations, unleashing a dazzling elven holy light wave that struck Jin Yuan squarely, sending him flying several meters away. Jin Yuan regained his footing mid-air and slowly descended, surprised by the residual power he felt in his chest. However, the arrogance on his face remained undiminished, igniting his fighting spirit even further. "Kid, you are indeed impressive, but this is where it ends. Brace yourself," he bellowed, his entire being radiating with brilliant golden light, clearly preparing to unleash a more formidable technique. Would Tang Xing be able to withstand this onslaught? Without hesitation, Tang Xing interrupted Jin Yuan's charge of power, declaring, "Senior, could you please hold on a moment? For a young junior, is it excessive for you to use a fourth soul technique?" Jin Yuan merely offered a derisive smile in response. "Humph, if you can withstand my fourth soul technique for a minute, I shall allow you to proceed to the next level. However, if you cannot endure, then depart quickly." Hearing this, Tang Xing felt a surge of indomitable spirit welling within him. He understood this would be a grueling test, yet he was confident in his strength and courage to face the challenge. Thus, he inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he stared at Jin Yuan, signaling his readiness to accept the trial. as Jin Yuan unleashed his fourth soul technique. The air around them grew tense. Powerful waves of soul power surged toward Tang Xing like a tumultuous tide. Gritting his teeth, Tang Xing summoned all his soul power to counter the onslaught. Seconds turned into agonizing minutes, each moment feeling like an eternity. Tang Xing endured the immense pressure that gnawed at his body. Resolutely clinging to his inner conviction and refusing to yield until last, the minute elapsed, and Tang Xing successfully withstood Jin Yuan's fourth soul technique attack. Though utterly drained, his eyes sparkled with the light of victory. Jin Yuan regarded this resilient young man before him, a flicker of admiration blossoming in his heart. He nodded and said, "Well done. You have passed the test. Go ahead. Proceed to the next level." Without hesitation, Jin Yuan began to gather his strength, swiftly announcing fourth soul technique, spirit wood killing formation. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Tang Xing had no retreat left. He had to go all in, gritting his teeth. He resolutely activated his ultimate technique, third soul technique, Elven Light, Divine Transformation, second soul technique, Elven Dominance Body. Armed with these two powerful augmentation techniques, Tang Xing struggled to withstand Jin Yuan's terrifying fourth soul technique attack. However, Jin Yuan noticed that Tang Xing possessed only 3 soul rings, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind as he contemplated whether to hold back. In that moment, despite the excruciating pain, a mysterious eye suddenly appeared on Tang Xing's forehead. Simultaneously, Tang Xing's spirit, martial soul, began to materialize, as if an immense power was surging forth from within him. This mysterious force shattered Jin Yuan's fourth soul technique. Jin Yuan stood agape, his expression frozen in astonishment, but quickly regained his composure as he stared at Tang Xing, observing that at this moment, Tang Xing's spirit, martial soul, seemed to have undergone a marvelous transformation. Each time Tang Xing activated his martial soul, a unique manifested on his forehead. Unperturbed, Jin Yuan spoke, "You have won. Go forth." His voice carried an ineffable sense of sentiment and admiration. Tang Xing, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders, exhaled deeply and slowly departed, his weary body dragging behind him. This exhilarating battle had subjected Tang Xing to an unprecedented trial, granting him newfound insights into his potential. Without hesitation, Tang Xing charged into the room. Jin Yuan pondered for a moment, muttering to himself, "What an extraordinary talent! Yet this power of his seems eerily familiar." Yes, the light from the 4th level's lighthouse dimmed. The light from the 5th level's lighthouse illuminated, signaling that Tang Xing had successfully passed the test of the 4th level. Xiao Bin, looking dejected, conceded, "All right, I admit defeat. A bet is a bet." Upon entering the 5th level, Tang Xing was suddenly engulfed by surging ocean tides. Tang Xing swiftly responded, adopting the posture of a frog swimmer, and valiantly swam back to the surface. When he finally returned to a relatively stable area, he discovered a patch of land across from him where he could stand. A surge of joy filled Tang Xing's heart as he prepared to leap onto the shore, only to be unexpectedly dragged back into the water by a powerful force. The frigid seawater relentlessly battered his body, leaving him dizzy and ultimately unconscious. In Tang Xing's mind, the phrase "Tang Xing, think of your memories" echoed repeatedly until a loud and clear voice broke through. "Tang Xing, wake up quickly." This voice seemed to possess a magical power, piercing through layers of fog and striking deep within Tang Xing's heart. In the realm of his consciousness, he silently responded to the voice, "I've done my best." Yet, the voice persisted, "Tang Xing, think carefully. What are you truly living for? You must not give up easily before the final moment arrives. You need to realize the power within you and unleash it to the utmost." Tang Xing began to ponder, recalling the warm moments spent with his parents, as well as his love and protection for his younger sister. Gradually, his gaze grew resolute, and he murmured to himself, "Indeed, I must avenge my parents and protect my sister. I cannot fall here." At that moment, a fierce fighting spirit surged within Tang Xing, and he sensed a latent power awakening within him. He resolved to no longer fear difficulties, but to forge ahead with determination, proving his worth through action. Lan Meng gazed into the water, murmuring, "It seems he can no longer hold on. Let us bring him out," just as Lan Meng prepared to teleport Tang Xing. The water surface began to churn violently, and a faint light flickered. In the next instant, Tang Xing shot out of the water like an arrow, his eyes sharp as he scanned his surroundings. Upon spotting someone, he wasted no time in unleashing a powerful attack. Spirit Holy Light Wave. This formidable beam of energy shot straight towards Lan Meng. She reacted swiftly, concentrating her energy to manipulate the surrounding seawater into a solid shield. However, to Lan Meng's astonishment, the skill Tang Xing unleashed contained an astonishingly immense power, overwhelming her meticulously constructed shield in an instant. With a cold glare, Lan Meng looked at Tang Xing and immediately activated her fifth soul skill, Water Spirit Shadowless Sword. A blue stream of water raced forth like lightning, carrying a fierce sword aura, aimed directly at Tang Xing, not daring to be complacent. Tang Xing promptly activated his third soul skill, Spirit Data Eye. Simultaneously, he initiated the Spirit Light Divine Transformation, supplemented by the Spirit Holy Light Wave. Yet despite his exhaustive efforts, Tang Xing's skills were easily shattered in the face of the vast disparity in soul power between them. In a state of desperation, Tang Xing resorted to his second soul skill, Compound Eye, Spirit Wood Killing Formation. Unfortunately, his Spirit Wood Killing Formation proved too fragile to withstand the might of Lan Meng's fifth soul skill, shattering into pieces in an instant. Undeterred, Tang Xing swiftly conjured a massive spear in his hands, swinging it with force to unleash the Spirit Heavenly Slash. This strike was immensely powerful, cleaving through Lan Meng's fifth soul skill. Following that, Tang Xing swung the spear once more, unleashing a dazzling ray of light that nearly blinded Lan Meng. When Lan Meng reopened her eyes, she found Tang Xing, spear in hand, pointing it directly at her. A peculiar sensation welled up within her, as though the scene before her was strikingly familiar. Just as she prepared to inquire, she suddenly realized that this individual was not the person she once knew. Lan Meng paused, perplexed, and asked, "Tell me, what is your true name?" "I am Tang Xing," he replied succinctly. However, due to his weakened state, he stumbled backward, quick as a flash. Lan Meng reached out to steady him. Yes, she did so. She gazed intently at Tang Xing, a sense of astonishment washing over her. It was truly remarkable how much he resembled Tang Yun in his youth, perhaps even more handsome. Furthermore, the massive spear he wielded felt oddly familiar. Yet she couldn't quite place its origin. Tang Xing gradually opened his eyes, awakening from his unconsciousness as he felt a powerful force surging within him. He carefully sensed this power, astonished to discover that his soul power seemed to be nearing the threshold of level 40. "It seems my soul power is about to reach level 40, he murmured, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had never anticipated achieving such a breakthrough in such a short span of time. Just then, a gentle voice reached his ears. "Congratulations, Tang Xing." Lan Meng, having approached him unnoticed, smiled as she spoke. Tang Xing suddenly stood upright, deeply bowing to Lan Meng with a look of guilt on his face. "I apologize, Senior, for not controlling my power earlier," he said, lowering his head with a somber tone. Lan Meng gently patted his shoulder, offering comfort. "It's all right. You have done well. However, remember that when you find yourself unable to control your power again, do not forcefully suppress it, but rather guide it in accordance with your inner instinct. Additionally, learn to identify your opponent's weaknesses, ensuring a decisive strike." Tang Xing lifted his head, nodding earnestly to show he understood Lan Meng's teachings. Grateful, he looked at her, silently vowing to strive for self-improvement and not disappoint her expectations. "Thank you, Senior. I will remember your teachings and continuously refine myself," Tang Xing declared resolutely. Lan Meng smiled and nodded, a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. She recognized that Tang Xing was a talent worth nurturing, destined to become an exceptional soul master with just a bit of guidance. Tang Xing smiled slightly and said, "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, sister." A hint of pride appeared on Lan Meng's face as she softly replied, "My name is Lan Meng. Do not forget." Without hesitation, Tang Xing dashed into the rear. Upon entering, he was astonished to find an array of oddly shaped stones, piled together in a peculiar manner. Curiously examining the strange rocks, he muttered to himself, "How strange." However, at that moment, the previously motionless stones suddenly sprang to life. launching an attack towards Tang Xing as if animated by some force. Seeing this, Tang Xing did not dare to delay, immediately deploying his defensive measures. As time passed, the number of stones increased, and Tang Xing gradually felt overwhelmed. Nonetheless, he remained calm, swiftly devising a counter-strategy. After a moment's contemplation, a spark of inspiration flickered in his eyes. He suddenly conceived a plan. He began to manipulate his light elements, coalescing them into a powerful force, then unleashed it fiercely upon the approaching stones. The light elements surged forth like a torrent, colliding with the stones and producing a cacophony of sound. Under the impact of the light elements, some stones were shattered, yet many continued to rush towards Tang Xing unfazed by the situation. Tang Xing persistently unleashed the light elements, engaging in an intense confrontation with the stones. Zheng Tai, his eyes wide with fury, summoned an enormous stone and hurled it towards Tang Xing with all his might. Witnessing the massive stone hurtling toward him like a meteor, Tang Xing felt an inferno of anger ignite within him as he shouted, "What an incessant nuisance! Watch how I deal with you!" First soul skill, Spirit Holy Light Wave. As he chanted the incantation, a radiant and dazzling Spirit Holy Light Wave erupted forth, charging directly at the colossal stone. In an instant, the stone shattered into countless fragments under the force of this overwhelming power. However, Zheng Tai was not deterred. He swiftly darted towards Tang Xing like a bird in flight, then unleashed a fierce punch aimed at Tang Xing's body. To Zheng Tai's astonishment, Tang Xing stood firm as a mountain, unmoved. What a resilient physique! Zheng Tai exclaimed in awe. Tang Xing, undeterred, gathered a brilliant blue orb of energy in his right hand while holding a golden orb of light in his left. With unwavering resolve, he confronted Zheng Tai, simultaneously releasing both powerful energies. Tang Xing's dual assault struck with the fury of a tempest, accurately hitting Zheng Tai and sending him crashing against the wall. Panting heavily, Tang Xing mused inwardly. This time, it must succeed. Yet as he focused, his eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed, "What?" Chapter 24. The bestowal of the soul ring. Zheng Tai emerged from the swirling smoke, a confident smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Good lad, your calculations are quite astute. Unfortunately, my defenses are as solid as rock, impenetrable and unyielding, far beyond your ability to breach." Tang Xing remained undaunted by Zheng Tai's words, narrowing his eyes and employing his unique spiritual gaze to scrutinize Zheng Tai's defenses. After a brief moment, Tang Xing could not help but smirk inwardly, for he discerned that Zheng Tai's so-called impenetrable defense was not without its flaws. At that moment, Tang Xing suddenly spoke up, suggesting, "Senior, how about we engage in a wager?" Intrigued by his words, Zheng Tai inquired with curiosity, "Oh, what kind of bet do you have in mind?" Taking a deep breath, Tang Xing boldly articulated his terms. "If I can endure for the duration of a stick of incense under your command, you shall allow me to depart. What say you?" Upon hearing Tang Xing's proposition, Zheng Tai could not suppress a laugh. He found the audacity of this young man utterly preposterous, daring to make such a bold claim. Thus, Zheng Tai sneered and replied, "Youngster, you are terribly overestimating yourself. Not to mention a stick of incense. You likely won't be able to withstand even a single strike from me. How about this? If you can endure my 6th soul skill, I shall permit your departure. What do you say?" Tang Xing nodded slightly in agreement. Without hesitation, Zheng Tai unleashed his 6th soul skill, Meteorite Strike. As Tang Xing witnessed this technique, a sense of betrayal surged within him, yet he did not falter. He swiftly activated his 3rd soul skill, Spirit Light Transformation, alongside his 1st soul skill, Spirit Holy Light Wave. However, Tang Xing's attacks upon Zheng Tai's 6th soul skill yielded no significant effect at that moment. A phrase from Lan Meng echoed in his mind. To seize the opponent's weakness is to achieve victory in a single strike. With a spark of inspiration, Tang Xing conceived a plan. He then released his formidable skill, Spirit Wood Killing Formation. This technique surged forth like a torrential flood towards Zheng Tai's 6th soul skill. Under the ferocious assault of the Spirit Wood Killing Formation, Zheng Tai's 6th soul skill visibly began to diminish. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Xing decisively summoned the spirit's sacred halberd and thrust it towards the shrinking meteorite strike with overwhelming force that a cataclysmic explosion erupted. And amidst the shock waves, Tang Xing bravely charged forth. Observing Tang Xing's performance, Zheng Tai's face broke into a satisfied smile as he softly remarked, "Well done. You have demonstrated quite remarkable prowess. Do you wish to continue the challenge?" Tang Xing gently shook his head, replying, "No. Reaching this point is already a testament to your generosity and support. Senior, I believe this is where we shall conclude. When I am adequately prepared, I shall return to challenge you again." Zheng Tai felt a profound sense of gratification upon hearing Tang Xing's response. He immediately waved his hand, opening the passage to the outside world. At that moment, the onlookers outside were left utterly astonished. A mere three-ringed soul master had managed to challenge the 6th level. Zhou Tian exclaimed in awe, his voice laced with disbelief. Xiaobin quickly echoed, "He has truly set a new record for the academy." Just then, Tang Xing slowly emerged from the tower. As soon as he appeared, Li Fei rushed to his side, exuberantly exclaiming, "Boss, you are absolutely incredible." Tang Xing smiled at Li Fei, a glimmer of confidence and pride flashing in his eyes. He understood that although his challenge had reached only the 6th level, it had nonetheless validated his potential and strength. In the future, he would undoubtedly strive to ascend to even greater heights. With a humble smile, Tang Xing replied, "Oh, it was merely luck on my part." Yet Li Fei looked at him skeptically, asserting, "Boss, you've shattered the Academy's record." To this, Tang Xing appeared somewhat indifferent, shrugging lightly, "Let it be. Through this challenge, I have also recognized my many shortcomings, and I shall need to exert greater effort henceforth." "Well said." Wu Exinheng applauded while approaching Tang Xing. Upon gazing at Tang Xing, Wu Exinheng was astonished to discover that his soul power had indeed reached level 40. Subsequently, Wu Exinheng gathered the other students back to their class and then called Tang Xing aside, asking, "Tang Xing, has your soul power reached level 40? Tang Xing nodded slightly, and Wu Exinheng led him into the soul-hunting forest. At that moment, Tang Xing's face was filled with disdain as he pondered, "I was just in the classroom. How did I arrive here in the blink of an eye?" Just as Tang Xing was about to inquire, Wu Exinheng bluntly interrupted him, asking, "Which type of soul beast do you need for your soul ring?" After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xing replied, "Perhaps a mental type would suffice." Hearing this answer, Wu Exinheng was somewhat taken aback. But after a brief consideration, he responded, "Very well. Let us set off." Thus, Wu Exinheng took Tang Xing on a search. Suddenly, the sounds of a fierce battle reached their ears. Capturing Tang Xing's attention, he stealthily concealed himself in the grass, peering intently to witness a flying mantis engaged in a fierce struggle with a peculiar creature. The creature possessed antlers and the head of a rabbit, looking quite bizarre, prompting Tang Xing to wonder, "What on earth is that?" Meanwhile, Wu Exinheng realized that Tang Xing had mysteriously vanished. Utilizing his formidable search abilities, he scoured the area but found nothing, muttering to himself, "How curious. Where has he gone? Is there a formidable expert lurking nearby?" Tang Xing watched helplessly as his beloved flying mantis was defeated by another powerful soul beast. At that moment, the victorious soul beast turned its attention towards Tang Xing and approached him directly. Sensing danger, the flying mantis immediately took flight to shield Tang Xing. However, the soul beast did not attack Tang Xing. Instead, it continued its advance towards him. Without hesitation, Tang Xing lunged at the soul beast in an attempt to stop it. The soul beast effortlessly stood upright and unleashed a strike, grievously injuring the flying mantis, rendering it nearly immobile. Just as Tang Xing was in a state of shock, the soul beast astonishingly spoke. "Thank you, young man." Tang Xing was taken aback by the voice, jumping in fright and stammering, "You can talk?" This unexpected turn of events left Tang Xing utterly bewildered. He had never imagined that a soul beast could speak like a human and even express gratitude. Doubts crept into his mind about whether he had fallen into an illusion, yet the reality before him felt palpably authentic. Filled with confusion and fear, Tang Xing was uncertain about what would transpire next. The soul beast nodded, and Tang Xing gazed at it in disbelief. He attempted to converse further, but the soul beast interjected, "Hurry, absorb this soul beast." Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xing launched his final strike at the soul beast and promptly seated himself to begin absorbing the soul ring. Before long, the soul beast returned with another soul beast, addressing Tang Xing. You have awakened. This one is a mental-type soul beast, perfectly suited for your four-soul ring, and urged Tang Xing quickly absorb it. Reluctantly, Tang Xing complied with its instructions. After a while, he successfully absorbed the soul ring and stood up, preparing to inquire about the soul beast. However, before Tang Xing could speak, the soul beast preemptively stated, "Do not be surprised. I know what you wish to ask. But first, let me change my appearance before we converse." Immediately, the soul beast began to transform. The radiance enveloping it gradually receded, replaced by a gown as white as snow. It appeared as a celestial being descending from the heavens, gracefully standing upon the ground. The white gown swirled like mist, gently brushing against the earth, as if blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. The gown's design was simple yet elegant, exuding both refinement and grandeur. The hem fluttered softly in the breeze, evoking a dreamlike sensation. Most captivating were her delicate waistlines, subtly accentuating her ethereal charm. Such a figure was akin to a masterpiece, leaving onlookers spellbound. Looking upward, her eyes resembled a profound starry sky, shimmering with brilliant light. Each blink seemed to scatter countless stars within her gaze. This beauty transcended the realm of words, ensnaring one in its enchanting allure. Her lips curled into a playful, coy smile, adding a touch of mischief and sweetness. The cherry-red hue of her lips gleamed like precious gemstones, vibrant and enticing, eliciting an irresistible desire for a kiss. Tang Xing stood before this mesmerizing sight. Utterly stupefied, his eyes widened and his mouth hung agape, rendering him speechless. Only when Bai Yi greeted him did he snap back to reality. "Hello, my name is Bai Yi." Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to a divine melody. Tang Xing swallowed hard, stammering, "Hello, I am Tang Xing. It is a pleasure to meet you." At that moment, Tang Xing's heart brimmed with excitement and curiosity. He realized he had encountered a truly extraordinary being. This entity, known as Bai. Tang Xing quickly composed himself and said, "Hello, I am Tang Xing. Tang Xing. What a splendid name. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot the matter at hand, that I was originally a guardian spirit beast of the Elven clan. Yet my once tranquil and serene existence was shattered by a malevolent organization. The situation was dire, and despite my utmost efforts, I managed to rescue only a small fraction of my kin, while the rest fell victim to a gruesome fate. As for how I came to know you, it is because your being harbors the purest essence of Elven bloodline power. I was merely resting here when I was ambushed by a flying mantis, resulting in a fierce battle. Then you arrived. Come with me." Bai Yi spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing inquired with a hint of confusion. "Where to?" Bai Yi replied with enthusiasm. "Of course, to meet your kin. However, your elven bloodline has yet to awaken, so we must hurry." Before Tang Xing could finish speaking, Bai Yi seized his hand and swiftly led him away. Bai Yi guided Tang Xing to the innermost depths of the soul-hunting forest, where Tang Xing appeared utterly astonished, clearly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Wu Exenheng was already in a state of anxious anticipation. He could wait no longer and, without hesitation, launched an attack. At that moment, two soul beasts suddenly materialized before them, issuing a warning. "Human, what do you intend to do?" Yet Wu Exenheng simply uttered two words. "Release him." These words acted as a spark, igniting the fury of the two soul beasts. One of them quickly regained composure and stated, "Are you referring to that young man? Fear not. He is currently safe and poses no threat to his life." Upon hearing this, Wu Exenheng felt a slight relief, but his concern prompted him to ask, "How can you be sure?" Before he could finish, a deep and authoritative voice resounded. "Human, Feng Shui speaks the truth. The young man you're concerned for is indeed unharmed, so there is no need for worry." Hearing this, Wu Exenheng exhaled deeply and said, "Since you, the Emperor, have spoken thus, I shall refrain from further words. However, should you dare to harm him, our Ling High Academy will not let it go unpunished." With that, Wu Exenheng turned to leave. As he departed, the Emperor succumbed to slumber once more. Feng Shui, however, wore a troubled expression. murmuring, "Since that harrowing battle concluded, the Emperor's health has declined, growing ever weaker. His heart is filled with worry and unease, as if foreseeing the multitude of challenges that lie ahead." Tang Xing forcefully shook off Bai Yi's hand and exclaimed anxiously, "No, I cannot. My teacher is searching for me. If I disappear for too long, he will be concerned." Bai Yi hastily reassured her, "Do not fret. I have already entrusted someone with explaining the situation to your teacher. Everything will be fine." With that, Bai Yi took Tang Xing's hand, leading her into the clan's midst, upon witnessing the arrival of a stranger. The clan members displayed expressions of indifference. Tang Xing, perplexed, asked, "Why do these people look so angry at the sight of me?" Bai Yi sighed and explained, "Do you recall what I mentioned previously? One of the reasons our kin suffered massacre was due to outsiders acting as spies." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing could not help but feel sorrow for those individuals. Bai Yi guided Tang Xing along an alternate path, and to avert unnecessary trouble, he arrived first at the clan leader's doorstep. Calling out, "Grandfather clan leader, I have returned, and I have brought someone with me. Come and see." Tang Xing followed closely behind Bai Yi into the dwelling, and upon the clan leader's gaze landing on her, he suddenly appeared disoriented, trembling as he spoke. It is you." Chapter 25, Awakening the Bloodline. Seeing the clan leader collapse, Bai Yi hurriedly extended his hand to help him up and asked with concern, "Grandfather clan leader, what is wrong? Are you unwell?" The clan leader steadied himself, an expression of astonishment gracing his features as he looked at Tang Xing and inquired, "Child, I find this rather strange. Who is your father?" Upon hearing the clan leader's question, Tang Xing's face lit up with excitement as she eagerly replied, "Do you know my father?" The clan leader smiled faintly, his tone brimming with confidence. "Of course, although we have only met once. I remember distinctly. His name was Tang Yun, correct?" Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback, her mind swirling in confusion. She pondered, "Linghai Tower? The elders once mentioned it. I indeed share a father-son relationship with Senior Tang Yun. But how can this be?" Steeling herself, Tang Xing respectfully addressed the clan leader. "Grandfather clan leader, I fear you have mistaken. My father is named Tang Zhong, not Tang Yun." However, the clan leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. The elven bloodline flowing within you is the most compelling evidence. This bloodline is unique, and you are capable of awakening your martial soul." "Haha, Bai Yi, so you intended for him to awaken the true power of his bloodline." Bai Yi silently nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Tang Xing felt as though struck by lightning, rendering her momentarily speechless. Her heart began to wrestle with turmoil, waves of thoughts crashing within. How can this be? Is there truly a problem with my lineage? All these years, I believed Tang Zhong to be my biological father. Countless questions flooded Tang Xing's mind, leaving her in a state of profound confusion and bewilderment. The clan leader instructed Bai Yi to prepare the necessary items, then approached Tang Xing, speaking earnestly, "Child, I know you are filled with doubts and misunderstandings, but do not rush. Everything will resolve itself in due course. I will not force you to acknowledge anything immediately. Whenever you come to terms with it, return to me. It will not be too late." As the clan leader comforted Tang Xing, he gently embraced her. Hearing these words, Tang Xing found it difficult to accept, yet she nestled into the clan leader's warm embrace, seeking answers. The clan leader tenderly stroked Tang Xing's head, softly soothing her. Thus, the two figures, one large and one small, stood quietly together, as if time itself had ceased to flow. After an indeterminate period, Tang Xing gradually fell into a peaceful slumber under the clan leader's comforting presence. The clan leader gazed down at the sleeping child in his arms. His eyes filled with tenderness that he carefully lifted Tang Xing and made his way to the room of tea that moment. He walked into the room, intending to speak loudly, but was silenced by the clan leader's gesture for silence. He immediately softened his footsteps, following the clan leader into the room. Fearful of awakening Tang Xing, He quietly pulled the clan leader aside and whispered, "Clan leader, everything has been prepared." The clan leader, wearing a troubled expression, replied, "Let us wait until he awakens. Then I shall speak with him earnestly." He could only nod in resignation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Xing was lost in a deep sleep, entirely unaware of her surroundings. However, in the depths of her mind, a mysterious voice suddenly resonated. Tang Xing, the celestial elven spear you hold tightly, contains incredibly powerful techniques. Now, I shall impart to you its fifth technique, named unmatched in the world. As for the other four techniques, they are: the first technique, Celestial Slash; the second technique, Radiant Glory; the third technique, Sweeping the Armies; and the fourth technique, One Spear Breaking the Demon. These techniques are etched deeply into your consciousness. After a while, Tang Xing gradually opened her eyes. The clan leader, who had been vigilantly watching over her, quickly asked, "Child, are you thirsty? Would you like some water?" Tang Xing gently shook her head, then looked at the clan leader with determination, saying, "Grandfather clan leader, please speak your mind. I am listening." The clan leader hesitated for a moment, but ultimately mustered the courage to say, "Tang Xing, I have prepared all the precious materials required for awakening your bloodline. Now, do you wish to attempt to awaken the power within you?" Tang Xing resolutely declared, "I am willing." The clan leader was taken aback, quickly leading Tang Xing to the sacrificial altar. As Tang Xing gazed at the imposing altar before her, she silently encouraged herself. Taking a deep breath, she leaped gracefully onto the altar. The clan leader then activated the energy of the altar, causing it to spin rapidly. A powerful energy surged like a torrent into Tang Xing's body. Unexpectedly, this immense energy, upon entering her, underwent complete sublimation, transforming into countless shimmering particles of light that flowed freely within her. Simultaneously, the stone pillars surrounding the altar began to emit dazzling brilliance, with beams of light shooting straight towards Tang Xing. Faced with such intense external stimuli, Tang Xing gritted her teeth, resolutely resisting. She clenched her fists tightly, vivid memories of her parents' demise and the need to protect her sister flooding her mind, and her heart. Tang Xing roared, "I cannot fall at this moment. I absolutely must not." With unwavering faith and indomitable willpower, Tang Xing successfully withstood wave after wave of assault, empowered by the might of the two treasures. She felt as though she were immersed in an endless expanse of starlit sky. His body began to emit a dazzling radiance, as brilliant and captivating as the stars themselves, as the light intensified. The long-hidden elven bloodline within Tang Xing was finally awakened. This surge of bloodline power erupted forth like a slumbering dragon awakening after a millennium, exuding an unparalleled majesty and strength bursting from Tang Xing's body. It surged like a tumultuous torrent, soaring towards the heavens with an unstoppable force, shattering the void, altering the winds and clouds, and causing the very world to tremble. In that moment, Tang Xing appeared to be the center of the universe, radiating an aura that inspired profound reverence. His eyes sparkled with a mysterious and profound light, as if he could see through all things in existence. Each of his movements contained boundless power, capable of instigating earth-shattering transformations with the mere flick of a wrist. Under the impact of his formidable force, the surrounding space began to warp and twist. Vivid beams of light intertwined, creating a breathtaking tapestry of beauty. Tang Xing stood at the center of this magnificent scene, resembling a war god descending upon the mortal realm, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Suddenly, a gigantic and majestic soul beast, adorned with scales, appeared in the sky. Surrounding it was a radiant light, as if it were a messenger sent by the heavens. The beast's head bore a pair of sharp horns, from which hung a spherical object, its eyes large and bright, complemented by an exceptionally broad nose and mouth. The clan leader recognized it immediately. It was a Qilin, a divine Qilin from the heavens. Yet from afar, a melancholic voice echoed. As it slowly approached, the clan leader widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Could it be the legendary Kunpeng? I cannot be mistaken." These two soul beasts knelt before the young Tang Xing like devout followers, seemingly filled with respect for him. At that moment, the Qilin spoke. "Old man, you must take good care of this young lad. Perhaps one day, he will become our invaluable ally, helping us reclaim all that we have lost. Dio, you understand. He must not suffer even the slightest grievance." The Kunpeng then chimed in. "In the past, The elven deity single-handedly defeated numerous gods in the divine realm, securing a place of honor alongside the three great enforcers. It is a pity that later he fell victim to treachery and met an untimely demise, which is truly lamentable. Old man, you must look after him. The clan leader, upon hearing this, felt incredulous, his eyes wide as he replied, I will. Today has truly opened my eyes. To witness both the golden Qilin and the cloud dream Kunpeng is indeed a rare fortune. Tang Xing felt a powerful force surging within him. As he attempted to harness it, he was astonished to find a pair of resplendent wings sprouting from his back, transforming his very being. Even more surprisingly, he discovered that his soul skills underwent marvelous changes as well. Tang Xing immediately bowed respectfully to the clan leader, expressing his gratitude. Grandfather clan leader, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have realized the extraordinary power hidden within my bloodline. Thank you, rest assured. I will strive diligently to restore the glorious future of our clan. Bai approached, smiling at Tang Xing. So, what do you think? I wasn't misleading you, was I? Tang Xing, overwhelmed with excitement, tightly embraced Bai, apologizing profusely. It was all my fault. I should not have doubted you. Allow me to make amends in some way. Before he could finish, Tang Xing suddenly leaned in and gently kissed Bai Yi's cheek. Bai Yi froze in shock, unable to regain her composure for several moments. When she finally did, her face was flushed, resembling a ripe apple. It is worth noting that Bai Yi was no ordinary soul beast. She was a seasoned expert with years of cultivation. Moreover, this was her first kiss. Tang Xing inquired once more. Grandfather clan leader, now that my bloodline has awakened, should I not be returned to my original place? The clan leader hesitated for a moment before responding. Yes, Xiao Bai. You should escort him back. By the way, Xiao Bai, you can take this opportunity to venture out and explore the world beyond. Tang Xing looked at Bai Yi with confusion, asking, Bai Yi, do you truly intend to return to the academy with me? Bai Yi did not respond verbally, but merely nodded slightly, and Tang Xing understood her intention. However, he could not help but caution. The academy is filled with hidden talents and powerful individuals. Should your true identity be accidentally revealed, the consequences may be dire. Yet, Bai Yi appeared calm and composed, softly reassuring him. Do not worry. I have my own means of protection. Tang Xing felt a bit more at ease, yet a thread of worry still lingered in his heart. That moment. A deafening explosion echoed, shaking the very ground beneath them. Tang Xing and Bai Yi exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they raced towards the source of the sound. Upon arriving at the scene, both were taken aback by the sight before them. A massive, bottomless pit had opened up amidst the chaos. Bai Yi gazed at the deep pit in astonishment. What kind of being possesses such terrifying explosive power? Tang Xing, however, shifted his gaze to another pit, discovering an injured monkey lying within. Anxious, he leaped into the pit, carefully cradling the monkey and employing his newly acquired healing techniques to save the poor creature. Bai Yi closely monitored Tang Xing's actions. And just as he prepared to assist in healing the monkey, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching from behind. Without a moment to spare, he swiftly turned and unleashed a fierce attack towards Tang Xing's back. Unbeknownst to them, a ferocious soul beast had stealthily appeared, poised to pounce on the unsuspecting Tang Xing. Fortunately, Bai Yi reacted swiftly, neutralizing the threat just in time. However, the battle had only just begun. Tang Xing watched as Bai Yi launched an attack towards him. His eyes tightly shut, but quickly opened them, exclaiming, Bai Yi, are you doing this on purpose? Yet, Bai Yi shouted back, Idiot Tang Xing, look behind you. Hearing this, Tang Xing hurriedly turned to see a gigantic soul beast standing before him, causing him to instinctively retreat and scream, Bai Yi, hold it off. I need to revive the monkey first, then I will come to assist you. Bai Yi readily agreed. Understood. Tang Xing hastened his efforts to heal the monkey. While Bai Yi fought valiantly against the soul beast, the beast, cunningly aware that it could not challenge Bai Yi directly, redirected its focus to Tang Xing behind her. That moment, Tang Xing was frantic. He needed to complete the healing quickly, or Bai Yi would be in danger. He concentrated fully on his medical skills, hoping to restore the monkey's health as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Bai Yi bravely defended against the soul beast attacks, ensuring Tang Xing's safety. Suddenly, the beast opened its mouth, unleashing a stream of toxic green mist that enveloped Bai Yi. The mist was highly poisonous, seemingly capable of corroding one's very soul, leaving Bai Yi in a precarious situation. In that critical moment, Bai Yi resolutely unleashed his soul skill, channeling powerful energy into a beam of light that swiftly dispelled the surrounding green mist. However, as the poison insect detected its target exposed, it lunged towards Tang Xing without hesitation. As the poison insect was about to strike Tang Xing, Bai Yi swiftly positioned herself in front of him like a flash of lightning. Tang Xing cried out in horror. No. Her voice was filled with concern and fear, terrified that Bai Yi might be harmed. Bai Yi fixed her gaze on the approaching poison insect, determination shining in her eyes. She understood that at this moment, she must protect Tang Xing at all costs. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to confront the poison insect's attack. Chapter 26. A brief respite at this critical juncture, the venomous serpent suddenly lunged at Bai Han like a flash of lightning. Sinking its fangs deep into him, Bai Han let out a pained scream before collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing wasted no time in securing the monkey and swiftly drawing the elven's sacred heavenly spear, executing his ultimate technique with a powerful swing at the serpent. With a swift whoosh, the sacred heavenly spear sliced through the air like a shooting star, instantly slaying the serpent on the spot. Tang Xing rushed to Bai Yi's side. Finding her pale and gravely injured, he immediately activated the Holy Light Eye, attempting to heal her wounds, but to his astonishment, the Holy Light Eye proved utterly ineffective. Tang Xing, frantic, focused intently on Bai Yi's injured hand and made a decisive choice to tend to her wound himself. However, he was horrified to discover that the injury on Bai Yi's hand was rapidly spreading at an alarming rate. And the situation was dire. Time was of the essence. Without hesitation, Tang Xing opened his mouth and began to suck out the poison from the wound. With each extraction of poisonous blood, he felt a piercing pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Gradually, Tang Xing managed to draw out the toxic blood, and his efforts seemed to yield results as Bai Yi's wounds ceased to worsen. Not daring to relent, he continued to extract the poison until the very last trace was eliminated. Upon awakening, the monkey saw Tang Xing treating its wound in a peculiar manner and promptly scampered away. After a while, Bai Yi finally regained consciousness, her expression somewhat dazed as she inquired, "Tang Xing, what has happened to me?" Tang Xing gazed at her tenderly and replied, "You were accidentally bitten by a venomous snake. But fret not. I have employed a special method to expel the toxins from your body. You should be feeling much better now, correct?" Upon hearing Tang Xing's words, Bai Yi lowered her gaze to her hand. Discovering it had been expertly bandaged, that moment, a monkey unexpectedly approached, holding a bowl of clear, transparent liquid that emanated an unusual fragrance, and presented it to Tang Xing without hesitation. Tang Xing took the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. The monkey, witnessing this, displayed an expression of astonishment, clearly taken aback by Tang Xing's decisive action. Realizing that his behavior might have been somewhat inappropriate, Tang Xing noticed that only half a bowl of the elixir remained and hastily said to Bai Yi, "You should have some too. It will greatly aid in your recovery." After saying this, he handed the bowl to Bai Yi. Although she harbored some doubts, Bai Yi resolutely drank the concoction in one go. After a period of rest, both of them had regained considerable strength. Bai Yi turned to ask, "So, how shall we deal with this monkey?" After a moment's contemplation, Tang Xing smiled and replied, "I have an idea. Let us simply declare it as your pet. As for its name, how about calling it Jin Mao?" Bai Yi, with a sense of resignation, nodded in agreement, accepting this solution. Subsequently, the two entered a restaurant. Tang Xing, familiar with the surroundings, quickly found a seat and called out loudly, "Boss, 2 servings of fragrant fish rice, please." The boss enthusiastically responded, "Coming right up. Please wait a moment." Tang Xing then turned to Bai Yi, curiosity evident in his voice. "Bai Yi, what is your martial spirit?" Bai Yi replied candidly, "My martial spirit is the 9-colored spirit deer. Moreover, I possess the ability to seal my own aura and cultivation, unless my opponent is a level 99 peerless Douluo. Even a level 98 super law would struggle to detect me." Whenever I reach a bottleneck in my cultivation, the seal automatically unravels a layer, transforming into my soul ring. After hearing this, Tang Xing felt significantly reassured. Before long, the boss arrived with the delicious dishes, placing them on the table. The mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. Upon closer inspection, each dish was a feast for the eyes, exquisite as if crafted by an artist. Observing Bai Yi's eager expression as she beheld the delectable food, Tang Xing couldn't help but chuckle softly and gently urged, "Go ahead, eat up." With a slight smile, Tang Xing said no more. In a spacious and brightly lit hall, Xiaoming convened numerous experts and core members for a critically important Spirit Sea conference. In this solemn, intense atmosphere, everyone listened intently to Xiaoming's words. Without beating around the bush, Xiaoming asked directly, "Wang Qian, what is the current progress of the selection for the seven spirits?" Wang Qian, firmly gripping the report in her hand, responded with a serious demeanor, "Lord Pavilion Master, after our meticulous preliminary screening, the number of eligible candidates among the inner courtyard disciples is quite limited." At this moment, the old tree sitting nearby smiled slightly, revealing a wise expression, and suggested softly, "Pavilion Master, if that is the case, why not consider allowing the outer courtyard disciples to participate in the selection as well? This might broaden our pool of candidates." Hearing this, Xiaoming was enlightened, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he eagerly inquired, "Does the old tree have more specific and better suggestions?" The old tree maintained his calm demeanor and slowly responded, "In my opinion, we could send a vice pavilion master to the outer courtyard to organize the recruitment selection. If I recall correctly, we employed a similar method last time to scout for talent." Xiaoming grasped the implication and promptly made a decisive decision. He stood up, his voice resonating. "All right, the Vice Pavilion Master will take full responsibility for this selection plan. I hope he will fulfill his mission and identify the most outstanding 7 spirits for us." His resolute voice echoed through the hall, and the crowd expressed their agreement, filled with anticipation for the future. As Tang Xing and Bai Yi strolled toward the academy's entrance, they unexpectedly collided with someone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be teacher Wu Xinheng. He exclaimed with excitement, "Teacher Wu, I'm back." Wu Xinheng glanced at the girl beside Tang Xing, puzzled as he asked, "Who is she?" In response, Tang Xing quickly smoothed things over, saying, "She is my distant relative, named Bai Yi. I brought her here to see if you could assist in getting her into Class 1. Wu Xinheng, after hearing Tang Xing's words and looking at Bai Yi, nodded and calmly replied, "All right, I understand. You can head back for now. I will discuss her enrollment with the director." At that moment, the director happened to pass by. Overhearing Wu Xinheng discussing him, and approached with a somewhat stern tone, "Oh, do you still regard me, the director? Very well. Since she is someone you wish for, I shall leave it to you. However, the necessary procedures must still be followed. Don't create any trouble for me." After saying this, the director turned and walked away. Tang Xing and Bai Yi exchanged relieved glances, knowing that despite the slight hurdles, the matter had been resolved. Now, it remained to be seen whether Bai Yi could seamlessly integrate into the family of Class 1. Wu Xinheng gently said to Tang Xing, "Follow me." Upon seeing Wu Xinheng approach, the staff member handling business immediately stood up and called out, "Teacher Wu, what procedures are you here to handle?" Wu Xinheng beckoned to Bai Yi, who quickly walked over. Wu Xinheng addressed the staff member, "Yes, I am here to assist her with the enrollment procedures." Upon hearing this, the employee paused momentarily, but soon sprang into action, diligently processing the necessary tasks. Before long, he looked up at Wu Xinheng and said, "All right, Teacher Wu, the enrollment has been successfully completed." Tang Xing took Bai Yi's hand and headed toward the dormitory, when suddenly she remembered that the outer courtyard dormitories typically paired 1 male and 1 female resident. She halted, turning to Wu Xinheng, and asked, "Teacher Wu, is there any special arrangement for the dormitories in Class 1? Before Wu Xinheng could respond, the staff member interjected, "Yes, Teacher Wu, why didn't you mention this earlier? All students entering Class 1 will have dedicated rooms, and they will be shared by 4 individuals." Wu Xinheng nodded and then said to Tang Xing, "Then let's proceed with that. Tang Xing, please compile a list of the dormitory occupants." After consulting her classmates about their preferences for the new dormitory arrangements, Tang Xing took the proposed list to Wu Xinheng's office. Upon glancing at the list, especially noting the members of Tang Xing's group, Lan Xiao, Su Yin, and Bai Yi, Wu Xinheng couldn't help but exclaim internally, "What a clever arrangement." Wu Xinheng then informed Tang Xing, "The dormitories will be allocated based on the principle of pairing male and female students." After returning to class, Tang Xing conveyed this news to her classmates, and after an enthusiastic discussion, they reached a final dormitory allocation plan. This time, when Tang Xing presented the organized results to Wu Xinheng, she appeared particularly composed. After reviewing the proposal, Wu Xinheng nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Well done this time. You all have a day off today. Take a good rest and prepare yourself for the special training starting tomorrow." After relaying this message to her classmates, everyone returned to their brand new dormitories. Meanwhile, Wu Xinheng gazed at the message in her hand and softly murmured, "In 1 week, we will commence the recruitment of the 7 spirits. In 1 week, I will showcase just how exceptional my students are." At that moment, as Lan Xiao was about to pose a question to Tang Huang, he suddenly dashed out like a whirlwind and grasped Tang Xing's hand tightly, declaring, "Tang Xing, I'm so hungry." Tang Xing gently stroked Bai Yi's small hand and softly replied, "All right, my dear, I shall take you to find something delicious." She then turned to Lan Xiao, "Oh, by the way, Lan Xiao, what were you just about to ask me?" Lan Xiao struggled to contain the tumult within her and tried to keep her voice steady. "I just wanted to know if you're free right now." However, before she could finish, an untimely growl emanated from her stomach. Tang Xing, perceptive as ever, immediately grasped the situation and cheerfully said, "All right then, let us go. Lan Xiao, we'll fill our stomachs first." Meanwhile, the monkey, which had been quietly resting on Tang Xing's shoulder, let out a long sigh, comfortably settled down, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Lan Xiao's gaze remained fixated on Bai Yi, her mind racing with thoughts. Who exactly is this girl? What is her relationship with Tang Xing? Something feels off. Why am I suddenly so concerned about her? Just as Lan Xiao was caught in her internal struggle, Tang Xing spotted Jinyu and Jiang Hao busily attending to a small stall in the distance and immediately rushed over. Exclaiming joyfully, "Sister Jinyu, Brother Jiang Hao, Brother Jinlin, you're all here." Jinyu expressed her surprise, saying, "Brother, you actually know my older brother?" Tang Xing nodded and replied, "Indeed, when my mother and I were leaving the Tianling auction house, we happened to encounter Brother Jinlin. Am I right?" Upon hearing this, Jinlin immediately chimed in, "Yes, that's exactly right, little sister. However, sister, your chicken legs are truly delectable." Jinyu shot Jinlin a glance, prompting him to discreetly close his mouth. Tang Xing smiled gently and addressed Jinyu, "Sister Jinyu, allow me to take over." Jinyu willingly stepped aside, and Tang Xing swiftly took charge of the stall. Like a magician, Tang Xing produced 5 or 6 chicken legs in the blink of an eye. Her hands moved like shadows, swiftly transforming into 4 or 5 as she executed half of the preparation steps at an astonishing speed. Jiang Hao, witnessing Tang Xing's technique, couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Brother Tang Xing, so adept at employing the methods of Yunzong. Wow, the aroma is simply irresistible. Jinlin, standing to the left, was unable to contain his saliva, drawn in by the enticing scent. That moment, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, as if an invisible magic was compelling those nearby to gravitate in that direction. Sui stood still, muttering, "Brother, why didn't you take me along to enjoy the delicious food?" Humph! Just then, another rich aroma drifted into Su Li's nostrils, causing him to exclaim, "Wow, it smells amazing." Even Su Chuan, who had been playing nearby, was captivated by the fragrance and instinctively followed the crowd, but Wei Xian tightly grasped the hands of her 2 brothers, excitedly trailing after them to uncover the source of the mysterious aroma. As they approached, they discovered a newly opened snack stall, where the vendors skillfully prepared various delicacies. The alluring scent made one's mouth water, as if the entire world had transformed into a paradise of flavors. After a flurry of activity, Tang Xing finally completed her task and looked up in astonishment at the crowd that had gathered around her. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, having followed the fragrance, arrived at the scene and was left speechless by the astonishing sight before her. Chapter 27. The Tycoon. Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise, So many people. Her gaze fell upon Tang Xing at the forefront, who was apologetically explaining to the crowd, "I sincerely apologize, dear friends, but our shop is not open today. Please bear with us." Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of confusion, with many asking, "Hey, boss," with such a delightful aroma. "What exactly are you doing?" "Yes, since you've already prepared it, why not sell us some?" Faced with the crowd's pleas, Tang Xing appeared somewhat helpless. He pulled Jiang Hao and Jin Yu aside and whispered, "Brother Jiang Yu, Sister Jin Yu, please gather more people, but remember not to bring them all. Leave a few behind." Jiang Hao immediately understood Tang Xing's intentions and, without hesitation, dashed away. Tang Xing cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. "Dear friends, due to the limited quantity of food available, we can only serve on a first-come, first-served basis. Please line up and maintain order. If your turn comes and we happen to run out, I sincerely apologize and I invite you to return another day." Upon hearing this, the crowd sprang into action, quickly forming an orderly line, patiently awaiting Tang Xing's culinary creations. Jiang Hao hurriedly brought over the ingredients. And upon seeing this, Tang Xing promptly began cooking. With her skilled hands, delectable dishes were presented to the customers. However, despite some customers leaving satisfied, a large number continued to wait patiently in line to tea that moment. It was finally the turn of a man with a gourd in hand and a sword at his waist. His arrival sparked whispers of curiosity and anticipation among the onlookers. Jin Lin recognized the newcomer at a glance, but refrained from revealing his identity. Pu Xian curiously inquired, "Little Chi Zi, with such delicious food, why not work as a chef in the Linghai Academy's kitchen?" Tang Xing replied candidly, "I only know how to make chicken feet. If I went there, I would surely cause chaos. It's better to simply do my own job well. Now, please take your chicken leg." With that, Pu Xian pulled out 2 gold spirit coins from his pocket and gently placed them on Tang Xing's stall. Tang Xing looked at the 2 coins and exclaimed, "Sir, you are giving too much." However, Pu Xian merely waved his hand and smiled. "Not at all. Consider this a token of gratitude for the knowledge I gained from you." "Little Li Zi, keep up the good work," Tang Xing quickly informed him. "This is the last portion, so please let those behind you know they need not wait any longer." Just as he was about to speak, a fan suddenly soared through the air, heading straight for the stall. The assailant was none other than Su Chuan. "I'll take this one," Su Chuan shouted. Jin Lin, witnessing this, admonished Su Chuan, "Don't be so unreasonable." Su Chuan, feeling entirely justified, retorted, "What's unreasonable about this? I've waited in line for so long. It's finally my turn, and you dare to tell me otherwise? Just so you know, there's only one left here." Jiang Hao interjected, "Su Chuan, you didn't even wait in line. You should wait for the next time." Tang Xing, taking decisive action, handed the food to a passerby and urged him to leave quickly. Then, turning to Su Chuan, he shouted, "Su Chuan, it's just a chicken foot. If you have the ability to defeat me, I'll make you one." The onlookers widened their eyes at this declaration. Jin Lin praised. "What a bold spirit!" Su Chuan, undeterred, readily accepted the challenge. They proceeded to an open area nearby. Without hesitation, Su Chuan unleashed his second soul skill, Wind Bell Power. He quickly followed up with his first soul skill, Blade of the Fan, aiming to deliver a lethal blow to his opponent. However, Tang Xing was no ordinary adversary. He activated his spirit martial soul and employed his powerful second soul skill, Spirit Power, successfully fending off Su Chuan's attack. This moment, Su Chuan pondered, could it be that he also possesses dual martial souls? Why have I never seen him use this technique before? It seems the time for a swift resolution has arrived. Thus, Su Chuan resolved to exert all his strength. Unleashing his most formidable skill, that he began chanting, radiant light enveloping him as his fourth soul skill, Wind Bell as earth-shattering transformation, along with his second soul skill, Wind Bell Power, and third soul skill, Gale Slash, were activated one after another. In that instant, Su Chuan's power surged to unprecedented heights, shaking the battlefield with his overwhelming aura. Would Tang Xing be able to withstand such a fierce onslaught? The ensuing battle promised to become increasingly intense and gripping. Jin Yu watched in disbelief as Su Chuan unabashedly unleashed his fourth soul skill, her eyes widening in anger as she exclaimed, "How shameless of you!" Meanwhile, Tang Xing fearlessly responded, Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Here comes my strike. Third soul skill, Spirit Light Transformation. Second soul skill, Spirit Power. Fourth soul skill, Spirit Light Blade. As the two unleashed their soul skills, two formidable energies collided violently in the air, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Just as it seemed these forces would trigger a cataclysmic explosion, both Tang Xing and Su Chuan instinctively retracted their soul power. However, Su Chuan, clearly unwilling to concede, revealed a glint of cunning and reluctance in his eyes. Tang Xing perceptibly sensed this and felt a tinge of embarrassment. He understood that this battle was far from over and that more formidable challenges lay ahead. Su Chuan slowly returned to Su He's side, his expression filled with guilt as he gazed at her, murmuring in a low voice, "It's all because of my own ineptitude, not being able to protect you. Sister, I'm truly sorry." Sui looked at her brother, who appeared somewhat disheveled, her heart swelling with empathy, yet she mustered a smile to reassure him. "It's all right, brother. This isn't your fault." Meanwhile, Tang Xing, through her spirit eyes, discerned the thoughts and emotions deep within Su Chuan's heart. Without hesitation, she approached the stall and began to prepare. After a flurry of activity, Tang Xing, holding a perfectly cooked chicken foot, swiftly walked over to Su Chuan and gently said, "Here, take this. I now understand that you would go to great lengths for your sister. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Su Chuan, moved by her words, extended his hands to receive the chicken foot. He could see that moment. Time seemed to freeze, the surrounding clamor fading into the background. Su Chuan tightly grasped the chicken foot, feeling the warmth and kindness emanating from Tang Xing. He recognized the preciousness of this bond and was even more resolute in his determination to protect his sister and safeguard this friendship. Subsequently, Lin Xian led Yi Xian and Huang Quan to Tang Xing's stall. Jin Lin gazed at the three individuals before him, his expression tinged with regret as he said, "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests, but we have completely sold out of chicken legs." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but inquire softly, "Is there truly not a single one left?" No sooner had the words left her lips than Tang Xing emerged from behind the stall, promptly answering, "There are some left indeed." Upon this revelation, a wave of inexplicable joy surged within Yi Xian. Tang Xing busied herself with preparations, while Yi Xian took a seat beside Lin Xian, patiently awaiting the meal. Meanwhile, Lan Xiao and Li Fei were leisurely fishing by the riverbank, and Jin Yu and Jin Lin assisted Tang Xing in her tasks. Bai Yi, perhaps wearied from the day's exertions, had inadvertently drifted off to sleep. Before long, Tang Xing emerged with steaming, aromatic dishes, calling out enthusiastically, "Dinner is served." The group gathered around the table, where an array of delectable dishes awaited them, featuring not only fish and meat, but also exquisite soups. With warmth, Tang Xing introduced a sizable fish on the table, smiling as she pointed it out. This fish was caught through the combined efforts of Lan Xiao and Li Fei. "Please do savor it." With that, everyone began to indulge in the feast. The monkey, gnawing on a chicken leg, savored the meal with a satisfied grin of tea that moment. However, Li Fei quietly pulled Tang Xing aside, whispering, "Tang Yun, could I trouble you to prepare another serving for me?" Tang Xing immediately understood his intent and, without hesitation, turned to the kitchen to busy herself once more. After a brief interval, Tang Xing returned with a fragrant dish and handed it to Li Fei. Gratefully accepting it, he quickly departed from the gathering. Yi Xian then proposed, "Shall we head to the auction house together?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xing stepped forward from the crowd, exclaiming, "Absolutely, I wish to join as well." The others readily agreed, and together they made their way to the Linghai auction house. As they journeyed toward the auction house, Su Yin suddenly recalled something and spoke up, "To my knowledge, this Linghai auction house is actually a property of the Linghai Academy." Tang Xing, upon hearing this, wore an expression of skepticism, teasingly remarking, "Su Yin, I'm beginning to suspect your family runs a history museum. How do you possess such knowledge of the past?" Su Yan's lips pressed tightly together, her eyes wide open, with her hands placed defiantly on her hips, clearly adopting a demeanor of indifference, observing Su Yan's silence. Tang Xing gently patted her shoulder, yet Su Yan remained unresponsive. Tang Xing understood well that she had inadvertently stirred up trouble this time. Subsequently, Tang Xing and the others approached the auction house. However, as they attempted to enter, they were halted by a security guard at the entrance. Tang Xing quickly produced her student identification, presenting it to the guard, who then allowed them passage into the venue. Finding their seats, the group focused their attention on the items displayed on the auction house screen. On stage, Sun Yin introduced, in a booming voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the renowned Tian Shui Dan." However, through the meticulous refinements of our alchemists, this Tian Shui Dan has been transformed into a rare treasure. The IT not only possesses the capability to cleanse the marrow, but also embodies two remarkable effects. The first allows one to maintain eternal youth, albeit for a mere 2 years, during which no further consumption is permitted. The second, for ordinary individuals, activates their latent soul power. For soul masters, it boosts their soul power by 1 to 2 levels and enhances the quality of their martial souls. Such a precious item is priced at only 5,000 gold spirit coins. Each bid must exceed the previous by no less than 500 gold spirit coins. You have 1 minute. Let the bidding commence. As Sun Yin's words resonated, a cacophony erupted in the auction hall. People whispered among themselves, expressing keen interest in the wondrous Tian Shui Dan. Some were eager to bid, while others pondered the implications, weighing the pros and cons that in that brief minute. The atmosphere grew tense and fervent, as an intense competition was about to unfold. 7,000 gold spirit coins. When this figure escaped the auctioneer's lips, a hush fell over the crowd, astonished expressions adorning their faces, followed by a flurry of higher bids. 7,500, 8,000, 8,500, 9,000. By hearing these figures, was taken aback, exclaiming to Tang Xing, "These people are truly wealthy." Yet, at that moment, a woman's voice beside Tang Xing interjected, "These individuals are all like this. There's no need for astonishment." 50,000. The final minute arrived, and the price settled at 50,000 gold spirit coins. Sun Yin then presented 5 soul bones, showcasing them to the audience while detailing their attributes. First, she pointed to one soul bone, declaring, "This is the right foot soul bone of the empty bright leopard, ideal for agile attack-type soul masters." Alongside the information for each soul bone, a large screen displayed the detailed specifications. The second was the left arm bone of Radiance. The third was the left arm bone of Rock Barrier. The fourth was the right arm bone of Swift Mastery. And the final piece was the head soul bone of Light. All 5 soul bones originated from formidable soul beasts over 30,000 years old. The starting bid was set at 500,000 gold spirit coins, with each subsequent bid needing to exceed by at least 100,000. "Please, place your bids." Sun Yin's voice rang clear and resonant, echoing throughout the auction hall. Tang Xing closed his eyes, contemplating earnestly. Suddenly, he opened them wide, resolutely raising his bidding paddle and calling out, 1,500,000. This proclamation reverberated like thunder throughout the auction hall. All present were taken aback by Tang Xing's bid. The previously boisterous atmosphere abruptly silenced. His offer daunted the others, who stared at him in disbelief, while Tang Xing remained composed, swiftly paying the deposit and distributing the precious soul bones among his companions. "Let us return and fuse these. Tomorrow, we must face the instructor's assessment," Tang Xing stated calmly, determination flickering in his eyes. He understood the significance of this assessment for them. They must give their all. His companions nodded in understanding, receiving the soul bones with hearts brimming with anticipation and anxiety. After all, these soul bones harbored immense power, and their ability to successfully merge and harness its full potential would directly influence their performance the following day. As Tang Xing watched his friends depart, he silently cheered them on, confident that if they worked together, they would undoubtedly pass this assessment and showcase their true capabilities. Chapter 28. The instructor's special training. Lan Xiao clutched the soul bone tightly, her gaze somewhat dazed, as though her spirit had been momentarily lost. Meanwhile, Yi Xian remained perplexed, unable to comprehend how Tang Xing had acquired such wealth. Was he still the brother she knew? The events of the previous night left her utterly bewildered. After returning to their dormitory, Tang Xing and the others fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Tang Xing rose early, rousing the still sleeping Li Fei and the others. "Wake up! It's time for class." The four made their way to the classroom, and shortly after taking their seats, Wu Exinheng approached them, beckoning them to the small forest. Upon arriving at the small forest, they were greeted by a sight of heavy equipment. Wu Exinheng stood at the forefront, commanding, "Put on these weights and run 10 laps around the grove that if you don't finish, don't even think about lunch. Remember, you must not use your martial souls or soul skills throughout. Prepare yourselves, as we will begin immediately. Do not harbor any false hopes. I will be watching you closely." Upon hearing Wu Exinheng's words, Tang Xing and the others gasped in shock, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Yet faced with such a daunting task, they could only acquiesce. After all, Wu Exinheng was notorious for his strictness within the academy. No one dared to defy his orders lightly. Thus, the group quickly donned the weighty gear. Steeling themselves for the arduous challenge ahead, Tang Xing, without hesitation, activated his mental probing ability, yet the conclusion he reached left him astounded. Noticing Tang Xing's unusual demeanor, Li Fei quickly inquired, "Boss, what is the matter?" Tang Xing revealed to the group, "This vast forest cannot be traversed in less than a full day." This revelation, the others felt the weight of the challenge ahead, realizing it was nearly insurmountable. However, Su Chuan remained undeterred, sprinting off without a second thought, prompting Su Lu to follow suit. Tang Xing observed Su Chuan's departing figure, a strange feeling stirring within him. With no time to dwell on it, he called for the others to follow. Yet soon they encountered a significant problem. The equipment they wore became increasingly burdensome, as they are a powerful attack-type soul master. He had not recognized this issue. Conversely, the agile and control-type soul masters keenly sensed the growing heaviness of their load, while the support-type soul masters felt as though they were bearing the weight of a massive boulder. "Tang Xing, wait up!" Lan Xiu shouted. Tang Xing halted upon hearing a voice and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Lan Xiu responded, "They all lament that their burdens are exceedingly heavy." Tang Xing extended his hand to touch his armor. Nodding in agreement, "Indeed, it is quite burdensome. Time is of the essence. I shall impart a martial technique to everyone. So please listen attentively to Wu Exinheng, taken aback by Tang Xing's unexpected offer to teach them. Heard him ask, "Have you all comprehended it?" The crowd replied in unison, "We have understood." Just as Lan Xiu was about to speak, Tang Xing preemptively stated, "Fear not, for should I resort to trickery, I would be the first to lead the way. Otherwise, Teacher Wu would have been here long ago." He continued, "Moreover, did Teacher Wu not decree that we should refrain from utilizing martial techniques? Let us hasten." Witnessing this scene, Teacher Wu could only manage a pained smile, remarking, "You truly excel at exploiting loopholes." With that, Tang Xing urged the group to resume their sprint. Su Qiu called out from behind, "Brother, do slow down." Su Chuan raced ahead, accelerating with fervor, while Sui followed, constantly shouting. Observing this, Wu Exinheng swiftly struck Su Chuan, saying, "I have forbade the use of martial spirits." Su Chuan's face instantly morphed into one of grievance, prompting Su Lu to shield him, addressing Wu Exinheng. "Teacher Wu, we acknowledge our mistake." Wu Exinheng let out a soft huff, replying, "It is good that you recognize your fault." In a lush garden, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that illuminated a scene of tranquility and vitality. Lin El was completely absorbed in watering the resplendent flowers, her movements graceful and delicate, as if nurturing a collection of precious lives. However, at that moment, a peculiar aura crept in, igniting Lin El's sense of alertness. She slightly turned her head, her keen gaze capturing the silhouette concealed among the blossoms. Without hesitation, Lin El softly declared, "Since you have arrived, step forth. Lurking in the shadows is unbecoming of an honorable person." As her words echoed, a man clad in black emerged, his steps steady and resolute. Upon reaching Lin El's side, he paused and softly called, "El Air." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin El exhibited little surprise. She calmly turned to face the man and asked indifferently, "What brings you here? I believe our relationship is not yet so intimate." "Your Excellency." Xiaming's expression shifted to one of awkwardness, his prepared words catching in his throat, unable to flow freely. Observing his demeanor, Lin El's lips curled into a slight smirk, and she coldly asserted, "If you have no further business, I suggest you take your leave. After all, this is but a humble garden." ill-suited to accommodate someone of your esteemed stature. A flicker of pain and helplessness crossed Xia Ming's eyes, yet he did not retreat. Suddenly, he stepped forward and embraced Lin L tightly, startled by his unexpected action. She attempted to break free, only to find her strength woefully inadequate against him. "Your Excellency, this is inappropriate. It undermines your dignity," Lin L began, but was interrupted by Xia Ming. "L heir, cease calling me your Excellency. Refer to me as Xia Ming, or your fiancé. I know I was wrong in the past. I hurt you, and I truly regret it. L heir." His voice quivered, betraying the guilt and remorse deep within. Lin L listened quietly to Xia Ming's confession, a tumult of emotions stirring within her. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she replied, "The Lin L you once knew is no more. I am now Lin Jin. However, in light of your sincerity, I shall grant you forgiveness this time." Xia Ming held Lin Jin tightly, as if wishing to merge her into himself, that he softly said, "Very well. I shall heed my wife." Lin Jin's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to being scorched by fire. Her gaze flickered, unable to meet Xia Ming's eyes, and she gently protested, "How vexatious! I have yet to agree to marry you." Attempting to extricate herself from his embrace, she was swiftly pulled back by Xia Ming. Without hesitation, he surged forward and captured Lin Jin's lips in a fervent kiss. Lin Jin froze, her mind blank, unable to process the moment, while Xia Ming reveled in the sweetness of the kiss, savoring it. Yet he seemed unsatisfied with this fleeting connection and yearned for more. Regaining her senses, Lin Jin pushed Xia Ming away and fled. He immediately pursued her, both engaged in a playful chase within the confines of the room. Man Xian observed this scene with amusement, chuckling as he remarked, "She escapes, he chases. She cannot fly away." Tang Xing noticed two figures sprinting ahead and marveled. What astounding speed! It is simply unbelievable. Moreover, they appear to exert no soul power. Such prowess is extraordinary. Upon hearing his voice, the two individuals turned in unison towards Tang Xing, exclaiming, "Ah, it is the class leader." Tang Xing was taken aback, surprised that they recognized his name that moment. Wanting glanced back and cheerfully called, "Douluo, Su Yi, cease your frolicking. My esteemed class leader has arrived." Tang Xing felt a wave of confusion wash over him at her words. Noticing his bewilderment, Wanting smiled gently and introduced herself. "Class leader Tang Xing. We are all students of Class 1. Actually, previously we belonged to two different classes, but now we have merged into one big family. I am Wanning, and the classmates behind me are Nian Shui, Qing Yu, Chu Hao, Ming Yin, ZMO, and Nan Sheng. The two who greeted you earlier are Su Yi and Douluo." Tang Xing politely extended his right hand, saying, "Greetings. It appears you have come to carry out the tasks assigned by Teacher Wu." They all nodded in acknowledgement, and Tang Xing led them onward. As they continued on their path, Tang Xing suddenly halted. His gaze fixed on a scene not far ahead, that he saw Su He ensnared in a marsh, his body gradually sinking, while Su Chuan exerted every effort to rescue him. Just as Su Chuan was about to slip and risk falling into the mire himself, Tang Xing swiftly grasped Su Chuan SARMAT that moment. The name Nian Shui flashed in Tang Xing's mind. Her martial spirit seemed to possess an ice attribute. Tang Xing urgently shouted, "Nian Shui, quickly unleash your martial spirit and freeze the swamp." "I need to pull him up." Without hesitation, Nian Shui activated her martial spirit, and a powerful surge of soul energy erupted, solidifying the marsh into impenetrable ice. Seeing the swamp frozen, Tang Xing wasted no time leaping into action. Dashing towards the center of the marsh, he firmly grasped Su He and shouted, "Su He, quickly seize my hand." Su He, hearing Tang Xing's voice, immediately reached out and clasped his hand tightly. With all his strength, Tang Xing valiantly heaved Su He from the marsh. Once rescued, Su He gazed at Tang Xing with wide-eyed terror, momentarily speechless. Tang Xing quickly offered words of comfort to help steady her nerves. Continuing onward, Tang Xing suddenly noticed an increase in the weight of Xian's burden. Recognizing the situation, he quickly swapped the weight devices between himself and Xian, calling out to the others, "Everyone, please pay close attention to those around you. See if anyone bears a heavier load than you. If so, Let's exchange burdens. With that, Tang Xing, alongside Lan Xiao and Bai Yi, sprinted forward with ease, while Li Fei cautiously assisted Chongyan, all supporting one another as they advanced. However, at that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. Someone stumbled and fell. Without hesitation, Tang Xing halted, hoisting the fallen individual onto his back and continuing onward. Everyone, you must persevere. Once we complete this stretch, I shall treat you all to a sumptuous feast. Upon hearing this, the group's spirits ignited with fervor, each one fueled with determination. They promptly unleashed their innate powers, diving headlong into this contest of speed and passion. Douluo and Chu Hao surged ahead like arrows released from a bow. Tang Xing followed closely, demonstrating remarkable explosive speed. Li Fei, not to be outdone, matched Douluo's pace, propelling forward together. In this fierce atmosphere of competition, each individual showcased extraordinary prowess. They unleashed their energies with abandon. Pushing their limits and transcending their former selves, the air around them seemed to ignite with their enthusiasm, brimming with vitality and fervor. Jiang Hao charged ahead without hesitation, and they circled the small forest a full 8 times. Tang Xing called out excitedly, "Only 2 laps remain. Brothers, let us give it our all." Jiang Hao, drenched in sweat, gasped, "Since there are only 2 laps left, why not turn it into a race to see who reaches the finish line first?" Li Fei immediately nodded in agreement. "Absolutely, I support that." The others echoed their consent as well. At that moment, Wu Xinheng suddenly appeared and declared, "Allow me to serve as the judge. Get ready, the competition begins." With Wu Xinheng's authoritative command, everyone surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Initially leading the pack was Zhou, closely followed by Jiang Hao. Just as they were exerting themselves to the fullest, Tang Xing attempted to employ a clever shortcut. However, his little trick did not escape the keen eyes of Teacher Wu, who promptly caught him red-handed. Tang Xing had no choice but to obediently return to the competition area. But by then, the finish line of the second lap was already in sight. Without hesitation, Tang Xing accelerated, swiftly overtaking Su Yan like a shooting star. Su Yan, gazing at the fleeting figure before her, was filled with confusion and disbelief. "Class monitor, how come you're behind me?" Su Yan couldn't help but ask, her voice tinged with surprise. She simply couldn't fathom how the class monitor, with his prowess, could possibly lag behind her. Hearing Su Yan's question, Tang Xing broke into a sheepish smile that he scratched his head and replied bashfully, "Haha, actually, I've already completed the second lap. I just saw you running so earnestly that I wanted to follow along and observe. But now I must continue running. I'm off by." With that, Tang Xing accelerated once more, dashing away like an arrow, leaving Su Yan in a state of astonishment. She blinked, staring at Tang Xing's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable interval, Su Yan regained her composure. She shook her head, striving to calm herself. However, as she turned around, she suddenly felt as if something was watching her from behind. Alarmed, she quickly glanced back, only to find nothing amiss in the empty space behind her. Furrowing her brow, Su Yan murmured to herself, "Could it be my imagination?" Yet, that sensation of being watched was undeniably intense. While pondering this, she continued to run forward, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Chapter 29. The second phase. To her astonishment, Su Yan beheld an enormous serpent. Her body shuddered involuntarily, and she instinctively turned to flee. Meanwhile, the others had already arrived at the scene. Witnessing Su Yan using every ounce of strength to dash toward them, just as she was on the verge of losing control, Huang Quan swiftly stepped in to catch her. The monkey nearby shook his head helplessly and nonchalantly picked up a banana to munch on. Huang Quan frowned, pushing Su Yan away with a hint of impatience. "Su Yan, what on earth are you doing?" At this, Su Yan snapped back to reality, turning to look behind her, only to find that the serpent had vanished without a trace. A sense of bewilderment washed over her as she muttered, "Where did the serpent go? How strange." Tang Xing, calling out several times to Su Yan, finally prompted her to respond, "I'm coming." She then stepped toward the group. At that moment, Wu Xinheng appeared before them and announced, "Today's task is complete. You may all return and rest well. We shall continue tomorrow." With that, he turned and departed, leaving everyone exchanging puzzled glances, unsure of what had transpired. Tang Xing led the class to the largest restaurant in Linghai City. where Su-yi gazed in astonishment at the grand establishment before him. He could scarcely comprehend that the class monitor could be so affluent. Considering that this restaurant was the most luxurious and expensive in all of Linghai City, renowned for its top-tier ingredients. Upon entering the restaurant, Tang Xing and his companions were warmly welcomed, with the staff bustling about. They quickly found a table and sat down, and soon, an endless stream of dishes began to arrive. The offerings included fish and shrimp, each dish tantalizingly delectable. Tang Xing exclaimed, "Everyone, indulge in the feast today." No sooner had he spoken than his classmates eagerly dug in, the food on the table vanishing in an instant. Aware that everyone was famished after their marathon, Tang Xing expressed concern, asking, "Lan Xiao, are you full?" Lan Xiao nodded, indicating that she was satisfied. Curiously, she inquired, "Tang Xing, where did you get so much money?" Tang Xing sensed Lan Xiao's apprehension and smiled as he explained, "I owe it all to that uncle who gave me the golden token. That golden spirit coin is quite valuable, worth billions. Knowing I couldn't carry so much cash, I asked my mother to help me acquire 30 black-level cards." Lan Xiao gazed at Tang Xing in astonishment. Unable to suppress her curiosity, what kind of golden spirit coin could be worth so much? Her eyes widened in disbelief at the price. Tang Xing smiled slightly and clarified, "I went to the Tianling appraisal shop, where they informed me that this golden spirit coin was used 30,000 years ago, possessing immense historical value and significance for research. Thus, its worth is naturally substantial." That he spoke lightly, though internally he felt a twinge of anxiety, unsure if his explanation would convince Lan Xiao. Upon hearing Tang Xing's explanation, Lan Xiao's expression transformed into one of realization. She understood the origin of Tang Xing's considerable wealth, and her doubts gradually dissipated. Simultaneously, she felt admiration for Tang Xing's adventurous spirit and cleverness. "Oh, that's how it is," Lan Xiao exclaimed. "It seems you truly have a discerning eye. However, please do not take such risks again. What if something unexpected happens?" Her concern for Tang Xing was evident in her eyes. Tang Xing nodded appreciatively, assuring her that he would exercise caution. He recognized that Lan Xiao genuinely cared for his safety, and this thoughtfulness warmed his heart. Following this conversation, the distance between them seemed to lessen further. Lan Xiao began to understand Tang Xing better, while he felt the sincerity and kindness emanating from her. This experience became a pivotal moment in their relationship, deepening their friendship. After everyone had their fill, Tang Xing addressed Lan Xiao and the others, saying, "You all have eaten well. Lan Xiao, you may head back first. I will settle the bill." With that, he rose and walked to the front desk. At the front desk, Tang Xing inquired of the cashier, "Excuse me, how much do I owe for the private rooms I booked?" The cashier checked the records and replied, "Sir, your total comes to 50,000 golden spirit coins." Tang Xing retrieved a black card from his pocket and handed it to the cashier, stating, "Please charge this." As the cashier processed the card, a successful transaction sound echoed from the machine. However, just as the cashier was handing the card back to Tang Xing, a figure suddenly swooped in and snatched it from the cashier's hand. It was none other than Sidiyu, who had previously had a conflict with Tang Xing. While toying with the card in his hand, he taunted, "Oh, if it isn't Tang Xing, here to dine as well, I see you possess a black card." Tang Xing, filled with rage, shouted, "Sidiyu, return my card," instead of complying. Sidiyu merely smirked and tossed the card back to Tang Xing, continuing to provoke, "It's been a while. Tang Xing, how about we have a little spar? I've heard you've conquered the 6th level of Linghai Tower. Let's see how much you've improved." Without hesitation, Tang Xing replied, "Very well, let's step outside to compete." With that, the two exited the restaurant. Upon leaving, Sidiyu and Tang Xing arrived at a small square. Sidiyu suddenly halted, summoning his martial spirit, the Moon Blade, and launched an attack at Tang Xing. Tang Xing swiftly sidestepped, reaching out to grasp the Moon Blade. With a firm squeeze, he shattered it into countless fragments. Sidiyu was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, but he quickly regained his composure. He sneered, "Not bad. You possess some skill." "For soul skill, raining blades." As he spoke, the very air around them seemed to sharpen, and countless moon blades rained down upon Tang Xing. Faced with such a barrage, Tang Xing did not falter. He immediately activated his elven form. emanating a soft green glow. Simultaneously, he employed a skill known as Elven Guardian, enveloping himself in a layer of formidable shield. The multitude of moon blades struck against Tang Xing's shield, producing a series of crisp sounds. However, these blades could not penetrate his defenses, ricocheting harmlessly away. Tang Xing stood his ground, a confident smile gracing his face. Above, Wu Xinheng watched quietly, observing the intense battle between Tang Xing and Situyu, softly murmuring, "Elven Guardian is indeed an exceptional defensive skill, but just how far can you push your limits?" Below, Situyu and Tang Xing were locked in a fierce clash, unable to determine a victor. Suddenly, Situyu decided to unleash his full strength, exclaiming, "All right, let me show you my third soul skill, Heavenly Blade Cross Slash." In response, Tang Xing was equally unyielding, a slight smile playing on his lips as he confidently retorted. Fourth soul skill, Spirit Blade of Light. In an instant, Tang Xing unleashed a powerful soul skill, effortlessly severing Situyu's third soul skill. Faced with Tang Xing's astonishing prowess, surprise flickered across Situyu's face. But he quickly regained his composure, chuckling, "Tang Xing, have you joined some sect?" The word struck like a sharp sword, piercing deep into Tang Xing's heart, evoking memories he was most reluctant to revisit. Nevertheless, Tang Xing remained unperturbed by his emotions, striving to suppress the turmoil within, and calmly replied, "No, I have not joined any sect, nor do I have any intention of doing so." Situyu, discerning Tang Xing's inner thoughts at a glance, spoke up, "Tang Xing, let the past remain in the past. Why not join my sect? My uncle is a super Douluo and could personally mentor you." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing merely smiled faintly and responded, "Situyu, I appreciate your kindness, but I prefer to live freely." Realizing he could not sway Tang Xing, Situyu turned and left. Returning to his dormitory, Tang Xing spotted Lan Qiu standing at the entrance of the male dormitory and inquired, "Lan Qiu, why are you here?" Lan Qiu replied slowly, "I heard you hadn't returned, so I waited for you." A pang of sorrow welled up within Tang Xing as he said, "Lan Qiu, you really needn't wait for me. Please go back and rest. We have training again tomorrow." The following morning, bathed in bright sunlight, Wu Xinheng led Tang Xing to the simulation arena. Curiosity piqued, Tang Xing asked, "Teacher Wu, what are we to do here?" Wu Xinheng smiled and answered, "Today, your second phase training task is to endure the attacks of these wooden dummies for 10 minutes. Tang Xing's eyes widened as he beheld the multitude of wooden figures before him, a flicker of fear passing through him. Yet he mustered his courage and stepped into the arena. Upon his entrance, the wooden dummies immediately sensed his presence and swiftly launched their attacks. Tang Xing hastily employed his lightness technique, nimbly evading their blows while leaping and rolling, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. However, with the overwhelming number of wooden figures, he soon found himself in dire straits. At that moment, Wu Xinheng's deep voice rang out. "Tang Xing, have you forgotten? You are allowed to use your martial soul and any skills during this training." Enlightened, Tang Xing released his second soul skill, Spirit Body. As the skill activated, his body became extraordinarily resilient. Akin to steel, he swung his fist with force, shattering several wooden dummies before him. Yet, just as victory seemed within reach, a massive wooden figure charged at him from behind. Crashing into his back, Tang Xing cried out in pain. His body tumbling forward, he scrambled to his feet, continuing the fight against the wooden dummies. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he could not withstand their relentless assault. Ultimately, he was knocked down to the ground. Meanwhile, Lan Qiu arrived at the simulation arena. Witnessing Tang Xing's diligent training, and a surge of admiration welled up within her. Thus, she resolved to join him, assisting in his strength enhancement. On another front, Li Fei strolled leisurely through the forest when suddenly a torrential downpour began. Startled, he looked up to see a flock of rain feather beasts soaring overhead, their wings beating against the rain, producing a melodious sound. Excitedly, Li Fei exclaimed, "Wow! So many rain feather beasts! What a spectacle!" However, he remained oblivious to the impending danger. The flock of rain feather beasts spotted Li Fei and immediately altered their course toward him. His face turned pale with fright, and he turned to flee. The beasts pursued relentlessly as Li Fei shouted, "Is this really necessary? Why are you chasing me? Why is my life so hard? Old Su, is it really appropriate for him to teach class-specific? Yi Yusin inquired with a furrowed brow, concern evident in her voice. Su Lao waved his hand dismissively, replying, Wu Xinheng is a person of integrity. I believe he can handle this task. Moreover, his own journey has not been easy. He then raised a wine gourd and took a hearty swig, smacking his lips before continuing. His background is quite extraordinary. He was born into an uncommon fate. In his youth, both of his parents passed away, and his family was tragically annihilated. Had it not been for Pu Xian bringing him to the Linghai, he would have surely met a grim end. Later, he awakened his martial soul, and it has been Pu Xian guiding him ever since. Leading to his current achievements, Su Lao paused, his gaze growing profound, and slowly added, allowing him to teach class-specific is also a test for him that, if I recall correctly, the selection for the 7 spirits is next week. Right? Yi Yusin respectfully confirmed. Yes. Old Su Lao's brow furrowed slightly, his tone heavy as he remarked, What is that girl up to? Upon hearing Zhang Ring's name, Yi Yusin's expression shifted to one of surprise, and she quickly replied, Ruoying is currently in the inner courtyard, contemplating the mysteries of her martial soul. Su Lao nodded, then continued, Yusin, it is time to initiate the Linghai reconnaissance operation, but if we encounter any suitable candidates, we can allow them to enter and try their luck. Understanding Su Lao's intent, Yi Yusin promptly responded, Understood. Old Su, I will arrange it immediately. With that, she turned to leave, preparing to handle the necessary arrangements. Su Lao watched her retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh as he murmured to himself, I too am feeling somewhat fatigued. It is time for a proper rest. Subsequently, he slowly closed his eyes, beginning to rejuvenate himself. Tang Xing furrowed his brow, noticing that the movements of the 2 wooden dummies seemed somewhat uncoordinated. He swiftly activated his spirit martial soul and fairy martial soul, employing agile footwork to draw the 2 wooden figures closer together. Just as they were about to merge, suddenly, the 2 dummies transformed into a singular entity. Tang Xing stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, silently marveling. Yet soon, a faint smile crept upon his lips, his eyes glimmering with confidence. He recognized the opportunity this transformation presented. Without hesitation, Tang Xing unleashed his 4th soul skill. Spirit Blade, a sharp beam of spirit light, sliced through the air, accurately striking the wooden dummy. With a crisp sound, the dummy was effortlessly defeated, reduced to mere fragments. Tang Xing, satisfied, clapped his hands and declared, Done! His voice resonated with a sense of accomplishment, echoing throughout the space. This battle illuminated for him the importance of adaptability in the face of varied circumstances, emphasizing that one must fully harness their abilities to achieve victory. In the following days, the students of class-specific embarked on a rigorous and fulfilling training journey. Under Wu Xinheng's attentive guidance and strict expectations, everyone's abilities significantly improved. Xian and Lin Qian displayed outstanding performances, ultimately achieving a breakthrough to level 40. This was undoubtedly a tremendous advancement, yet they remained unsatisfied, maintaining their diligent and hardworking attitude. Recognizing that Xian and Lin Qian met the criteria for obtaining their 4th soul ring, Wu Xinheng resolved to personally lead them in search of suitable soul beasts. After all, for a soul master, selecting the appropriate soul beast is crucial, as it directly influences future development. Thus, the trio set forth on a journey filled with uncertainty and challenges. Along the way, they encountered various formidable soul beasts, but thanks to Wu Xinheng's extensive knowledge and rich experience, they adeptly avoided perilous areas. Perseverance bore fruit. Before long, they discovered a soul beast highly compatible with Xian and Lin Qian. After an intense battle, they successfully defeated the Nether Wolf and obtained its soul ring. This experience enriched Xian and Lin Qian, further enhancing their strength while accumulating invaluable practical experience. That Wu Xinheng was also greatly pleased with their performance, confident that they would achieve even greater successes on their future paths. Tang Xing sat quietly in the training hall, meditating to stabilize his cultivation level. Meanwhile, outside the training hall, Bai Yi awaited Tang Xing's appearance. Suddenly, Lan Xiu emerged from the training hall, casting a curious glance at Bai Yi and asking, May I ask who you are to him? Why do you wait here for him every day? Her voice was melodious, yet tinged with an inquisitive edge. Bai Yi smiled gently, sensing the underlying meaning in Lan Xiu's words. He promptly replied, "Miss, please do not misunderstand. My relationship with Tang Xing is merely that of siblings. Nothing more. I hope you refrain from overthinking it." With that, he donned an innocent expression. Upon hearing Bai Yi's explanation, a hint of embarrassment crossed Lan Xiu's face, as she seemed to realize her earlier indiscretion. However, she still stubbornly remarked, "How many sisters does this Tang Xing actually have?" Her tone carried a hint of haughtiness. Bai Yi, observing Lan Xiu's vigilant demeanor, couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking how endearing and amusing this girl was. He sighed softly and replied gently, "In truth, we are all good friends of Tang Xing, and our relationships are quite harmonious." With that, he playfully winked at Lan Xiu, hoping to ease the tension in the air. Upon hearing this, Lan Xiu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she recognized that she may have overreacted moments before. Upon this realization, she awkwardly scratched her head and murmured, "I apologize, I was a bit too hasty just now." Subsequently, she hurriedly turned and returned to the training grounds, secretly relieved that no misunderstanding had occurred. I could see that moment. Tang Xing emerged from the classroom and immediately spotted Bai Yi and Lan Xiu standing together. Curiously, he inquired, "What brings you two here?" Bai Yi excitedly rushed forward and exclaimed, "Tang Xing, we came to find you. Sister Lan Xiu has been waiting outside for quite some time. Right, Sister Lan?" Tang Xing felt a twinge of surprise and was about to speak when a booming voice echoed across the campus. "All students, please proceed immediately to the Linghai playground for assembly." Upon hearing this announcement, the students surged towards the Linghai playground, with even Wu Xianheng appearing there. Tang Xing quickly made his way behind Wu Xianheng, ready to head to the playground together. They could see that moment. A figure standing in the center of the Linghai playground turned around, holding a fan in one hand and a gourd at his waist. He gazed solemnly at the crowd and intoned, "Greetings, students. That I am Pu Xian, the Vice Master of the Linghai Pavilion. That I will now introduce the content of this special assessment, that we find ourselves within this tower maze, where each tower will unleash formidable energy attacks, and your task as Spirit Masters is to evade these assaults. Should you unfortunately be struck, you will be eliminated immediately. However, there is no need for concern. A safe zone exists in the central tower, which will not attack anyone. Note, though, that this tower can only be activated when 7 Spirit Masters reach it simultaneously. Within this tower, numerous walls obstruct your path. But they are not stationary. Their positions will change randomly. That concludes my introduction. That I hereby announce the commencement of this assessment." With that, Pu Xian stepped aside, quietly observing the situation on the field. Suddenly, a wave of mysterious energy enveloped all the students, instantly transporting them to a simulated arena for the special assessment. All felt the overwhelming power and were momentarily startled. Tang Xing reacted swiftly, activating his spiritual I martial soul in an attempt to survey the terrain around him. Yet, just as his mental energy extended, he encountered a powerful mental interference that rendered his probe ineffective. Tang Xing exclaimed in astonishment, "I never anticipated that this tower possessed such a formidable mental attack. If every tower is like this." Meanwhile, Jiang Hao found himself in a predicament as he was intercepted by Sitiyu and 3 other formidable individuals. Sitiyu, with a sycophantic grin, coaxed Jiang Hao, "Brother Jiang, why don't we discuss this first? You take the lead, and we can all work together to activate that tower. What does that sound?" A flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Hao's eyes as he sneered. What a naive thought. Realizing that gentle persuasion had failed, Situyu's expression darkened, and he menacingly declared, "Since you refuse to heed our offer, do not blame us for being ungracious. Attack." With that, the 4 launched their assault on Jiang Hao. Elsewhere, Su Yin encountered a vast spider web mid-flight. Reacting quickly, she sidestepped and narrowly evaded the perilous trap. That was quite a swift dodge, Shajing remarked softly, having been observing Su Yan's every move from the shadows. Simultaneously, Li Fei came across a familiar face, Ouyang Yunshin. Their eyes met, and Li Fei smiled. "Greeting, Ouyang Yunshin. It has been a while." Ouyang Yunshin, upon seeing Li Fei, exhibited a glimmer of surprise and excitement. He responded, "Li Fei, I didn't expect you to return after such a long absence. Let me see how much you have progressed. With that, Ouyang Yunshin summoned his martial soul, showcasing his formidable strength as his martial soul manifested. 4 radiant soul rings illuminated around him, 2 yellow and 2 purple, indicating his status as a 4-ring soul master. Fei marveled internally at Ouyang Yunshin's soul ring configuration but did not exhibit fear. With confidence, he replied, "For rings? Quite impressive, but today is a perfect opportunity for me to test my skills against you." Without hesitation, Li Fei unleashed his martial soul, preparing for a showdown with Ouyang Yunshin. In a swift motion, Li Fei leaped, crossing his arms, and a dazzling golden light erupted from his hands. Following this, he forcefully swung his arm and proclaimed loudly, "Lightstorm." In response, Ouyang Yunshin scoffed, "Humph, you remain as you were before." Second soul skill, Heavenly Gang Body. As he spoke, a faint golden aura enveloped him. Ouyang Yunshin then made his move, swinging his sword with great force, merging 3 beams of sword light into a colossal sword. His eyes filled with murderous intent, he shouted, "Third soul skill. One with 1,000 swords." The massive sword surged towards Li Fei with unparalleled might. However, at that moment, Li Fei transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. The massive sword struck the wall with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire room. As the dust settled, everyone was astonished to find the wall utterly empty. Ouyang Yunshin instantly grasped the situation and realized, "A clone? It seems you have ascended to the rank of Soul Master." Shadow Moon Slash. Ouyang Yunshin chuckled coldly, appearing like a wraith behind Li Fei, and swung his great sword down with force. A resounding thud echoed as Li Fei's shadow clone was heavily slammed to the ground. At that moment, a surge of powerful energy erupted from her, instantly trapping Ouyang Yunshin. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fei broke free and swiftly fled the scene with Xian. After Ouyang Yunshin struggled free from the binds, he discovered that Li Fei had vanished without a trace. He could not help but let out a cold snort, grinding his teeth as he muttered, "How dare you flee? No matter, you may have escaped this time, but I will eventually capture you." Meanwhile, Su Yin found herself in dire straits. Shajing relentlessly pursued her, shouting, "Stop running. I have laid my webs all around. You cannot escape." Su Yin dashed frantically until she reached a dead end, with Shajing closing in, a smug smile on his face. Just as the situation seemed dire, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly at Shajing. Startled, Shajing quickly retreated to avoid the strike. Moments later, a figure emerged. It was Huang Quan. Huang Quan immediately unleashed his first soul skill, Thunderstorm, causing countless bolts of lightning to rain down upon Shajing's web, completely enveloping it in electricity and rain. Seeing this, Shajing panicked, but Huang Quan wasted no time, activating his 4th soul skill, Thunderstorm Cross Slash. This powerful strike instantly defeated Shajing, eliminating him from the assessment. Simultaneously, Jiang Hao found himself in a predicament as well. Just as Sityu was about to deliver a lethal blow to Jiang Hao, a stout staff suddenly descended from the sky, crashing down towards Sityu. Sityu focused intently and realized the staff was the purple gold staff, and he shouted, "Sun Shaokong." Hearing that name, Jiang Hao was taken aback and turned to see Sun Shaokong's figure. At that moment, a gentle voice called out. It was Shangguan Wanshua. Sun Shaokong, upon seeing his fiancée, could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this Shangguan Wanshua?" Before he could finish, Shangguan Wanshua interrupted with a sharp command, "Silence." She glared at Sun Shaokong and declared, "You truly have no shame. Today, I shall defeat you right here." First soul skill, Wind of Ink Cloud. As her words fell, the air around them grew heavy, and a powerful gust erupted from her, forming a massive tornado that surged towards Sun Shaokong. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Sun Shaokong showed no signs of retreat. Gripping the golden cudgel firmly, he fixed his gaze ahead with determination. First soul skill, Chaotic Strike of Purple Gold. Sun Shaokong chanted incantations, and his body began to emit a faint purple glow, while the golden cudgel became enveloped in a layer of purple energy. In the next moment, Sun Shaokong swung the cudgel, charging straight into the tornado. His movements were swift and powerful, with each swing emanating a fierce momentum. However, at the moment of contact between the golden cudgel and the tornado, Sun Shaokong suddenly felt an immense force rebounding against him, causing him to stagger backward. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Soul Master! I didn't expect you to become a Soul Master. It seems you've truly invested effort." Sun Shaokong lamented regretfully. Shangwan Wanshue smiled gently, revealing two shallow dimples, as beautiful as cherry blossoms in full bloom, and replied, "Isn't that so? Sun Shaokong, did you think that just because you gained my grandfather's approval, you could have your way? You are merely a jester. I and Qingyang share true love. Indeed, Shaokong, let us proceed in this manner. You shall be my personal guardian, and in return, I shall grant you several requests." Suddenly, Qianfeng Qingyang materialized, his voice as clear as a sunlit lake, imbued with boundless tenderness and charm. Upon hearing this, Sun Shaokong found it amusing, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he retorted, "Why should I? Do not presume that the soul sect can triumph over me." Third soul skill, Purple Gold Shadowless. Qianfeng Qingyang erupted into a thunderous laughter, his mirth resonating like rolling thunder, before revealing his martial spirit. The Purple Radiant Scorpion. Second soul skill, Purple Demon Slash. Ding Xian immediately dashed in front of Sun Shaokong, unleashing his martial spirit to shield him from the impending attack. Witnessing Ding Xian's unwavering resolve ignited a fierce fire within Sun Shaokong's heart. He turned to Jiang Hao and implored, "Brother Jiang Hao, I require your assistance." Jiang Hao nodded in affirmation, assuring, "Do not worry," just as Jiang Hao prepared to act. A melodious voice rang out, "Jiang Hao, I have finally found you." The voice seemed to emanate from the heavens, ethereal and distant. Jin Yu rushed forward, exclaiming loudly, "First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line." Jiang Hao was taken aback, his face a canvas of confusion as he questioned, "What brings you here?" Jin Yu, somewhat irate, retorted, "Foolish Jiang Hao, I told you I would be where you are. How can you call yourself a man after abandoning me?" Jiang Hao, steadfast as a mountain, embraced Jin Yu from behind, declaring, "All right, I acknowledge my fault. Let us face life and death together." Unconsciously, his hand entwined with Jin Yu's, their fingers interlaced, akin to two hearts bound together like a T that moment. Su Chuan and his companions emerged from the shadows, Su Chuan's gaze sharp as a blade, his voice commanding authority as he proclaimed, "Jiang Hao, although I find some merit in your spirit, I shall make an exception to engage you in battle. Let us drive these interlopers away. Everyone, unleash your strongest moves." At this juncture, Ouyang Yunsen also arrived, and Sityu bellowed, "Brother Ouyang, your timing is impeccable. Join me in vanquishing them." As they unleashed their full strength, Ouyang Yunsen executed his most potent strike, shimmering like a comet, swiftly resolving the chaos. Chapter 31. The Twin Martial Spirits of a Team. The screen displayed that Jiang Hao, Jin Yu, and their 7 companions had all been eliminated. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's fury ignited, and he bellowed, "Who is responsible for this?" His fists clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with rage and indignation. Lin Xian, standing nearby, hastily approached to console him, saying, "Tang Xing, fret not. Perhaps they merely encountered a true master." Although Tang Xing felt discontented by this statement, he couldn't deny the semblance of truth in Lin Xian's words. Just then, Li Fei appeared, a girl trailing behind him. Li Fei was drenched in blood, his face as pale as a sheet, as though he had just emerged from a life-and-death struggle. Tang Xing, witnessing this, swiftly supported Li Fei, concern etched on his face as he inquired, "Li Fei, what transpired? How did you sustain such grievous injuries?" As he spoke, he examined the wounds on Li Fei's body, a wave of anxiety washing over him. The unfamiliar girl stood silently beside them, her expression tense and somewhat bewildered. Li Fei stammered, "It was Ouyang Yunsun and Sityu who conspired together." After uttering these words, Li Fei seemed to expend all his energy, collapsing heavily into Tang Xing's embrace. Tang Xing, alarmed, shouted, "Ziyuan, come quickly to treat Li Fei." Zan, not daring to delay, immediately activated her first soul skill to heal the Tang Emperor. Meanwhile, Huang Quan was hastening toward Tang Xing's location. Upon seeing Li Fei gravely injured, he unhesitatingly threw an object toward Tang Xing. Tang Xing, perceptive to the commotion, reached out and caught what turned out to be a dumpling. In that instant, Tang Xing comprehended Huang Quan's intention, and without a moment's hesitation, he stuffed the dumpling into Li Fei's mouth. Huang Quan and Su Yin quickly approached Tang Xing, and suddenly, the number of individuals on the screen dwindled rapidly, leaving only 14 remaining. Lan Qiu exclaimed in astonishment. Now there are only them left. This is the final showdown. Shangguan Wanxia, her expression grave, pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, "In that case, let us defeat them all together." Thus, Tang Xing, Lan Qiu, Yang Dong, Lu Gang, Hu Jie, Zhang Shui, and Shangguan Wanxia hastily jogged towards the largest tower. At that moment, a shadow darted past, and an individual materialized before Tang Xing. This person wielded a great sword. Positioning it horizontally before Tang Xing and his companions, Li Fei squinted and exclaimed, "You, Ouyang Yunsun." However, his gaze was soon captivated by another figure beside Ouyang Yunsun, prompting him to cry out again, "Bailey Donghua, Dang Xing." Observing Li Fei's astonishment, couldn't help but ask, "What is the matter, Li Fei? Is Bailey Donghua formidable?" Li Fei sighed deeply, exclaiming, "I say, boss, you truly know nothing about the outside world." He proceeded to elaborate, "In this land today, various factions exist, particularly the 7 great forces of the Stardust Alliance: the Bailey clan, the Ouyang clan, the Qianfeng clan, the Situ clan, the Shangguan clan, the Nangong clan, and the Toba clan. Bailey Donghua is especially fearsome, his reputation eclipsing even that of Ouyang Yunsun." Tang Xing, perplexed, inquired, "Is it because the Bailey clan ranks first?" Li Fei shook his head, his expression serious. "Not quite. It is due to the Bailey clan's innate physical prowess and indomitable will. Their martial spirits are exceptionally unique. Thus, we must exercise utmost caution." Ouyang Yunsun spoke gravely. "Li Fei, I did not expect to meet you so soon again." His voice carried a hint of coldness and resolve, as if he were already prepared for battle. Li Fei retorted defiantly, "Ouyang Yunsun, spare me your pretenses. Bring forth your true abilities." He gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze unwavering and resolute. Meanwhile, Bailey Donghua's gaze shifted to Tang Xing, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in his eyes that he asked, "You are Tang Xing, correct?" Upon hearing his name, Tang Xing was taken aback, but he masked his surprise. Just then, Bailey Donghua turned his attention to the figures approaching from behind. Situ, Qianfeng Qingyang, Tuoba Qiqing, Shangguan Wanxue, and Nangong Wensi were all making their way toward them. Bailey Donghua took a deep breath, addressing Tang Xing. "Brother Tang, I sincerely apologize. Yunsun, let us engage." With that, his gaze sharpened. Ouyang Yunsun immediately unleashed his third soul skill. The convergence of 10,000 swords, countless sword auras surged forth like raindrops toward Tang Xing and his companions. Li Fei, witnessing this, urgently shouted, "Everyone, take cover." The arriving Situ Yu and the other 5 swiftly joined the fray, standing alongside Tang Xing to counter the assault of their adversaries. In a swift turn of events, an intense melee ensued between the two sides, with each individual finding their respective adversary. Tang Xing faced off against Situ Yu, while Li Fei confronted Ouyang Yunsun. Lan Qiu engaged in combat with Bailey Donghua. Zian stood against Nangong Wensi. Su Yin challenged Shangguan Wanxue. Huang Quan went head-to-head with Qianfeng Qingyang, and Lin Qian clashed with Tuoba Qiqing. A breathtaking battle was on the verge of erupting. With a commanding shout, Tuoba Qiqing summoned his martial spirit, the formidable Diamond Mammoth. The colossal mammoth let out a thunderous roar, advancing with heavy steps to collide with Lin Qian's rock dragon shield. Lin Qian's expression shifted slightly as he promptly unleashed his first soul skill, the Copper Wall Barrier. However, the sheer force of Tuoba Qiqing's impact was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily dazed and on the brink of losing his footing. Seizing the opportunity, Tuoba Qiqing launched another assault, exclaiming, "What a sturdy shield! Allow me to demonstrate this technique." Second soul skill, Mammoth Charge. Sensing the impending danger, Lin Qian quickly responded with his second soul skill, Indestructible. This time, the clash generated a tremendous shockwave, sending Tooba Chiching hurtling several meters away. Meanwhile, Su Yin found herself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Shangguan Wanshue's attacks were fierce and relentless, leaving Su Yin with little room to maneuver. Relying solely on the flight speed of her amethyst illusion butterfly, she evaded Shangguan Wanshue's onslaught. In a fit of anger, Shangguan Wanshue bellowed, "Is dodging all you can do? Have the courage to face me head-on." With that, she unleashed her first soul skill, the Cloud Ink Wind. Recognizing the futility of continued evasion, Su Yin decided to take a stand. She proclaimed, "If that is the case, let us determine who is superior." Amethyst Butterfly Light. Simultaneously, Nangong Wensi unleashed a relentless barrage against Xian, who swiftly activated her fourth soul skill, Starry Shield, successfully deflecting the majority of the attacks. Yet, Nangong Wensi persisted, employing her second soul skill, Lotus Blade, in an attempt to breach Xian's defenses. Realizing that she could not contain Nangong Wensi, Xian made a decisive choice to retreat. Meanwhile, the clash between Qianfeng Qingyang and Huang Quan was equally fierce. Qianfeng Qingyang expressed admiration for Huang Quan's strength, remarking with a smile, "Not bad. You are worthy of a battle with me." Second soul skill, Purple Demon Slash. Huang Quan chuckled lightly in response, saying, "Was that merely a test?" Second soul skill, Thunderstorm Twin Blades. The ensuing attack triggered a massive explosion, propelling both combatants backward. As the conflict escalated, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and exhilarating. Ouyang Yunshin looked at Li Fei with a mocking grin and said, "Li Fei, you are lacking. Xian's cultivation has already surpassed yours." Li Fei dismissed his words with indifference, retorting, "Her surpassing me is a good thing." Ouyang Yunshin, feeling provoked, pressed further, "Then what are you still lingering here for? Quickly unleash your second soul skill." Li Fei, unwilling to engage in banter, succinctly replied, "Her surpassing me is indeed beneficial, second soul skill." However, just as Li Fei prepared to unleash his second soul skill, Ouyang Yunshin abruptly interrupted him, swiftly releasing his first soul skill, Nine Heavens Profound Sky Slash. Simultaneously, Lan Xiao and Bailey Donghua were embroiled in a fierce duel. Lan Xiao was astonished to discover the terrifying sword intent emanating from Bailey Donghua. As if it could obliterate anything in its path, Bailey Donghua, in turn, recognized the formidable strength of the woman before him and exclaimed, "Truly worthy of possessing the strongest beast martial spirit. I have learned much today." Both combatants were taken aback by each other's prowess, yet neither faltered. They continued to fight with unwavering determination. In a fleeting moment, Tang Xing triumphed over Situyu, sending him plummeting from the air. Noticing this, Qianfeng hurriedly caught him and inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Situyu shook his head, indicating that he was fine, yet his expression bore a grave demeanor. He struggled to speak. "I am unscathed." "Quickly, let everyone gather. We cannot afford any further delays." After casting a lingering glance at Tang Xing, a flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes. Qianfeng and Qingyang exchanged determined glances, each recognizing the resolve within the other. They swiftly turned to signal those around them. Qianfeng brandished his spear, calling out loudly, while Qingyang summoned his martial spirit, releasing a powerful aura to convey the message of gathering. As their voices resonated, the scattered crowd halted, drawn toward the source of the sound. They sensed the familiar aura and understood that Qianfeng and Qingyang were rallying everyone. Without hesitation, they raced toward that direction. In this critical moment, none dared to linger. They were keenly aware of the urgency. If they could not regroup swiftly, the consequences would be dire. Thus, they hastened to the designated location to join their comrades. Soon, all were assembled, their gazes meeting in a shared expression of determination and resolve. Despite the fierce battle they had just endured, their spirits were not dampened. Rather, their fighting zeal intensified, for they understood that only through unity could they conquer the challenges ahead. Qianfeng Qingyang addressed them. "Gather, prepare for a team battle." His voice was steady and resolute, imparting an inexplicable sense of security to all. The team members responded promptly, quickly consolidating their ranks and readying themselves for combat. Bailey Donghua seamlessly transitioned to his martial spirit, the seven-star night lamp. This mysterious and powerful luminary emitted a gentle glow, and with the shift in his martial spirit, a formidable aura enveloped him as he began to fully assist his teammates, enhancing their strength and defensive capabilities. However, when Nangong Wensi switched her martial spirit, she noted that the opposing side displayed no sign of surprise. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind, but she soon grasped the reason. It became evident that every member of Tang Xing's team possessed twin martial spirits. This revelation left Nangong Wensi astounded, as she finally comprehended why they remained so composed, faced with such formidable opponents. She recognized that this team battle would prove exceptionally challenging. Yet, rather than retreating, she felt an even stronger surge of fighting spirit. She resolved to give her all, unleashing her full potential to combat the enemy alongside her teammates. In the ensuing team battle, both sides engaged in fierce exchanges. Tang Xing and his allies harnessed the advantage of their twin martial spirits, showcasing their formidable combat prowess. Meanwhile, Qianfeng and Qingyang held their ground, synchronizing their efforts and maximizing the potential of their respective martial spirit abilities. The battlefield was a dazzling display of intertwining martial spirit lights and clashing skills, creating a magnificent tableau. Outside, Pu Xian watched in awe, his mouth agape and speechless. Beside him, Xiao Bin was equally astonished, his eyes wide and filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, "The first team's twin martial spirits. This is truly extraordinary. Unbelievable." Even the typically composed Bailey Donghua could not help but express his astonishment, muttering, "The first team's twin martial spirits are indeed fascinating and powerful." At that moment, the battle intensified further. Nangong Wensi swiftly unleashed her fourth soul skill, Ice Lotus Tide, while simultaneously amplifying her speed, strength, and soul power, significantly enhancing her offensive capabilities. Faced with such a formidable onslaught, Qianfeng Qingyang dared not slacken his efforts, promptly activating his fourth soul skill, Scorpion Poison Blade. Li Fei, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a surge of alarm and shouted, "Be careful, there is deadly poison above." He understood that should these poison blades strike, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing Li Fei's warning, Su Yin acted without hesitation, swiftly amplifying her soul power to fortify her strength. Meanwhile, Lan Xiu unleashed a golden dragon thrust, deflecting the poison blades away. Yet, Tang Xing recognized that this approach was unsustainable. Decisively, he addressed Su Yin and Lan Xiu. "Su Yin, Lan Xiu, let us prepare for a martial spirit fusion." At that moment, Sityu also took note of the situation and anxiously shouted, "Quickly, stop them." In this critical juncture, Lin Xian stepped forward, calling out, "You shall not pass." Third soul skill, Dragon's Roar Barrier, as his voice echoed. A powerful barrier materialized, shielding against the enemy's assault. Bailey Donghua shouted, "Break this barrier." Tooba Chiching charged headlong into it, while Nangong Wensi's bombardment proved ineffective. Sityu urged continue the attack. However, the barrier held firm. Ouyang Yunshin directly unleashed his first soul skill, Nine Heavens Profound Sky Slash. Li Fei shouted no, unleashing his third soul skill, Convergence of 10,000 Swords against Tang Xing and his allies. "Quick dodge," he cried. The approaching team of Sityu Yu swiftly coordinated their attack against Tang Xing. In the ensuing chaos, Tang Xing and his companions each selected their opponents. Tang Xing against Sityu, Li Fei against Ouyang Yunshin, Lan Xiu against Bailey Donghua, Xian against Nangong Wensi, Su Yin against Shangguan Wanxue, Huang Quan against Qianfeng Qingyang, and Lin Xian against Tooba Chiching. Tooba Chiching summoned his martial spirit, the Diamond Mammoth, which charged directly into Lin Xian's Rock Dragon Shield. Lin Xian immediately unleashed his first soul skill, the Copper Wall Barrier. The impact from Tooba Chiching left him momentarily disoriented, and, as he regained his composure, Tooba Chiching declared, "What a sturdy shield. Allow me to show you this move." Second soul skill, Mammoth Charge. Lin Xian, realizing the gravity of the situation, also activated his second soul skill, Indestructible. This time, the force of their clash sent Tooba Chiching flying several meters away. Su Yin found herself in a fierce struggle. as Shangguan Wanchue's relentless attacks left her with no openings. Utilizing the flight speed of the amethyst illusion butterfly, Su Yin adeptly evaded the assaults. Shangguan Wanchue exclaimed furiously, "Is dodging all you know?" First soul skill, Wind of Cloud I in response, Su Yin declared, "If that is the case, then bring it on. Light of the purple butterfly." Subsequently, Nangong Wensi unleashed a barrage upon Xian, who promptly activated her fourth soul skill, Starry Shield, successfully blocking a significant portion of the onslaught. Following this, Xian employed her first soul skill, Starry Binding. Nangong Wensi found herself temporarily ensnared. Laughing heartily, "You think this can hold me?" Second soul skill, Lotus Blade. Realizing she could not contain Nangong Wensi, Xian swiftly retreated. Qianfeng Qingyang and Huang Quan engaged in a back-and-forth skirmish, with Qianfeng Qingyang cheerfully stating, "Not bad. You have the qualifications to battle me." Second soul skill, Purple Demon Slash. Huang Quan chuckled lightly. "Just a test, is it?" Second soul skill, Thunderstorm Twin Blades. The explosive impact of this strike sent both of them staggering back. Ouyang Yunshin shook his head, saying, "Li Fei, you are lacking. Xian's cultivation surpasses yours." I Fei dismissively retorted, "Her surpassing me is a good thing." Second soul skill. "If you wish to use your second soul skill, then I shall oblige you." First soul skill, Nine Heavens Profound Slash. Ouyang Yunshin quickly interrupted Li Fei's charge. In the clash between Lan Xiao and Bailey Donghua, they discovered the terrifying sword intent emanating from Bailey Donghua. He regarded the extraordinary woman before him, saying, "No wonder you possess the strongest beast martial soul. I have learned much." Tang Xing and Sitiyu's confrontation concluded almost instantaneously, with Sitiyu being swiftly defeated. Witnessing this, Qianfeng immediately caught Sitiyu and inquired, "Are you all right?" Sitiyu replied, "I'm fine. Tell them to regroup. We cannot delay any longer." Qianfeng Qingyang promptly summoned his martial soul, shouting for everyone to assemble. Upon hearing the summons, the crowd rushed over without hesitation. Qianfeng Qingyang informed them, "Regroup and prepare for a team battle." Bailey Donghua switched to his martial soul, Seven Stars Night Lantern, immediately assisting the others. When Nangong Wensi transformed her martial soul, she noticed that the opposing team remained entirely unfazed, until they beheld that Tang Xing's group possessed dual martial souls. Outside, Pu Xian watched in astonishment, at a loss for words, while Xiaobin gasped, exclaiming, "A team with dual martial souls. Unbelievable." Even Bailey Donghua was taken aback, commenting, "A team with dual martial souls. How intriguing. Let us launch a powerful assault." Nangong Wensi unleashed her fourth soul skill, Ice Lotus Tidal Wave, amplifying her speed, strength, soul power, and attack. Qianfeng Qingyang immediately activated his fourth soul skill, Scorpion Poison Blade. Li Fei, his face filled with terror, shouted, "Be careful. This thing is highly toxic." Just as he spoke, Su Yin sprang into action from behind him, amplifying her soul power. Concurrently, Lan Xiao executed a Golden Dragon Strike, sending the toxic blade flying. However, Tang Xing understood that this approach could not continue, urgently stating, "Su Yin, Lan Xiao, let us prepare for a martial soul fusion." Upon hearing this, Sitiyu's expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently called out, "Not good! We must stop them." Meanwhile, Lin Xian sneered, "You shall not succeed. Witness my third soul skill, Dragon's Roar Barrier." Bailey Donghua, filled with fury and indignation, shouted, "Break this barrier." His voice resonated like thunder, shaking the very air around them. Upon hearing Bailey Donghua's command, Tuoba Chiching charged forward without hesitation, colliding with the seemingly indestructible barrier. Yet the barrier remained unyielding, as if mocking him by bouncing him back. Simultaneously, Nangong Wensi launched a fierce assault, continuously unleashing powerful energy waves in an attempt to shatter the barrier. However, these attacks proved ineffective, merely creating ripples on the surface. Seeing this, Sitiyu anxiously urged, "Keep attacking." Aware of the urgency, he knew that if they could not breach the barrier swiftly, they would be unable to progress. Thus, everyone exerted their utmost effort, relentlessly striking the barrier, yet the results remained disheartening. Nevertheless, they did not abandon hope. Sitayu composed himself, contemplating a strategy. Suddenly, he conceived an idea and loudly proclaimed, "Everyone, concentrate your strength and attack the same point on the barrier. Perhaps this way we can break through." Upon hearing this, the group promptly adjusted their tactics, focusing their fire on a single spot. At that moment, Ouyang Yunshin unleashed his first soul skill, Nine Heavens Profound Slash. A massive beam of sword light descended from above, exuding an overwhelming might as it struck the barrier with ferocity. The force of this strike astonished everyone present. Li Fei, recognizing the technique's potential devastation, widened his eyes and shouted in alarm, "No!" He feared that this attack could yield unpredictable consequences, possibly endangering the entire team's safety. Yet it was too late to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as the blade of light descended upon the barrier. Chapter 32. The formation of the seven spirits. The radiant sword in Ouyang Yunshin's grasp emitted a blinding brilliance, akin to the sun's scorching rays, rendering it difficult to behold. As he swung it, a massive light blade materialized instantly, hurtling towards Lin Xian with astonishing speed. Li Fei, witnessing this, urgently shouted, "Stop him!" However, it was already too late. Ouyang Yunshin's first soul skill, Radiant Slash, surged forth with a fierce momentum and formidable power, akin to a burning meteor racing towards Lin Xian. Simultaneously, Huang Quan and the others recognized the imminent danger. They swiftly responded by unleashing their fourth soul skill, Thunderstorm Cross Slash. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds and crackling thunder. Countless purple arcs of lightning intertwined, forming a colossal cross-shaped bolt hurtling towards Ouyang Yunshin. Ouyang Yunshin's gaze remained resolute, unflinching in the face of Huang Quan and his companion's onslaught. He gripped the sword tightly, channeling all his soul power into this strike. The Radiant Slash collided with the Thunderstorm Cross Slash, resulting in a deafening explosion. Nevertheless, Ouyang Yunshin's Radiant Slash displayed astonishing might, effortlessly piercing through the defenses of the Thunderstorm Cross Slash, continuing its relentless descent towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression turned grave as he fully activated his defensive skills, yet was still unable to withstand the onslaught from Ouyang Yunshin. Ultimately, the Radiant Slash broke through Lin Xian's defenses, striking him forcefully. Lin Xian let out a muffled groan, hurtling backwards while spitting blood. At this moment, Shangguan Wanxue had fully charged her power and unhesitatingly unleashed her fourth soul skill, Cloud Ink Holy Slash. Tuoba Qiqing followed suit, swinging his massive mammoth greatsword with tremendous force. The other five also released their respective fourth soul skills, Water Lotus Tidal Wave, Supreme Virtue Like Water, Scorpion Poison Blade. The scene became extraordinarily spectacular. Concurrently, Ouyang Yunshin activated his fourth soul skill, Heart of the Heavenly Gang. Swiftly employing his third soul skill, Unity of 10,000 Swords, Sitayu then initiated his most powerful attack. Various soul skills cascaded upon their protective barrier, triggering a series of violent explosions. However, just then, a thunderous sound erupted. Martial Soul Fusion, Purple Spirit Butterfly Dragon Transformation. Everyone stared in shock as an ethereal image materialized in midair, fixated on Bailey Donghua. The apparition radiated a golden hue, resembling a dazzling star. The golden figure within raised a finger, unleashing an immensely powerful beam of golden energy that surged towards Bailey Donghua and the others in the blink of an eye. Bailey Donghua and his companions were sent flying, rendered incapable of further combat. The fusion of Tang Xing's group disintegrated, their bodies swaying precariously, on the verge of collapse. Li Fei reacted swiftly, catching Tang Xing before he could fall, then ascending the tower to press the handprint. The screen illuminated, displaying the figures of the seven AT. This moment, the audience in the square erupted in fervent applause and cheers, Pu Xian exuberantly proclaiming, "From today onwards, you seven shall become the new generation of seven spirits." The atmosphere in the square grew increasingly electrified, as if they were about to break through the heavens. They all bore witness to this historic moment, the birth of a new generation of seven spirits. This honor was no mere coincidence. It was the culmination of their diligent efforts. Tang Xing trembled, his voice filled with disbelief as he murmured, "Did we win?" Lan Xiao resolutely replied, "Yes, we have one." A smile of relief spread across Tang Xing's face. But it quickly transformed into a look of frailty. Struggling to maintain his composure, Tang Xing spoke in a low and faint voice. "That is good." Before he could finish, he collapsed onto the ground. Nearby, Li Fei and the others rushed forward to lift Tang Xing, quickly departing the scene. Their hearts raced with worry for Tang Xing's safety, desperate to find a way to heal him. Though the battle had concluded, the profound friendship between Tang Xing and Lan Xiao reached new heights at that moment. They had faced life-and-death trials together, supporting and aiding one another, a bond that transcended all at this juncture. The entire square was awash in celebration. The crowd cheered joyously for Tang Xing and Lan Xiao's victory, filled with anticipation for their future. Tang Xing lay weakly atop Lan Xiao's soft form, and she gazed at him with concern. Lin Jin hurriedly moved Tang Xing from Lan Xiao's embrace to a nearby medical bed, meticulously examining his condition. After a while, Lin Jin released his hand, smiling as he addressed Lan Xiao and Li Fei. "There's no need to worry. He merely exhausted his soul energy and requires a good rest." Upon hearing this news, the weight in Lan Xiao and Li Fei's hearts finally lifted, and both exhaled in relief simultaneously. Lan Xiao looked at Lin Jin with gratitude and said, "Thank you for your help, Dr. Lin." However, Lin Jin suddenly revealed a mischievous smile and softly remarked, "You need not be so polite. I believe it is you who should personally take care of him. Wouldn't you agree, Lan Xiao?" Instantly, Lan Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. Observing her reaction, Lin Jin ceased his teasing and chuckled. "All right, I was merely jesting. Let's be on our way." Lan Xiao still felt a twinge of reluctance, unable to resist glancing back at the hospital room before finally turning to leave. Once they had departed, Bai Yi stealthily entered the ward. He gazed silently at Tang Xing on the hospital bed and began to channel his soul energy to heal him. Just then, Bai Yi heard footsteps approaching. He immediately halted his actions, anxiously scanning the room for a place to hide. Unfortunately, there were no suitable hiding spots. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the space beneath the bed. Without hesitation, he crawled underneath, praying he would not be discovered. As the door to the ward creaked open, Bai Yi's heart raced with tension. He fixed his gaze on the entrance, observing the individual who entered. Confirming that no one followed, the person gently closed the door behind them. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself how fortunate he was to remain undetected. Yet curiosity soon engulfed him. Who was this person? And why had they come here? Li Fei hastily retrieved the precious Xianshui Dan he had been reluctant to use. Feeling a pang of regret, but still speaking earnestly, "Although this Xianshui Dan is quite costly, I believe it is worth it today. If it weren't for Brother Tang shielding me from that attack earlier, I might have been crippled by now. Hence, I am determined to be your friend." With that, he fed the pill into Tang Xing's mouth and ate tea. That moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door, startling Li Fei, who quickly rolled beneath the bed to hide. That he initially thought he would be safe there, but upon turning his head, he was alarmed to find a girl also present, nearly crying out in fright. But he swiftly covered his mouth, whispering, "Don't make a sound. More people are coming." The newcomer was Lan Xiao. She looked at Tang Xing on the bed, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Lan Xiao simply performed a brief treatment for Tang Xing before turning to leave. Witnessing this, Li Fei couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this truly what I am witnessing?" As dawn broke, Tang Xing slowly opened his eyes. "You reawake," Lan Xiao said. "Come, drink this soup." Tang Xing accepted the soup and drank it in one gulp. Feeling a surge of energy stirring within him, he immediately sat cross-legged, striving to transform this energy into his own power. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "I have actually broken through to level 44. This is wonderful." Lan Xiao approached, smiling. "Congratulations. Now that you're awake, we should set off?" Tang Xing queried in confusion. "Where are we going?" Lan Xiao replied, "Do you remember yesterday's selection competition? It was to choose the 7 spirit masters of Linghai. The place we are headed to is the Linghai Pavilion." Tang Xing suddenly understood, following Lan Xiao to the Linghai Pavilion. The Linghai Pavilion was situated in the most significant location of the academy, positioned to the north, and surrounded by SE.IT served as a gathering place for the strongest individuals of these academies. Tang Xing was greatly astonished as he beheld such an imposing structure, one he had never imagined existed in this world. Upon entering the Linghai Pavilion, they were further awed by the grandeur within. Spotting Li Fei, they made their way to his side. Upon seeing that everyone had arrived, Pu Xian turned to Xiao Ming and inquired, "Sir, may we begin?" Xiao Ming nodded, rising and addressing them in a deep voice. "Greetings, I am Xiao Ming, the head of the Linghai Pavilion. First, I congratulate you on successfully passing the assessment and becoming the 7 Spirit Masters of Linghai Academy. Furthermore, due to your valorous performance during the assessment, our academy has decided to bestow upon you generous rewards. Additionally, we will select you to represent the academy in the prestigious Continental Elite Soul Battle Tournament to bring honor to our institution. This not only recognizes your efforts, but also presents a rare opportunity for growth that I hope you will maintain this proactive attitude and continue to enhance your abilities in the days to come. Lastly, I can now present your rewards." With that, Xiao Ming produced 5 soul bones from his robes and placed them on the table. These soul bones emanated a powerful aura, indicating their extraordinary quality. However, Tang Xing furrowed his brow and bluntly stated, "These 5 soul bones are not suitable for either me or Lan Xiao." His gaze lingered on the soul bones, revealing a hint of disappointment. Xiao Ming turned his attention to the boy who had just spoken, smiling as he said, "Indeed, you have not disappointed me. It seems you are the one chosen by Elder Shu. In that case, would you be willing to become his disciple?" Tang Xing was taken aback, but soon responded respectfully, "It would certainly be an honor to receive Elder Shu's guidance. However, I already have Teacher Wu as my master and am uncertain how to choose." Upon hearing this, Elder Shu chuckled, a sly glint in his eyes. "Oh dear, why are you so foolish? Becoming my disciple will not affect your relationship with Wu Hum. In fact, I am his uncle. Do you truly believe there would be any disadvantage in taking me as your master?" "Ha ha!" His laughter was filled with pride. Tang Xing was momentarily stunned by Elder Shu's words, a bashful smile adorning his face as he struggled to find a response. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming couldn't help but stifle a laugh, secretly admiring Elder Shu's humor. After a brief silence, Tang Xing spoke, "Thank you for your kindness, but I need to consider this carefully. This matter is of great importance to me, and I must treat it with the seriousness it deserves." Elder Shu, still chuckling, appeared unfazed by his refusal. He waved his hand, indicating that Tang Xing need not be overly formal. Then he gradually stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothing, and bid farewell to Tang Xing and the others, saying, "It's fine. It's a good thing for young people to have their own thoughts if you come to a decision. Feel free to visit Linghai Lake, where someone will assist you in finding me." With that, Elder Shu turned and left, leaving behind a silhouette for Tang Xing and the others. Xiao Ming then pulled out a crystal-clear soul bone from his robe and offered it to Tang Xing and the others. This soul bone radiated a faint glow, exuding an aura of mystery. Tang Xing accepted the soul bone and examined it closely, realizing it contained 5 different attributes. However, despite their diversity, none resonated with his spirit martial soul or his fairy martial soul. Consequently, Tang Xing handed the soul bone to his teammates, smiling. "These 5 soul bones with different attributes are truly precious, but unfortunately, they do not align with our martial souls. If any of you are interested, feel free to try absorbing their energy. It might aid in enhancing your strength." Yin immediately saw through the essence of the soul bone. Scoffing, "This is a mental concentration soul bone. It is clearly more suitable for spirit control type soul masters, which I do not require. Who do you think you are deceiving?" Tang Xing explained helplessly, "It's not that I don't want to accept it. Rather, my mind seems to be telling me that I do not need this soul bone. Moreover, I sense that there is another soul bone within my mind." The others were taken aback and perplexed by this statement. Yin found the situation somewhat absurd, but ultimately accepted the soul bone. Tang Xing then turned his gaze to Li Fei, preparing to speak when he was interrupted by Li Fei. "Enough! Even if you do not want this soul bone, we still have Lan Xiao." Lan Xiao sighed, a hint of bitterness in her smile. "I already possess the right arm bone." Fei accepted this with resignation, and Ziyin suggested, "Since we have become the 7 Spirit Masters, why not rank ourselves?" They exchanged signals, concluding with Lin Xian in first place, Huang Quan second, Li Fei third, Ziyin 4th, Su Yin 5th, Tang Xing 6th, and Lan Xiu 7th. Su Yin exclaimed in disbelief. Lan Xiu. You are so small. I can't believe it. The 7 of them walking together resembled a rainbow reflecting upon the waters. Chapter 33. Then Wu Ixinheng gazed sternly at Tang Xing and the others, nodding in satisfaction as he remarked, Very well. You have all met my expectations. I shall grant you 3 days of leave to relax and unwind. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing and the others felt a surge of joy. At that moment, Bai Yi suddenly dashed to Tang Xing's side, grinning widely as he said, Tang Xing, congratulations on successfully becoming a 7-spirit master. Do you have some free time now? Tang Xing responded without hesitation. Of course, what is up? A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Bai Yi's eyes as he asked, How about taking this opportunity to accompany me to the Dust Forest? Lan Xiu, intrigued, approached and inquired, The Ling Dust Forest? What do you plan to take him there for? Bai Yi observed the fury etched on Lan Xiu's face and felt a wave of discontent wash over her. With a sharp retort, Lan Xiu declared, I shall take him. What business is it of yours, sister? Perhaps it is better for you to refrain from indulging in delusions. The words only deepened Lan Xiu's frustration as she felt herself overlooked. Turning to Bai Yi, she insisted, I will involve myself. Who are you to call him? What is he to you? Bai Yi, unfazed, recognized that Lan Xiu's ire stemmed merely from jealousy. She replied, I am his sister. Why should I not be allowed to care for him? Taken aback by this revelation, Lan Xiu found herself at a loss for a response. Meanwhile, Tang Xing sensed the awkwardness of the situation and attempted to diffuse the tension, suggesting, All right, let us cease this quarrel and enjoy our time together. Yet, Lan Xiu could not help but ask Tang Xing, Tell me, how many sisters do you actually have? The question startled Tang Xing, who was taken aback by her inquiry. He responded, Just 2. Lan Xiu, are you all right? Lan Xiu, momentarily stunned by his words, murmured to herself, Indeed, what is the matter with me? Could it be that I have genuinely developed feelings for him? Noticing her dazed state, Tang Xing expressed his concern, asking, Lan Xiu, are you unwell? Is there something troubling you? Regaining her composure, she shook her head and replied, I am fine. Truly, I am. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Tang Xing and Bai Yi standing in place, both acutely aware that something was amiss with Lan Xiu, yet unsure of how to address it. Outside the classroom, Li Fei and Sun Tang peered in curiously, observing the heated exchange among Tang Xing. Bai Yi and Lan Qiu Li Fei whispered, I just caught wind of some explosive news. The commotion is quite intense. Truly, women are not to be trifled with. Sun Xiaokong patted Li Fei on the shoulder, cautioning, Consider yourself fortunate that Ziyin is not present. Li Fei, brimming with confidence, retorted, What are you saying? Even if she were here, she would never dare raise her voice in my presence. Sun Xiaokong shook his head in resignation, offering him a thumbs up in admiration. As Lan Xiu regained her composure, she resolutely declared, Then I shall join as well. Her eyes sparkled with determination, as if a decision had been firmly made. Bai Yi smiled and replied, That's splendid. The more the merrier. Just then, Li Fei burst forth excitedly, exclaiming, Where are we going? Count me in. His eyes gleamed with curiosity and anticipation as he looked at the group. Tang Xing, however, fixed a penetrating gaze on Li Fei, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Li Fei, puzzled, asked, Boss, why are you looking at me like that? Tang Xing coolly responded, What do you think? His gaze remained unwavering on Li Fei. He then elaborated, It was Jean who informed me. Li Fei, bewildered, wondered who Jean Mao was at that moment. A monkey emerged from Tang Xing's side, and Li Fei suddenly understood. Jean Mao was this very monkey. Tang Xing turned to Bai Yi and inquired, When shall we set off? After a moment's contemplation, Bai Yi suggested, Tomorrow seems appropriate. Let us all return home and rest well today. His arrangement was both logical and considerate, eliciting a sense of gratitude from those present. As the morning sun streamed through the clouds, casting its warm glow upon the earth, Bai Tu prepared to depart with Tang Xing, Bai Yi, and Su Yin, just as they were about to leave. Su Yin curiously asked Tang Xing, Where are you all headed? With a smile, Tang Xing responded, Bai Tu expressed a desire to visit Lingchen Forest. Upon hearing this, Su Yin exclaimed in excitement, Then I shall join as well. But he nodded in agreement, affirming, certainly. The more companions, the more enjoyable the experience. However, Su Yin wore a mischievous grin, and Tang Xing immediately sensed she was about to embark on another lengthy discourse. He quickly interrupted, saying, Su Yin, I know you are quite knowledgeable, but let me have this opportunity to experience it firsthand. Su Yin, resigned, fell silent and accompanied them on their journey. The four of them traveled tirelessly until they finally arrived at Lingchen City. Upon entering, Su Yin was captivated by the sights before her, her eyes sparkling with delight as she dashed towards the food stalls, eager to sample the delicacies. Tang Xing could only shake his head in amusement as he observed by Yi and Su Yin. Eventually, he found a nearby establishment to rest. Addressing the group, we have traveled quite a distance. Let us take a moment to recuperate. He then approached the proprietor, requesting, please, provide me with 3 rooms. The proprietor, looking apologetically at the crowd outside, replied, I'm afraid we only have 2 rooms available. Tang Xing quickly perceived the proprietor's intentions and smiled, saying, You may have misunderstood. These individuals are my friends. I kindly request 3 rooms. The proprietor, realizing his ruse had been discovered, bore an embarrassed expression but had no choice but to comply, handing over the keys to Tang Xing after receiving the keys. Tang Xing turned to the others and announced, Well, I have secured 3 rooms. Let us now divide them accordingly. Suddenly, a boy's furious voice erupted. What is the meaning of this? Where's my room key? His thunderous outburst startled everyone, instilling a sense of fear. The staff member, equally perplexed, stammered, I apologize, please wait a moment. I will look into this right away. After a brief investigation, the source of the confusion was revealed. This staff member had inadvertently given the key to a room that was already booked to the boy. The staff member, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly approached the boy, asking, May I inquire your surname, sir? Tang Xing responded, I am Tang. What is the issue here? The staff member hurriedly explained, It appears you took a key that was reserved for another guest. May I kindly request its return? We will ensure you are compensated appropriately. Understanding the circumstances, Tang Xing readily replied, Ah, I see. Very well. Here is the key. He handed it over without hesitation. However, before Tang Xing could fully process the situation, the boy shouted again, You think I want your charity? You have taken what is mine. How can I let you off so easily? You have 2 choices. Fight me or get lost. Choose now. With that, he summoned his martial spirit and soul rings, 5 brilliant rings encircling him, showcasing his formidable power and authority. Tang Xing was taken aback by the sight of 5 soul rings, exclaiming, I had no idea you were a soul king. And your martial spirit is a powerful black tiger, but your soul ring configuration is rather peculiar. 1 white, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. What an odd combination. With that, Tang Xing activated his own spirit, the elven martial spirit. Enraged, the boy retorted, You know nothing. I am Yin Mu, a disciple of the Tian Yuan sect's elder Yin. Each of these soul rings was carefully chosen by my master, nearing their limits. How could an outsider like you comprehend? Come, let me demonstrate my strength. With that, Yin Mu clenched his fist and, in a blur, appeared before Tang Xing, delivering a powerful punch accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Tang Xing, undaunted, countered with a punch of his own, the 2 forces colliding with tremendous impact, stirring the air around them into a mini tempest. Yin Mu unleashed his second soul skill, the Black Tiger Shockwave. As the darkness around him intensified like inky flames, the colossal shadow of a black tiger emerged behind him, roaring towards the heavens. With a fierce punch, the black tiger opened its maw, unleashing a dark shockwave that surged directly towards Tang Xing. Refusing to back down, Tang Xing swiftly called upon his first soul skill, the Elven Holy Light Wave. The blade of light in his hand shimmered brilliantly, transforming into a resplendent stream of holy radiance that surged towards Yin Mu. Imbued with boundless divine power, as the 2 forces collided, the very fabric of space trembled, creating a catastrophic energy storm that swept in all directions, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Li Fei, observing the fierce confrontation, could not suppress a smile as he whispered, In terms of martial spirit affinities, my light dagger belongs to the light attribute, but alas, my level is too low to unleash its full potential. While Lan Xiao's Golden Dragon martial spirit also possesses light attributes, it simultaneously embodies fire attributes. During the last assessment, even her light attribute was not sufficiently high. Tang Xing inhaled deeply, channeling all of his soul power and gathering the light elements into the blade of light. He swung it once more, releasing an even grander wave of holy light that surged forth with immense authority, aimed squarely at Yinmu. Yinmu's eyes widened in shock as he sensed the overwhelming force approaching. He exerted all his strength to withstand the blow, yet ultimately, he was sent flying by Tang Xing's attack, crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, Su Yin overheard whispers nearby, and upon learning that Yinmu hailed from Ling Tian's sect, a wave of curiosity and anticipation surged within her heart. She resolved to find an opportunity later to test this Yinmu and ascertain whether he truly possessed the qualifications to be her rival. Tang Xing mocked. The so-called Soul Ring King is nothing extraordinary. He gazed at the defeated enemy with a relaxed demeanor, filled with confidence and pride. Beside him, Li Fei spoke up, "Boss, how about this? Let me have a room to myself tonight." His eyes fixed on Tang Xing with determination, indicating his lack of fear regarding solitude. Tang Xing had no objections. Instead, he cast an expectant glance towards Bai Yi, hoping he would propose something intriguing. Observing this, Bai Yi took the initiative to say, "Then I shall share a room with Sister Su Yin." His tone was calm, yet a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. Su Yin nodded without hesitation, replying, "Sure, I have no objections." She seemed pleased with this arrangement, a faint smile gracing her lips. Tang Xing saw through their intentions at a glance, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. However, Lan Xiao, feeling somewhat anxious, remarked, "Why do I have this ominous premonition?" She furrowed her brow, gazing worriedly at the others. Su Yin curiously inquired of Bai Yi, "Have you ever heard of evil spirit masters, or encountered those wicked soul masters?" Her voice was low and serious, imbued with an unsettling aura. Bai Yi pondered for a moment before responding. "What you mentioned must refer to those malevolent soul masters, right? As far as I know, they typically cultivate by devouring the souls or life forces of others, employing extremely cruel methods." Su Yin gently nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, and these evil soul masters are backed by a mysterious and ancient organization." Just then, a soft knock echoed from the door. Su Yin whispered, "Someone's coming." Chapter 34. Inadvertently entering the core area, Bai Yi opened the door to find Tang Xing standing there, somewhat surprised as he asked, "Tang Xing, what brings you here?" Just as Tang Xing was about to speak, Su Yin interjected, "You came to inquire about that person from earlier, didn't you?" Tang Xing paused, then nodded slightly. Su Yin smiled gently, saying, "Come in." With that, she stepped aside, gesturing for Tang Xing to enter the room. Tang Xing glanced at Su Yin, who noticed his gaze and thought, "Are you assessing whether I could be your second wife?" "I'm quite confident in my figure." Unfazed, Tang Xing replied, "All right, let me see if you possess such potential." Su Yin began to feel a bit apprehensive, saying, "No. All right, you can't ask about that man, right?" Tang Xing furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Is his soul ring cultivation method genuine?" Su Yin nodded in response, stating, "According to the ancient texts of my family, it can be confirmed as true. However, this method of cultivation is exceedingly dangerous and thus classified as a forbidden practice. I never expected someone would dare to attempt such a method." Tang Xing frowned slightly, continuing to probe. Then, "What kind of sect is Ling Tian's sect?" Upon hearing the name Ling Tian's sect, fear and revulsion flashed across Su Yan's face, and she stood, a chill running down her spine. She said, "From what I understand, Ling Tian's sect is an ancient and mysterious sect, yet their existence is fraught with evil. It is said that the soul masters within their ranks are malevolent individuals, and they possess a unique method of cultivation, though the specifics remain unknown." After contemplating this, Tang Xing remarked, "Sometimes, I truly admire you. From such humble beginnings, you've reached this level, which is no small feat. But what exactly is your identity?" "It intrigues me." Su Yin met Tang Xing's gaze, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She softly asked, "Do you genuinely wish to know?" Tang Xing nodded, feeling entitled to know Su Yan's true identity. Seeing his determination, Su Yin finally revealed, I am the little princess of the Su family and a disciple of Yun's sect. The Su family is a historic family of the Tianling. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Su Yin, utterly shocked by her noble lineage. Su Yin continued, "In truth, our family boasts a long history, with generations of outstanding explorers, archaeologists, and scholars. However, the Prince of Tianling Battle Hall holds my talents and potential in high regard, granting me an elevated status, second only to the Day Star-Dust Alliance. This signifies that my influence and authority within Tianling Battle Hall are considerable. I have effectively become a member of their core circle." Hearing this, Tang Xing was taken aback, eyes wide in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? Such a high status? Then why do you still refer to yourself as a disciple of Yun's sect? What kind of sect is Yun's sect, anyway?" He was utterly astonished by this sudden revelation, and his curiosity regarding Su Yan's identity deepened. Su Yan, confronted with Tang Xing's barrage of questions, remained composed and unflustered as she calmly responded. "As for how I became a disciple of Yun's sect, it was simply because I successfully passed their assessment. You're unaware of Yun's sect? Well then, let me provide you with a detailed introduction. Yun's sect was established by Senior Tang Yun a myriad of years ago." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing felt as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed over him, instantly awakening him as he exclaimed in disbelief. "Yun's sect founded by Senior Tang Yun." Su Yin, observing Tang Xing's astonished expression, smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, it is the Yun sect founded by Senior Tang Yu ended at that time. Yun's sect was incredibly powerful, on par with the 5 major sects and Ling Tian sect. And it was one of the sects most esteemed by Senior Tang Tan. He brewed a steaming cup of tea and carefully presented it to Su Yin, softly saying, 'Su Yin, have some tea.' Seeing this, Tang Xing couldn't help but sigh. Alas, this relationship has truly grown distant. Not even a cup of water is offered to me." He turned to Tang Xing, a hint of amusement gleaming in his eyes as he teased. All right, just a moment." He then turned to Porte. Su Yin continued to share the secret she knew, saying, "Let me tell you a secret. It is rumored that Yun's sect currently lacks a leader. Moreover, the highest authority within the sect is the 9th elder. But I have heard that the 5th elder has returned recently. Thus the position of sect leader remains vacant for the time being." He brought another cup of tea, and Tang Xing casually accepted it, taking a sip before looking at Su Yin. Su Yin informed him, "Although you have become a disciple of Yun's sect, in reality, you have not truly grasped the sect's power and resources. Therefore, you must resolve this matter swiftly. Additionally, the sect will be holding a leadership re-election in the near future, which presents a rare opportunity. If you wish to gain more power and status, you must strive to seize this chance. However, I learned of this news through internal channels." After saying this, Su Yin glanced at Tang Xing, seemingly awaiting his reaction. He chimed in, "It's getting late. Why not just stay here for the night? There are plenty of rooms." Tang Xing felt a bit embarrassed and politely declined, "Perhaps it's best if I head home to sleep." Su Yin wore a sly smile, softly asking, "What do you think?" He proudly replied, "Rest assured, I was worried the effects of the medicine wouldn't be strong enough, so I added extra ingredients. He will definitely sleep soundly. I guarantee it." With that, they exchanged satisfied smiles. After returning to his room, Tang Xing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His body unusually hot and restless, he staggered to the bed, collapsing onto it. At that moment, Lan Xiao was sitting on the bed, observing Tang Xing, and noticed that his complexion seemed off. She approached him with concern, asking, "Tang Xing, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Tang Xing, in a daze, replied, "Lan Xiao, I'm so hot, it's unbearable." With that, he began to unbutton his shirt in an attempt to cool down. Seeing this, Lan Xiao hurriedly stepped forward to support Tang Xing and try to help him remove his outer garment. However, at that moment, Tang Xing suddenly exerted force, pushing Lan Xiao down onto the bed. Lan Xiao was startled by this unexpected action, her eyes widening as her body stiffened. Unable to move, in his haze, Tang Xing felt himself atop a soft body. Realizing it was Lan Xiao, he struggled to regain control, but his body refused to obey. He softly murmured, "Lan Xiao, I'm sorry." Meanwhile, Yi and Su Yin were in the adjacent room. Observing the scene through the window, they heard the dialogue between Tang Xing and Lan Xiao, followed by the sounds of their scuffle, Exchanging knowing smiles, Su Yan laughed, saying to Bai Yi, "It seems their commotion is quite significant." "I never imagined Tang Xing would be so bold." Bai Yi nodded in agreement, and the two continued to watch quietly, eager for the unfolding events. The night quietly passed. Tang Xing and Lan Xiu exchanged glances. With Lan Xiu feeling a bit bashful that Li Fei and the others approached, and Bai Yi glanced at the map, stating, "To reach Lingchun City, head straight west from here." Li Fei inquired, "How do we get to the place we are currently situated?" Bai Yi studied the map and replied, "In my estimation, we should proceed in the southwest direction. It won't take long." The group followed Bai Yi into the Lingchun forest. Bai Yi immediately activated his sensing ability, urging, "Everyone, stay close and do not wander off." Tang Xing, harboring some doubts, asked, "Bai Yi, could you come with me for a moment?" Bai Yi followed Tang Xing to a secluded spot, where she questioned, "Do you possess something?" Bai Yi, no longer concealing the truth, admitted, "Indeed, I have heard that my brother is here." Tang Xing was taken aback, exclaiming, "Why didn't you inform me of such a significant matter?" Her voice carried a hint of accusation. Resonating like thunder in Bai Yi's ears, Bai Yi, feeling aggrieved like a child, responded, "I feared it would delay you." Tang Xing pressed further, "Has your brother transformed?" Bai Yi responded, "He has indeed transformed, yet I harbor some concerns." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xing suggested, "Let us go search for him. If he is in the form of a soul beast, we can fabricate a story." Subsequently, Bai Yi and Tang Xing rejoined the group and ventured into the Lingchun forest. The forest was fraught with peril. It was said that ancient soul beasts and mutated thousand-year soul beasts often roamed here, prompting Su Yan to advise caution. Upon hearing about the mutated thousand-year soul beasts, Tang Xing inquired, "Can soul beasts really mutate?" Su Yan elucidated, "It occurs when soul beasts undergo special secret methods to transform." Entering the Lingchun forest felt akin to stepping into a vast green labyrinth, where every step was laden with danger. Su Yan's words struck like a warning bell in the hearts of all present. Tang Xing's queries lingered as an enigma, fueling everyone's curiosity about the forest. Tang Xing promptly activated her spiritual eye's martial soul to assist Bai Yi in locating her brother. As they ventured deeper, the temperature plummeted. Li Fei, shivering, remarked, "Boss, don't you all feel cold?" Tang Xing, startled by his words, began to sense a chill and replied, "Now that you mention it, it is indeed a bit chilly." Bai Yi utilized his sensing ability to probe for his brother's presence and discovered an extremely cold soul beast. Tang Xing, picking up on Bai Yi's sensing, cautioned, "Everyone, be on alert." A wave of coldness surged forth, overwhelming like a tidal wave and as frigid as an iceberg, rendering it nearly unbearable. Tang Xing, alongside Li Fei and Lan Xiu, prepared for confrontation. Tang Xing unleashed her fairy martial soul, Li Fei emitted a radiant aura, and Lan Xiu summoned her golden dragon martial soul. Together, the trio released a brilliant light, and a wind akin to a tornado swept them to a specific location. Su Yan opened her eyes to behold a crimson hot spring and an ice-blue cold spring, exclaiming, "Could this be?" Chapter 35. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Could this truly be the Eye of Ice and Fire? Su Yan gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Tang Xing seized upon Su Yan's remark and curiously inquired, "Su Yan, how do you know this is the Eye of Ice and Fire?" Su Yan, trembling with excitement as she gazed at the scene before her, replied, "This is a place I have heard mentioned by my family. The legendary Eye of Ice and Fire lies within our family's territory. Yet its exact location has eluded us until now." Tang Xing nodded in understanding and smiled, saying, "What a remarkable coincidence, Su Yan. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly visit your home." Just as the two were conversing, a sudden chill emanated from the spring of the cold spring, and a woman clad in an ice-blue robe with waist-length hair slowly materialized. Simultaneously, the hot spring began to bubble, flames erupting from within, revealing a woman dressed in a short red skirt with shoulder-length hair amidst the fiery inferno. The appearance of these two women astounded Su Yan and Tang Xing, their eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Su Yan immediately recognized the cold aura emanating from the woman by the cold spring. She was slender, with waist-length hair and skin as pale as snow, adorned in a delicate blue dress embroidered with exquisite ice flower patterns. Seemingly melding with the surrounding chill, her eyes mirrored the depths of a lake, cold and mysterious, evoking a sense of reverence. The woman at the cold spring spoke, "You have traveled far. Surely it is not merely for the sake of the Eye of Ice and Fire." Her voice was melodious, yet carried an icy undertone that sent shivers down one's spine. Tang Xing stepped forward, tall and resolute, his handsome visage exuding strength, clad in a black robe embroidered with golden dragon motifs. Radiating an air of dominance, he clasped his hands and said, "Ladies, we have not come here to seize the Eye of Ice and Fire. We kindly request your permission to leave." His tone was firm and authoritative, his gaze conveying confidence and authority. The woman from the Crimson Hot Spring retorted, "Allow you to leave? Do you think you can come and go as you please? How naive! If you cannot defeat us today, you shall not leave this place." With that, her flames surged, engulfing the area in a blazing inferno. Tang Xing reacted swiftly, dodging the attack and shouting, "Everyone, be cautious and prepare for battle." His eyes sharpened, as if piercing through the souls of his adversaries. He then activated his first soul skill, Spirit Detection, to better grasp the situation. Fei brandished a radiant dagger, swiftly charging towards the fiery woman, his movements agile and quick, akin to a shooting star across the sky. Meanwhile, the fire element woman called out, "Sister Binger, why are you still hesitating to act?" Binger responded, "All right, Qian, do not rush." As her words fell, she played an ancient flute, releasing a haunting melody that enveloped the surroundings in a frigid aura. She then unleashed her first soul skill, Frost Surge, causing the temperature to plunge drastically and a thick layer of frost to form upon the ground. Next, she activated her second soul skill, Frosty Melodies. Imbued with endless malice and chilling power, instilling fear in all who heard it, Su Yan was awestruck, pondering, ice and fire are opposing attributes. How can they coexist? Binger replied, "Indeed, ice and fire are opposing forces. Yet you will never have the chance to learn." The third soul skill, Celestial Fire Transformation. The fifth soul skill, Blazing Slash. Tang Xing, aware that this attack was insurmountable, shouted, "Quickly, gather around me." He immediately activated his third soul skill, Fairy Light Transformation, then executed his first soul skill, Holy Light Wave. The collision of these two energies generated a tremendous shockwave, warping the very air around them. However, this force did not entirely block Binger's attack. Instead, it was devoured by her flames. Binger laughed triumphantly. "Haha, do you think you can stop my attack with such feeble skills? How naive!" She intensified her fiery onslaught, aiming to overwhelm Tang Xing and his companions. At that moment, the two ancient figures beneath the Eye of Ice and Fire sensed the commotion above. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they observed the clash between Tang Xing and Bing. One of the elder figures muttered, "To be able to withstand Qi Yan's fifth soul skill, this young man is quite remarkable." The other elder revealed a greedy expression, stating, "Hee, if we could obtain his soul, perhaps we could break through our own limitations." Sure. Witnessing Tang Xing's ability to fend off Binger's attack felt a jolt of surprise. She realized that Tang Xing's strength exceeded her expectations. Thus, she resolved to take action herself. Determined to showcase her prowess to Tang Xing with a commanding voice, she invoked fifth soul skill, Soul Binding Frost Melody. As her voice reverberated, the temperature plummeted sharply, rapidly forming a thick layer of ice upon the ground. Tang Xing and the others felt the biting cold, their bodies involuntarily trembling. They understood that they faced a formidable enemy and must exert their utmost effort to contend. Tang Xing gripped his weapon tightly. Bracing himself for Binger's impending assault, Binger's soul-binding frost melody emanated a chill potent enough to slay a soul emperor, and Tang Xing's previous attack had been overwhelmingly powerful, leaving him somewhat incapable of resisting. Lan Xiu summoned her golden dragon martial soul, the deep rumble of a dragon's roar resonating throughout the space. Causing the Eye of Ice and Fire to boil with energy, she raised her golden dragon spear, and the golden dragon circled around her, emanating an aura of authority and strength. Subsequently, Lan Xiu unleashed her fourth soul skill, Golden Dragon Dance. As she moved, The golden dragon surged forth with immense energy, causing the surroundings to tremble violently. Suddenly, a tremendous dragon's roar echoed from the eye of ice and fire, followed by the emergence of a colossal dragon, its body entirely white and radiating an icy aura, which burst forth with a deafening roar. Simultaneously, another dragon, crimson in hue and exuding intense heat, followed closely behind. Tang Xing stood in awe, murmuring, "Could this be the legendary Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King?" At that moment, the Ice Dragon King exhaled a frigid breath, gazing at Tang Xing with a curious expression, saying, "This familiar aura. Could you be the Golden Dragon?" Lan Xiao interjected, "No, he is not the Golden Dragon. He is Lan Xiao." At this moment, the Ice Dragon King had acclimatized to the auras of Bing-Er and Qi-Yin, and its gaze softened in an instant. Bing-Er comprehended the underlying reason and hastily apologized to everyone. "Esteemed guests, I sincerely regret any offense caused earlier, and I hope for your understanding. Please allow Lan Xiao to stay. Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions." Tang Xing cast a worried glance at Lan Xiao, but nodded, saying, "Lan Xiao, do exercise caution. Remember to come find us once this conversation concludes." Bing-Er escorted Tang Xing, Ain, and the others to an exquisite abode adorned with frost, courteously stating, "Please, make yourselves comfortable here for the time being. My master has inquiries to make and will pose no threat to you, so please rest assured." The Ice Dragon King scrutinized Lan Xiao from every angle, prompting Lan Xiao to express her impatience. "Senior, you are being a tad excessive." The Ice Dragon King gazed incredulously at Lan Xiao, remarking, "You must be a soul beast in a transformed state. Am I correct?" Lan Xiao, with growing annoyance, replied, "Indeed, I am a soul beast in a transformed state. My original form being a golden dragon." The Fire Dragon King, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Precisely. This aura undoubtedly belongs to a soul beast. How could it possibly emanate from a human? Yet, why have you chosen to undergo recultivation?" At that moment, Lan Xiao felt akin to a rare creature on display, examined thoroughly by the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King. Her patience waned as she said, "Senior, you are overstepping." The Ice Dragon King's eyes sparkled with disbelief as he intently scrutinized Lan Xiao, seemingly attempting to peer into her very soul, softly inquiring, "You must be a soul beast in a transformed state, right?" Lan Xiao's irritation deepened, her tone laced with resignation as she replied, "Indeed, I am a soul beast in a transformed state. My original form being a golden dragon." The Fire Dragon King, now animated, stated that this aura is unmistakably that of a soul beast. It could never belong to a mere human. But why undergo recultivation? Lan Xiao answered, "For my own sake, and also to attain divinity." The Ice Dragon King pressed further, "Do you still remember us?" Lan Xiao, bewildered, responded, "You are not the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King." The Fire Dragon King, elated, exclaimed, "How wonderful! It seems the esteemed one still remembers us." Lan Xiao was taken aback, a wave of confusion washing over her. "When did I become your esteemed one?" The Fire Dragon King lamented. "Then how do you know of us?" Lan Xiao, covering her face, replied somberly, "Someone mentioned it earlier." The Ice Dragon King discerned, "It seems there is amnesia involved, but fret not, we shall still heed your wishes." Suddenly curious, Lan Xiao asked, "What is this esteemed one you speak of like?" The Fire Dragon King eagerly began, "Our esteemed one is awe-inspiring, exuding an air of dominance akin to a towering mountain. Insurmountable, yet shining like a brilliant star, radiating an overwhelming light. He is a revered figure of our clan, deserving of utmost respect." Lan Xiao remained unresponsive to this description. Tang Xing, unable to contain himself, anxiously interjected, "Please, do relay my request. I wish to meet your female master." He echoed his urgency. "I too wish to go to Sure," hastened to the side of the Ice Dragon King, respectfully stating, "Master, Tang Xing and the others wish to see you." After a moment's contemplation, the Ice Dragon King calmly replied, "Very well, take Lan Xiao back. I have matters to discuss with him." That Bing-Er led Lan Xiao back to the abode, informing Tang Xing, "My master requests your presence." Tang Xing, along with Bai, approached the Ice Dragon King, who inquired, "I wish to ask you, how did you acquire your second martial soul?" Tang Xing retorted, "It is of course my own." The Ice Dragon King's sharp gaze pierced through Tang Xing like a frigid blade, as if seeking to uncover his innermost thoughts. Unfazed, Tang Xing stood tall, releasing the pressure of his spirit martial soul. The Ice Dragon King, regaining composure, acknowledged, "This aura is unmistakable. Well, I have finished my inquiries. Is there anything else?" Bai Yi, resembling an eager rabbit, inquired, "May I ask, esteemed senior, if you have seen a seven-colored spirit deer nearby?" The Ice Dragon King, activating its dragon eye, discerned that this human was also a soul beast and responded, "Not long ago, I did sense a soul beast pass through here, but tragically, it has perished. As for the remains." The Ice Dragon King conjured an ice coffin, revealing the body of Bai Yi's brother. Although Bai Yi had prepared for this moment, the impact was still profound. Wiping away her tears, she asked, "Esteemed senior, who is responsible for this?" The Ice Dragon King recounted, "According to your descriptions, it was a group of malevolent soul masters who caused its demise, a truly lamentable loss of life." Tang Xing inquired, "Might I take some celestial herbs?" The Ice Dragon King replied, "Certainly, just leave a root for me." Tang Xing activated his spirit eyes, relying on his knowledge of celestial herbs to collect only those beneficial for himself and his friends. Upon receiving the Ice Dragon King's consent, Tang Xing practiced in the Eye of Ice and Fire. The soul rings of Tang Xing's spirit eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally yellow rings suddenly shifted to a golden hue during his cultivation, marking another enhancement of his martial soul. Chapter 36. Elder 9. Upon hearing the commotion, the Ice Dragon King emerged, observing the color of Tang Xing's soul rings with a frown, stating, "You ought to conceal that soul ring." Tang Xing immediately understood the Ice Dragon King's intention and recognized that his soul ring was indeed too conspicuous, potentially attracting unwanted attention. Thus, he promptly employed his soul skill to alter the color of his rings to yellow. With a smile, Tang Xing explained, "This is my new soul skill. To be precise, my self-created soul skill." The Ice Dragon King nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Tang Xing offered a fruit to the Ice Dragon King, saying, "Here for you, open your mouth." The Ice Dragon King obediently opened its mouth, and Tang Xing forcefully tossed the fruit inside. Upon swallowing the fruit, the Ice Dragon King felt a surge of formidable power rise within. Closing its eyes, it quietly absorbed the changes within its body. Before long, an immense aura erupted from the Ice Dragon King, its form shimmering with extraordinary light. Recognizing the benefits bestowed by the fruit, the Ice Dragon King sat down to earnestly comprehend and absorb the newfound strength of that moment. The Fire Dragon King suddenly burst forth, loudly questioning, "What is happening?" Tang Xing innocently replied, "I merely gave it a fruit to eat, and it turned out like this." The Fire Dragon King, eyes wide, exclaimed, "Give me one." Without hesitation, Tang Xing tossed a fruit to the Fire Dragon King. After consuming the fruit, the Fire Dragon King also entered a meditative state. Mirroring the Ice Dragon King's experience, time passed incrementally, and eventually, both the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King awakened. The Fire Dragon King, flushed with excitement, exclaimed, "Wow, my realm has significantly improved. This is fantastic. Thank you." He then cast a grateful glance at Tang Xing. Tang Xing inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as if he were silently preparing to articulate something of great importance. At last, he spoke, "Esteemed seniors, I have found the purpose of my visit here. Now, I request your permission for my friends and me to leave this place safely." Upon hearing this, the Ice Dragon King erupted into hearty laughter, the sound echoing throughout the cavern, filled with warmth and goodwill, instilling a sense of ease. Once his laughter subsided, the Ice Dragon King regarded Tang Xing earnestly, replying, "Of course, we have no intention of preventing your departure. In fact, I have a small request that I hope you will consider." Tang Xing raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued as he queried, "Oh, what might this request entail?" The Ice Dragon King, with a gentle smile, turned his gaze to the two children beside him, softly stating, "I wish to ask you to take Binger and Yinner with you to explore the outside world. They are still young and know nothing of what lies beyond, but I believe they possess the courage to face the unknown challenges ahead. Would you be willing to take them along?" With that, the Ice Dragon King's eyes were once again fixed on Tang Xing, eagerly awaiting his response. Tang Xing furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. That is acceptable, but they must join his sect. He understood that these two young women possessed remarkable strength, and incorporating them into the sect would undoubtedly bolster its capabilities. The Ice Dragon King readily nodded in agreement, pledging to uphold this promise. Tang Xing felt a sense of relief wash over him, knowing he had made the right choice. Subsequently, he led the group back to Linghai City. However, just as they neared Yun's sect, a massive shadow surged toward them from the distance. Moving with astonishing speed, arriving before them in the blink of an eye, Tang Xing swiftly intercepted the shadow's assault, but in the next moment, waves of black mist surged forth like a tide. Instantly, Tang Xing transformed into his spirit form, rapidly executing the first move of Myriad Spirit's Light, purifying the encroaching black mist one by one. Yet, the remaining black mist did not relent. It swiftly coalesced around a figure. The cloaked individual smirked, declaring, "Interesting, you can cleanse my black mist. It seems you cannot be left alive." Before he finished speaking, he lunged toward Tang Xing with astonishing speed. Without hesitation, Binger unleashed a powerful aura of Soul King. While Li Fei and the others prepared to lend their assistance at that moment, the fiery figure obstructed their path, exuding confidence as he declared, "Just him alone is insufficient to compel your intervention. Watch me unleash my fifth spirit ability, Flame Slash." With that, he swiftly transformed into a blazing inferno, hurtling toward the figure in black. The cloaked figure faced this assault with unwavering composure, immediately releasing his third spirit ability, White Wolf's Fang, as colossal wolf fangs materialized behind him, surging with a fierce aura toward Tang Xing just as the wolf fangs were about to sink their teeth into Tang Xing. A bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, shattering the fangs into oblivion. Following this, a young man clad in white descended gracefully, landing firmly on the ground. He possessed striking features, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, radiating an imposing presence. He gazed at the figure in black and exclaimed loudly, "Fang Yao, do not flee. I shall ensure you are captured today." The figure in black, identified as Fang Yao, turned pale upon seeing the newcomer and promptly fled, laughing heartily as he did so. "Mu Yun, let me tell you, capturing me is impossible. We have all the time in the world." Mu Yun sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. Once again, he has escaped. He then turned his attention to Tang Xing, his gaze revealing a mix of curiosity and caution. Tang Xing stepped forward, clasping his hands and greeting. "Greetings, Mr. Muda." Mu Yun scrutinized Tang Xing before bluntly inquiring, "May I ask how you are addressed, sir?" Tang Xing quickly replied, "My surname is Tang." Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, his tone becoming more polite. "Ah, so you are Tang. My apology for the oversight. I am Mu Yun. Might Mr. Tang be interested in forming a friendship with me?" Tang Xing proceeded to ask, "May I inquire what you were doing just now?" Mu Yun smiled and replied, "Are you familiar with the Ling Tian sect?" Just as Tang Xing was about to respond, Mu Yun continued, "The Ling Tian sect is a reclusive organization that practices dark arts that I was compelled to intervene in this matter to Mr. Tang. Until we meet again." As Tang Xing watched Mu Yun depart, the surroundings shifted back to normal. Jin Yu spotted Tang Xing and the others, excitedly calling out, "Little Xing." Tang Xing immediately recognized Jin Yu, replying, "Sister Jin Yu, what brings you here?" Jin Yu, astonished, responded, "I am here to fulfill a task assigned by my sect." Upon understanding Jin Yu's purpose, Tang Xing expressed his resolve, stating firmly, "Sister Jin Yu, regarding your previous inquiry about my interest in joining the sect, I have decided to join." Hearing Tang Xing's affirmation, Jin Yu was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Wonderful! This means I can provide a satisfactory report to the higher-ups of the sect." Tang Xing then inquired, "Sister Jin Yu, I have two friends who also wish to join the sect. What do you think?" Jin Yu confidently replied, "If they are introduced by you, I have complete faith in them." "Where are they?" Tang Xing promptly brought them forward, and Jin Yu asked, "Can the two of you summon your martial souls and spirit rings?" "I need to make a record." Bing Er and Qi Yin summoned their cold sound flute and radiant spirit ring, both displaying a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Jin Yu immediately noticed the uniqueness of the woman's martial soul and asked, Is your martial soul of the fire element? Qi Yin replied, Indeed. May I inquire about your martial soul? My martial soul indicates that it resonates remarkably well with yours. Jinyu then revealed her martial soul. My martial soul is the fire phoenix. It is currently stabilizing, but the power within me is still far beyond my control. It is overwhelmingly vast. Tang Xing then tossed a celestial herb into Jinyu's hands, saying, Sister Jinyu, this coxcomb phoenix vine is a special gift for you. Please do not refuse it, for it may aid you greatly. Jin Lin, upon seeing it, exclaimed, The coxcomb phoenix vine! What a treasure! Sister, consume it quickly. I shall protect you while you do so. This will be a tremendous boon for you. Jinyu promptly consumed the coxcomb phoenix vine, feeling a surge of warmth within her body as the power began to flow forth. Observing this, Jin Lin immediately released a divine aura to assist Jinyu. With Jin Lin's support, Jinyu successfully transformed that power into her phoenix power, and with the aid of Tang Xing's celestial herb, she broke through to the Spirit King realm. Jin Lin joyfully exclaimed, Sister, I shall take you to find your fifth spirit ring. Jinyu quickly grasped Jin Lin's arm, saying, Brother, there's no rush. Let us first escort them back to the sect. Jin Lin, knowing he could not resist his sister's wishes, conceded, Very well. Jinyu led Tang Xing and the others to the northeastern part of Linghai City, where a towering plaque stood at the entrance. Jinyu called out, Come in. Upon entering, they found sect disciples engaged in sparring and training. Jinyu instructed Su Yin, You may go to your room now. She turned to Lan Xiu and Li Fei, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, akin to radiant stars, and gently asked, Would you both consider joining our sect? Without hesitation, Li Fei responded, Where the leader goes, I shall follow. Jinyu beamed with satisfaction, her face radiating joy as she patted Li Fei's shoulder, as if to convey that their friendship was as solid as steel. She then turned to Lan Xiu, her expectations deepening, like a profound lake, and softly inquired, And what have you, Lan Xiu? Lan Xiu hesitated, stammering, I'm sorry, but I must consult my master about this matter. Jinyu smiled warmly, That's understandable. Just ensure you make your decision clearly, and feel free to come find me. Li Fei. You should go to see Sister Min. Elder Nine has requested that you bring her the person she wishes to meet. That a disciple relayed the message. Jinyu escorted Tang Xing and the others to Elder Nine, and upon seeing her, Tang Xing was taken aback, exclaiming, Elder Nine is Chapter 37. The gift of celestial herbs. Tang Xing's gaze fell upon the woman seated high above, and he immediately recognized her. Mother. Elder Nine greeted Tang Xing with a warm smile. Hello again, little Tang Xing. Tang Xing looked at Elder Nine in astonishment. He had never anticipated that his mother would be Elder Nine of Yun's sect. This revelation filled him with a mix of surprise and shock. He recalled their previous encounter, where an inexplicable bond had formed. Now, learning that Elder Nine was his mother, his heart brimmed with complex emotions. He gazed at her, excitement shimmering in his eyes. Though he was astonished, he also felt a profound sense of comfort and joy at having found his mother. Elder Nine smiled at Tang Xing, her eyes reflecting deep maternal love and concern. She understood the trials and tribulations Tang Xing had faced and felt immeasurable relief that they were finally reunited. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xing endeavored to calm the tumult within his heart. He resolved to cherish this rare familial bond and to spend time with his mother, facing the future together. Jinyu spoke first. Elder Nine, I have brought the people you requested. With that, she stepped aside, allowing Bing Er and Qi Yin to approach Elder Nine. Elder Nine examined them closely, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, they are promising recruits. Let them remain. From now on, Yun's sect shall be their home. She then turned to Jinyu and said, You heir, take them to rest and prepare for tomorrow's initiation ceremony. She further advised Bing Er and Qi Yin, Be sure to rest well and adjust your states. Tomorrow there will be a simple initiation ceremony. The two responded in unison, Thank you, Elder, before following Jinyu out. After watching them leave, Tang Xing found himself at a loss. Uncertain of what to do next at that moment, Elder Nine approached him with a smile, asking Star, Are you planning to join our Yin sect? Upon hearing this, Tang Xing nodded eagerly, determination gleaming in his eyes. Noting his affirmation, Elder Nine patted his shoulder, speaking with reassurance. Very well, since that is the case, The sect will soon announce the return of the fourth elder. You should join us for that. Although Tang Xing did not fully grasp the significance, he obediently agreed. Tang Xing curiously inquired, "The fourth elder? Who is that?" Suddenly, Elder Nine put a finger to her lips, gesturing for silence as she mysteriously replied, "That is a secret." At that moment, the sound of a melodious and solemn bell resonated throughout the sect. Upon hearing the bell, all the disciples hurried toward the same direction, gathering in the conference hall. This time, the person standing at the center of the hall was the host of the meeting, Ru Jian. With a serious expression and a loud voice, he addressed everyone, "Silence, please. Today marks the return of our Yun sect's fourth elder. Let us welcome her with the warmest applause and cheers," as Ru Jian's words echoed. The atmosphere erupted into excitement. The disciples clapped and cheered, expressing their anticipation and respect for the fourth elder. Above in the sky, a phoenix suddenly appeared, circling and emitting ACRY in the next moment. It descended into the center of the square, and as the flames dissipated, a man clad in a black robe materialized before the crowd. "Wow! What is that?" "A phoenix," the onlookers gasped in astonishment, their faces a mix of shock and curiosity. Jean Lin disdainfully approached the speaker, a hint of a sneer on his lips as he declared, "I am the fourth elder of Yun's sect." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the entire square. Ensuring that everyone heard him distinctly, as his words fell, an immense aura erupted from his being, akin to an invisible tidal wave sweeping outward. This presence, imbued with authority and dominance, evoked an involuntary sense of reverence in all who stood before him. The formidable energy left every individual present gasping, stifling the words of Elder Yang, who had intended to speak. Now deterred by Jean Lin's overwhelming force, this moment, Elder Jiu stepped forward and proclaimed, "The matter regarding Elder C has reached a conclusion and can be considered settled. Furthermore, I have another significant announcement to make." Upon finishing, Tang Xing approached the center of the assembly hall. Elder Jiu's voice grew more resonant as he declared, "From this day forth, Tang Xing shall officially become a member of our Yun sect. Moreover, Tang Xing is under my tutelage. Should I be absent from the sect in the future, he shall have the authority to assume my position." With those words, the hall fell into an eerie silence. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, astonished and perplexed by this sudden decision. Yet, none dared to voice dissent or objection, fully aware of Elder Jiu's esteemed status and strength within the Yun sect. Tang Xing stood in Elder Jiu's chamber. Addressing Jiang Yu, "Mother, the matter has been resolved. I believe it is time to return to school. After all, my studies remain of utmost importance." Jiang Yu nodded thoughtfully, expressing concern. "Yes, that seems wise. However, do take care, especially on your journey. Would you like to rest here for a while before departing?" A hint of worry and care shone in her eyes. Tang Xing smiled, appreciating his mother's concern, yet feeling quite unwearied. Replied, "It's fine, Mother. I'm not tired. Besides, there's no rush. I can take my time." Seeing her son so resolute, she refrained from pressing further, simply advising, "Very well. Since you have made your decision, do be cautious on the road. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know." Tang Xing nodded, replying with a smile, "Rest assured, Mother, that I shall take good care of myself. Moreover, there is plenty of time, so there's no need for excessive worry." He understood that his mother was often overly concerned for him, so he sought to ease her mind. Subsequently, Tang Xing bid farewell to Jiang Yu and exited the room, preparing to embark on his journey home. He reflected on his return to the Yun sect, noting that although there had been some challenges, thankfully, everything had been resolved. He felt a sense of anticipation for the future, confident that he would achieve even greater success. Qi Yin and Bing Er observed a senior disciple practicing elemental techniques. Qi Yin watched with keen interest, while Bing Er quickly discerned that this individual possessed an extraordinary martial soul, remarking, "His martial soul must be the elemental fan, capable of wielding the powers of the 5 elements." That moment, Jin Yu approached them, introducing, "Indeed, he is your master, Qian Mo. Come over." Upon hearing this, Qi Yin could scarcely believe her ears, incredulously asking, "He is to be our master? Surely, that cannot be right. What is your cultivation level?" Without hesitation, Qian Mo replied, Soul King. Upon hearing this, Qian displayed a look of disdain, scoffing. A mere Soul King. What is so impressive about that? Sensing her attitude, Qian Mo provocatively challenged. What? Do you look down on me? Shall we have a competition? Qian's interest piqued at the challenge, as it aligned perfectly with her inclination, and she readily agreed. All right, let us go. The two swiftly assumed combat stances, when suddenly, Qian Mo recalled something, smiling as he said, According to the hierarchy, you are my little junior sister, as your senior. I shall allow you to make the first move. Qian smirked slightly, retorting, In that case, senior brother, do be prepared to receive my attack. Third soul skill. Heavenly fire transformation. First soul skill. Blazing flames devour the heavens. With that, she danced her hands, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged forth, creating a searing sea of fire aimed at Qian Mo. In response to Qian's onslaught, Qian Mo reacted swiftly, immediately releasing the water elemental energy from his fan, calling out, Third soul skill, Roar of Water. Instantly, a deluge surged forth like a mighty dragon, colliding with Qian's flames. In a heartbeat, fire and water clashed, emitting hissing sounds reminiscent of boiling water. Bing Er, captivated by the fierce battle, curiously inquired, Jinyu, is Qian Mo's martial soul an ultimate martial soul? Jinyu gently shook her head, replying, It should not be. However, his martial soul is quite special, possessing the power of multiple elements, making it a rare martial soul indeed. Bing Er stepped forward, her gaze resolute as she addressed Qian Mo. Qian Mo, what if we were to join forces and defeat you? Her voice was clear and confident, as if she had already prepared thoroughly. Qian Mo furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before responding. Should I lose, I shall become your personal guardian for a month. However, if I win, you both must heed my commands. What do you say? His tone bore a hint of provocation, yet it also exuded confidence in his own abilities. Without hesitation, Bing Er nodded in agreement, seemingly unafraid of the impending challenge, even appearing somewhat eager for the duel. Tang Xing, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over, witnessing Bing Er and Qian engaged in a contest, enthusiastically cheering. Go for it. His voice was filled with encouragement and support, hoping for their victorious outcome. As Tang Xing's exclamation resonated, onlookers gathered, drawn to the unfolding duel. The atmosphere grew tense yet vibrant, with all eagerly anticipating who would emerge triumphant from this clash. Qian Mo began by summoning water elements, resembling surging waves, aiming to suppress Qian's fervor. Meanwhile, Bing Er quickly summoned her frost flute, exclaiming, First soul skill, frost inducement. In an instant, Qian Mo's water elements froze into ice. Resembling delicate sculptures, Qian Mo, astonished to discover Bing Er's martial soul was an ice flute, marveled. Truly, she lives up to her name, cold and elegant as ice. Bing Er smiled softly, responding, Thank you for the compliment. Senior brother, I shall settle this with one move. Second soul skill, Melody of Frost. Fifth soul skill, Frosty Soul Requiem. Qian, maintaining her third soul skill, unleashed her formidable power. Fifth soul skill, Flame Slash. Qian Mo swiftly unfurled his fan, reciting, Blade of Gold, Binding of Wood, Roar of Water, Incineration of Fire, Burial of Earth. His voice resonated like celestial music, imbued with a mysterious force. The ensuing explosion unleashed devastating power, akin to a volcanic eruption, propelling Qian and Bing Er outward. Jinyu exclaimed, What progress? Tang Xing took his leave from Jinyu and Qian, soaring back to the school's grove like a bird in flight. Upon entering the grove, he spotted Lan Xiao and immediately followed. Ming Yin, upon seeing Lan Xiao arrive, exuberantly urged, Hurry, while the class leader and Li Fei are absent. Let us feast. Oh, is that so? This remark, as biting as a chilling wind, sent shivers down their spines. Xian turned to see. Class leader, Tang Xing, intrigued, inquired, What are you all up to? Ian, flustered like a startled rabbit, stammered, Nothing at all. Soon after, Li Fei arrived, and upon seeing the food Xian had prepared, he instantly lost his composure, roaring like an indignant lion. Xian, how dare you eat barbecue behind my back? What of your conscience? Tang Xing, with a wry smile, remarked, I was curious what it was up by the way, Xian. I have a gold tulip here, perfectly suited for you, Xian, taken aback, chirped with delight. Class leader, I truly don't know how to repay you. Perhaps I should offer myself in gratitude. Tang Xing was somewhat astonished, resembling a startled fawn, stammering. That is entirely unnecessary, by the way, Li Fei. I have this dawn gold antelope for you, Li Fei, like a greedy little fox. Accepted it eagerly. Tang Xing then turned to Lin Qian and Huang Quan, speaking gently as a breeze. This rare fungus sky, chrysanthemum, and thunderous rain mussel are for you. Huang Quan, upon seeing the precious herb, beamed with joy. Thank you. Tang Xing handed a herb to Lan Xiao, warmly saying, This Nine Suns heavenly flower is most suitable for you. Lan Xiao, taken aback by the value of the herb, repeatedly shook her head. No, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Tang Xing urged once more. Take it. Suddenly, a herb appeared before Lan Xiao, as if by magic, leaving Tang Xing utterly astonished. Chapter 38. A single strike. Tang Xing stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, murmuring, The heartbreak red, it has chosen its master. As a rosy hue gradually dissipated, the once exquisitely vibrant heartbreak red transformed into a radiant beam of light. Delicately landing in Lan Xiao's hands, that it seemed to have found its haven, resting there as if awaiting something. Lan Xiao gazed at the heartbreak red in her palm, a wave of inexplicable emotion swelling within her. Gently caressing the petals, she whispered, Is this flower acknowledging me as its master? Very well. If so, I shall cherish and protect you for a lifetime. Beside them, Tangxing observed the scene and promptly urged, Lan Xiao, now is not the time for nostalgia. You must swiftly absorb the Jiang Tianhua. Only then can its true efficacy be realized to enhance your strength. His gaze was fixed intently on Lan Xiao, brimming with anticipation and encouragement. After returning to school, Su Yin searched tirelessly for Tangxing's figure. At last, she found Tangxing and Lan Xiao in the familiar grove. Oh, class leader, you prove quite elusive, Su Yin exclaimed, breathless. Tangxing looked at her with some confusion and inquired, What happened? Is something amiss? Su Yin suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, but mustered the courage to say no. Thank you for the spiritual herb. It truly helped elevate my soul power. With that, Su Yin impulsively leaned in and planted a heartfelt kiss on Tangxing's cheek. This unexpected display left everyone astonished, particularly Lan Xiao, whose heart sank, overwhelmed by a bittersweet sensation. Su Yan's moment of impulsiveness faded. She became acutely aware of her indiscretion. Quickly rising from Tangxing's side, her face flushed, she stammered, I apologize. I lost my composure. After absorbing the herb's essence, Lin Qian emanated an imposing aura, as if he had transformed into someone extraordinary. To his astonishment, he discovered that the quality of his martial soul had indeed ascended. Gratefully, he looked at Tangxing and stated, Class leader, thank you. If you ever need my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall give my utmost effort. Tangxing chuckled wryly and replied, No need for such formality. It is merely my duty. IT is not just our team. Even our classmates have benefited. Hearing this, Huang Quan curiously inquired, Class leader, did you perhaps go herb gathering? So many spiritual herbs. His eyes sparkled with intrigue, but soon he became excited again, adding, However, my Thunder Rain twin blades seem to have powered up, and their strength is greater than before. Xian chimed in, Indeed, my mental prowess has also advanced. I may even surpass you, class leader. With that, Xian unleashed her mental power. Yet in the next moment, Tangxing suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as he fixed it forward, effortlessly breaking through Xian's mental barrier. Xian was taken aback, realizing the vast disparity between her mental strength and Tangxing's, and she asked, Class leader, how is your mental power so formidable? Tangxing smiled faintly and countered, Have you heard of the purple extreme demon eyes? Xian immediately understood everything and excitedly asked, Can I join too? Without hesitation, Tangxing affirmed, Of course. Just then, Li Fei awakened, exclaiming with glee, Wonderful! My martial soul has ascended a level, and my soul power flows more smoothly now. Nearby, Su Yi, having overheard their conversation, coldly remarked, "Oh, I look forward to your performances." Tongxing spotted Su Yi and was about to speak when, in an instant, Su Yi vanished without a trace. Tongxing marveled. So fast. His figure is impossible to catch. Lanxiao, concerned, asked, "Tongxing, are you all right?" Tongxing snapped back to reality and replied, "I'm fine." "And you, Lanxiao?" Lanxiao responded, "I've broken through. Now I require a soul ring. Will you accompany me to hunt for one tonight?" Tongxing readily agreed. Certainly. The others dispersed, leaving only Tongxing and Lanxiao as they prepared to venture into the soul-hunting forest. Meanwhile, Su Yi reported to their teacher, "Teacher, after consuming the spiritual herbs, Tongxing and the others have significantly increased their soul power." The teacher smiled, clearly pleased, and remarked, "Very well. Tomorrow, we shall assign them more challenging tasks." He then turned to Su Yi and inquired, "Have you selected the candidates?" Su Yi respectfully replied, "Yes, teacher, I have made the selections, and all arrangements are in place." His tone conveyed confidence and determination, as if he were resolute in the success of the upcoming plan. Upon entering the soul-hunting forest, Tongxing spotted a nearby soul beast, and, after careful observation, remarked, "Ah, a 5-year lightning leopard. What do you think, Lanxiao?" Lanxiao nodded, affirming it will do. Receiving her confirmation, Tongxing instantly transformed into his ethereal form, striking with the swiftness of lightning, effortlessly subduing the lightning leopard. Subsequently, Lanxiao swiftly moved forward to absorb its energy. In less than half an hour, she successfully completed the absorption process. However, at that moment, Lanxiao suddenly asked, "Tongxing, what kind of girl do you like?" Tongxing, taken aback, responded with surprise, "Why this sudden question?" Lanxiao gently shook his hand. Her eyes filled with a pitiful glimmer as she pleaded, "Please tell me. I beg you." Tongxing, feeling a sense of helplessness, sighed and replied, "The kind of woman I admire must be one of extraordinary beauty, possessing grace and charm that captivates all." Upon hearing this, Lanxiao's expression darkened, and she angrily exclaimed, "Fine, I shall not speak to you any more." With that, she turned to leave. Realizing his faux pas, Tongxing hastily grasped Lanxiao's hand, anxiously explaining, "Lanxiao, wait, I was merely jesting." Lanxiao soared away, and Tongxing followed closely behind. The morning sunlight bathed the dormitory balcony, casting a dazzling glow. As Tongxing opened his eyes, he felt as though the blinding light could pierce through everything. A sudden realization filled him with joy as he discovered that his purple extreme demon eyes had ascended a level, reaching the realm of the mustard seed. This newfound ability to perceive the essence of all things filled him with immense excitement. Just then, the school bell rang. Reminding him that it was time for class, he hurriedly gathered his belongings and proceeded to the teaching building. Teacher Wu awaited the students in her usual spot. Before long, the students arrived one after another. Observing their spirited demeanor, Teacher Wu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She addressed them solemnly, "Tongxing, Li Fei, Su Yin, Lin, Lanxiao, Lin Qian, Huang Quan, you 7 have been chosen as the school's 7 spirit masters, representing the future and hopes of our academy. Therefore, I shall employ a unique teaching method to nurture you, and I hope you shall not disappoint the expectations of our elders. Now, I call upon the following students to step forward: Nian Xue, Qing Yu, Chu Wei, Ming Yin, Nansheng, Zimo, and Wei Ning. You 7 shall engage in a challenge match against Tongxing and his companions, giving it your all." Ninxue gazed at Tongxing with fervent determination and declared, "I ask that you unleash your full strength." Class leader. Upon hearing their request, Tongxing smiled slightly and immediately released the pressure of his spiritual martial soul. The others felt the immense force and gasped in disbelief. We had no idea the class leader's mental power was so formidable. At that moment, Ming Yin stepped forward, her gaze sharpening as she met Tongxing's spiritual force head-on. Tongxing, noticing the challenge, unhesitatingly intensified his mental output. Suddenly, Ming Yin felt an overwhelming force surge toward her, causing her to stumble backward. Wide-eyed and astonished, she exclaimed, "What immense mental power!" Meanwhile, Qing Yu and Chu Wei exchanged glances, their minds in sync as they charged toward Tongxing, determined to combat his overwhelming mental strength. In the next instant, Su Yin and Li Fei stood resolute like unyielding fortresses, blocking their path. Nian Xue attempted to rescue them, but was halted by a sudden flash of lightning, a fierce barrier preventing her advance. Aware of Huang Quan's strength, she refrained from acting recklessly. Meng Yin, realizing her minor blunder, had ensnared her teammates, swiftly unleashed her first soul skill, Dolphin Song. The powerful sound waves surged like a tidal wave, disorienting Li Fei and the others, causing them excruciating headaches. Yet, as if anticipating this, Su Yin immediately switched her martial soul and released her first soul skill, Emerald Melody. The two waves of sound clashed in the air like battling dragons, refusing to yield. Suddenly, a massive fireball, akin to a blazing meteor, hurtled towards Su Yin. Xian shouted, "Watch out!" Her voice thundered across the battlefield. Simultaneously, she unleashed her fourth soul skill, Starry Shield. That a star-shaped barrier materialized before Su Yin, intercepting the fireball. Wei Ning felt a twinge of disappointment, observing, "Alas, you still managed to shield her." Lan Xiu called out, "Wei Ning, dare you engage me in battle?" Wei Ning swiftly released her second soul skill, Scarlet Flame Possession, followed by her third soul skill, Sacred Crimson Flame, charging toward Lan Xiu. In response, Lan Xiu prepared herself and unleashed her fourth soul skill, Golden Tyrant Dragon Slash. Wei Ning was sent flying, leaving the onlookers stunned. "Did you see that? A single strike took her out." Chapter 39. The dual training. Tongxing and Su Yin unleashed their martial soul fusion, Purple Spirit Divine Light. Upon witnessing the situation, Nansheng immediately unleashed his soul abilities. He first invoked his first soul skill, Spirit of the Deer, followed by his second soul skill, Horn of the Crying Deer. Then the third soul skill, Protection of the Deer Spirit, and finally the fourth soul skill, Blessing of the Spirit Deer. However, the combined power of Tangxing and his companions' martial souls proved to be overwhelmingly formidable, compelling Nansheng to employ even more potent techniques. That he executed his third soul skill, Amplification of Soul Power, followed swiftly by his fourth soul skill, Enhancement of Power. Tangxing, observing the spectacle, was taken aback. He marveled, "I never anticipated that Nansheng could withstand our martial soul fusion attack. He truly is remarkable." Just then, Ziemo summoned his second martial soul, charging directly at Tangxing. Tangxing reacted swiftly, immediately summoning the Celestial Spirit Halberd to engage in a fierce battle with Zmo. The two were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a victor. Unyielding, Zmo promptly unleashed his fourth soul skill, Soaring through the Nine Heavens. Tangxing countered with the third technique of the Celestial Spirit Halberd, Sweeping through the 10,000 armies, as well as the first technique. Celestial/Zmo was struck by Tangxing's attack and fell to the ground in an instant. Chu Hao, with a serious expression, instructed Qingyu. "Qingyu, activate the martial soul fusion." Without hesitation, Qingyu leaped into action, completing the fusion with Chu Hao. Together, they proclaimed, "Martial soul fusion, Divine Light's heavenly punishment." Meanwhile, Lan Xiu let out a cold snort. "Do you really think our team possesses only one martial soul fusion?" Su Yin, however, before she could finish, Li Fei eagerly interrupted. "Wait, let me handle this. Martial soul fusion, Light and Shadow Moon." With that, Li Fei rapidly unleashed his formidable martial soul power, his fusion technique striking Chu Hao's martial soul fusion with astonishing speed and force, instantly causing it to shatter. In response, Li Fei exuberantly shouted, "This feels exhilarating." While Wu Xinheng wore a satisfied smile. Nodding in approval, he remarked, "Not bad. You've made progress as class leader. Tangxing must lead by example, while also assisting his classmates. Do you understand?" Tangxing immediately grasped Wu Xinheng's intent and replied respectfully, "Understood." Teacher Wu Xinheng continued, "Very well. Let us proceed. Jiang Hao, your group shall take the lead." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao felt a tinge of reluctance but steeled himself. He glanced at Tangxing, offering a wry smile as he said, Xing, do take it easy on me later." Meanwhile, Jiang Hao's team promptly entered battle mode, adopting a serious stance. Tangxing, seeing this, also prepared for combat without the slightest hint of complacency. Thus, a fierce confrontation was on the verge of erupting. As Jiang Hao showcased his soul ring, the attention of Tang Xing and the others shifted entirely to him. Yi Xian, spotting this, immediately released a soul skill. But Tang Xing and the others reacted swiftly, sprouting a pair of wings that allowed them to soar out of Yi Xian's skill range. However, the next moment, a powerful gust of wind swept Tang Xing and his 6 companions into its vortex. Tang Xing exchanged a glance with Su Yin, who instantly understood his intent. Lin Xian swiftly summoned a rock dragon shield to protect the other 4, while Su Yin utilized a counterclockwise speed to mitigate the damage caused by the wind. Meanwhile, Tang Xing concentrated intensely, calling upon the light elements within him in an effort to gather his strength. Realizing the dire situation, Yi Xian shouted, "This is bad. We must stop them quickly." Tang Xing successfully transformed into his elfin form, radiating a dazzling golden light. Clad in golden battle attire, he sprouted a pair of shimmering golden wings. He murmured, "Waves of sacred light." Sun Shaokong and Su Chuan rushed towards the tornado, attempting to capture Su Yan. Yet, just as they were about to reach the vortex, it erupted violently. Su Yin plummeted from the sky, exclaiming, "Tang Xing, my soul power is nearly depleted." Firmly, Tang Xing stood behind them and reassured, "No worries, rest well. I will handle the upcoming battle." That moment, Li Fei stepped forward, declaring, "Boss, I will accompany you." Lan Xiu rose, affirming, "And I shall join as well." The two adjusted their powers, donning their battle attire, standing resolutely beside Tang Xing. Sun Shaokong nearly lost grip of his purple gold staff, astonished by the immense strength of the two. Su Chuan, noticing the panic within the Spring family, hastened to reassure, "Fear not. They are but 3. We outnumber them. There is no need for fear." However, he himself retreated to the back of the crowd. That moment, Li Fei dashed towards the Spring family with lightning speed. Leaving onlookers in awe, Jin Yu swiftly summoned the Fire Phoenix to engage in a fierce battle with Li Fei. The Fire Phoenix unleashed a torrent of flames as Li Fei wielded his weapon, the two exchanging blows in a fierce contest. Jiang Hao, upon witnessing this, attempted to assist Jin Yu, but was halted by Lan Xiu. Lan Xiu released the mighty aura of the Golden Dragon, its roar echoing through the skies, instilling fear in all. Jiang Hao, undeterred, summoned the 7-colored spirit horse, showcasing his prowess. The clash of their formidable energies created a massive shockwave, leaving those nearby gasping for breath. Jiang Hao shouted, summoning the 7-colored divine spear, and lunged fiercely at Lan Xiu. Although Lan Xiu was powerful, she found herself momentarily flustered by Jiang Hao's sudden attack. The two exchanged blows back and forth, neither gaining the upper hand. Just then, Tang Xing challenged Sun Shaokong. However, as he prepared to strike, a fan suddenly swooped in from behind in a surprise attack. Tang Xing reacted swiftly, dodging Su Chuan's strike. Su Lu and Hiexin, witnessing the situation, rushed to assist Sun Shaokong and Su Chuan. This moment, Sun Kong and Su Chuan, bolstered by their allies, unleashed their most potent attacks, Gale Slash and the Purple Gold Staff. Observing this, Tang Xing intoned, Celestial Spirit Halberd, 3rd technique. Sweeping through the 10,000 armies, 1st technique. Celestial Slash. He swung the halberd with precision, conjuring a fierce gust of wind. The combined assaults of Su Chuan and Sun Shaokong were instantly nullified, and Tang Xing followed up with a powerful strike, rendering them unconscious on the ground. Jin Yu, witnessing this, unhesitatingly released the power of the Phoenix, activating her 5th soul skill, Gaze of the Phoenix. Li Fei, fully aware that he was no match for Jin Yu, urgently called out, Martial Soul Fusion, Light and Shadow Moon. Yet ultimately, Li Fei could not withstand Jin Yu's assault, and both were eliminated from the fray. Lan Xiu and Jiang Hao continued their fierce exchange, neither yielding ground. Suddenly, Lan Xiu noticed the artifact in Jiang Hao's possession and inwardly cursed her misfortune. This was indeed a divine artifact. Defeating Jiang Hao would not be an easy feat. However, Jiang Hao, brimming with confidence, taunted Lan Xiu, "You are no match for me. Lan Xiu, it's best for you to concede." Undeterred by Jiang Hao's provocation, Lan Xiu smirked, dismissively retorting, "How can I know if I cannot win without trying?" 4th soul skill, Golden Tyrant Dragon Slash. Just then, Jiang Hao shook his head, sighed, tightened his grip on his weapon, and unleashed the remnant soul of the seven-colored spirit horse. This move was immensely powerful, sending Lan Xiao flying out of the competition. Ultimately, only Jiang Hao, Ding Xian, and Tang Xing remained standing on the battlefield. Tang Xing assessed the current situation and called out, "Senior brother, why not let them go first? We wouldn't want to disrupt the harmony." Jiang Hao agreed. "Very well, you may go ahead." Thus, Ding Xian and Su He stepped out of the arena to AKT this moment. Only Jiang Hao and Tang Xing were left. Jiang Hao lunged towards Tang Xing, who countered with a heavy thrust that pushed Jiang Hao back. The battle intensified, leaving everyone eager to witness the ensuing developments. Jiang Hao leaped into the air, striking down at Tang Xing, who raised his halberd overhead to defend, but was forced back a few steps. Realizing his spear techniques were insufficient, Tang Xing began to channel Celestial Spirit Halberd, second technique, Radiant Glow. A blinding beam of light shot forth from Tang Xing's halberd, illuminating the entire battlefield. This radiance was as scorching as the sun, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. Jiang Hao felt an overwhelming pressure, but did not falter. He raised his long spear, channeling his spirit power, ready to confront Tang Xing's impending strike. A faint smile crept onto Jiang Hao's lips. His confidence palpable, he deftly swung his spear, unleashing a powerful stream of spirit light that illuminated the surrounding air. This brilliant light surged forward like a bolt of lightning, colliding with Tang Xing's radiance. The two beams of light met in midair, producing a resounding explosion. The intense energy created a shockwave that sent winds swirling around them. Tang Xing's brilliance was gradually overpowered by Jiang Hao's spirit light, ultimately vanishing from sight. Jiang Hao's spirit light surged onward, propelling Tang Xing back several dozen meters. Tang Xing coughed up blood, teetering on the brink of collapse. His complexion paled, eyes wide with astonishment and fear. He had never imagined that Jiang Hao possessed such formidable strength, effortlessly defeating his technique. In that moment, he felt his own power diminish to insignificance, as if all his efforts had been in vain. Unable to maintain even his elfin form, Tang Xing faltered, prompting Jiang Hao to mock. "Junior brother, is this truly all you are capable of? Where are your abilities?" "Stand up." Tang Xing struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flickering with anger and resentment. He gripped his war spear tightly, ready to launch another assault. However, Jiang Hao did not grant Tang Xing the opportunity. He swiftly charged towards Tang Xing, the spear in his hand glinting ominously. Upon realizing this, Tang Xing hurriedly raised his war spear in defense. Yet Jiang Hao's speed was astonishing, effortlessly breaching Tang Xing's defenses and striking a shoulder. Tang Xing coughed up blood once more, his body collapsing backward. Jiang Hao stood firm, gazing down at the fallen Tang Xing. A triumphant smile adorning his face, he mockingly taunted, "Junior brother, weren't you quite formidable? Why do you seem so feeble now?" Tang Xing clenched his teeth, enduring the pain as he rose from the ground. He glared at Jiang Hao, his eyes ablaze with fury. He knew he could not be defeated so easily. He had to prove his strength. Taking a deep breath, he launched another attack. This time, Tang Xing's assault was even more potent than before. He wielded his war spear, unleashing a torrent of fierce light. The beams of light pierced toward Jiang Hao like the sharpest of blades, attempting to penetrate his defenses. Jiang Hao, undaunted by Tang Xing's onslaught, deftly evaded the strikes while retaliating with his spear. The two engaged in a fierce battle on the battlefield, neither willing to yield an inch. After hearing Jiang Hao's words, Tang Xing stood tall once again, channeling the essence of his spirit, a martial soul, and the primal power of the Spirit Holy Spear. He gripped the holy spear tightly and swung it fiercely at Jiang Hao. Sensing the opportune moment, Jiang Hao immediately met Tang Xing's ferocity with a vigorous counterattack. The two exchanged blows, locked in a fierce struggle. Jiang Hao noticed that Tang Xing's strikes grew increasingly formidable, each maneuver intensifying the pressure upon him. Yet he refused to back down, defending against Tang Xing's relentless assault. Just then, Tang Xing spotted a flaw in Jiang Hao's defense. Without hesitation, he thrust the holy spear towards him. Jiang Hao reacted swiftly, transitioning to a defensive stance, using his seven-color divine spear to block Tang Xing's strike. Almost immediately, he summoned his seven-colored spirit horse Martial Soul to stand behind him. Tang Xing, undeterred, summoned his spirit Martial Soul, facing Jiang Hao in a tense standoff. The clash of their powerful energies generated a dazzling spectacle, their weapons responding with tremendous force, as if threatening to tear asunder the very fabric of space. The intensity of their battle escalated, and the surrounding air became searingly hot. In this breathtaking confrontation, the question lingered: who would ultimately prevail? This became the focal point of everyone's attention. Meanwhile, Tang Xing and Jiang Hao poured their all into showcasing their utmost prowess. Chapter 40. The plan is advanced at that moment. The Spirit Holy Spear, previously held tightly by Tang Xing, began to tremble violently before slipping from his grasp and soaring into the air. Simultaneously, Jiang Hao's seven-color divine spear also broke free, ascending into the sky. The two artifacts began to emanate their respective auras, facing each other in a standoff. However, to everyone's astonishment, the seven-color divine spear gradually faltered against the overwhelming pressure of the Spirit Holy Spear, retreating step by step. Ultimately, both Jiang Hao and his spear were forcefully ejected from the arena. The outcome of the match was unequivocal. Tang Xing emerged victorious once more. Yet an even more unforeseen event unfolded. With a flash of light, the Spirit Holy Spear suddenly transformed into the visage of a strikingly handsome man, clad in resplendent golden armor, with a pair of magnificent golden wings unfurling from his back. Wielding a spear that shimmered with mysterious radiance, concurrently, Jiang Hao's seven-color divine spear morphed into a breathtakingly beautiful woman, adorned in a vibrant gown, holding a staff radiating seven hues of light. She gracefully descended to the ground. Respectfully bowing to Jiang Hao, seven-colored, "I pay my respects to you, young master." Jiang Hao cleared his throat lightly, and the seven-colored spirit immediately understood his cue, rushing to the Spirit Holy Spear with excitement, exclaiming, "Brother Jinling, is it truly you?" The Spirit Holy Spear slowly opened its eyes, and, upon seeing the seven-colored spirit, exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Cheatsai, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be?" Before it could finish, Jinling hurriedly utilized spatial power to conceal their forms and shield them from prying eyes. Jinling regarded the seven-colored spirit with curiosity, inquiring, "Shouldn't you be in the divine realm? How did you end up here?" Cheatsai sighed helplessly, explaining, "I was originally following my master in the divine realm's outskirts when we encountered the Lord of the Abyss. We engaged in a fierce battle, and just as we were about to capture him, he opened a barrier that transported the entire divine realm into the outskirts and used it to threaten my master. Unexpectedly, a powerful spatial turbulence surged in, enveloping the divine realm. To my shock, a black hole appeared, sucking both my master and yours into it. As for how I arrived here, I intended to inform my mistress as swiftly as possible. But when I reached this place, my soul had suffered severe trauma, ultimately leading me to a desolate and savage land. After a long time, a merchant found me and brought me back to his auction house. That's how it all unfolded. What about you?" Wu Xinheng suddenly shouted. "Everyone, retreat for now. Leave this to Tang Xing." Upon hearing this, Jinling was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, hesitating before saying, "Well, I'm not entirely clear on the specifics either. However, since my master entrusted me to him, there must be a profound reason behind it. Moreover, his aura feels remarkably familiar." After a moment of contemplation, Cheatsai urged, "Brother Jinling, please be cautious." Jinling gently patted Cheatsai's head, reassuring her, "Do not worry. There is no one under the heavens who can harm me." Subsequently, Jinling unveiled the barrier and bowed deeply to Tang Xing, saying, "Greetings, I am the spirit of the Spirit Holy Spear. My name is Jinling." Tang Xing, caught off guard by this sudden act, responded in bewilderment, "Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to gift you a red scarf." With that, Tang Xing produced a vibrant red scarf from his person and personally tied it around Jinling's head. At that moment, Jin Mao suddenly sprang forth, exclaiming with delight, "Ha! Now I finally have a companion." However, Jinling immediately grew alert, sensing that Jin Mao was no ordinary being, but rather a ferocious beast. She anxiously warned, "Be careful, he's a fierce beast." Upon hearing this, Jin Mao erupted in indignation, retorting, "What a being, a fierce beast. I haven't provoked you. Why are you so angry?" As tensions mounted between them, Tang Xing quickly intervened, extending his arms to separate the two, shouting, "Stop! Both of you, cease this at once. No fighting, no arguing, understood?" Jin Mao glanced at Tang Xing, shrugged, and replied, "I'm fine, but the key issue lies with her." With that, Jin Mao turned to Jin Ling. Tang Xing followed suit, asking, "And what about you?" Jin Ling sighed in resignation, conceding, "Very well. I agree." Hearing this, Tang Xing felt a sense of relief and turned to both Jin Mao and Jin Ling, saying, "That's good. You are both my friends, so let us refrain from such disputes in the future." I could see that moment. Lan Xiu approached with concern, inquiring, "Tang Xing, are you all right?" Tang Xing smiled, gently caressing Lan Xiu's hand, responding tenderly, "Of course, I'm perfectly fine. Thank you for your concern. Were you worried about me?" Lan Xiu playfully punched Tang Xing's chest, pouting, "You're terrible." She then slowly lay in Tang Xing's warm embrace, relishing the tranquility and comfort. Tang Xing tenderly stroked Lan Xiu's hair, softly saying, "Sweetheart, this isn't a suitable place for sleeping. Let us go home and rest." Lan Xiu nodded slightly in agreement. In a serene courtyard, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Zhang Ring stood quietly, clad in a purple dress, radiant like a blooming violet. A gentle breeze caressed her silky long hair, which fell gracefully upon her fair shoulders, swaying softly and exuding a faint fragrance. Old Su's eyes sparkled with surprise and anticipation as he softly spoke, "Ruoying, your presence indicates the end of your meditation. Come, share with me the insights and achievements you've garnered during this time." Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Zhang Ring's face, akin to spring flowers in bloom. She bowed deeply to Old Su and respectfully replied, "Thank you, Old Su, for your unwavering care and guidance during this meditation. I primarily focused on elevating my soul power to level 75, but more importantly, I concentrated on comprehending the 9-character true words. Although I have only grasped the first 3 characters, I remain committed to furthering my efforts." With that, Zhang Ring lowered her head, a hint of disappointment shadowing her expression. Old Su smiled gently, placing a reassuring hand on Zhang Ruiying's shoulder, encouraging her, "Ling, do not lose heart. It is already commendable to comprehend the first 3 characters. After all, this is an exceedingly profound soul technique that demands extensive time for cultivation and understanding. Though the subsequent 6 characters may present considerable difficulty, with unwavering perseverance, I firmly believe you shall grasp their essence." Zhang Ring nodded, her eyes shimmering with resolute determination. "Thank you, Elder Su, for your encouragement. I shall exert myself doubly so as not to disappoint your expectations." Elder Su, with an expression of calm composure, remarked, "Those who engage in battle must array themselves before the fray." This 9-character incantation encompasses profoundly esoteric principles, the depths of which even I struggle to fully comprehend. However, serendipitously, an exceptional opportunity has arisen. You may accompany me on a journey to broaden your horizons. Perhaps during this endeavor, you will encounter unforeseen fortuitous events, thus providing a chance for personal breakthroughs. Our initial plans may require slight adjustments, yet it appears they must be expedited, without a flicker of anticipation and resolve shown in her gaze. As time quietly passed, Wu Xinheng received notification from Linghai Pavilion and promptly made her way there. The spacious hall was desolate, with only the pavilion master awaiting her arrival. Wu Xinheng approached, saying, "Pavilion master, I apologize for my tardiness." Xiao Ming turned, responding, "No matter. I summoned you to inquire about the training of the 7 spirits." Wu Xinheng reported candidly, "Pavilion master, they have nearly completed their training, yet their qualifications are lacking." Xiao Ming smiled and said, "That is well. Have you heard of the Tianhai plan?" Wu Xinheng was taken aback. "I am aware. Could it be?" Xiao Ming continued, "Indeed, I intend to initiate this plan, and you shall be the operative. Recently, there have been minor stirrings in the southern wilderness, and I require you to lead the 7 spirits alongside the inner courtyard's overseer to investigate. Shortly, the overseer will seek you out." Wu Xinheng replied. "Understood." Immediately, Wu Xinheng returned to her class, instructing Tang Xing, "Gather your team of 6 and follow me. Tang Xing, caught off guard, quickly summoned Lan Xiao and the others, asking, Teacher Wu, what is happening? Wu Xinheng glanced back at Tang Xing, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she softly replied, It is your task. Someone will come to guide you shortly. Wait over there while I procure something. Huang Quan, puzzled, furrowed his brow and inquired like an inquisitive child. Tang Xing, what task has the teacher assigned us? Tang Xing, momentarily speechless, shrugged helplessly. How would I know? But Teacher Wu mentioned someone would meet us. The next moment, Huang Quan's attention was drawn to a tall woman clad in purple, her long legs accentuating her grace. Seemingly smiling at him, Su Yin rolled her eyes at Huang Quan. Pouting, you fickle heartthrob. The woman approached Huang Quan and asked, Hello, are you a student for Class 1? Huang Quan composed himself, replying, Yes, what brings you here? The woman simply smiled. I'm looking for your class leader. Huang Quan, taken aback as if struck by lightning, pointed at Tang Xing, exclaiming, That would be him. Su Yin, who had just taken a sip of water, inadvertently sputtered, spraying Huang Quan's face and laughing. I can't breathe. It's too funny, huh? The woman stepped before Tang Xing, saying, Hello, I have matters to discuss with you. May I have a word? Tang Xing, stunned as if struck by a thunderbolt, followed the woman to a secluded area. The woman initiated the conversation. You are Tang Xing, one of the 7 spirits, correct? I am here to inform you of a special mission. But first, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Ring, the chief disciple of the inner courtyard. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing was taken aback. What? You are the senior sister. Greetings, senior sister, he stammered. Zhang Ruing nodded, continuing, This mission is of great significance. You must stay close to me and not fall behind. With that, she led Tang Xing toward the mission site. Tang Xing, contemplative, responded, Very well. My teammates are over there. I shall inform them. Zhang Ruing grasped Tang Xing's arm, stating, It is better to call them here. It is crowded and chaotic over there. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing promptly walked over to Lan Xiao, saying, I have found a liaison. Please follow me. Lan Xiao cleared her throat, stood up, and called out, Everyone, rise and follow me. Tang Xing beamed as he saw Lan Xiao and the others approach, announcing, Allow me to introduce our esteemed senior sister, Zhang Ring, chief disciple of the inner courtyard. Ah, so, it is the senior sister. Greetings, Huang Quan exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment, bowing deeply. Zhang Ring smiled gently. This journey to the southern wilderness is perilous. You must keep close to me, understood? The group nodded in unison, affirming understood. Just then, Wu Xinheng noticed Zhang Ring, silently astonished. It is her. Without further ado, Zhang Ring summoned a soul-guided vehicle, instructing everyone, board the vehicle. Tang Xing, in disbelief, gazed at Zhang Ruing and asked, Can a soul-guided vehicle be stored in a spatial dimension? Zhang Ring smiled and confidently replied, Of course, my second profession is that of a craftsman, so I can certainly forge items I favor. She spoke with pride in her craftsmanship. Tang Xing, intrigued, looked at Zhang Ring, his eyes reflecting curiosity. Senior sister, what does having a second profession entail? Zhang Ruing assessed him thoughtfully, seemingly pondering how to elucidate. She softly stated, You are in your 3rd year, correct? Tang Xing nodded affirmatively. Zhang Ruing continued, The second profession significantly influences your path upon graduation. There are numerous options: alchemy, herbology, forging, crafting, design, and more. By the end of your 3rd year, you will select your second profession. In the latter half, you will begin to learn the associated knowledge. It is important to note that entry into the inner courtyard also requires a second profession diploma, indicating your qualifications and capabilities. Tang Xing, reflecting upon her words, gazed at the soul-guided vehicle for a moment before it suddenly halted. And a multitude of snakes surged forth, causing the passengers to panic. Xian exclaimed, A horde of snakes. What do we do? Tang Xing quickly summoned his spirit to survey the surroundings, his expression grave. This entire area is teeming with snakes. We are ambushed, and these snakes are highly venomous. Face shouted in terror, Boss, they're charging at us. Tang Xing anxiously queried, Senior sister, can this vehicle take flight? Zhang Ring replied, somewhat awkwardly, I do not believe so. Tang Xing shouted, Quick, exit the vehicle. Huang Quan, hurry. Huang Quan swiftly concentrated his soul energy, invoking his second soul skill, light spirit flight. Zhang Ruoying unhesitatingly stored the soul-guided vehicle in her spatial dimension, causing the snakes to miss their target. Tang Xing pondered, if there are small snakes, there must be larger ones as well. Activate spiritual detection. With all his might, Tang Xing finally located the target. Excitedly, he informed Zhang Ruoying, "Senior sister, I have discovered the Snake King. I estimate its cultivation to be at least 25,000 years. I wish to capture it." Fei immediately volunteered to scout ahead, but Tang Xing urgently called out, "Li Fei, return!" Li Fei, agile as lightning, dashed toward the Snake King, his dagger glinting ominously as he lunged forward. However, in an unexpected turn, the Snake King did not evade. Instead, it opened its maw, a lethargic beam of light shooting forth. Striking Li Fei directly, Fei felt his movements slow dramatically, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Just then, a massive serpent lunged from his right, its gaping jaws ready to strike. Reacting swiftly, Li Fei plunged his dagger into the serpent's mouth. Yet just as he thought the crisis had passed, an even larger serpent emerged from the left, lunging at him with astonishing speed. Fei hastily summoned his radiant dagger to brace against the creature's maw. Seeing Li Fei in peril, Tang Xing was filled with urgency and swiftly leaped to his side to assist. However, Zhang Ruoying restrained him, cautioning, "Wait. That is the ancient domain's 3 serpents. Their weakness is light. You must proceed with caution." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's mind clicked into place. No wonder these 3 serpents had appeared here. He nodded in understanding to Zhang Ruoying and then turned to Li Fei, shouting, "Li Fei, quickly unleash the aura of your radiant dagger." Upon hearing Tang Xing's command, Li Fei grasped his intent and focused intently, channeling the full power of the radiant dagger to unleash its brilliance. The aura of the radiant dagger expanded, forming a powerful luminous barrier that illuminated everything around. The 2 serpents near Li Fei, sensing the aura, trembled in terror, their fierce assaults abruptly ceasing as they collapsed to the ground. Rendered incapable of fighting, the remaining serpent, recognizing the impending danger, swiftly retreated underground. However, at that moment, the serpent lurking behind Li Fei began to stir restlessly, seemingly preparing to launch an attack. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing unhesitatingly summoned the spirit's sacred halberd and executed a technique. Second form, Radiant Brilliance. A dazzling orb of golden light erupted instantaneously, enveloping everything within 100 miles. This sudden turn of events left Zhang Ruoying in awe. How impressive! Have the 4-element soul masters become this formidable now? Tang Xing swiftly returned to their original position with Li Fei, and upon seeing this, Huang Quan immediately set to work crafting a detoxifying shrimp dumpling, saying, "Quickly eat this." Li Fei took the dumpling and consumed it without hesitation. As the dumpling slid down his throat, the toxin within him was expelled in an instant. Li Fei exclaimed with delight, "This is truly remarkable." Observing Huang Quan's martial soul in the form of a dumpling, Zhang Ring curiously inquired, "Are you a food-type soul master?" Huang Quan replied, "Something like that." Tang Xing then asked, "Sister, how much longer until we reach the southern wilderness?" Zhang Ruoying opened the map and replied, "Not long now. We will arrive after crossing 2 more mountains." Subsequently, she summoned the soul-guided vehicle, saying, "Get on board. I'm going to accelerate." The wave of unease washed over Tang Xing as he thought, "I have a bad feeling about this." Suddenly, the vehicle began to shake violently, and Tang Xing nervously asked, "Sister, what is happening? It's shaking so much." Zhang Ruoying, feeling embarrassed, responded, "I'm sorry. The road ahead is rocky, so it's bound to be a bit bumpy." As she spoke, she struggled to maintain control of the vehicle, but the rugged terrain caused it to jolt severely. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Suddenly, she spotted a massive stone ahead. She hurriedly slammed on the brakes and attempted to steer away from it. However, due to the excessive speed and the treacherous road conditions, the vehicle lost control. In a panic, Zhang Ruoying screamed, and the vehicle tilted violently to one side, throwing the occupants against the windows. Tang Xing and Lan Xiu collided, emitting pained groans. Tang Xing lifted his head, and his gaze fell upon Lan Xiu's enchanting face, and he softly remarked, Lan Xiao, you are truly beautiful. Like an angel descended from the heavens. One cannot help but want to draw closer, to feel your gentleness and grace. Hearing Tang Xing's compliment, a blush crept onto Lan Xiao's cheeks. Resembling a ripe apple, tempting and alluring. She lowered her head, shyly fidgeting with her fingers, unable to meet Tang Xing's gaze. Noticing this, Tang Xing gently caressed Lan Xiao's cheek, asking with concern, Lan Xiao, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Should we see a doctor? His tone was filled with worry and care, bringing warmth to Lan Xiao's heart. Her heartbeat quickened as she looked up at Tang Xing, bashfully replying, I am fine, just a bit warm, I think. Plus, there are others around. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to act this way. Her eyes flickered with anxiety, clearly worried about their intimacy being noticed by those nearby. Zhang Ruoying shook her head and teased, You two really know how to have fun. By the way, in 3 years, there will be a matchmaking event at Linghai Lake. I promise to arrange a partner for each of you. How about that? The other women chimed in. Sister, Huang Quan stepped forward, asking, Is it really one partner for each person? Zhang Ruoying declared, Of course, my word is my bond, so you can rest assured. Suddenly, Zhang Ruoying made a sharp turn, prompting Tang Xing to ask, Sister, do you have a driver's license? Zhang Ruoying sheepishly replied, I'll get one when I return. Tang Xing gasped, What? Chapter 42. Encounter in the southern wilderness. Zhang Ruoying drove the soul-guided vehicle at full speed, traversing cities and wilderness, ultimately arriving in the southern wilderness region. Everyone disembarked, and Zhang Ruoying stood firmly, stating, All right, we have reached our destination. All subsequent actions must follow my command. Tang Xing approached the front of the group, inquiring curiously, Sister, what kind of danger were you referring to earlier? Zhang Ruoying furrowed her brow and replied, The objective of this mission is to eradicate the lair of the evil soul masters. However, according to reliable intelligence, they seem to be planning to capture the indigenous people for their sinister body refinement experiments to make matters worse. There is a powerful soul sage among these evil soul masters, making them difficult to confront. Tang Xing pressed further, Then, sister, what level of cultivation do you possess? Zhang Ruoying hesitated for a moment before confidently stating, As for me, I also possess soul sage-level strength. However, before we set off, we need to first head to the 100 Weapons Cave. Stay close to me. With that, she led the way toward the direction of the cave. Meanwhile, in the heavens, Wu Exinheng had been meticulously observing the actions of Zhang Ruoying and the others, his eyes revealing a hint of cunning as he plotted something in his mind that on the other side, a group of evil soul masters was busily constructing a sacrificial altar point. One of the servants respectfully reported. Report, Lord Inmu. The altar is nearly complete, but there are a few uninvited guests intruding here. Inmu calmly closed the notebook in his hand and said, Go find my brother. He will handle this issue. The servant immediately grasped his intention and swiftly departed to carry out the command. At the same time, Zhang Ruoying was utilizing radar equipment to locate the 100 Weapons Cave. After considerable effort, she finally made a discovery and raised her hand to signal everyone to look. Ahead, a pile of stones came into view, and Tang Xing curiously asked, Sister, what is going on? Zhang Ruoying thoughtfully replied, According to the radar, the 100 Weapons Cave should be right here. Lin Xian suddenly proposed a possibility, saying, Could it be that these stones are blocking the entrance? Zhang Ruoying nodded in agreement. That's very likely. Lin Xian confidently declared, You two step aside. Let me give it a try. Tang Xing and Zhang Ruoying immediately moved aside, and Lin Xian unleashed a powerful strike, shattering all the stones before him. With a resounding crash, the stones scattered, revealing a prominent inscription on the ground. 100 Weapons Cave. Zhang Ruoying instantly recognized the place and exclaimed with excitement, Yes, this is it. Let us hurry inside. Thus, everyone proceeded into the mysterious cavern. Upon entering the 100 Weapons Cave, Tang Xing immediately employed his spiritual vision to explore, marveling, What a deep cave. Even my spiritual vision cannot fully ascertain its depth and size, but no matter, I already know the way. Everyone, stay close behind me. Under Tang Xing's guidance, they skillfully avoided traps along the way and successfully arrived at the first chamber of the 100 Weapons Cave. Tang Xing gazed up at the walls, which were covered in inscriptions, and wondered aloud, Could this be ancient script? The walls were densely inscribed with text. Su Yan's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "This is indeed scripture, and it dates back a millennium. Let me give it a try. Give me a moment." With that, she closed her eyes and began to meticulously study the ancient text. Seeing this, Tang Xing also attempted to decipher the ancient writing, but found it exceedingly challenging that moment. Li Fei walked over and gently tapped a few stones, causing a large door to slowly materialize before them. Li Fei excitedly ran back to Tang Xing, exclaiming, "Brother Tang, I found a mechanism to open the door." Tang Xing immediately instructed, "That's wonderful. You guard the door. Once Su Yan deciphers the inscriptions, we can leave this place." Li Fei nodded vigorously, taking his position in front of the door, vigilantly observing the surroundings. After a while, Su Yan finally opened her eyes and murmured, "This is truly incredible." Tang Xing hurriedly asked, "What is it, Su Yan?" Su Yan furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "These inscriptions describe how this place was once a beautiful paradise, filled with villages and tribes. However, one day, a black dragon descended upon this land, leaving it devastated and unrecognizable. Later, a man clad in golden armor, wielding a long halberd, appeared and successfully repelled the black dragon. The locals revered him as a deity, leaving behind a single character. But what does this character truly represent? I need to ponder further to understand." Upon hearing the character, Zhang Ring's heart stirred, as she silently contemplated. Could this be related to my 9-character true words? Su Yan gazed at the inscriptions, feeling somewhat helpless, and said, "As for these inscriptions, they exceed my capabilities." Tang Xing gently patted Su Yan's shoulder, reassuring her, "It's all right. You've done very well. Let us move on." Thus Tang Xing and the others continued deeper into the cave. When they entered the second chamber, a hand gesture suddenly appeared on the wall. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ring's excitement soared. She could no longer contain herself and began to mimic the gesture. However, no matter how she tried, she always stumbled at the final step. Unable to complete the motion, Su Yan immediately recognized the gesture Zhang Ring was attempting and curiously asked, "Sister, are you trying to comprehend the 9-character true words?" Zhang Ring replied, "Yes, but I keep failing." Saida Su Yan comforted her, saying, "Sister, with your talent, you will definitely succeed. Don't worry. Let us proceed." Tang Xing immediately utilized his spirit martial soul to probe the path ahead. However, in the next moment, a formidable mental force abruptly surged forth, forcibly interrupting Tang Xing's detection, causing his body to stagger slightly. Upon witnessing this, Lan Xiu swiftly stepped forward to support Tang Xing, her expression laden with concern as she inquired, "What transpired?" Tang Xing furrowed his brow and replied, "A potent mental force is obstructing my probe." Lan Xiu also knitted her brows, regarding Tang Xing with a hint of uncertainty, yet still resolved to trust him. She gently nodded and said, "Very well. Let us venture to the next cave and try our luck." No sooner had she spoken than a colossal statue silently emerged before them. Tang Xing's gaze suddenly hardened as he felt an intense urge rise within him, as if it were revealing that this statue was the very target he had been seeking. Lan Xiu too sensed something unusual. Her curiosity piqued. She leaned closer to examine the statue's intricate details. Unlike the other statues, this one seemed to possess a unique quality. It emanated a dazzling white light, imparting an aura of mystery and solemnity. Under this radiant illumination, everything around them appeared isolated, forming a distinct space. Without hesitation, Tang Xing stepped into this alternate dimension, his heart brimming with anticipation and intrigue. Upon entering, the sight before him caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. The statue instantly knelt, respectfully proclaiming, "Phoenix Envoy." "I pay my respects to my master." That a look of shock washed over Tang Xing's face as he hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, I am not your master." Nevertheless, the Phoenix Envoy remained steadfast in its conviction, earnestly asserting, "Master, I cannot be mistaken. The bloodline that flows within you resonates with me, proving you are indeed my master." Tang Xing, now even more perplexed, inquired blankly, "Huh?" Hearing the suggestion to depart, the Phoenix Envoy urgently pleaded, "Master, Please do not send me away. Allow me to stay by your side, master. Observing the envoy's pitiful demeanor, Tang Xing reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. If that is the case, you may stay. However, do you know how to exit? The Phoenix envoy promptly responded, Fear not, master. As long as you concentrate, I shall do my utmost to assist you in finding a way out. With that, the Phoenix envoy dissipated the alternate space as Tang Xing emerged from the dimension. He immediately unleashed his formidable mental force, AT that moment. The Phoenix envoy activated its power, instantly doubling Tang Xing's mental strength. This sudden enhancement left Tang Xing in a state of disbelief. He had never anticipated such a significant breakthrough in his mental capacity. With this newfound strength, Tang Xing quickly identified the direction of the exit and excitedly called out, Everyone, follow me. The group promptly followed Tang Xing, encountering no dangers along the way. Finally, they arrived at the exit, only to be astonished to find an elderly man lying quietly amidst the grass. Tang Xing hurriedly assisted the old man to his feet, asking with concern, Elder, what has happened? Are you all right? Gasping for breath. The old man grasped Tang Xing's hand tightly, pleading, I implore you, say my grandson. Tang Xing quickly inquired, What does your grandson look like? Trembling, the old man retrieved a photograph from his bosom and handed it to Tang Xing. Taking the photo, Tang Xing scrutinized it closely before turning to Li Fei and the others, his eyes conveying a question that Li Fei and the others nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to help locate the old man's grandson. Zhang Ring, with unwavering determination, declared, We came here to vanquish those vile monsters and save more people. The old man, overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly thanked them. Subsequently, he detailed the direction in which his grandson had been taken and indicated the route to the guardian altar. Without delay, Tang Xing and his companions resolved to set off, eager to rescue the old man's grandson. Upon arriving at the grassy stone embankment of the guardian altar, Tang Xing briefly outlined their tasks. And everyone swiftly sprang into action one by one. The guards fell, and Tang Xing advanced deeper into enemy territory as if it were a realm devoid of opposition. As he traversed, he couldn't help but ponder. This is too smooth. Something feels amiss. Yin Shui clapped his hands and said, Tang Xing, let me show you something. Yin Shui pointed to a figure beside him, leaving Tang Xing astounded, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 43. No Way Out. Tang Xing looked at Yin Shui and remarked, The fact that you can capture them indicates your considerable strength. Yin Shui chuckled before responding, Kid, if you can defeat me, I shall release them. That moment. Su Yin regained consciousness and shouted, Tang Xing, do not engage with him, please. Tang Xing turned to Su Yin, assuring her, Do not worry, Su Yin. I will surely rescue you all. With that, he faced Yin Shui, his gaze unwavering. Seeing this, Yin Shui swiftly swung his weapon, Nightfall, and in the blink of an eye, appeared before Tang Xing, brandishing a war spear and striking at him. Tang Xing reacted swiftly, summoning the Spirit Holy Spear to deflect the blow. Yin Shui revealed his 6 soul rings, prompting Tang Xing to express surprise. A soul emperor. Now this piques my interest. And no sooner had he spoken than Tang Xing vigorously swung the Spirit Holy Spear, unleashing a powerful force that sent Yin Shui reeling into the swirling darkness. Tang Xing then closed his eyes, intently sensing Yin Shui's aura. Moments later, he reopened his eyes, a divine energy radiating from him, instantly dispersing Yin Shui's dark mist. Yin Shui, taken aback, exclaimed, What? Your weapon is an ultimate artifact. Where did you acquire it? Tang Xing coldly snorted, replying, That is a question you need not concern yourself with. With that, he wielded the Spirit Holy Spear and launched another assault, declaring, Sweep through the myriad armies. In response to Tang Xing's offensive, Yin Shui did not dare to be complacent and immediately activated his soul skill, Imperial Qilin Whirlwind. However, this attack was effortlessly shattered by Tang Xing. Yin Shui had no choice but to summon his Qilin shield to barely withstand Tang Xing's onslaught. Nonetheless, even so, Yin Shui suffered considerable losses. Realizing he was outmatched, Yin Shui swiftly turned to threaten the hostages. Yet in the next moment, Huang Quan executed a thunderstorm slash aimed at Yin Shui, causing him to spit blood from the impact of his weapon. Meanwhile, the hostages had already been rescued. Tang Xing, looking at Huang Quan, excitedly shouted, "Boss!" This term of endearment filled Tang Xing with warmth, for he knew only Li Fei would refer to him that way. Tang Xing and Li Fei exchanged a fist bump, and Mu rushed over to help Tang Xing, saying, "Bro, are you all right?" Tang Xing, recognizing a familiar face, exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this Mu? What brings you here?" Mu glared at Tang Xing, indignantly questioning, "You again? Did you inflict the injuries on my brother?" Tang Xing defiantly replied, "Indeed, that was my doing. But if you have the capability, come and defeat me at O, right? I just remembered. You seem unable to best me." Yin Shui stood once more, a flash of malice crossing his gaze as he declared, "I have yet to unleash my full power. Watch closely, my fourth soul skill, Qilin Emperor's Void Binding." Tang Xing once again swung the Spirit Holy Spear, executing his third technique. Sweep through the myriad armies, a mighty force sending Mu staggering back. Just then, a figure hurtled towards them, crashing heavily to the ground. Lan Xiao and Zhang Ring were also knocked down, landing atop Li Fel. Fei cried out in pain. "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" Simultaneously, a flower palanquin slowly approached them, and Yin Shui, with a smug grin, addressed the occupant. "You are all doomed, my lord. Please, take action." As he spoke, the palanquin's curtain was drawn aside, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful woman. She was enchanting, yet her demeanor was icy. This woman was Qianyu, who coldly declared, "None present today shall leave this place." Upon seeing Qianyu, Tang Xing's lips curled into a smile, just as he prepared to speak, when Zhang Ring suddenly rose, her face pale, urgently shouting, "Run! A significant figure has arrived. Everyone, flee!" With that, she grabbed Lan Xiao and turned to escape. Qianyu's heart tightened. She promptly unleashed her lantern domain, attempting to block their path. However, at that moment, a sharp sword aura violently struck the lantern domain. Qianyu, acutely aware of the assault on her domain, watched as it began to shatter. As the lantern domain crumbled, a familiar figure appeared before Tang Xing and the others. Fei's eyes widened in excitement as he exclaimed, "It's Teacher Wu!" Teacher Wu wore a serious expression, urgently calling out, "Everyone, flee!" His voice carried an air of urgency and concern, as though warning them of the dire situation. Yin Shui reacted swiftly, activating a powerful protective barrier that enveloped everyone within, shielding them from harm. Meanwhile, Wu Xinheng took the opportunity to say to Zhang Ruoying, "I will confront the one wielding the lantern." As Zhang Ruoying engaged in a fierce confrontation with Yin Shui, she suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from her opponent. Curiously, she inquired, "What is your martial soul?" Yin Shui's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he replied, "Let me clarify your fate. Watch closely." As he spoke, he summoned his martial spirit, leaving Zhang Ruoying utterly astonished. To her surprise, Yin Shui's martial spirit was none other than the Dark Kirin. Without hesitation, Zhang Ruoying similarly summoned her own martial spirit. Yin Shui instantly recognized her spirit, exclaiming in amazement, "It is indeed the holy light Kirin. Come, at last, I can engage in battle." With that, he unleashed his third soul skill, Night Demon Light. Unyielding, Zhang Ruoying promptly activated her first soul skill, Holy Light Dear Kirin Break. With a flourish of her weapon, she unleashed a powerful attack that sent Yin Shui crashing to the ground. Just as Mu prepared to rush to Yin Shui's aid, Li Fei suddenly intercepted him, provocatively stating, "Let me have a go at you." With that, he lunged at Mu with a dagger. However, Mu reacted swiftly, deftly pushing Li Fei's dagger aside with a single hand. He then swiftly summoned the Black Tiger martial spirit, which pounced ferociously towards Li Fei. Yet, Li Fei was no pushover. He leaped nimbly, evading the attack of the Black Tiger's spirit. That moment, Zhang Ring, witnessing the unfolding scenario, unhesitatingly activated her second soul skill, Dear Kirin's Light. As the skill activated, Li Fei felt a surge of powerful light elemental energy coursing through him, significantly enhancing his strength. Seizing the opportunity, Mu immediately unleashed his second soul skill, Black Shockwave. This strike was monumental, its power astonishing. Just as the Black Shockwave was about to strike Li Fei, he remained unfazed, beginning to gather energy. When the black shockwave was almost upon him, Li Fei finally made his move. Executing his first soul skill, Radiant Slash. This slash radiated like a brilliant beam of light, instantly severing Yin Mu's black tiger shockwave. Simultaneously, the battle on Zhang Ruoying's side was reaching its climax. Yin Shui unleashed his sixth soul skill, Eternal Night Realm, and his fifth soul skill, Kirin's Celestial Destruction. Enveloped within Yin Shui's sixth soul skill, Zhang Ruoying suddenly sensed a looming threat from above and immediately heightened her vigilance. She swiftly invoked her fifth soul skill, Kirin Killing Style Divine Slash. A fierce sword energy erupted from her blade, infused with boundless killing intent and power, cleaving upwards, this strike, akin to a thunderous force, directly pierced through Yin Shui's most formidable attack. Yin Shui's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed his soul skill being effortlessly countered. His complexion paled, and he collapsed to the ground, deprived of support. Meanwhile, Wu Xinheng faced off against Qian Yue. Without hesitation, Qian Yue unleashed her seventh martial soul skill. Martial Soul True Body, A.S. She recited her incantation. A tremendous aura erupted from her, her figure expanding into a colossal monster. Following this, Qian Yue employed her fifth soul skill, Lantern Prison. A massive lantern materialized in her hands. Emanating an eerie glow, she hurled the lantern towards Wu Xinheng, instantly creating an enclosed space that trapped him inside. However, Wu Xinheng was undeterred by Qian Yue's assault. He immediately activated his seventh soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, A.S. His martial spirit manifested. His power surged dramatically. Simultaneously, wielding his sword, he unleashed his fifth soul skill, Frostblade Strike. His sword transformed into a colossal blade, exuding frigid air as it struck fiercely at Qian Yue's lantern prison. A thunderous clash echoed as the giant sword collided with the lantern, producing a deafening sound. In the next moment, countless sword rains erupted from the massive blade, descending like a torrential downpour. These sword rains, imbued with razor-sharp energy, mercilessly battered Qian Yue's lantern prison. To her shock, Qian Yue noticed cracks forming in her lantern prison under the relentless onslaught of the sword rain, ultimately shattering it. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Xinheng burst forth, but Qian Yue did not grant him a moment's respite. She swiftly invoked her fourth soul skill, Black Lantern Penetrating Array. Countless black lights surged from her hands, forming a complex array that ensnared Wu Xinheng. He felt an overwhelming pressure assail him, making it difficult to breathe. Yet he steadfastly gripped his sword, bracing for Qian Yue's next attack. Tang Xing, witnessing the scene, immediately supported Wu Xinheng, and a rhythmic drumming resonated. Qian Yue disdainfully remarked, "Did you not say you would not come? Yet here you are." "I had intended not to come, but my interest has been piqued," replied the woman seated in the palanquin with a clear voice. Qian Yue boldly added, "Niyun, let us join forces. We shall surely prevail against them." Niyun laughed heartily, stepping out of the palanquin, releasing the aura of a soul. Wu Xinheng pressed his hand to his chest, his expression grave as he said, "This is troublesome." Niyun shouted, "Will you all choose to surrender, or shall we execute you on the spot?" Zhang Ruoying stepped forward, her face resolute as she declared, "Impossible, as long as I am here. You shall not lay a finger on them. Stand firm, warriors." Niyun's eyes widened in surprise. The 9-character true word? Quite intriguing, but you are still far from mastering it. With that, she unleashed her third soul skill, Death's Claw. Niyun's attack was as ferocious as a tempest, shattering Zhang Ruoying's technique effortlessly. She coldly laughed, 9-character true word. You have yet to comprehend it fully. Just then, a radiant golden light suddenly appeared, capturing Niyun's attention. Chapter 44. The cursed son Tang Xing and Lan Xiao commenced their martial soul fusion, with Lan Xiao calling out, "Su Yin, quickly join our martial soul fusion, and we beseech everyone to protect us." Upon hearing this, Su Yin did not hesitate, immediately joining the fusion. The others around them harnessed their soul power, forming a formidable protective barrier to shield the trio engaged in the fusion. Niyun observed the martial soul fusion technique executed by Tang Xing. Lan Xiao and Su Yin, her eyes flickering with surprise, but she soon wore a disdainful expression, stating, 3-person martial soul fusion technique. Amusing, but do you think this will defeat me? No one is to intervene. I shall see how powerful this strike truly is. With her arms crossed, she awaited their assault. Tang Xing, Su Yin, and Lan Xiao unleashed their mightiest strike. Martial Soul Fusion, Purple Spirit Butterfly Dragon Transformation. A deep dragon's roar resonated. A colossal golden dragon manifested in the air. This dragon shimmered with purple light, adorned with a pair of wings. Radiating an imposing presence, IT opened its gaping maw, unleashing a furious roar towards Neyun and her companions, as if to consume the very heavens and earth. Following this, the golden dragon surged forth with cataclysmic force, hurtling towards Neyun. Neyun sensed the potency of this strike, her heart racing with trepidation. After all, Tang Xing was a formidable adversary, and a miscalculation could lead to her downfall. Nevertheless, she did not falter. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her soul power, prepared to meet the oncoming attack. She sneered, "You think this little mudfish can defeat me?" Utterly delusional, with her fourth soul skill, Eye of Death. Her eyes transformed into a dark red hue, emanating a terrifying aura. Tang Xing quickly countered, activating his skill. Golden Might, as he spoke. A powerful golden radiance erupted from him, coalescing into a massive golden dragon. The golden dragon roared as it charged towards Neyun, exuding unparalleled might. The two skills collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that warped the surrounding space. Both Neyun and Tang Xing were jolted back a few steps, but they quickly regained their footing, continuing their standoff. However, Tang Xing's complexion turned pale as he realized his soul power was depleting far more rapidly than anticipated. Breathing heavily, he muttered, "Damn this soul power disparity." The vermilion bird spirit, appearing grave, said, "Master, I can assist you, but comes with certain risks." Gritting his teeth, Tang Xing endured the pain, replying, "Bring it on." Without hesitation, the vermilion bird unleashed its primal fire, continuously infusing it into Tang Xing's body. Lan Xiao and Su Yin felt a surge of potent energy flowing into them, gradually elevating their soul power. Simultaneously, the golden dragon began to evolve. Its previously ordinary wings became tattered, ultimately transforming into a pair of majestic dragon wings. Its body underwent a tremendous metamorphosis, exuding a chilling aura. Neyun, witnessing this transformation, exclaimed in astonishment, "How intriguing! Such capabilities exist." She swiftly activated her seventh soul skill, Martial Soul, True Body, and her sixth soul skill, Heart Piercing Through All Realms. She attempted to thwart Tang Xing's assault. However, Tang Xing was prepared, immediately unleashing the vermilion bird's primal fire. Roaring, Phoenix Dragon, Nine Heavens, he gathered all the light elemental energy within him, forming a dazzling brilliance that melded with the primal fire. This strike, imbued with colossal power, instantly shattered Neyun's sixth soul skill. Even her martial soul true body could not withstand this overwhelming force, sending her flying. Tang Xing's attack was so powerful that it left all present in shock. At this moment, the golden dragon's might intensified, and Yin Shui, Yin Mu, and Qian Yue felt an immense pressure, causing them to flee in panic. They understood that Tang Xing's strength had surpassed their expectations. Remaining would only lead to peril. The golden dragon radiated an imposing aura, its massive form swirling in the air, exuding suffocating pressure. Ai Fei excitedly shouted, "Boss, quickly!" However, the golden dragon seemed oblivious to his words, instead beginning to thrash about wildly. Suddenly, with a powerful flick of its tail, the golden dragon flung Lan Xiao and Su Yin away. The two tumbled through the air, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Tang Xing also began to enter a state of fury, his gaze turning crimson and his aura becoming increasingly formidable. That moment, Zhu Ke realized the gravity of the situation and urgently exclaimed, "Oh no, the source fire has ignited the master's wrath. We must awaken him at once. Master, please wake up. Do not let the source fire corrupt your heart." Tang Xing's consciousness gradually began to stir, but the golden dragon had vanished into the AI. As Tang Xing plummeted rapidly towards the ground, Li Fei sprang into action. Catching him securely, he cried out anxiously, "Boss, Boss, Tang Xing, please wake up. Zhang Ring hurried to Tang Xing's side, checked his pulse, and said, "Fortunately, it is merely an excessive drain of soul power. He needs to rest. That I will summon the soul-guided vehicle right away." Li Fei, you stay here to look after Tang Xing. Lan Xiao rushed over and said, "Sister, let me take care of Tang Xing." Zhang Ruing nodded in agreement to her request. Subsequently, Zhang Ring led the others in preparing to demolish the area. Just then, as Lan Xiao was about to assist, Li Fei interjected, "You should rest too. You've exhausted quite a bit of energy. That I will take care of the boss." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Oh, I just remembered something. Lan Xiao, please keep an eye on him for me. I will return shortly." Thus, Li Fei stepped outside. Lan Xiao approached Tang Xing, gently holding his hand, her eyes brimming with affection as she said, "Actually, during the fusion of our martial souls earlier, I recalled some past events, even though some of them are memories I would rather not revisit." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears once more. With a quivering voice, Lan Xiao continued, "Tang Xing, I am truly frightened. What if one day we find ourselves on opposing sides?" Just then, Lan Xiao sensed someone approaching and quickly wiped her tears away. Moments later, Li Fei entered, carrying a steaming bowl of chicken soup, grinning as he said, "I obtained this chicken from the nearby natives and simmered it into a delightful soup. Lan Xiao, this is for you." Lan Xiao hurriedly accepted the bowl, took a sip, and exclaimed, "It's delicious. Thank you, Li Fei." Fei waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "It's nothing really." At that moment, Huang Quan approached, drawn in by the enticing aroma, and excitedly asked, "Wow, it smells amazing. What is this?" "Chicken soup." Li Fei chuckled in response. "Yes, you all arrived just in time. Come and taste it." Saying this, he handed a bowl of the steaming chicken soup to Huang Quan. Huang Quan took the bowl, inhaled the fragrance, and could not help but marvel. "It smells incredible." He then took a sip, savoring it, and a look of satisfaction spread across his face as he praised, "This is exquisite." Meanwhile, Ziyin, well aware of Li Fei's culinary skills, regarded Huang Quan's praises with skepticism, yet her curiosity compelled her to lift the bowl and drink it all in one go. Upon finishing, her eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at Li Fei. Zhang Ring drank the soup in her bowl, and then smiled, saying, "I never expected that. Not only is Li Shidi powerful, but he is also an exceptional chef. Truly, I am enlightened." She licked her lips in satisfaction and continued, "All right, we should head back to the academy now. This mission has concluded successfully." With that, she rose and adjusted her attire. The others followed suit, preparing to return to the academy together. Ian emerged from a pile of stones and hurried to the headquarters. Upon arriving in the main hall, she suddenly felt an invisible pressure bearing down on her, compelling her to kneel. That a commanding voice resounded. "Na Yun, you have failed your mission and yet still have the audacity to return." This pressure emanated from the sect leader, and Yun's complexion turned pale with fear as she pleaded, "Master, I realize my mistakes. Please spare me." Seeing her pitiable state, the sect leader waved his hand in resignation, saying, "Very well, go back and reflect on your errors." Wu Jie, no sooner had he spoken than Wu Jin appeared. Responding respectfully, "I am here, my lord." The sect leader, witnessing her forlorn demeanor reminiscent of a forsaken kitten, sighed and reiterated, "Go back and reflect on your actions, Wu Jin." With that, Wu Jin promptly manifested, replying with utmost respect. "I am here." The sect leader continued issuing commands. "You will execute the next plan. Remember to prioritize safety. That if you encounter danger, do not engage. If you can flee, then flee. Remember, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood." That Wu Jin stood tall in the center of the hall, his demeanor serious. Upon hearing the orders, he nodded promptly, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. He placed his right hand over his chest, slightly bowing to show respect to his superior. Wu Jin turned and strode forth, each step imbued with resolve and a sense of mission, as though he were destined to fulfill an important task. His figure gradually receded into the distance of the hall until he vanished through the doorway. The hall returned to tranquility, yet Wu Jin's departure left an atmosphere charged with tension and anticipation. People understood that he would advance with purpose ready to confront the unknown challenges ahead. Within Wu Jin's heart, he comprehended the weight of his responsibilities. He would dedicate himself fully, ensuring he did not betray the trust and expectations of his superiors. His silhouette moved swiftly through the corridor, sunlight streaming through the windows, illuminating his path forward. The sun in the sky grew increasingly scorching, enveloping the entire world in a wave of heat. Su Hao sat in the shade, fanning himself incessantly, yet still unable to fend off the oppressive heat. He felt beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his garments. This sun is a bit excessive today. Su Hao could not help but complain. He felt as if he were trapped within a massive oven, making each breath a struggle. Just then, Mu Yao approached, equally drenched in perspiration, and remarked, "Su Lao, today's sun is indeed unusual. The ministers have already turned on the air conditioning." Su Hao, surprised by this revelation, inquired, "They are quite prompt. Let us head there as well." With that, he stood up, ready to accompany Mu Yao to the air-conditioned refuge. The duo traversed the corridor, passing through room after room, until they finally reached the air-conditioned area. Upon entering, Su Hao immediately felt a wave of coolness wash over him. He inhaled deeply, sensing a significant easing of his discomfort. In the air-conditioned room, Su Hao and Mu Yao settled down to rest. Relishing this rare moment of refreshment, Su Hao remarked, "This weather is truly unbearable. Without air conditioning, I cannot fathom what we would do to..." Mu Yao nodded in agreement, casting a glance at the blazing sun outside, silently wishing for the heat wave to pass swiftly. After spending some time in the coolness of the air-conditioned room, Su Hao and Mu Yao felt the oppressive heat dissipate considerably. Su Hao mused that on such a sweltering day, everyone must be suffering. He resolved to consult the ministers to explore potential measures to alleviate the sweltering conditions. Thus, Su Hao and Mu Yao exited the air-conditioned space and made their way to where the ministers were gathered. Upon arrival, they discovered the ministers engaged in discussion. Su Hao conveyed his purpose, proposing various measures to lower the temperature, such as installing more shade structures within the city and providing refreshing beverages. The ministers attentively considered Su Hao's suggestions, expressing their intent to implement them. Su Hao and Mu Yao felt a sense of relief, hoping these initiatives would afford the populace a measure of comfort amidst the sweltering heat. Zhang Ring and Tang Xing were swiftly en route to the Spirit Sea Academy in a soul-guided vehicle. Tang Xing slowly regained consciousness. He rubbed his eyes, bewildered as he asked, "Where are we headed?" Lan Xiao, noticing Tang Xing's awakening, replied, "You're awake. We have left the southern wilderness and are now on our way back to the academy." Tang Xing appeared momentarily dazed, his eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy as he gazed at Lan Xiao's enchanting visage, akin to admiring a masterpiece. Seeing Tang Xing's lack of response, Lan Xiao waved her hand before him. "Tang Xing, Tang Xing." Her call swept over him like a gentle breeze across a lake, pulling him back to reality. Tang Xing bestowed upon Lan Xiao a mysterious smile, saying, "I just recalled something quite amusing." That a sense of unease washed over Lan Xiao, as an ominous premonition stirred within her. Upon their arrival in Spirit Sea City, Tang Xing and the others were taken aback by the peculiar sun. Tang Xing concentrated his soul power in his eyes, scrutinizing the sun as a meticulous researcher would. He slowly articulated, "This sun has been cursed with a special spell, imperceptible to the average observer. However, my purple extreme demon eye has transcended to a realm of enlightenment, capable of seeing through all. The reason it eludes the eyes of most is due to the powerful curse placed upon it, which acts like a magnifying glass, amplifying the sun's flames, causing it to burn until everything is consumed." Upon hearing this, the faces of the group froze, as if struck by an invisible force. Chapter 45. Breaking the curse. Zhang Ring promptly pressed the accelerator, and the soul-guided vehicle surged towards the academy like an arrow released from its bow. Wu Jin, do you truly believe this will suffice? Na Yin could not help but question skeptically. Wu Jin's face bore a hint of confusion. "You dare to question me? Are you aware of the tale from years past, when the sun god, through sheer will, conjured two suns? One sun embodies goodness, while the other symbolizes malevolence. The sun in the sky serves as the embodiment of virtue, whereas the wicked sun was vanquished by the sun god himself due to its insidious nature. And I, and that embodiment of evil. Thus, I must personally annihilate the demon god, allowing him to witness the slaughter of those detestable humans by my own hand. Only in this manner can I plunge him into despair and agony. Upon returning to school, Tang Xing was greeted by a wave of warmth that made him somewhat uncomfortable. He furrowed his brow and employed his mental prowess to scan the surrounding environment. Yet strangely, he sensed no presence of any individuals. That a flicker of doubt surged within him as he cautiously took a step forward, only to be suddenly transported by a powerful force to the interior. When Tang Xing opened his eyes, the sight before him left him astounded. The entire room was enveloped in a thick layer of ice, the cold biting at his skin. Yet, more astonishing was the sight of numerous individuals joyfully frolicking. Some engaged in snowball fights, while others glided gracefully on ice, their laughter echoing above the frozen expanse. Tang Xing blinked, attempting to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Gradually, he regained his composure and murmured to himself, "Is this what one would call a grand estate? It certainly is rather refreshing." As he spoke, he felt the frigid air surrounding him, and his curiosity about this mysterious and peculiar place intensified. A voluptuous woman approached Tang Xing, her face radiant with a smile. "Senior, would you care to join me for some ice skating?" she inquired. Just as Tang Xing was about to respond, Lan Xiu suddenly appeared, linking her arm with his and glaring fiercely at the young woman that he is not interested. Besides, if he wishes to skate, I can teach him. Right, Tang Xing? Tang Xing was taken aback by Lan Xiu's assertiveness. Rendered speechless, Lan Xiu tightened her grip on his hand and warned, "You are not permitted to flirt with other girls, unless they are acquaintances of mine." "Oh, you understand." Tang Xing stood there, dazed and unsure of how to respond. Lan Xiu, feeling the intensity of his gaze, blushed slightly but maintained her composure as she continued. "Did you hear me?" Tang Xing snapped back to reality and asked, "Why can't I interact with other girls?" Upon hearing this, Lan Xiu became infuriated, exclaiming, "Then go find your little fairy. I won't concern myself with you." With that, she stormed away, leaving Tang Xing standing alone, bewildered. Within the Linghai Pavilion, members were engaged in hushed discussions about the sun. The atmosphere rife with noise. Two elders sat above, their brows furrowed in evident distress. Suddenly, Xiao Ming slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Is there truly no solution? That sun has reached an uncontrollable state." No sooner had he spoken than a member rose, stating, "Elder, I have a method, but it requires your approval." Instantly, another member retorted, "San Shimi, sit down." However, the member known as San Shimi remained resolute, rebutting, Shi Xiao, please trust me." Seeing her determination, Xiao Ming conceded, "Mu Yao, if that is the case, you must exercise caution." At that moment, Elder Su also stepped forward, offering to accompany Mu Yao on her quest. Xiao Ming expressed his gratitude, urging them both to stay safe. Subsequently, Su Lao and Mu Yao made their way toward the sun, with Su Lao sweating profusely, exclaiming, "It's so hot." Mu Yao, noticing his discomfort, said, "Please assist me, Su Lao. Freeze it for 1,000 miles." Su Lao unleashed his true energy toward Mu Yao. Eugene observed their attempt to break the curse and scoffed, "You think you can succeed? Dream on." He then activated the curse, and, as Mu Yao was in the process of dispelling it, she noticed the sun gradually melting the ice around it. The sun suddenly unleashed a fiery blaze upon her, and she felt searing heat, plummeting rapidly. Su Lao, witnessing this, rushed to save her, using his fan to propel her to safety before diving into the ocean himself. Hidden in the shadows, Eugene reveled in his triumph. "You brought this upon yourselves." After Su Lao rescued Mu Yao, he promptly summoned Tree Elder. Tree Elder meticulously examined Mu Yao's condition, his expression grave as he shook his head and sighed. "Mu Yao has lost the previous heat sensation, but she has been afflicted by the sun's toxic flames. I have never seen such poison and am unsure how to counteract it." Su Lao anxiously inquired, "How could this happen?" Tree Elder regarded Su Lao and slowly remarked, "Do you remember the area you came from?" Su Lao's eyes widened in shock. "Are you suggesting," Tree Elder continued, "in your time? It seems this toxic flame existed." Su Lao quickly pressed, "Do you have an antidote?" Tree Elder pondered for a moment before responding, "I currently have no definitive solution, but I have heard that Yun Zong might possess the means to break the curse. Su Lao immediately relayed the message to Yun Zong, who wasted no time dispatching aid. Tree Elder inquired again. What news? Su Lao replied. Yun Zong has already sent someone. Afterward, Tree Elder summoned his life force in an attempt to heal the wounds. But it was merely a drop in the bucket. Just then Yufeng hurried in to report, Tree Elder Su Lao, the 5th Elder and 9th Elder from Yun Zong have arrived. Su Lao, slightly puzzled, queried, the 5th Elder? That sounds familiar. Could it be that he has returned? Yufeng nodded, prompting Su Lao to exclaim with excitement, quickly, invite them in. Before long, Jin Lin and Jiang Yu entered. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Su Lao beamed. Sister Jiang, it has indeed been a long time. Jiang Yu smiled in return. Yes, it truly has been ages. By the way, I heard the toxic flames have resurfaced. Tree Elder stepped forward, his expression solemn. Senior, it is indeed the case. We are at a loss as to how to address it. Jiang Yu smiled gently, saying, in the world, all things exist in a cycle of mutual creation and restraint. Tree Elder, do you know the method of restraint? Tree Elder gazed at her in astonishment before suddenly realizing, could it be that light dispels darkness? Jiang Yu nodded, affirming, indeed, I know of one who could dispel the toxic flames, and that is Tang Xing. As Tang Xing pondered, he suddenly sneezed and murmured, who is talking about me? At that moment, a member of Ling Hai Pavilion hurried in, respectfully stating, Tang Xing, Elder Su requests your presence. Tang Xing paused momentarily before rising to follow the member into the chamber. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a familiar figure and exclaimed in joy, Mother, what brings you here? Jiang Yu approached him, her face beaming with a gentle smile as she tenderly stroked his head, softly saying, It has been too long. Little Tang Xing looked up, his expression puzzled as he asked, Mother, why are you here? Jiang Yu cleared her throat, her tone grave. Child, the person lying on the bed is your senior sister. She has been afflicted by a potent toxin and is in grave danger. Only you can save her. Tell me, to what level have you cultivated your spirit form? Tang Xing furrowed his brow, his demeanor growing serious as he replied earnestly, Mother, I have cultivated my spirit form to the 4th level. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's face lit up with a look of relief, nodding approvingly. Excellent, my child. You must utilize your 4th level abilities to the fullest in order to save your senior sister. Jiang Yu had always held high hopes for Tang Xing. Whenever she spoke, he would follow without hesitation. True to form, Tang Xing immediately set to work, employing his spirit form abilities to commence treatment for his senior sister. As time ticked by, after what felt like an eternity, Tang Xing finally completed the treatment. At that moment, Tree Elder stepped forward once more to check the patient's pulse, his expression transforming into one of elation as he exclaimed, Wonderful! She has escaped the brink of death. The toxin has been contained. And with a few days of rest, she will recover fully. Su Lao, somewhat taken aback, remarked, If he can eliminate the toxic flames, does that not imply he may also have the potential to break the curse of the sun outside? Jiang Yu, upon hearing this, quickly realized, it seems so. Soon, Tang Xing led the 6 of them to the location of the sun. Upon arrival, he could not help but exclaim, It is indeed scorching here. We must complete our task swiftly and return. With that, Tang Xing began the process of lifting the sun's curse. Meanwhile, the disciples dispatched by Tree Elder had returned to the academy and reported, We have located it. Upon hearing this, Tree Elder hurried to the designated point. However, Eugene sensed something amiss and rushed towards the sun's location. Just as Eugene departed, Tree Elder arrived at the site. After a thorough search, he realized the situation was dire. Oh no. The children may be in danger, I say. They sent us to assist you in breaking the curse. Yet in the end, we have accomplished nothing, Li Fei jested. Lan Xiao, gazing ahead, felt an inexplicable tension rise within her, furrowing her brow as she lowered her voice. Everyone, be cautious. His words swept through the group like a chilling wind, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 46. The great battle against Eugene. His voice resonated with unwavering resolve and determination. However, Wu Jin scoffed derisively, a glint of contempt flickering his eyes as he remarked, You insignificant wretches dare to challenge me. How utterly foolish. With that, Wu Jin unleashed his formidable martial soul, a blazing inferno enveloping his body. Forming a shield of roaring flames, he swung his fist with ferocious intensity towards Li Fei and his companions, the sheer force of his strike scattering them in all directions. Upon witnessing this, Su Yin immediately stepped forward, blocking Wu Jin's path. Wu Jin glared at her, bellowing, "Step aside, or face the consequences." Su Yin calmly replied, "That is impossible." Her gaze was resolute and fearless, unwavering in the face of danger. Wu Jin, enraged by Su Yan's obstinacy, felt his fury escalate. Without further ado, he summoned his primal power, coalescing it into a ferocious assault aimed directly at Su Yin. Zi Yin swiftly activated his fourth soul skill, Star Shield. A protective barrier enveloped Su Yin, while Li Fei followed up with a strike, inciting Wu Jin's wrath to a boiling point. Wu Jin exuded the aura of a soul master, revealing his 8 soul rings. Entering a mode of slaughter, he unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Ziyin, sending him hurtling far away. Li Fei, witnessing this, rushed to catch Ziyin. Yet, in that moment, Wu Jin attempted a lethal strike against Ziyin. Enraged, Li Fei unleashed a powerful aura of light to suppress Wu Jin, only to discover that it had no effect on him. Without hesitation, Li Fei brandished his luminous dagger and lunged towards Wu Jin, exclaiming, "First soul skill, Radiant Slash." The blow struck true against Wu Jin's shoulder, who coldly sneered, "Impressive, this strike bears the faint semblance of a soul emperor's level, yet it is still woefully inadequate." With that, Wu Jin seized Li Fei, hurling him into the A flash. Wu Jin's left hand, swift as lightning, pierced through Li Fei's body, blood spraying forth. Tang Yun, witnessing Li Fei's chest being pierced by that dark light, was filled with disbelief as blood trickled from Li Fei's lips. His eyes widened in shock as his body trembled, unable to fathom the horror unfolding before him. Li Fei had perished at the hands of Wu Jin. Anguish and fury surged within Tang Yun, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, blood oozing from his fingertips. "Damn it," he seethed, his voice laced with boundless rage and sorrow. His gaze turned sharp and resolute. The fire of vengeance burning within him like a volcano primed to erupt, he swore to make Wu Jin pay dearly for Li Fei's demise. At that moment, Huang Quan interjected, "Tang Xing, hurry and break the curse. I will hold him back." With that, he charged toward Wu Jin, radiating with light, intent on halting Wu Jin's advance. Nevertheless, Wu Jin effortlessly breached Huang Quan's defenses, continuing his assault towards Tang Yun and the others. Simultaneously, Lin Xian's defenses crumbled before Wu Jin's might. His complexion pale and cold sweat beading on his forehead, clearly injured. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes as he swung his sword, infused with crackling thunder, unleashing a cross-shaped sword energy. The energy sliced through the air with incredible speed, akin to a bolt of lightning, striking directly at Wu Jin. Yet, undeterred by such a fierce attack, Wu Jin met the sword energy head-on with his weapon, the resulting clash producing a deafening explosion as the cross-shaped sword energy shattered into countless fragments. At that moment, Lin Xian suddenly noticed Huang Quan in grave danger. Wu Jin was about to deliver a fatal blow, and, as the strike approached Huang Quan, Lin Xian felt a tightening in his chest. In a critical instant, a flash of cold light appeared as a massive halberd hurtled towards Wu Jin with astonishing speed, forcing him to stagger back several meters. At this juncture, Tang Xing donned a golden battle outfit, wielding the spirit's sacred halberd, his gaze fierce and filled with murderous intent as he locked onto the enemy. Wu Jin regarded Tang Xing with a derisive smirk, his eyes betraying nothing but disdain and provocation, as if he held Tang Xing in utter contempt. Tang Xing, incensed, tightened his grip on the halberd and charged at Wu Jin. Wu Jin, unyielding, adopted a defensive posture, bracing himself for Tang Xing's onslaught. With each powerful stride, Tang Xing surged forward, exuding an unparalleled aura, as though he sought to trample the very world beneath him. However, Wu Jin remained calm, effortlessly neutralizing Tang Xing's offensive. As Tang Xing reached Wu Jin, the latter suddenly unleashed a devastating inferno fist, sending Tang Xing reeling. Tang Xing was propelled toward the sun, and before he could react, a blazing spear was already aimed at him. His eyes widened in despair. He realized there was no escape, yet he still hoped for a miracle. However, upon recognizing that the assailant was Lan Xiao, his heart sank. No. Tang Xing roared, his voice echoing throughout the space in that instant, his mental state underwent a drastic transformation, his previously serene visage contorting as two icy beams of light ignited within his eyes. Wu Jin, lost in his own elation, was startled by Tang Xing's transformation. He quickly sensed the peril and attempted to flee, but it was too late. Tang Xing emanated a potent mental force that instantly shattered Wu Jin's spiritual defenses. Wu Jin's countenance paled, never having anticipated Tang Xing's immense power. Yet at that moment, Tang Xing's gaze turned chillingly cold, as if all vitality had been stripped away. This frigid aura rapidly enveloped Wu Jin's spirit, disintegrating it in an instant. Wu Jin looked on in terror, filled with dread as he understood that should Tang Xing persist, he would face certain death. Without hesitation, he released his murderous aura in a desperate attempt to counter Tang Xing's assault. As Wu Jin's malevolent energy intensified, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. Meanwhile, Tang Xing's eyes shone with a golden divine light, akin to roaring flames, instilling profound awe. Tang Xing wielded the spirit sacred halberd, charging at Wu Jin with unparalleled ferocity. Each swing resonated with powerful energy fluctuations, as if capable of rending the very fabric of reality. Wu Jin's murderous aura surged, threatening to unleash chaos. As the distance between Tang Xing and Wu Jin diminished, their gazes collided in a spark of fierce confrontation. An exhilarating battle loomed on the horizon. Who would emerge victorious? Tang Xing concentrated all his strength into the spirit's sacred halberd, his eyes brimming with determination and resolve. With a thunderous roar, the halberd radiated blinding light, signifying its ultimate strike, spirit judgment. Simultaneously, a colossal spirit erupted from the halberd, wielding a sword of judgment, descending upon Wu Jin with overwhelming might. Wu Jin sensed the terror of that strike, his complexion draining of color as despair flickered in his eyes. Yet at that moment, a mysterious figure appeared, intercepting the deadly blow. Enraged, Tang Xing's fury intensified as he bellowed, "No one can stop me, spirit style. First form, universal light." Instantly, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from him, spreading like a volcanic eruption. This immense energy not only ravaged those who sought to intervene, but also struck Wu Jin, exacerbating his injuries. Tang Xing's eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, his sanity seemingly consumed by rage. His body radiated a formidable presence, as though intent on obliterating the entire world. Meanwhile, Wu Jin gazed at this terrifying man with sheer horror, understanding that should Tang Xing unleash another attack, his demise would be inevitable. Wu Jin trembled as he uttered, "He Ming, thank you." Before he could finish, He Ming materialized, stating, "It's fine, I too have been wounded. I never anticipated his strike to be so devastating." Just as he finished speaking, Wu Jin collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Yu hurriedly approached to check on him, probing his body and shaking him, only to find Wu Jin unconscious. She promptly carried him back to the headquarters. Upon reaching the headquarters, He Ming carefully placed Wu Jin in the main hall and recounted the events to the sect leader. Sect leader. This is how it transpired. The leader immediately noticed He Ming's injuries and expressed concern. "All right, I understand. You're injured as well. Come here. I shall tend to your wounds." Subsequently, the sect leader extended his hands, channeling powerful energy into both of them to facilitate their healing. Tang Xing clutched Lan Xiao tightly, his eyes filled with despair and sorrow, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Please, don't die. I beg you. Please awaken." Simultaneously, he exerted himself to lift Li Fei, transferring his life force in hopes of saving them. Yet at that moment, Elder Shu suddenly appeared. Sensing an overwhelming life force rapidly dissipating, he exclaimed in shock, "This is bad. If this continues, he will perish." Tang Xing, disregarding his own safety, continued to transfer his life force ceaselessly to Li Fei and Lan Xiao. His complexion grew increasingly pale, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Upon witnessing this scene, Elder Shu immediately unleashed his eighth soul skill. Life bloomed, at a torrent of majestic and warm life energy surged forth from Elder Shu, akin to a crystal-clear spring, continually nourishing Tang Xing. Tang Xing, feeling the immense vitality, displayed a hint of gratitude on his face. With all his strength, he spoke to Elder Shu. Thank you, Elder Shu. Please take good care of Li Fei and the others. I need to rest for a moment. As he finished speaking, his voice gradually weakened, and his body slowly lost its strength, ultimately collapsing gently to the ground. Elder Shu hurried forward to catch Tang Xing, inwardly lamenting, "This foolish child, so deeply loyal and righteous. Fear not, I will not allow you to perish easily." Elder Shu took Tang Xing and the others back, commencing to tether Tang Xing's life with the golden ancient tree. While using the golden fruit to safeguard Tang Xing's heart meridian, Elder Shu began to release his ninth soul skill. Tang Xing's complexion was as pale as parchment, and his body was frail to the utmost degree. His breath was faint, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Elder Shu's eyes were resolute. He understood that Tang Xing's life had reached a perilous juncture. He had to summon all his strength to save Tang Xing's life. His ninth soul skill gradually unfolded, and a powerful life force emanated from him. Elder Shu's ninth soul skill was named Life Revival, a formidable healing ability capable of restoring life's essence. Once Elder Shu unleashed this skill, Tang Xing's body began to gradually recuperate. His complexion regained its rosy hue, and his breath steadied. Observing Tang Xing's recovering form, Elder Shu let out a sigh of relief, knowing that Tang Xing's life had been salvaged. However, at that moment, Elder Shu suddenly noticed something amiss with Tang Xing's body. Tang Xing's complexion turned pale, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his body began to tremble. Elder Shu instantly realized that Tang Xing might be unable to digest the essence of the golden fruit. Without hesitation, he forcibly transferred the essence to the Spirit Sea Lake, the core of his cultivation and the dwelling of his soul. Elder Shu hoped that by shifting the essence to the Spirit Sea Lake, he could assist Tang Xing in better digestion. Yet, Tang Xing's Spirit Sea Lake did not completely assimilate the essence of the golden fruit. The essence stirred the surface of the lake, creating ripples of gold that radiated powerful energy fluctuations. Elder Shu understood that if he could not swiftly assist Tang Xing in digesting this essence, Tang Xing's body might suffer even greater harm. Elder Shu promptly activated his soul ring, releasing a formidable soul power. His soul ring shimmered with blue light, illuminating the entire Spirit Sea Lake. The power of the soul ring permeated into Tang Xing's Spirit Sea Lake, merging with the essence of the golden fruit. Elder Shu's soul power intertwined with Tang Xing's, jointly digesting the essence. As Tang Xing began to recover, Jiang Yu and Elder Su arrived at the Spirit Sea Lake. Upon seeing them, Elder Shu immediately relayed Tang Xing's condition. Jiang Yu and Elder Su were astounded to learn that Tang Xing was unable to digest the essence of the golden fruit. Jiang Yu promptly unleashed the power of Taiji to aid Tang Xing in assimilation. Elder Su also utilized his martial soul to assist Jiang Yu. Their powers harmonized, bringing Tang Xing greater tranquility. With Jiang Yu and Elder Su's help, Tang Xing's recovery accelerated. His body grew stronger, and his complexion became rosy once more. Observing Tang Xing's gradual revival, Elder Shu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He resolved to pay closer attention to Tang Xing's cultivation in the future, ensuring that he could smoothly digest the essence of the golden fruit. Simultaneously, he brimmed with anticipation for Tang Xing's future. Believing that with the support of Jiang Yu and Elder Su, Tang Xing would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable practitioner. The perseverance and efforts of everyone did not go unnoticed by the golden tree, which shed a tear upon Tang Xing. Tang Xing's body began to surge with power, undergoing a tremendous transformation. His soul power rapidly ascended, reaching an astonishing level of 48. This sudden influx of strength astonished Tang Xing himself. He understood that this was a gift from the golden tree. He felt his body grow more robust, as if boundless power coursed within him. His soul power surged like tumultuous waves, crashing against his body, continuously enhancing his strength. Tang Xing closed his eyes, savoring this overwhelming soul power. his heart brimming with gratitude that he recognized this as the Golden Tree's acknowledgement and support. With the backing of this formidable soul power, Tang Xing's body began to radiate a dazzling light. His aura grew increasingly potent, as if he had become the sovereign of this realm. All present gazed at Tang Xing, their eyes filled with astonishment and reverence. They understood that Tang Xing had transformed into a formidable entity, with a future brimming with limitless possibilities. Elder Su, observing Tang Xing's first soul ring, exclaimed, "Such talent is truly extraordinary. A millennium's first soul ring. Moreover, it boasts a configuration of 3 purple and 1 black. This is his first martial soul. Astonishingly, his second martial soul's ring configuration is 2 purple and 2 black, in the entirety of Douluo continent. Who could possess such a monstrous soul ring configuration?" Elder Su proclaimed. Beside him, Elder Shu was equally astounded, remarking, "Indeed, while the increase in soul power may not be substantial, the ability to alter the martial soul rings is simply too monstrous. Indeed, such talent must be nurtured without delay." Xia Ming suddenly appeared behind them, speaking with conviction. Elder Shu and Elder Su immediately bowed respectfully towards Xia Ming. Xia Ming then inquired, "Have the other elders been notified?" Elder Shu replied, "They have been informed. They should arrive shortly." Xia Ming continued to ask, "What weapon does he excel in?" Elder Shu responded, "It seems to be a long spear." Xia Ming appeared resolute as he declared, "Very well. I shall personally instruct Tang Xing and Lan Qiu as for the remaining 5 spirit masters. Each of you shall mentor one. If you believe yourselves capable, you may take on 2 disciples as well." Su Yin, with a displeased expression, remarked, "Lord, why not accept me? The 3 of us can achieve martial soul fusion." Upon hearing this, Xia Ming furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After a moment, he seemed to have an idea and spoke. "Since you can achieve martial soul fusion, why not join my wife's tutelage, Lin Jin? Her martial soul bears resemblance to your second martial soul." With that, he glanced at Lin Jin. Lin Jin stepped forward from the crowd, her expression stern and displeased as she retorted, "Who is your wife? How shameless!" She then turned to Su Yin, her tone softening slightly. "Nevertheless, sister, our martial souls are indeed quite similar, if you wish to join my tutelage. I assure you will not be treated poorly." Su Yin hesitated but ultimately nodded, replying, "Very well, Su Yin pays respects to master." Lin Jin revealed a hint of surprise, smiling as she said, "Oh, you're quite agreeable. Come, let us proceed." Su Hao's gaze was fixed on Li Fei, an indescribable emotion flickering his eyes as he softly asked, "Li Fei, would you be willing to become my junior disciple?" Upon hearing this, Li Fei was instantly filled with joy and emotion, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. Li Fei swiftly rose, approached Su Hao, and bowed deeply, saying, "Elder Suno, master, I wish to be your disciple. Please accept me." Su Hao smiled gently, nodding in agreement. That moment, Li Fei suddenly recalled something, turning to the side where Ziyin stood, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He excitedly suggested to Su Hao, "Master, since that is the case, why not accept Ziyin as your disciple too? That way, we can pair up and learn martial arts together under your guidance. How wonderful that would be!" Su Hao, upon hearing this, smiled gently, his lips curling upward as he replied, "Very well, I agree." His voice was warm and resolute, as if granting Li Fei a promise. Fei nodded vigorously, fully aware that this was not merely a rare opportunity, but also a heavy responsibility. From that moment on, they would embark on the journey of martial arts together. Side by side, Pu Xian gazed at Lin Xian and Huang Quan, his eyes shining with anticipation as he slowly spoke, "Are you 2 willing to become my disciples?" His voice carried a blend of authority and affection. Huang Quan promptly replied respectfully, "Deputy Pavilion Master Pu, you flatter me that I wish to join Sister Ling as tutelage. May I?" His eyes reflected sincerity and desire. Ling Shuang appeared somewhat flustered, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah, well, why do you wish to join my tutelage?" A trace of confusion crossed her beautiful face. Huang Quan smiled and began to eloquently express himself, "Because I have long admired Sister Ling. First, I am captivated by your beauty, and secondly, I deeply respect your artistic talents. I wish to learn medicine from you, as my second profession is that of a doctor. Sister Ling's gaze was resolute and fervent, as if a flame were ignited within him. Ling Shuang nodded slightly upon hearing this, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Very well, from now on, you shall be my disciple. Let us depart." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Huang Quan, brimming with excitement, immediately followed in Ling Shuang's footsteps, his heart overflowing with joy and anticipation. Together, they vanished into the distance, embarking on a new journey of master and apprentice. The old tree slowly shook its head, a hint of weariness etched on its face. Xia Ming, noticing this, hurriedly inquired, "Old tree, how long until Tang Xing awakens?" The old tree's gaze remained fixed on Tang Xing as he softly replied, "Soon he has just fully absorbed the effects of the golden fruit, and now his body requires some time to recuperate and rest. Please do not worry, Master. Tang Xing will awaken by tomorrow morning at the latest. You should also return and rest early." With that, the old tree gently closed his eyes, seemingly lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Xia Ming stood quietly beside him, his gaze intently fixed on Tang Xing's serene face, silently praying for his swift recovery. The night sky was as clear as crystal, the moonlight casting a silvery glow that danced upon the surface of Linghai Lake. On the shores of the lake stood an unparalleled beauty. Su Yin suddenly sensed a presence, and, alert, asked, "Who goes there?" Lan Xiao, hearing the commotion and recognizing the familiar voice, felt a stir in her heart and responded, "Is that you, Su Yin?" Su Yin, upon hearing this voice, found it familiar, yet hesitated to confirm. "Lan Xiao, is that truly you?" Lan Xiao chuckled lightly. "Who else could it be but me?" Relieved, Su Yin approached Lan Xiao and curiously asked, "What brings you here?" Lan Xiao retorted, "I was just about to ask you the same." The two exchanged knowing smiles, each aware that the other had their own purpose for being there. Just then, the Linghai Lake began to churn with waves, the water surging as if something were about to erupt from its depths. Both Su Yin and Lan Xiao gazed in astonishment at the lake's surface, bewildered by the unfolding events. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the water, enveloped by the rolling waves, before breaking free from their grasp. The birth of Tang Xing left both Lan Xiao and Su Yin utterly astonished, and they exclaimed in unison, "Wow!" Upon regaining consciousness, Tang Xing immediately spotted Lan Xiao, and Su Yin, perplexed, he asked, "What are you doing here?" Before he could fully process the situation, Lan Xiao excitedly leapt into his embrace, weeping, "Tang Xing, why were you so foolish? You sacrificed your vitality to prolong my life. Woe is me, you absolute fool." Tang Xing held her tightly, speaking gently, "Because I could not bear to lose you. I would do anything to ensure your survival." Touched by his words, Lan Xiao pushed him away, her tearful eyes fixed on him as she declared, "Then I shall not allow you to perish. Do you hear me?" Tang Xing nodded vigorously, fearful of her anger, and hastily replied, "Yes, yes, I understand." Nearby, Su Yin observed their intimate exchange, letting out a teasing sound. Instantly, Tang Xing and Lan Xiao realized the impropriety of their actions and quickly distanced themselves. Su Yin, with a smile, informed Tang Xing, "I have splendid news. Tang Xing, the master of Linghai Pavilion, has officially accepted you as his direct disciple. Moreover, Lan Xiao has also become the second direct disciple. This means that from now on, both you and Lan Xiao, nay we, the seven spirit practitioners, may officially enter the inner courtyard." Tang Xing, astonished, asked, "Have you both chosen a secondary profession?" Su Yin and Lan Xiao nodded vigorously. Affirming his inquiry, elated, Tang Xing expressed his gratitude. "Thank you both, esteemed masters." He understood that without their support, he might never have attained such a precious opportunity. As he glanced at the time, realizing it was quite late, he reminded them that it was time to rest. Lan Xiao, reluctant to part for the night, shyly regarded Tang Xing, occasionally lowering her head as if grappling with something difficult to articulate. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Tang Xing inquired if she needed assistance. Gathering her courage, Lan Xiao softly proposed, "Tang Xing, may we share a bed tonight?" This statement left both Tang Xing and Su Yin momentarily speechless. Su Yin, doubting her own hearing, widened her eyes in disbelief at Lan Xiao. Meanwhile, Tang Xing was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Finally, he stammered, "Lan Xiao, that might not be very appropriate." Upon hearing this, Lan Xiao pouted, glaring at Tang Xing in indignation, accusing him of rejecting her. With that, she turned and took Su Yan's hand. Leaving Tang Xing standing there, at a loss, he realized he had inadvertently upset Lan Xiao, but was unsure how to mend the rift. Seated quietly by the lakeside, Tang Xing's gaze was fixed upon the crystal-clear waters of Linghai Lake, which mirrored the sky and surrounding mountains. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and began to sense the flow of energy within himself. Suddenly, he was astonished to discover that his soul rings had transformed. The original purple soul rings now appeared more profound, while the black soul ring radiated with greater intensity. Tang Xing's eyes flew open in excitement as he muttered to himself, "My soul rings have actually changed to 2 purple and 2 black. How is this possible?" He scrutinized his body, feeling a surge of powerful energy coursing through him, signifying a tremendous enhancement to his strength. He then noticed that his Ling Miao martial soul had undergone remarkable changes as well. The original purple soul rings had morphed into 3 purple and 1 black, each emanating a mesmerizing aura. Nearly bursting with exhilaration, Tang Xing murmured, "My Ling Miao martial soul rings have transformed into 3 purple and 1 black. This is absolutely incredible." As the morning sun shone brilliantly, Tang Xing arrived early at Linghai Pavilion, eager to pay his respects to the master. Upon entering, he was filled with a sense of reverence. He bowed respectfully to the master, expressing his willingness to accept his guidance. Xiao Ming readily agreed, expressing his desire to take Tang Xing as his disciple. Overjoyed, Tang Xing promptly knelt to pay his respects. Xiao Ming, pleased, helped him to his feet, instructing him not to be so formal. Subsequently, Tang Xing rose and accompanied Xiao Ming into the depths of Linghai Pavilion. They exchanged insights and experiences regarding cultivation, from which Tang Xing gained immense benefit. Xiao Ming was also highly satisfied with Tang Xing's performance, recognizing him as a promising talent. In the end, Xiao Ming invited Tang Xing to share a meal, and the two enjoyed delicious food while continuing their discourse on the path of cultivation. After the meal, Tang Xing and Lan Xiao retreated to the back garden, where they began to spar. Tang Xing showcased his exceptional spear techniques, while Lan Xiao evaded his strikes with agile footwork. Their battle was intense yet imbued with camaraderie and mutual learning. That moment, Xiao Ming approached quietly, observing their sparring for a while before speaking. "Come here, both of you." Tang Xing and Lan Xiao immediately halted their movements and approached Xiao Ming. With a smile, he remarked, "Both of you performed admirably. Particularly you, Tang Xing. Your spear technique has improved significantly. However, there remain many areas for enhancement. I shall now impart a new spear technique to you." With that, Xiao Ming began to elucidate the essentials and techniques of the spear art in detail. Tang Xing and Lan Xiao listened intently, nodding and understanding as they absorbed the teachings. As time passed, Xiao Ming's explanations grew increasingly profound, and their comprehension deepened. Ultimately, they mastered the new spear technique and became proficient in its application. Satisfied, Xiao Ming nodded and told them they could return to rest. Meanwhile, Huang Quan was diligently studying medicine under Ling Shuang's guidance. That he picked up an herb, pinched it, inhaled its scent, and tasted it, wrinkling his brow as he exclaimed, "What kind of herb is this? It's so bitter." At the same time, Lin Xian was munching on an apple, squatting in a horse stance, and lamenting to Pu Xian, "Master, how much longer must I endure this?" Pu Xian leisurely sat there, rocking in his chair as he replied, "Just hold on a little longer. You can do it." Elsewhere, Li Fei was being mercilessly tormented by Su Hao's Xianfeng Great Formation, shouting, "I say, old Su, please spare me. This is going to wear me to death." At that moment, Mu Yao approached with a smile, saying, "Li Fei, old Su doesn't even treat his grandson this way, so be grateful." Upon hearing this, Li Fei became exasperated, shouting, "I say, junior sister Mu, the Xianfeng Great Formation doesn't let up for a moment. I'm truly on the verge of collapse." Yet, old Su remained unfazed, sipping his tea and encouraging, "Keep going, Li Fei. With your talent, you'll definitely manage." Meanwhile, Su Yin was learning a profound technique known as the Path of Life from Lin Jin. Upon realizing this, Lin Jin was astonished and exclaimed, "What? I never expected your talent to be so extraordinary that you could comprehend the path of life." Su Yin, curious, inquired, "The path of life? What is that?" Lin Jin smiled as she explained, "The path of life is one of the highest realms of understanding vitality, enabling you to master more powerful techniques for harnessing life force." Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Su Yin opened it to reveal Tang Xing. She inquired, "Tang Xing, what brings you here?" Tang Xing's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as he stammered, I want to." Chapter 48. Borrowing books. Tang Xing declared with determination, "I wish to visit your home." Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed, "What? Why?" Tang Xing gazed at her with confusion, asking, "Did you not mention that your family are explorers and archaeologists?" Realization dawned on Su Yin, and she responded, "Oh, I understand your intentions now. Please wait a moment. Let us go together tomorrow. How does that sound?" Tang Xing nodded enthusiastically, saying, "Great, I shall take my leave for now." With that, he turned and departed, after a night's rest. The following morning, Tang Xing called Su Yin outside, and the two set off. Su Yin was scanning her surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Noticing her peculiar behavior, Tang Xing inquired, "What are you looking for?" Su Yin replied with a hint of puzzlement, "Where's Lan Xiao? Why didn't you bring her along?" Tang Xing, maintaining his composure, calmly responded, "I'm going with you to your home to study classical texts, and even if I had brought her, she might not understand them. Rest assured, I have already requested leave from the master. Let us hurry along." Su Yin, fully aware of the futility of further discussion, reluctantly agreed. "All right, but it is quite a distance." Tang Xing curiously pressed, "How far?" Su Yin cheekily stuck out her tongue at him, grinning, "To the far west of Tianling City." Tang Xing was taken aback. "So far? How long will it take to walk there?" Quickly regaining his composure, he asked, "So, shall we travel by vehicle or fly?" As he spoke, he waved the soul guide device he had acquired from his senior sister. Upon hearing the word fly, Su Yin exclaimed in surprise. "Fly." Tang Xing hurriedly clarified, "This is a newly developed flying soul guide from my senior sister. It can traverse 1,000 miles in a day. Your second martial spirit can fly, can it? Let us race to see who can fly faster." Su Yin thoughtfully replied, "As far as I know, your second martial spirit also possesses flying capabilities." Tang Xing, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and said, "I merely wanted to test the efficacy of this soul guide." After a brief moment of silence, Su Yin decisively stated, "All right, let us begin." With that, she swiftly summoned her wings and soared into the sky. Tang Xing, unwilling to be outdone, activated his flying soul guide and fervently pursued her. However, Su Yin accelerated further, compelling Tang Xing to engage the propulsion mode of his soul guide without hesitation. As they ascended to a considerable height, the soul guide suddenly emitted an alarm, indicating insufficient power. Tang Xing, sensing trouble, quickly removed the device and activated his fairy-light wings. He muttered to himself, "I knew this would happen. There's definitely a problem." I could see that moment. Su Yin flew over and asked, "What's wrong?" Tang Xing replied helplessly, "Out of power. It's quite a significant issue." He felt an unusual sensation in his wings, as if a surge of energy was coursing through them. Simultaneously, Su Yan's wings exhibited a similar reaction, resonating with Tang Xing's. She exclaimed in surprise, "What's happening?" Tang Xing shared her astonishment, but suddenly he noticed that the restless energy within him seemed to calm. This unexpected shift left him utterly perplexed. Concerned, Su Yin looked at Tang Xing and asked, "Tang Xing, are you all right?" He shook his head, assuring her he was fine, and urged, "I'm okay. Let us move quickly." With that, he increased their flying speed, taking Su Yin along as they departed from that place. Their figures traced an arc through the sky, gradually vanishing into the distant horizon. Su Yin guided Tang Xing westward until they finally arrived at Zuo City, located in the western part of Tianling City. Tang Xing gazed in awe at the bustling scene before him, exclaiming, "It's so lively here." Su Yin smiled and replied, "Indeed, Zuo City is always this vibrant." She then asked, "By the way, don't you want to change your clothes?" Tang Xing looked down at his attire in confusion, asking, "What is wrong with what I'm wearing?" Su Yin chuckled softly, explaining, "I tend to be quite particular. I treat everyone with frosty indifference, even when welcoming the Lord or the monarch. The outfit I have prepared for you complements my own temperament splendidly and will surely suit you better." Tang Xing picked up the garment, and Su Yin eagerly urged him to try it on, saying, "Hurry, I want to see." Tang Xing shyly approached her, hesitantly asking, "Su Yin, what kind of outfit is this? It feels a bit sticky to—" Su Yan's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld him in the attire, exclaiming, "My goodness, how stunning you look! I should have acted first. It's a shame Lan Xiu got to it before me." Su Yin shook her head in exasperation and said to Tang Xing, "Let us go." Arriving at her home, Su Yin pointed to the door, saying, "This is my house. Please be sharp-witted when we enter." She gently knocked on the door, which surprisingly swung open on its own. Tang Xing was taken aback by the sight, unable to contain his awe. "Wow, this is magnificent." At that moment, a figure appeared, smiling as they greeted them. "Oh, Xiaoyan has brought a friend home. Welcome, welcome. Please come in." Su's face displayed surprise and a hint of guilt as she thought, "Why is my brother personally welcoming guests today? Could it be because he found the visitor too handsome?" Su Ting looked at the young man beside his sister with a puzzled expression, asking, "Xiaoyan, who is this?" Su Yin hurriedly explained, "Brother, this is my class leader." Tang Xing, upon hearing this, her face turned scarlet. Su Ting immediately understood and smiled. "Oh, I see. You both must be weary from your journey. Let us discuss inside." He turned and walked into the house, but Su Yin, feeling a bit anxious, pulled Su Ting back, saying softly, "Brother, please don't put him on the spot." Su Ting glanced back at his sister, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he teased, "You haven't even crossed the threshold, and you're already speaking up for an outsider." Su Yan's face flushed crimson as she pouted, "I am ignoring you." At that moment, Tang Xing deeply bowed to Su Ting, respectfully stating, "Lord Su, greetings." Su Ting regarded him with curiosity, asking, "How did you know my identity?" Tang Xing recounted his analysis and deductions, leaving Su Ting utterly astonished. "Lord of the city, I have come to borrow ancient texts. May I have your permission?" Tang Xing earnestly requested, upon hearing that Tang Xing sought to borrow ancient texts. Su Ting's mind began to churn with an idea, but a smile crept onto his face as he glanced at Su Yin, saying, "My little sister is quite knowledgeable in this area. If you have any questions, feel free to consult her, right, little sister?" Su Yin, caught off guard by her brother's words, blushed and shot him an indignant glare, retorting, "Brother, what nonsense are you spouting?" She lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Su Ting chuckled at her flustered demeanor, then turned to Tang Xing, assuring, "Brother Tang, feel free to borrow at will. If there is anything you don't understand, you can come to either me or my sister. We will do our utmost to assist you." Su Yin quickly led Tang Xing to the underground library, saying, "This place is filled with many historical accounts. Take a look." Tang Xing was astounded by the multitude of books before him. He began to scrutinize the titles, hoping to uncover some clues. Amidst the sea of books in the library, Tang Xing's gaze darted eagerly across the rows of shelves, his fingers delicately flipping through the pages as if he were searching for lost treasures. His eyes were filled with fervor and determination, leaving no corner unexamined for potential hidden gems. Time slipped away as he perused, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, yet his enthusiasm remained undiminished. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a book whose cover he had long coveted. His heart raced in excitement, joy radiating from him. He gingerly extracted the book from the shelf, as if cradling a precious artifact. As he opened the pages, a subtle scent of ink wafted up to him, intoxicating him with delight. Tang Xing devoured the words within, his thoughts ebbing and flowing with the unfolding narrative. He became immersed in the world of the book, oblivious to everything around him. This tome seemed tailor-made for him, every word resonating with his soul. In the tranquil library, Tang Xing found solace in the companionship of books, cherishing a delightful passage of time. He discovered the book he had longed for, as well as a profound sense of tranquility and fulfillment within himself. This tome narrates the tale of a seemingly unremarkable soul master who, a century ago, ascended to the pinnacle of the world. Suddenly, he was besieged by 10 formidable adversaries. Yet, This soul master fought valiantly against them, refusing to yield, and instead grew increasingly fierce, leaving the 10 assailants battered and bruised. In a dramatic turn, the soul master spat out a mouthful of essence, and the 10 adversaries, sensing their scheme had succeeded, swiftly advanced to strike him down. However, unbeknownst to them, the soul master unleashed a tremendous surge of soul power, forcibly extracting 5 of the adversaries with him. Thus, the soul master met his demise in the abyss of fallen souls.